I have consecutively triumphed over numerous eerie tales. Not only did he subdue various spirits and monsters as his subordinates, successfully unlocked the most challenging ghost story teen dungeon. The first eerie tale I encountered is titled The Note from Mother. It is the year 2028, and the entire Earth is shrouded in enigmatic tales of the bizarre. In the realm of rules, participants will be randomly selected from various nations to undertake challenges. Successfully overcoming these obstacles will bestow immense rewards upon their respective countries. Conversely, the penalties of the rules shall befall the nation, bringing forth immeasurable calamities. The nation in which I reside, the Dragon Kingdom, has suffered 5 consecutive defeats, resulting in the tragic loss of countless lives among its populace. This time, I, an 18-year-old, was chosen at random. I possess no experience whatsoever, and I am hardly regarded with optimism. The Eastern Island, having experienced a series of fortunate events, was quick to send a message of mockery. What they are unaware of is that they will soon face a harsh reality. It turns out that those chosen to first enter the realm of strange tales are granted a single opportunity to draw a talent. And I have been selected. It is indeed an unparalleled 3-scrate peculiar talent, inherently rebellious. In the realm of eerie tales, disregarding the dichotomy of rules and morality, embracing direct rebellion shall shield one from any peculiar corruption. This is entirely tailored for me. We may not excel in lewd development, but when it comes to the degree of rebellion, we undoubtedly embody a perfect example. As I relaxed, I immediately rose to survey my surroundings. The realm of eerie tales I have ventured into this time is entitled Notes from Mother. I must discern the veracity of the information inscribed on the note to navigate the trials that lie ahead in the coming days. Rule 1, regardless of whether it is day or night, never draw open the curtains. Rule 2, the refrigerator contains frozen beef, yet it is best consumed raw. Under no circumstances should it be cooked to full doneness. Rule 3, the bathroom light must never be turned on. Rule 4, the wall clock in the house will inform you of the time, but it must never be used as an alarm clock. Rule 5, never open the door even if someone knocks, do not let them in. Rule 6, take good care of the household cat, yet do not bestow a name upon it. Rule 7, you must feed the cat noodles, and under no circumstances should you offer it cat food. Rule 8, when retiring for the night, ensure that the cat is beside you. Under no circumstances should it be left in the living room. Rule 9, when neighbors come to visit, please welcome them at the door and offer them cat food. As for the rules, absolutely refrain from watching television. Having just finished reading the rules, I swiftly made my way to the window. Immediately, the curtains were drawn open. At present, I primarily embody a spirit of rebellion. Upon witnessing such a scene, the spectators watching the live broadcast outside began to harbor their doubts. Could it be that Rule 1 is merely a fabrication? And even more citizens of the Dragon Nation. I am thrilled by my performance, having swiftly and accurately discerned the validity of the rules. It is nothing akin to my initial encounter with the bizarre events. Hope has been restored to the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, countries around the world hastily informed their selected representatives, conveying that the first piece of information was erroneous. Upon receiving the news, the selected representative from the East Island reacted. In order not to be outdone by me, he swiftly drew open the curtains, yet just as he basked in the sunlight with a look of utter contentment, a wave of eerie pollution suddenly swept in. Fortunately, the talent he drew can withstand 3 purifications. Otherwise, this fellow would now have grass a yard high on his grave. However, the chosen ones from several other smaller nations have not been so fortunate, as they have all been eliminated. This has also rendered the remaining competitors more cautious. An hour has elapsed, yet nothing further has transpired in the competition. I find myself in a state of ennui, and I am even slightly peckish. He then rose and approached the refrigerator. Inside, there lay 5 succulent beef patties and a bundle of noodles. However, the duration for completion is 7 days. Thus, 5 beef patties are evidently insufficient. Thus, unwilling to endure hunger, I extended my grasp towards the noodles. My actions have once again left everyone outside utterly astonished. At that very moment, a ginger cat, appearing from an unknown origin, stood quietly behind me, gazing intently at me. Then, leaping down from a great height, they landed beside me. The gaze of one who strikes is imbued with a glimmer of humanity. I lifted it into my arms, captivated by its adorable charm. I couldn't help but bestow upon it a rather provocative name. From now on, you shall be known as the ugly monster." The cat let out a startled cry, its eyes beginning to gleam with a sharp and piercing brilliance. Meanwhile, the external world erupted into a frenzy due to my utterance. Because I have once again transgressed a rule, I have named the cat. However, I am utterly indifferent to the transformation of the cat. In the realm of peculiar folklore and enigmatic tales, the mortality rate of maternal notes reaches a staggering 99. If I were to rely solely on my own conjectures, I would undoubtedly be at a loss. Yet, I am inherently rebellious. It is only through perpetual defiance that I can receive the unwavering protection of my innate talents and successfully navigate through challenges. Therefore, regardless of how terrifying the scene before me may appear, I must muster the courage to speak my mind. Upon contemplating this, I no longer hesitate and begin to indulge in my doubts. After the trial, I couldn't help but indulge in a hearty meal, even finding myself in awe of my own culinary skills. How is it that my cooking can be so delectable? After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I glanced at the grotesque figure beside me, eagerly staring. I poured the cat food directly into his bowl. At this moment, the cat has also become increasingly peculiar. Yet, I remain utterly indifferent, leisurely washing the dishes in the kitchen, determined to embrace rebellion to the fullest. Seeing that I have repeatedly violated numerous rules, various countries around the world have begun to revel in my misfortune. The senior officials of the Dragon Nation are in a state of frantic agitation. What exactly is Su Xiaoxiao up to? The cat is a crucial element, evidently not to be named or fed with cat food. How are you now? Having lost the assistance of my feline companion, the days ahead appear daunting to endure. I once believed he would be the savior of our nation. Yet it seems he is still too young for such a burden. The senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom were collectively downcast, all expressing profound disappointment in my performance. Then, I must seize a precious opportunity to remind myself to pay attention to the changes in the cat. At that moment, the large screen abruptly synchronized with the latest news. The selected individuals from the countries of Yuan Myanmar, among 6 others, have been mysteriously consumed. A world of strange tales is on the verge of emerging. Upon seeing this message, everyone was taken aback, only to realize that other countries must have emulated my approach. The fortunate individuals chosen by the Grand Lottery evaded the engulfing fate through their innate talents, while the lesser participants succumbed entirely to the contagion. This inadvertently accelerated the progression of the world of eerie tales. At this moment, within the realm of the peculiar publication, the hour is approaching noon. The delegates from various nations are gazing blankly at the steak. The debate persists: should one savor steak raw or indulge in its cooked form? Yet I am quite distinct. With a sense of delight, he tossed the steak directly into the frying pan. Then, they indulged in a delightful feast. Then, comfortably nestled on the sofa, I intended to take a leisurely afternoon nap. At this moment, the grotesque figure. The light of humanity has completely vanished from the eyes. Veins of crimson weave through the gaze, revealing a hint of the uncanny. Upon witnessing this scene, countries around the globe promptly notified their selected representatives, informing them that the second rule was erroneous. However, there are also some smaller nations that, having learned from the lessons of the initial rules, opted for raw consumption. The outcome was instantly engulfed by an eerie abyss. At present, I have seemingly become a guiding beacon, much to the chagrin of the chosen one from America, John. He, endowed with precious talents, has unexpectedly been trailing behind me. It is imperative to seek justice for the martyrs in the coming days. At this moment, I receive a notification from the Dragon Kingdom. I have also come to realize that other nations are emulating my choices. However, I paid no heed to such evasion and promptly seized the hideous creature, confining it within the restroom. The sight of the unsightly creatures vanished, instantly lifting my spirits. I casually settled into a comfortable position on the sofa, pondering how to entertain myself with some frivolous antics involving a cat. Thus, I turned on the television. Then a pink little pig appeared on the television. I watched with great fascination, yet I was unaware. The external world erupted in a collective uproar upon witnessing this scene, for I had once again transgressed a certain rule. What an audacious maneuver this is! Observing the mischievous pink pig within the realm of ghostly tales, surely this is a vacation of sorts. Meanwhile, in the conference room of a small island nation, a group of individuals, clad in vibrant attire, frantically debated, resembling fools as they speculated on the correctness of the rules. What gives Su Xiaoxiao the privilege to be so at ease? What is the true nature of that fellow, Bieber John, who seems so willingly to allow the Dragon Nation to reign over him? At this moment, within the realm of Eerie Tales, a chosen individual from a modest blog could not suppress their boredom and decided to turn on the television. However, what appeared on his television was not the mischievous pig, but rather an enormous, bizarre mass. Subsequently, before the gaze of the multitude, he was dragged into the television and vanished entirely. Then the system issued a notification. Due to the elimination rules for the selected individuals of this nation, the world of Eerie Tales has descended. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of various countries seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. Suddenly awakening to their senses, they began to speculate that I had drawn a high-level talent. For within the realm of high-level talents lies a particular gift that grants immunity to 3 instances of bizarre erosion. As it stands, I have already consecutively violated 3 rules. This also elevated the previously relaxed demeanor of the Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials to a state of heightened vigilance. As for the Eerie Tales, that afternoon has elapsed. The chosen ones from the small island nation and the pickled vegetable country are infuriated, akin to a grandchild in distress, yearning to emulate me yet hesitant to embrace the risk. At this moment, however, I find myself with no time to ponder such matters. I hastily rush to the restroom, having just indulged in both noodles and steak, leaving me somewhat troubled with indigestion. Upon entering the restroom, I was immediately enveloped in darkness. Within that shadowy realm, it seemed as though an eerie figure was writhing. If one adheres to the guidance provided by Rule 3, it is imperative that the lights remain off while utilizing the restroom. However, for me, it is utterly impossible to remain in darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, I switched on the restroom light, and in an instant, the space was illuminated, revealing its pristine tidiness. There is nothing peculiar at all. Only the grotesque creatures that scurry forth from beneath one's feet. Just as I was about to indulge in a moment of comfort, I noticed several distinct scratches on the wall that bore a striking resemblance to feline claws. These scratches seamlessly coalesced to form the character this. I hastily pulled up my trousers and stormed into the living room, seizing the grotesque figure you portray. Is it not akin to the chaotic scribbles upon the restroom wall? If you lack the ability to write, it would be prudent to refrain from attempting it. If I catch you wreaking havoc once more, I shall stew you. As I spoke, I delivered 2 powerful blows to him. Seeing his defiant gaze, I swiftly hurled him back into the restroom. Speak frankly and loudly, regardless of what you are. I possess numerous methods to deal with you. If the scratches on the wall are not cleaned up tonight, tomorrow will bring you your due consequences. Without a doubt, my actions have once again stirred up a frenzy among the onlookers in the external world. A multitude has commenced discussions regarding the elegance of the Shuidi flower. Initially, I believed. Su Xiaoxiao feels a sense of fear upon encountering the ominous character for death in the restroom. Who would have thought that she unexpectedly dealt 2 swift blows to the cat? Cats are so adorable. Why would one harm a cat? The damage inflicted by such a fierce confrontation must be quite significant, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, the player from the small Yamato nation, having endured an entire day without relief, could no longer contain himself. It felt as though he might release into his pockets. In a hurried rush, he dashed into the restroom, neglecting to even turn on the light. The spectators observing the live broadcast from the outside world, upon witnessing this scene, unanimously deemed it a captivating spectacle. Just as he settled onto the toilet, poised to unleash a torrent of relief, countless peculiarities surged rapidly from all directions. The crowd believed he was about to strike. But a golden aura suddenly enveloped him, shielding him from the assaults coming from all directions. Before he had a chance to catch his breath, the eerie phenomenon has struck once more, and it appears that his immunity is merely a fleeting shield. Before long, signs of fragmentation began to emerge. Without wearing pants, I hastily dashed towards the restroom door, no longer able to concern myself with the surrounding competition. Swiftly activated the switch. As the lights illuminated, the eerie surroundings abruptly vanished, as if they had never existed. Thus, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the absence of trousers resulted in the forfeiture of an immunity opportunity, temporarily exchanged for tranquility. Upon witnessing his successful escape from the peculiar circumstances, the high-ranking officials of the little Yamato clan could not help but cheer for him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, surviving a catastrophe without pants, one cannot truly feel joy. for he now possesses but one final chance at immunity. Yet, he is somewhat fortunate. At the very least, he remains alive. Others may not be so fortunate. Several unlit contestants were mysteriously engulfed. As these small blogs gradually face elimination. Now, only 6 major blogs and 3 minor ones remain, still standing firm. Meanwhile, the day of the Bizarre Tales rule event passed by just like that. At 10 p.m., I took a shower and retired to bed early. Unlike the other chosen ones, I continued to rebel, transgressing 2 rules in succession. I took down the wall clock directly, set it as an alarm, and placed it on the bedside table. Moreover, unlike other competitors, I do not cuddle a cat while I slumber. Instead, the grotesque figure was left to linger in the living room, allowed to thrive or wither on its own. This signifies that I have chosen a path that is entirely contrary to theirs. In the dead of night, while the other chosen ones slumbered, no peculiar occurrences transpired. Yet, the eyesore outside my room underwent a remarkable transformation. First, there was an abundance of hair removal. Then, the skin tore apart, and a shadowy figure emerged from within her. No one could discern her face, only able to surmise her femininity from the cascade of long hair and her silhouette. In the external world, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, she surveyed the entire room with a sense of trepidation. Ultimately, it came to a halt at the threshold of my bedroom door. Then, it stood there in a peculiar manner. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the outside world could no longer remain calm. "Sister, how can you be so indifferent? It has been quite a while since the last update. I have already been standing here for over 3 hours. Are you capable of doing this? If you do not make a move soon, I shall retire to bed." But the words were not yet finished. But the words were not yet completed, did you see? Then, I noticed the woman's shoulders suddenly tremble. Then, I observed the woman's shoulders move unexpectedly. Then, suddenly turning around, he let out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, the entire live broadcast suddenly plunged into darkness. This scene startled the citizens of Longwa, leaving them in shock. My drowsiness has completely vanished. I am now more invigorated than ever. When my mother inquired as to why I was still awake, I showed her the recorded footage of the earlier event. Consequently, she is now huddled under the blankets with me, shivering with trepidation. I gazed upon the darkened screen of my live broadcast, which only began to return to normalcy after a prolonged half hour. Upon further inspection, the grotesque creature lies in a state of tranquil slumber, as if all that transpired moments ago bears no significance to him. However, at this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom could not remain calm, for the recently witnessed scene was exceedingly bizarre, compelling them to take it seriously. However, this precisely illustrates that my decision to not bring the ugly creature into the bedroom was the right choice. The cat is in serious trouble. Hasten to send a message to Su Xiaoxiao, once more urging him to steer clear of the feline. Meanwhile, my bizarre livestream footage has, within the span of 1 hour, found its way into the conference rooms of high-ranking officials across various nations. The small nation of Yamato, which has persistently provoked the Dragon Kingdom, is particularly exhilarated by this matter. They surmise that the peculiar transformations of the feline are the consequence of my transgressions against the established rules, and they eagerly anticipate my imminent relinquishment of the spoils. At this moment, the American high-ranking officials gazed disdainfully at the screen, lifting their heads, believing that the good fortune shared between me and the Dragon Nation had reached its conclusion. Only the high-ranking officials of Pakistan are deeply concerned, closely watching the screen and cheering for me. Furthermore, a confidential telegram was sent to the Dragon Nation, conveying an unwavering commitment to stand united on the same front. The following morning, as I rose from my slumber, I received a notification from the higher-ups. This is the second time I have been reminded of the peril surrounding my feline companion. What, pray tell, did they witness last night? Is it possible that a woman is concealed within the grotesque form? Yet, even if the monster embodies a peculiar essence. However, as long as I consistently rebel against these rules, he should be unable to do anything to me now. Otherwise, he should have taken action against me yesterday. It is improbable that I would have survived until this moment. I have roughly organized my thoughts. Once I have clarified them, I no longer worry about the changes of the grotesque. I open the cumbersome bedroom door and step into the living room, casting a fleeting glance after the ugly creature licked the persimmon on the sofa. However, upon entering the restroom, I discovered. Last night, the ominous character on the wall has mysteriously vanished. The surface is now impeccably smooth, as if those claw marks had never existed at all. Upon witnessing this scene, a suspicion began to arise within me. Indeed, this grotesque figure harbored some underlying issue. Otherwise, how could a cat so flawlessly manage those scratches? Indeed, one must not be overly indulgent towards it. Subsequently, I made my way to the kitchen to begin boiling the noodles, while the unsightly creature was still being fed cat food. Yet, while I savored my breakfast with delight, the live feeds of the other chosen ones revealed an eerie silence. Their chambers remained shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was day or night at that moment. This also engendered confusion among the senior officials of various nations in the outside world, until they discovered that both Pasha and I share a common trait. That means they have all taken down the wall clocks to use them as alarm clocks. This implies that Rule 4 is indeed a principle that encompasses both truth and falsehood. In the realm of the bizarre and the uncanny, a fatal error in recalling the time can prove disastrous. Should one fail to meet the challenge within the allotted timeframe, they shall face a punishment far more severe than mere elimination, a consequence that is exponentially more merciless. Once, a great nation vanished overnight for this very reason. It is astonishing to witness one's chosen representative still calling for water, while high-ranking officials from various nations are frantically beside themselves. Only the senior officials in the United States appear to be rational, as they were the first to convey notifications to their chosen candidates. Other countries, witnessing this, have also begun to follow suit. However, as the chosen ones are awakened one by one, their 3 invaluable opportunities for hints have all been exhausted. Now, aside from the Dragon Nation and the Iron Brother Nation, there remains but one final opportunity for a hint. All other countries have exhausted their opportunities for hints. Those outside the screen can only remain as spectators. In the realm of eerie tales, the chosen ones who were awakened have come to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. John from the United States felt an overwhelming sense of indignation at my renewed advantage. Just like the protagonist in a film, suddenly overshadowed by a mere supporting character, this was an affront he could not bear. What he does not realize is that this is not Hollywood. Here, I embody the rebellious warrior, truly the protagonist endowed with extraordinary powers. Yet, the little fellow remains oblivious to the circumstances, still under the delusion that I am merely a buffoon, resolutely determined to follow the path of John in America. Yet I remain indifferent. After finishing breakfast, I turn on the television, resuming my tranquil existence. Yet the remaining chosen ones do not enjoy such leisure, urgently organizing all the information they have gathered. The note left by my mother contains only 10 rules. As it stands, Rules 1, 6, 7, and 8 are repeatedly mentioned. Rule 10 is deemed correct, while Rules 2 and 3 are considered erroneous. Rule 4 presents a mixture of right and wrong. The status of Rules 5 and 9 remains uncertain for the time being. However, it is evident that there are contradictions and conflicts within these guidelines. Rule 5 presents a peculiar aspect. It notably omits any mention of the term neighbor. Does this imply that one cannot open the door to strangers, yet may do so for neighbors? However, how can one ascertain that the individual knocking is indeed a neighbor and not someone else? The strangeness lies precisely in this moment. Almost simultaneously, the rooms of all the chosen ones were filled with the resounding echoes of knocks. A sudden sound erupted, startling them into silence, rendering them too frightened to even breathe. Only I, who am currently watching Bears Are Coming, shouted towards the door, "Who is it?" "It's me. I am your neighbor." I listened to the sounds outside, feeling as though they belonged to a rather courteous gentleman. He then rose and walked towards the door. Upon opening the door, it was discovered that there was no one outside. As I stood there, perplexed and gazing around in bewilderment, a peculiar figure suddenly materialized, rushing towards me with astonishing speed. At that very moment, amidst the cacophony of countless screams from the outside world, my live broadcast screen abruptly went dark. Upon witnessing this scene, nearly everyone in the Dragon Kingdom collapsed to the ground, overcome with grief and weeping uncontrollably. Their eyes brimmed with despair, for they understood that I had already been eliminated. The eerie tales of the rules are about to descend, and the Dragon Kingdom is poised to confront an impending catastrophe. Meanwhile, several nations led by the United States have caught sight of my predicament, reveling in schadenfreude and applauding with glee. They believe that my reckless decision has resulted in the Dragon Nation losing all hope, and that the era belonging to the Dragon Nation is on the brink of conclusion. With mocking expressions, they declare their eagerness to witness our downfall firsthand. 5 minutes have elapsed in this manner. However, while it disappoints other nations, it brings unexpected delight to the Dragon Kingdom, for the anticipated rules of the bizarre tale have not materialized, and everything remains as it always has been. At this moment, everyone is both astonished and perplexed, as they are entirely unaware of what has transpired. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are intently gazing at my live broadcast, yearning for a miracle to unfold. Yet, in the very next moment, a miracle truly unfolded. After a complete darkness lasting 10 minutes, my screen astonishingly returned to normal. Gazing at my unscathed self, the entire realm of Longwood could not help but erupt in joyous cheers. I also chuckled heartily, reassuring everyone of my safety. My apologies, I was just subjected to a peculiar attack. The visuals were also obscured by this strange occurrence. However, all is well now. My audacious remarks have indeed stirred the entire Dragon Nation into a frenzy. To suggest that it was merely a peculiar assault is rather too casual, wouldn't you agree? I must commend you with full marks for this display of bravado, though I harbor no fear of your ensuing pride. My statement brings great honor to the Dragon Nation, and it is indeed a first.
Some dare not regard the uncanny with disdain. While the Dragon Kingdom rejoices in celebration, the high-ranking officials of several nations from the East Island Nation wear grim expressions. Witnessing Su Xiao standing there unscathed fuels their rage to the brink of bloodshed. As Su Xiao deftly evades yet another bizarre assault, it gradually dawns upon the nations that his innate talent may be far more complex than it initially appears. Su Xiao exudes an air of mystery, a quality that evidently poses a threat to them. Within the realm of strange tales, the knocking at the door has persisted for 10 minutes. Thus far, only Su Xiao has summoned the courage to rise and answer, while the other chosen ones huddle on the sofa, trembling in fear, lacking his fortitude. However, their prolonged silence has transformed the knocking into a violent battering. Bang, bang, bang. The sound reverberates through the room, akin to the grim Reaper-esque summons, with each thud sending shivers down the spines of the chosen ones. The onslaught shows no signs of abating, and the door itself appears alarmingly fragile, as if it could be breached at any moment. In a state of heightened anxiety and terror, Park Buchung from Pickled Cabbage Nation finally succumbs to the pressure. In a moment of desperation, he calls out to the door, "Who are you and what do you want?" His voice quivers, and as the last syllable fades, the banging ceases abruptly. Yet, just as Park Buchung breathes a sigh of relief, a resounding crash echoes, like an axe cleaving through the wood. The tremendous noise sends this grown man into a state of panic, tears streaming down his face, and he nearly loses control of himself. Upon witnessing Park Buchung-esque cowardice, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom seize the opportunity to unleash a torrent of mockery. Goodness, he is so frightened he wet himself. Is this the caliber of Pickled Cabbage Nation? What disgrace! When did Park become so pathetic? Can't he muster the courage to act like a man and open the door? Compared to our Su Xiao, he is utterly outclassed. After ridiculing Park Buchung, the crowd's derision shifts to Nichuan Steelplate. Look, Nichuan Steelplate is just as cowardly as Park Buchung, trembling in fear. Truly, they are two of a kind. As the saying goes, one becomes like those one associates with. It's no wonder the upper echelons of the East Island Nation wish to find a hole to hide in upon witnessing the spectacle. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom have never held back in their verbal onslaughts. This stems from their prior humiliation during 5 consecutive defeats at the hands of other nations. Now, having finally encountered a similar opportunity, they are unwilling to let it slip away. In the past, when subjected to ridicule, the Dragon Kingdom could only endure in silence, lacking the means to retaliate, much like a defeated party devoid of a voice. However, their patience has limits, and after enduring 5 defeats, they have long since seen through the true faces of these nations. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Pickled Cabbage Nation and the East Island Nation, all the high-ranking officials were fixated on the barrage of comments from the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, nearly choking in their frustration. The joy they once derived from mocking the Dragon Kingdom now turned into profound discomfort, akin to the unpleasantness of consuming something distasteful. This validated the adage, one reaps what one sows. In the realm of bizarre tales, The knocking persisted for nearly 30 minutes before an eerie silence enveloped the outside. The incessant banging from Park Bachang's side had also ceased. At this moment, apart from a few selected representatives from major powers who managed to maintain a semblance of composure, both Nichuan Steel and Park Bachang were utterly terrified. Nichuan Steel appeared slightly better. His face was merely pale, and he struggled to stand. However, Park Bachang was not so fortunate. He trembled uncontrollably, muttering incoherently, and even lost control of his bodily functions. It was evident that his mental state had deteriorated. Park Bachang's condition naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups from Kimchi Nation. They yearned to convey a message to him, but having exhausted their 3 opportunities for hints, they found themselves powerless to assist him further. As they observed Park Bachang's state, their legs weakened involuntarily. Perhaps they had already foreseen their own grim fate. At noon, Su Xiao delightedly prepared steak. After finishing his lunch, he sank into the comfort of his sofa to rest. Yet, the knocking from the morning resumed. Su Xiao furrowed his brow and called out, "Who is it?" The voice from outside replied, "I'm your neighbor. I'd like to borrow something." The tone remained polite, just as it had in the morning. However, Su Xiao found himself bemused. Once was insufficient, and now it returned again? In truth, during his initial inclination to open the door, Su Xiao had already deduced that it was not his neighbor outside. One must ponder, how could a neighbor in the realm of bizarre tales speak in a normal tone? Only the strange would adopt a human voice to coax someone into opening the door. Although he recognized the entity outside was not human, he was bound by Rule 5, which forbade him from opening the door. Thus, he was compelled to act contrary to his instincts. Even when aware that the presence outside was not human, Su Xiao had to open the door, for only then could his talents manifest. His abilities would only shield him from the peculiar contamination and attacks during acts of rebellion. This explained why he remained unscathed despite encountering bizarre assaults. He possessed an innate immunity. Now, upon hearing the knocking once more, Su Xiao reluctantly rose and proceeded to open the door. However, this time, the scenario differed slightly. There was nothing outside. Perhaps the bizarre entity was merely putting on a fade, aware that it could not harm him, and thus refrained from launching an attack. Bored, Su Xiao rolled his eyes and promptly shut the door. The current bizarre entities were utterly unprofessional. Here he was, having opened the door, yet they failed to strike. They exhibited a complete lack of dedication. Aside from the live broadcast, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were in awe of Su Xiao's audacity to open the door after being attacked by the uncanny. However, it wasn't too long before someone raised a question. Why was it that Su Xiao did not encounter any bizarre attacks this time? Chapter 9. The arrival of the strange tales from the land of pickled vegetables. Upon hearing the knock at the door once more, Park Bachang stood frozen for a moment, his expression vacant, before he broke into an awkward laugh and made his way towards the entrance. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the already frayed Park Bachang hesitated not a moment before flinging the door wide open. In an instant, his live stream went dark. However, unlike Su Xiao's experience, as soon as Park Bachang's stream was engulfed in darkness, a chilling voice echoed across the globe. The chosen one from the land of pickled vegetables, Park Bachang, has been mysteriously consumed. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the announcement of the impending arrival of strange tales resonated, the populace of various nations looked on in bewilderment. Previously, Su Xiao had emerged unscathed from a bizarre attack, leading many to mistakenly believe that Park Bachang would share a similar stroke of luck. However, the outcome proved to be starkly different. Damn it, Park Bachang, reduced to a fool by a mere knock at the door. What an abomination. This imbecile is dragging the entire nation of pickled vegetables down with him. The strange tales are on the verge of arrival. Park Bachang. I truly curse your ancestors for this. I wonder, is it still possible to swim to the Dragon Kingdom? Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the land of pickled vegetables had already succumbed to fear, collapsing to the ground, while the citizens expressed their heartfelt greetings to Park Bachang. Had he not been consumed by the bizarre entity, it is likely the entire nation would have torn him apart. In the Dragon Kingdom, witnessing the emergence of the rules of strange tales in the land of pickled vegetables, the populace erupted in applause. Finally, their comeuppance had arrived. and it was immensely gratifying to see them, with their meager stature, audaciously mocking us. Our dragon kingdom is vast and bountiful. If anything, our numbers are plentiful. Having endured 5 waves of Strange Tales arrivals, one wonders whether the land of pickled vegetables can withstand this onslaught. I highly doubt it. Their minuscule territory wouldn't suffice even to clean up after us. It is a pity that Richuan Gangban didn't leave ahead of him. I have often pondered the origin of the name Richuan Gangban. It truly embodies the style of the Eastern Island Kingdom. Just wait and see. Richuan Gangban should not last much longer. Oh, the audacity of your words. I wager a pack of spicy strips that he won't survive beyond 5 days. I'll bet a penny that he won't last 3. With the land of pickled vegetables eliminated, only 2 small nations remain in the world of Strange Tales: the previously amiable Ba'tai Nation and the Eastern Island Kingdom. Historically, the knowledge regarding Strange Tales possessed by larger nations far exceeds that of smaller ones, explaining why the chosen ones from these larger nations react with greater composure in dire situations. With greater knowledge comes a sense of invulnerability. However, the world of Strange Tales is intricate and multifaceted, housing a plethora of bizarre phenomena. Even if great nations delve deeply into this data, they cannot guarantee that the chosen ones will succeed in their challenges. This uncertainty primarily arises from the fact that the map of the bizarre world is entirely random and devoid of any discernible patterns. After experiencing 2 consecutive knocking incidents, the surviving chosen ones have become increasingly cautious. Yet, just as they believed that 3 would be an impossible occurrence, the 3rd knock arrived. This time, the knocking came close to evening, and the sound reverberated, heightening the tension among the chosen ones once more. What could this mean? Surely, it cannot happen thrice. This peculiar situation defies all logic. What might it be this time? Could it possibly be the neighbor? While the neighbor was indeed a possibility, whether to open the door posed a daunting dilemma. The citizens of Longwa anxiously watched the live stream, uncertain of how Su Xiao would handle this latest knocking incident. However, Su Xiao's response mirrored that of the previous 2 occasions. He simply shouted towards the door, "Who is it?" As his voice echoed, a somewhat hoarse and icy voice emerged from outside, inquiring, "Neighbor, do you have any cat food? I could trade you some food for it." This voice was noticeably different from those of the prior instances. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that this time it might genuinely be the neighbor. Nevertheless, his food supplies were ample, and he had no intention of trading cat food with anyone. Just as everyone expected Su Xiao to rise and open the door, he instead approached the entrance and shouted back, "My cat has eaten all the cat food. You may leave. I do not lack food at present." "Ah, I see. My apologies for the disturbance," replied the neighbor, evidently taken aback. After confirming that Su Xiao truly would not open the door, his footsteps gradually faded down the staircase. With the neighbor's departure, Su Xiao dismissed the incident from his mind, returning to the sofa, crossing his legs, and resuming his viewing of happy sheep. Was that truly the neighbor? Why didn't Su Xiao trade for food? Trade what? If opening the door poses a danger, it would be wiser to remain cautious, someone mused. Have you all forgotten that Su Xiao had noodles for breakfast? Initially, there wasn't enough food in the fridge, but after consuming the cat's share of noodles, the gap was effectively filled. Alas, the poor cat was left to subsist solely on cat food, which had turned its demeanor rather dark. Wasn't Su Xiao a tad too callous? Callous? While it's true that Su Xiao feeds his cat, he also treats it to extravagant delights. I can only imagine the emotional trauma that cat must be enduring. How cruel! Yet I admire it. I believe Su Xiao is right. One should trust nothing in the bizarre world. The audience in the live stream fervently debated Su Xiao's actions. At that moment, a distinct comment caught everyone's attention. Brothers, quickly check other live streams. Some have made different choices. Upon reading this message, a swarm of Longwood netizens flocked to other live streams, beginning with John S. Stream from the United States. John made a choice that was entirely contrary to that of Su Xiao. After careful deliberation, he opted to open the door and exchange food with his neighbor. How curious it is that John appears unharmed. Could it be that Rule 9 allows for both opening and not opening the door? Surely not. Is this a matter of dual choice? With such questions in mind, The people of the Dragon Kingdom proceeded to the live stream of Nichuan Steel from the East Island Nation. True to his nature, Nichuan Steel remained unchanged. Just like the previous two occasions, he did not rise to open the door, but instead cowered on the sofa, trembling. What a comical sight! This coward is still quaking in his boots. I have witnessed timidity before, but never have I seen such abject fear. I am in awe today. I have certainly broadened my horizons. How can the Chosen One exhibit such a pitiful demeanor? Yet the East Island Nation dares to challenge us in the Dragon Kingdom. If not opening the door poses no consequence, then does Nichuan Steel not also evade the repercussions? Chapter 10. New Rules. Human dolls, it must be said that Nichuan Steel truly exemplified the term turtling, resolutely refusing to open the door despite the incessant knocking from the neighbors. Just as the citizens of Longwa believed Nichuan Steel would evade accountability, an unexpected scene unfolded. A shadow, reminiscent of a tentacle, crept into the room, clawing and writhing in response to the persistent knocks. At that moment, Nichuan Steel remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching shadows as he lay sprawled on the sofa, oblivious to the sinister presence drawing near. As more shadows infiltrated the room, it felt as though time itself had been enchanted by a deity. Everything began to decay at an accelerated pace. The once pristine white walls started to mold and discolor, followed by the furniture, which began to fade and rot. By the time Nichuan Steel recognized the unsettling atmosphere surrounding him, it was almost too late. However, just as the eerie shadow lunged toward him, his innate immunity activated for the final time. A radiant golden aura illuminated the space, causing the malevolent force to retreat in vain. The shadow that sought to consume Nichuan Steel was thwarted, swiftly retreating outside the door. In the blink of an eye, the room returned to its former state. Gasping for breath, Nichuan Steel felt a lingering dread as he gazed at the dissipated aura. Had it not been for his innate protection, he would have surely been consumed by the sinister force. In the realm of strange tales, if one is merely tainted by the eerie for the first time, there remains a flicker of hope for resistance. Yet, a direct assault offers no opportunity for counteraction whatsoever. Surviving this encounter felt like an undeserved stroke of luck for him. What, precisely, is this aura surrounding Nichuan Steel? Is it truly a talent? I counted, and thus far, this aura has manifested 3 times. Without a doubt, it must be his innate ability, one that grants him immunity against the grotesque. 3 instances of immunity suggest a talent of at least A grade, does it not? Goodness, what extraordinary fortune he possesses to have drawn such a remarkable talent. Speaking of talents, as of now, we remain unaware of Su Zhao's abilities, do we not? Interestingly, no one seems to know, and it is rumored that even the upper echelons of the state are in the dark. Su Zhao has consistently defied conventional expectations. Consider the recent incident with the door. He too refused to open it, yet emerged unscathed. What does this imply? Might these seemingly incomprehensible maneuvers be Su Zhao's innate gift? Otherwise, how can we account for his contrary actions resulting in his continued safety? This line of thought does lend credence to that possibility. Have you noticed how many of Su Zhao's actions run counter to those of others? So what exactly is Su Zhao's talent? It remains a mystery, one that warrants further observation. The second day in the world of strange tales quietly passed amid the discussions of the onlookers. As of now, only 8 chosen ones remain in the realm of strange tales. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is Su Zhao. In the United States, there is John. In the Football Nation, there is Arthur. In the Land of the Setting Sun, there is Idila. In Paris, there is Adolf. In the Grey Bear Nation, there is Ivanov. In the Iron Brother Nation, there is Pasha. And in the Eastern Island, there is Nichuan Gangban. On the 3rd day, each selected individual awakened to the sound of an alarm. When their gazes fell once more upon the note left by their mothers, they discovered several new rules have been added. Rule 11. The cat will protect you, but it may also harm you. Rule 12. If you notice the cat behaving abnormally, you must kill it immediately. Rule 13. Strange women may occasionally appear in your home. Attempt to communicate with them and trust them completely. Rule 14. Time can become confusing. Do not rely solely on the clock. Rule 15. You may leave the house, but but you must keep your eyes on your shoes at all times. Rule 16. Do not lock the bedroom door. Do not lock it. Do not lock it. Rule 17. There is nothing on the balcony. Do not be curious about any sounds you may hear. Rule 18. Mother will not return. After 7 days, everything will come to an end when you open the door. These 8 new rules posed a significant challenge to the selected individuals, as the first 2 rules sent shivers down their spines. In their eyes, cats had always been benevolent creatures, yet the introduction of Rules 11 and 12 incited suspicion towards them. The crucial point was that, apart from Su Xiao, the other selected individuals had already slept with their cats for 2 nights. If the cat truly posed a threat, then what would they do? With this thought, a chill ran down their spines. As the other selected individuals stared vacantly at the new rules, Su Xiao had already risen and unlocked the bedroom door. Last night, the hideous creature had still roamed freely in the living room. As Su Xiao opened the door, he spotted the hideous creature seated on the sofa, its bizarre eyes fixed intently on him. Unfazed, Su Xiao mused, "I suddenly feel like having cat meat today. I wonder if it tastes good." With that, he directed his gaze towards the hideous creature. Perhaps sensing the unfriendly nature of Su Xiao's gaze, the creature emitted a strange cry and quickly scurried into the bathroom. What dreadful events might have befallen the hideous creature last night? This cat is a disaster, but I cannot act against it just yet. I shall proceed cautiously. Perhaps I will indeed feast on cat meat. As Su Xiao prepared to enter the kitchen to cook noodles, he noticed an unfamiliar object in the room. No, it should be that something new had appeared on the balcony. Since the curtains of Su Xiao's balcony had always been drawn open, he had an unobstructed view of its contents. What on earth is this? Curiously, he approached the balcony and was taken aback to find a humanoid doll placed in the center, seemingly appearing there out of nowhere. The doll was not made of cloth. It appeared to be crafted from leather. Su Xiao was uncertain of the material, but it felt soft and smooth to the touch. Holding the doll in his hand, he wondered, what is this? Is it the work of the hideous creature? I don't recall seeing this yesterday. As he held the doll, a sudden chill coursed through his hand. Su Xiao glanced down to investigate. His hand, which clutched the doll, had unbeknownst to him become smeared with vivid crimson blood, resembling living leeches yearning to burrow into his palm. Fortunately, Su Xiao had always been safeguarded by his innate abilities, as a gentle golden radiance surged forth from his hand, instantly dissolving the blood into nothingness. By the time Su Xiao regained his composure, the blood had vanished entirely from his palm. However, at that moment, the doll's eyes suddenly flickered, and its skin began to decay and peel away, with blood gushing forth in torrents. The doll was now drenched in blood. How repulsive! Su Xiao understood that this entity posed no threat to him. Thus he felt no fear, though it was somewhat unsettling so early in the morning. Grasping the doll firmly, Su Xiao hastened to the restroom, unceremoniously tossing the doll inside. Moments later, the grotesque creature's cacophonous antics echoed from within the bathroom. Chapter 11. John's Gift. Astoundingly, Su Xiao has managed to deplete all the bamboo shoots within several kilometers. The grotesque figures must be cursing at this moment, laughter echoing in the air. Could it be that this doll is also part of the bizarre phenomena? Is Su Xiao intending to counter the uncanny with the uncanny? As the onlookers in Longhua observed Su Xiao tossing the doll into the latrine, discussions began to swirl amongst them. Have you noticed that the doll seemed to attempt an attack on Su Xiao, only to have its intentions thwarted by some means? A golden light appeared to emanate from Su Xiao's hand, reminiscent of the aura surrounding the steel plate of Nichuan. Could this be a form of immunity? It is indeed confirmed. It is immunity. Currently, both Su Xiao and Nichuan possess the ability to withstand bizarre assaults, though it remains uncertain whose talent is superior. It must be Su Xiao, as he has already exceeded 3 instances of immunity. However, it is difficult to ascertain. The abilities of the selected individuals are well concealed, leaving us in the dark about their true gifts. We can only hope that Su Xiao succeeds in his challenges. If he does, his gift will be preserved eternally. But failure would result in the reclamation of even the finest talents. In this strange world, while Su Xiao exhibits cruelty towards felines, the other chosen ones display remarkable kindness towards cats. Thus far, they have not noticed anything amiss with the animals. Meanwhile, in the land of the United States, John is contemplating whether to employ his S-rank ability, misidentification. In essence, he possesses 3 opportunities to discern erroneous rules. In addition to the power to converse telepathically with any selected individual for half a minute. However, he is reluctant to utilize this capability just yet, as it may prove invaluable in a critical moment. With 2 of his 3 opportunities already spent in the past few days, he now finds himself with but 1 remaining chance. If the feline's role is not unequivocally good or evil, I must remain wary of it henceforth. Rule 15 permits leaving, but what significance does stepping outside hold? Rule 18 poses a challenge for interpretation. While the duration of the Bizarre World S trials is indeed 7 days, it could easily be a misleading rule that leads to ruin. Furrowing his brow, John remains remarkably composed. After much contemplation, a confident smile breaks upon his face. I shall reserve my final opportunity for the 18th rule. As his ability activates, the 3rd opportunity to discern erroneous rules is expended. And at that moment, a message in blood-red ink appears on the note left by his mother. Observing the ominous words, John exhales in relief. As expected, this is indeed a false rule. Along with Su Xiao, you surely could not have anticipated this. Just as a smile begins to curl at the corners of his mouth, he suddenly hears the sound of an infant's cries emanating from the balcony. My goodness, why on earth is there a baby here? John, perplexed, instinctively moves to draw back the curtains for a better view. At that moment, a cat appeared, nuzzling John's calf with its head while incessantly meowing. "Cut, are you trying to warn me not to go?" John squatted down to stroke the feline, and to his astonishment, the cat gently nodded in response. Witnessing this, John contemplated deeply. It seemed the cat would indeed protect him. It was far from an ordinary creature. In truth, even if the cat had not shown up, John would not have dared to venture onto the balcony, for Rule 17 explicitly stated not to harbor curiosity about the balcony. His pretense of wanting to check was merely a means to ascertain whether the cat would truly guard him. Nothing more. While John was testing the cat, similar sounds of an infant's cries echoed from the homes of other selected individuals. As for Nishikawa, he was utterly shaken. His first instinct was to tremble uncontrollably. It was not that he wished to investigate, but rather he lacked the courage to do so. Most of the selected individuals chose to ignore the sudden commotion from the balcony. However, Adolf from the Kingdom of Paris, sporting dark circles under his eyes, impulsively yanked the curtains aside. Since entering the realm of strange tales, he had been on edge, unable to sleep. 2 days and nights of sleep deprivation left him momentarily disoriented, unable to distinguish whether he was in reality or the world of strange tales. Just as he recalled he was in the latter, before he could react, a grotesque doll lunged at him with a sinister grin. His livestream abruptly went dark. Adolf from the Kingdom of Paris has been eerily consumed. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. With Adolf's demise, an announcement resonated across the skies globally. The citizens of the Kingdom of Paris were plunged into panic. Yet, the leadership remained relatively composed. Being a major power, they were not as quick to fear national annihilation as smaller nations. A nationwide alert was issued, initiating a state of emergency, activating chips to transmit all known information regarding the nodes from mothers directly into the minds of the populace. Our immediate task was self-preservation, aiming to control the death toll from this incident as much as possible. Unlike smaller nations, after enduring multiple rules of strange tales, all major powers had independently developed a chip capable of promptly relaying critical information to the public. For instance, when a world of notes from mothers descended, the Kingdom of Paris utilized this chip to disseminate information, significantly mitigating the potential loss of life. The sole drawback was that Adolf perished too swiftly in the strange realm, leaving insufficient progress in challenges, which meant the available information was rather limited. However, even this scant information was sufficient to see the citizens of Paris through the initial days. The emergence of rule-based strange tales in the Kingdom of Paris was of little consequence to other major powers, as long as such calamities did not befall them. No one would concern themselves with another's misfortunes. Observing from a distance was the preferred pastime of these great nations. Even amidst the fleeting alliances formed, The true purpose behind such unions is well understood by all. In the realm of bizarre tales, the selected ones like Adolf and Su Xiao remain oblivious to their elimination. In such instances, ignorance can be a blessing, as awareness may adversely affect one's mentality. For Su Xiao, the morning passed delightfully, primarily due to the spectacle of grotesque beings cavorting about. He forewent breakfast solely to firmly press the restroom doors shut from the outside, orchestrating a direct confrontation between the grotesque denizens within and the puppets outside. Chapter 12. A bold new maneuver who emerges victorious and who faces defeat remains a mystery to Su Xiao. However, as noon approached, he had just opened the bathroom door when the grotesque creature darted out with remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiao noted that the creature was entirely devoid of fur, appearing pitiful and likely having lost a recent contest. The creature leapt onto the windowsill of the balcony, glaring at Su Xiao with a face full of resentment. Observing its distressed demeanor, a smile crept across Su Xiao's lips as he jested. "Is it possible that you two have yet to determine a winner? Shall I bring it out once more for another match?" Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the creature let out a peculiar cry, leaping over 3 meters high in a frantic attempt to hide beneath the sofa. The sight of the creature's terror amused Su Xiao, and the people of Longhua shared in his delight. What a clever maneuver! Su Xiao had orchestrated a grand battle lasting 300 rounds. Alas, the creature had lost all its fur, truly earning the title of grotesque. Laughter erupted, though some lamented their loss of virtue in the comments, suggesting a 100-point deduction for their mischief. Employing the bizarre to counter the bizarre proved to be an ingenious strategy. Should the rules of the strange tales descend upon Longhua, I might consider replicating this tactic. However, we must acknowledge that only Su Xiao possesses the audacity to act so boldly. Were we to attempt the same, we would surely meet a swift demise. It appears, indeed, that the puppet holds the upper hand. Suddenly, a pang of sympathy emerged for the grotesque creature, as it had evidently encountered its nemesis. What do you think would happen if we placed the puppet at the bedroom door to guard it tonight? Are you suggesting we wait for the grotesque to undergo a transformation? While the citizens of Longhua engaged in lively discussions, Su Xiao retrieved the puppet from the bathroom. He noted that aside from 2 scratches left by the grotesque, the puppet bore no other injuries. As he held the puppet, its pitch-black eyes darted around, its visage gradually twisting into a sinister expression, the corners of its mouth beginning to curl upward. In response to this unsettling transformation, Su Xiao acted swiftly, tearing the puppet's mouth apart. "You shall not smirk. Let me render your mouth unfit for such mischief." With the puppet's mouth torn, it began to weep, yet Su Xiao chuckled. Thankfully, my wit has spared me from a dreadful confrontation." The puppet now served little purpose, so he decided to dispose of it in the bathroom, contemplating that perhaps it could serve as an amusing guardian come nightfall. Su Xiao gave the puppet a swift toss back in the bathroom. For lunch, Su Xiao indulged in steak once more, although he yearned for a change in flavor. The absence of alternative ingredients at home forced him to settle for the same dish. "I mustn't overindulge. If I were to treat this challenge as a vacation, the higher-ups from other nations would surely be incensed." After his meal, Su Xiao, as was his habit, turned on the television. This time, however, the screen displayed not vibrant colors, but a stark monochrome. Just as Su Xiao attempted to comprehend the situation, a figure clad in a white dress, with disheveled hair and a grotesquely contorted form, began to emerge from the television. Su Xiao had never encountered such a terrifying and eerie scene. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the restroom and retrieved the doll. In front of the bizarre crawling creature, Su Xiao delivered 2 resounding slaps to the doll. Both the doll and the crawling creature were taken aback. The crawling creature, undeterred, prepared to act again, prompting Su Xiao to seize the ugly monster hiding beneath the sofa. Before the crawling creature, he generously delivered another 2 resounding slaps. Following these actions, not only were the doll and the crawling creature stunned, but even the ugly monster was left speechless. After a prolonged moment of confusion, the crawling creature surprisingly stood up, bowed respectfully to Su Xiao, and obediently returned to the television. Thus, Su Xiao successfully averted a potential tragedy. His crisis had been resolved. However, The live broadcast had erupted in excitement. Outside the stream, Su Xiao's actions had caused a tremendous sensation. Not only was the entire Dragon Country astounded, but several other major nations were equally shocked. Goodness, a brand new version. Su Xiao had remarkably unlocked a new stance. What on earth? Seeing the three bewildered faces made me inexplicably want to laugh. Is there something wrong with this person from Dragon Country? What exactly is he doing? My God, he actually repelled the bazaar with 4 resounding slaps? Su Xiao from Dragon Country is truly a refreshing presence in the realm of strange tales. Teach me, how did he accomplish this? Oh my, I want to be his fan. I wish to join Dragon Country in supporting him. Citizens from several nations were left in disbelief at Su Xiao's actions. To repel the bazaar with slaps, Su Xiao undoubtedly stood as the foremost figure in the world of strange tales. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a valiant warrior charging against the bazaar. Nations were in shock, and their high-ranking officials began to pay closer attention to Su Xiao's live broadcasts. The officials of Football Country declared, "We must closely monitor Su Xiao's situation. It seems he might become a dark horse." A confidential message was immediately sent to Dragon Country, expressing Football Country's willingness to ally with them. The officials of the Sun Never Sets Country urged, "Quickly provide Dragon Country with our latest information on rule-related strange tales as a gesture of goodwill." While Football Country and the Sun Never Sets Country began to extend their hands in friendship towards Dragon Country, the officials from Eastern Island and the United States wore grim expressions. The officials from Eastern Island exclaimed, "Baka Yuru, it's him again, Su Xiao. How can every one of his actions provoke such a significant response? Has he truly drawn some extraordinary talent?" The U.S. officials stated, "From now on, we must comprehensively monitor Su Xiao and Dragon Country's every move. We cannot allow Su Xiao to become a bargaining chip for Dragon Country's resurgence, nor can we permit him to pose a threat to our existence." Back in Dragon Country, we have just received gestures of goodwill from Football Country and the Sun Never Sets Country. The latter even sent us their latest information on rule-related strange tales. What are your thoughts? We are well aware that no overture is without ulterior motives. Indeed, when our Dragon Country was weak, they leaned towards the United States, and now, witnessing Su Xiao's performance, they have swayed back to us like a reed in the wind. The reasons are all too evident. Su Xiao, this young man, remains an enigma. His current performance has significantly surpassed our expectations. As long as he can adeptly manage the affairs concerning the cat, I believe the prospect of overcoming the challenge is not entirely out of reach. However, we must not let our guard down just yet. If he can endure for a few more days and emerge alive, he will be hailed as a hero of our Dragon Kingdom. We have one final opportunity for a hint, and it must be utilized at the most critical moment. As for the overtures from the two nations, shall we accept them? Indeed, why should we not? Nevertheless, we must always bear in mind this essential principle. Harbor no ill will towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential treachery. Chapter 13. I am myself, yet I am not within the realm of bizarre tales. Su Xiao remained oblivious to the commotion his actions had stirred outside. As the afternoon unfolded, much like the previous days, Su Xiao nestled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in the television. In stark contrast to his leisurely demeanor, the other selected individuals were engulfed in a state of panic, tirelessly grappling with the complexities of the rules while remaining vigilant of any anomalies that might manifest within the confines of the house. The afternoon passed with a semblance of tranquility until the approach of 7 o'clock in the evening. At precisely 7, Su Xiao was in the kitchen, skillfully searing a steak. However, as he concentrated on his culinary creation, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of high heels clicking in the living room. Before he could rise to investigate, a woman clad in red high heels strode in unannounced. Their eyes met. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her figure voluptuous. Yet Su Xiao had no time to admire her physique. His curiosity was piqued by how she had entered. He distinctly remembered that all the doors and windows in the house had been securely locked from the inside. Moreover, he had not heard any sounds indicative of a door opening or a window being climbed through, rendering her entrance akin to a conjuration from thin air. As Su Xiao assessed the woman before him, his mind recalled the message inscribed on his mother's note. Rule 13. Strange women may occasionally appear in the house. Attempt to communicate with them, and you may place your complete trust in them. In that moment, Su Zhao's mind raced. If this rule held true, his imperative was to discern the nature of the woman before him. Yet, it was evident that Su Zhao had no desire to pursue such an interaction. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, he chose silence, serving the steak and exiting the kitchen with the dish in hand. Upon leaving the kitchen, Su Zhao's first instinct was to scour the house for the grotesque creature. Yet oddly, it had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom were correct in suggesting a connection between the woman and the grotesque being? The thought of the grotesque creature's skin tearing open, a bloodied woman emerging from its form, sent shivers down Su Zhao's spine. A chilling sensation surged within him. Was it possible that his previous confrontations with the grotesque were now eliciting vengeance from this woman? Wait, could this woman be the very mother who left the note? As Su Zhao pondered the woman's identity, he stepped back into the kitchen only to find, to his astonishment, that she had inexplicably vanished. Bewildered, he wondered about the significance of her sudden appearance and equally abrupt disappearance. What was her purpose? Surely, it could not have been mere amusement. With lingering questions, he meticulously inspected the entire kitchen, yet he uncovered no useful clues. It seemed the woman had simply materialized and then dissipated without leaving any indication of her intent. Meanwhile, outside the live broadcast, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom was equally bewildered. When the woman first appeared, Su Zhao's stream had briefly cut to black, leaving viewers just as perplexed about her sudden manifestation. My goodness, could it be that this woman emerged from the body of that hideous creature? Have you noticed that her silhouette bears a striking resemblance to the one we encountered that fateful night? It is quite possible that she is indeed the same individual. Please, do not frighten us. We are rather timid. From my observations, although the two women who appeared successively share similarities, there are also distinct differences. Were those differences? I cannot articulate them at the moment. Listening to your words is akin to hearing a profound discourse. While the populace of the Dragon Kingdom continues to speculate about the woman's identity, other chosen ones are experiencing similar encounters with the same woman in their homes. Meanwhile, Arthur from the Football Kingdom has begun to engage the woman in conversation. Based on his assessment, Rule 13 is likely accurate. Thus, he is willing to communicate with her, even trusting her. However, his attempts at dialogue prove futile, for the woman remains silent throughout, merely offering Arthur a cryptic smile before vanishing into thin air. Staring at the spot where she disappeared, Arthur stands bewildered, utterly perplexed by the encounter. Unlike Su Zhao, however, the woman leaves Arthur a note before her departure. Upon unfolding the note, he discovers a line of small text. I am not I. I am not I. What on earth does this mean? Observing the note in Arthur's hand, the citizens of various nations share his confusion. The woman's appearance and subsequent disappearance transpired within a mere 10 minutes, during which 3 individuals received her note: Arthur from the Football Kingdom, Ivanov from the Bear Kingdom, and John from the United States. Naturally, upon receiving the notes, each man exhibited the same expression of bewilderment and dazedness. Clearly, they too are oblivious to the true meaning of those words. Returning to Su Zhao's perspective, merely 2 minutes after the woman's departure, the hideous creature reemerges from beneath the sofa. At the moment the creature reappears, Su Zhao furrows his brow, for he had thoroughly checked beneath the sofa moments ago and found no trace of the creature. He boldly speculates. Could it be that only one of the hideous creature and the woman can manifest at a time? The exact nature of the relationship between the creature and the woman remains uncertain to Su Zhao, as does the woman's true character. It is possible that the creature has been problematic from the outset. Should one grow too close to it, the consequences could be dire. Su Zhao feels a sense of relief that he did not bring the creature into his bedroom. If he had adhered to the earlier rules, even if the creature were to provide protection, it is inherently a ticking time bomb. Such protection would ultimately lose its significance. It may have been safer to forego such protection from the beginning. Unbeknownst to Su Zhao, however, all other chosen ones, unlike him, maintain amicable relations with their feline companions. The night unfolds. Arthur, Adela, Ivanov, Shapa, and Nichikawa all brought their feline companions into the bedroom, and as the cats exhibited no unusual behavior, they felt no qualms about their actions. However, John, from America, diverged from their course of action. After a thorough and calm analysis of Rule 11 and Rule 12, he hesitated for some time before resolutely deciding to abandon the cat. Perhaps John had come to recognize the inherent danger posed by the feline. Thus, his decision was both swift and resolute. At the stroke of midnight, the cat left in the living room by John began to mew incessantly, even resorting to frantically scratching at the bedroom door. Yet, within the confines of the bedroom, John undoubtedly made a prudent choice. He secured the door from within, rendering the cat's futile efforts ineffective. Ultimately, the cat in John's room ceased its chaotic mewing, leaping onto the balcony, its gaze vacantly fixed upon the outside world. Chapter 14. The Stitching and the Chaos of Time Midnight. In comparison to the feline residing in John's room, the grotesque figure appeared significantly more terrifying. If the cat in John's room was in the early stages of its dark transformation, then the abomination had undoubtedly reached the latter stages of its malevolent evolution. Under the gaze of countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, a suffocating scene began to unfold once more. The creature sat eerily and silently in the living room, its bald body illuminated by the moonlight, casting an unsettling aura. Without its fur, the creature's form resembled that of a naked child from behind. Moments later, it rose to a standing position, its blood-red eyes fixated on the direction of the bedroom, its sharp claws tearing through the skin of its own body. And in an instant, a sanguine liquid pooled around it. One could even witness a heart faintly pulsating on the cold floor. After an agonizing 10 minutes of this bloody spectacle, a writhing woman finally emerged from the grotesque figure. Her face remained obscured, and in that moment, no one was curious about her appearance, for any turn of her head would plunge the entire live stream into darkness. What have I done to deserve witnessing such a gruesome scene? The breakfast I had yesterday threatens to resurface. Brothers, has the woman emerged? If there are any brave souls among you, please speak up. I can hardly bear to look. The woman has indeed emerged, my friends. Rest assured, there is no censorship. You may safely observe. Goodness, the oppressive sensation is identical. This is undoubtedly the woman who appeared the first time. Just like before, she fixates on the bedroom. But will she dare to rush in and harm Su Xiao? No. What nonsense are you spouting? I advise you to confess. Are you not the embodiment of misfortune? Look, the woman is defying expectations. She reaches for the doorknob. Surely, she does not intend to harm Su Xiao, does she? Su Xiao, Abakin, find a way to survive. Bold fiend, dare you to harm my descendants of Yan Huang? Malevolent spirits, depart. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were all on edge. Their comments filled the screen with incantations invoking the old man as protective spells. They understood their powerlessness in the situation. They merely hoped that such actions might deter the woman. Of course, this was ultimately a form of psychological solace. Under the watchful eyes of the anxious populace, the woman's hand finally grasped the doorknob. However, just as they anticipated her to break through the door, someone noted that the bedroom doorknob was immovable. Oh, I nearly forgot that Su Xiao has a habit of locking the door. Phew, it seems somewhat secure. No, wait, the doorknob is beginning to warp. The door lock cannot withstand her malevolence for long. Before the crowd could finish their thoughts, a resounding crack echoed as the lock appeared to fail entirely. As the woman prepared to push open the door, the figure stationed by Su Xiao to guard the entrance suddenly opened its eyes. The doll's pitch-black pupils fixated intently on her, and a sinister smile gradually spread across its face. In the very moment the woman was about to enter, the doll lunged toward her. At that critical juncture, the entire live stream unexpectedly plunged into darkness. Alas, the cursed ring has once again obstructed the broadcast. The abrupt disruption left the citizens of Longwa feeling somewhat disheartened. How could the screen go black at such a pivotal moment? Of course, their concern was not for the doll or the woman. Rather, their thoughts were centered on Su Xiao's safety. Let us wait and see. It seems these two are about to clash. Once their skirmish concludes, the live stream should resume. No one anticipated that the doll would actually protect Su Xiao. He had once again made the right choice. From locking the bedroom door to placing the doll as a sentinel, The attention to detail was remarkable. Although Su Xiao appeared relaxed and at ease each day, his thoughts were evidently quite meticulous. This was an extraordinary prescience. Had he not positioned the doll at the door beforehand, one could only speculate what horrific events might have transpired. Dear readers, I have long harbored a question. Is Su Xiao truly 18 years old? The official information indeed states he is merely 18. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I've just recently divorced and suddenly find myself yearning for a much younger companion. Madam, please conduct yourself with dignity. Thus, the citizens of Longhua vigilantly monitored Su Xiao's livestream, remaining steadfast from midnight until dawn. On the fourth day, at 8 in the morning, the broadcast finally returned to normal. At that moment, Su Xiao had just risen from his slumber. Upon opening the bedroom door, he was taken aback by the scene outside. Goodness, just as I imagined, the battle last night was quite fierce. In truth, Su Xiao was aware of the commotion outside his bedroom door. In such a highly tense atmosphere, even knowing that the supernatural could not harm him, he dared not let his guard down completely. To be utterly relaxed in a world of the uncanny was akin to lighting a lantern in a lavatory, an invitation to disaster. It appears that the woman from last night had reappeared. Fortunately, I had placed the doll at the door in advance. Otherwise, a restful night would have been a distant dream. Amidst the chaos, Su Xiao found the doll, albeit in a rather sorry state, having lost over half of its body. Its right hand was missing, one eye had been destroyed, and it bore numerous wounds. Gazing at the doll, Su Xiao sighed. In light of your protection last night, I shall stitch your body back together. However, do not blame me if the result is unsightly. Su Xiao realized that the doll might prove useful in the remaining days. With his free bodyguard, he could at least rest assured that no woman would burst in and seize him by the throat during the night. Su Xiao retrieved a needle and thread from the room, settling onto the sofa to begin his haphazard stitching. To his astonishment, during the process, the doll did not frighten him as it had previously. It seemed rather human-like in its demeanor. Having finished sewing the doll, Su Xiao placed it directly upon the sofa. He then noticed that the lock on the bedroom door was also broken, prompting him to commence repairs on it. Once Su Xiao had attended to these two tasks, he lifted his gaze to check the time, only to realize it had already reached noon. Staring at the clock overhead, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Sewing a doll and fixing a door lock should have taken about an hour. Yet, somehow, for hours have elapsed, something felt amiss. The time on this clock seemed to be racing ahead compared to the previous 3 days. Su Xiao recalled that Rule 14 stated time could become chaotic. Hence, one should not rely solely on the clock. However, the dilemma arose. If the clock's time was not trustworthy, would he not completely misjudge the passage of time? Within his home, the clock was Su Xiao's only reliable source for accurate time. Even the television had not displayed the time, given that his talent was rebellion. Perhaps he ought to reconsider this situation. Perhaps the rules intended for him to utterly distrust the clock's time. Chapter 15. The Woman's Note in the Realm of Eerie Tales. When Su Xiao first discerned the temporal disarray, John from the United States also noted the nuances of time among the chosen ones. However, their choices regarding this phenomenon were starkly contrasting. Upon realizing the time distortion, Su Xiao opted to maintain his faith in the wall clock, while John began to question the clock's accuracy. Apart from Su Xiao and John, the others remained oblivious to the temporal anomaly. Their lack of awareness led them to subconsciously align their decisions with Su Xiao's. The fourth day unfolded with an unexpected tranquility, a calmness so profound that it aroused suspicion. As such, serenity is indeed an anomaly in the world of eerie tales. Su Xiao adopted a stance of patient observation towards this oddity. Yet amidst this stillness, there emerged a rather audacious, chosen one who chose an unconventional path. Adela from the land of the never-setting sun expressed a desire to explore the world beyond his room. Driven by a particular rule, Rule 15, you may step outside, but you must keep your eyes fixed on your shoes. This rule led Adela to a misjudgment. He believed that valuable clues awaited him outside, and by uncovering these clues, he could acquire information unknown to others, thereby enhancing his chances of success in the challenges. His reasoning held merit, for no one else dared to venture out, leaving him to assume the role of a pioneer. In essence, It was akin to a gamble. Should he win, he could potentially navigate the challenges safely. Should he lose, he would forfeit his life and potentially that of his nation. Despite the grave risks, Adela pondered deeply and resolved to take the plunge. Under the watchful eyes of millions, Adela resolutely opened the door and stepped outside. However, there was no further narrative to unfold, as he was swiftly consumed by the encroaching darkness. Concurrently, an announcement reverberated across the globe. The chosen one from the land of the never-setting sun, Adela, has been mysteriously devoured. The world of eerie tales is about to descend. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. With Adela's elimination, the world of eerie tales now harbored only Su Xiao, John, Arthur, Ivanov, Xiaopa, and Nichuan Gangban. Among these remaining 6, Su Xiao and John survived to the 4th day through sheer strength and talent, while the others relied solely on luck. Take Nichuan Gangban from the East Island, who, despite drawing an A-level talent, squandered his opportunities due to an utter lack of understanding of how to leverage his gift, resulting in the waste of 3 immunity chances. Though the higher-ups of East Island simmered with frustration over Nichuan Gangban's foolishness, they suppressed their ire. Compelled to witness his performance to avert the arrival of the rule-bound eerie tales. Despite being timid as a mouse, Nichuan Gangban managed to scrape through to the 4th day. Time, 5th day. At 8 in the morning, Su Xiao opened his bedroom door, greeted once more by a scene of utter disarray. Without any unexpected events, the woman engaged in yet another fierce battle with the puppet last night. "Oh, how you disappoint me. The arm I painstakingly stitched for you just yesterday has been severed again. This woman is truly deranged. Does she genuinely wish to take my life?" Su Xiao picked up the puppet's fallen arm, his expression laden with helplessness. Each day, he finds himself mending the puppet, a ceaseless cycle of dismemberment. How much longer can this puppet endure? It is not the puppet he mourns, but rather his own plight. The cacophony outside his door each night has robbed him of restful sleep. Seated upon the sofa, Su Xiao hastily reattached the puppet's arm. Once completed, he unceremoniously tossed the puppet into the restroom, along with the grotesque creature. Su Xiao reasoned that since the woman disrupted his slumber at night, he would allow the puppet to exact some form of retribution from the grotesque during the day. After all, the hideous being was inherently rebellious and deserved a reckoning. While the puppet and the grotesque engaged in their struggle within the restroom, Su Xiao seized the opportunity to prepare a bowl of noodles in the kitchen. However, as he savored his breakfast and observed the tumultuous scene in the restroom, the woman clad in red stilettos reappeared, quietly seated across from him. Her piercing gaze remained fixed upon him, rendering Su Xiao increasingly uneasy. Observing her, Su Xiao furrowed his brow, but refrained from initiating conversation. Engaging with her would strip him of his innate protection, a risk he deemed unworthy. Ignoring her presence, he proceeded to consume his noodles, yet upon finishing the entire bowl, he looked up only to find that she had vanished once more. However, this time, she left behind a note. Filled with curiosity, Su Xiao unfolded the note. The scarlet ink glaringly conspicuous. "Kill the cat before noon, and I shall seek you out tonight." Kill the cat? A flurry of question marks whirled above Su Xiao's head. What could this possibly mean? Is the cat truly to be executed so swiftly? Staring at the note left by the woman, he suddenly fell into a stupor, uncertain if this constituted a rule. If it were a rule, he would logically act in opposition. Yet if it were not, he must ponder the intent and significance behind her words. If this woman is indeed the same as the one who sought to kill me last night, her words warrant careful consideration. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that she bore no malice towards him. Su Xiao found himself in a quandary, suspecting that the woman who had just appeared might be the so-called mother, while the one who lingered outside his bedroom door at night could very well be the same individual. Should that be the case, why the stark contrast in their demeanor? As he wrestled with these perplexities, a sudden, anguished cry echoed from the restroom, emanating from the grotesque. Rushing to investigate, Su Xiao discovered the grotesque lying in a pool of blood. Indeed, the grotesque had met its end, slain by the puppet. Staring at the scene before him, Su Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. The unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations. Su Xiao found himself perplexed. Just moments ago, while he was fixated on the restroom, the puppet had indeed inflicted a grievous beating upon the grotesque creature, yet refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Could it be that the information contained in the note had inadvertently caught the puppet's attention, compelling it to act on my behalf against the grotesque? If the grotesque met its demise at the hands of the puppet, then even if the note's contents were deemed rules, Su Xiao would remain shielded by his innate gifts, as he had not truly transgressed the rebellious tenets of his abilities. This puppet did not resemble an ordinary plaything. Perhaps I should have recognized this sooner. Chapter 16. The mother's note. In the aftermath of the doll's demise of the grotesque creature, the other chosen ones found themselves confronted with the same dilemma as Su Xiao. Each had received a note left by the woman. As they scrutinized the woman's message, John, Arthur, and 3 other chosen ones were enveloped in perplexity. The note from their mother contained several rules regarding the care of cats. Rule 6. Take good care of your household cat. Do not arbitrarily name it. Rule 7. Feed the cat noodles. Never give a cat food. Rule 8. When sleeping at night, keep the cat by your side. Never leave it alone in the living room. Rule 11. The cat will protect you, but it can also harm you. Rule 12. If you notice any unusual behavior in the cat, terminate it immediately. From these 5 rules, it became evident that the cat could assume both benevolent and malevolent roles. However, the conundrum arose, aside from John and Su Xiao. The other 4 had yet to observe any abnormal behavior in their cats. Should Rule 12 hold true, the note left by the woman would stand in stark contradiction to it. After a vigorous internal struggle, Arthur, Ivanov, Pasha, and Sun Chuan Gang chose to retain their cats. Only John opted for the cat's execution, as the feline in his abode had exhibited unsettling behavior after being left alone in the living room for 2 consecutive nights. Yet, just as John prepared to carry out the act, a significant dilemma confronted him. Distrusting the time displayed on the clock, he found himself uncertain of the hour. The woman's note mandated that he must eliminate the cat before noon. Glancing at the clock, John noted it was precisely 12:01, indicating he had surpassed noon. However, based on John's rough estimation, the clock was several hours fast. Thus, he still had time to proceed with the cat's demise. As John readied himself for the task, Pasha received a crucial directive from the higher-ups of the Bawtai Nation mere moments earlier. This was their final advisory, straightforward in its content. Pasha must kill the cat. Though Pasha struggled to comprehend the rationale behind this guidance, he trusted the judgment of the Bawtai leadership, who had long considered Su Xiao as a reference point for their choices. Despite being a small nation, the leaders of Bawtai unanimously believed that Su Xiao would emerge as an unexpected contender in the realm of bizarre tales. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of the broadcast, viewers reacted with astonishment. Goodness! The moment the woman appeared, she decreed the cat's death sentence. How ruthless! Indeed, how could one harm such an adorable creature? To the viewer who praised the cat's cuteness, another retorted, "Have you forgotten this is the world of bizarre tales? In such a realm, anything could be a part of the uncanny. Would you still adore the cat if it turned malevolent?" Among the 6 individuals, only Su Xiao, John, and Pasha were responsible for the demise of the feline creature, with John seemingly arriving a bit late. I am certain that Su Xiao would have targeted the grotesque figure. Yet who could have anticipated that the marionette would seize the opportunity first? Both the marionette and the woman harbor issues. But what is the underlying connection among all these occurrences? I find myself somewhat perplexed who isn't bewildered. Any rational person would be, yet continuing to read will shed light on the matter. As the whispers of the masses echoed around them, the clock in the world of strange tales swiftly struck 10 in the evening. Outside Su Xiao's room, the moon hung high, casting a chilly glow into the space. This night, Su Xiao did not retire early. Instead, he remained seated on the sofa, awaiting the woman's arrival. Precisely at 10 o'clock, she appeared as promised, not materializing from thin air, but rather emerging from the corpse of the grotesque figure right before Su Xiao's eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xiao felt a wave of nausea and a sudden regret washed over him. Could it be that this woman left the bait with the intent of taking my life? Under Su Xiao's focused gaze, the woman stood before him, and to his astonishment, she spoke, her first words being a simple thank you. Thank you? Su Xiao stared at her in confusion. Yet the woman offered no explanation, instead murmuring to herself. The notes imbued with rules were left by me. I am aware that I have become a part of the bazaar, and I can only transform into a cat to remain here. I am waiting for my child, my true child, but I know I may never see him again. Thank you, chosen one. From you, I sense my child's essence. He may be thriving in the outside world, just like you. I miss him dearly, yet I do not wish to see him here. I shall never see him again. Farewell. I have finally escaped the grip of the bazaar, and I have found myself in this moment. Thank you. Her voice grew increasingly choked and subdued, reminiscent of a normal mother lamenting her longing for her child. Su Xiao gazed intently at the woman, and in that moment, he perceived a profound and unwavering maternal love emanating from her. After uttering her final thank you, she vanished completely from Su Xiao's sight. Staring at the spot where she had disappeared, Su Xiao let out a soft sigh and turned his attention to the marionette on the sofa, remarking, "Perhaps I should have guessed sooner that you are, in fact, her child. No wonder you would rather endure dismemberment each night than harm her." At last, I comprehend the meaning behind her words. The woman during the day is her true self, while the woman at night can hardly be considered her. Feel free to weep. If your mother knew that you have always been by her side, no matter where she ventured, I believe she would be immensely pleased. With that, Su Xiao fell silent. At that moment, the marionette could no longer contain its tears. The marionette's weeping was soundless, yet its tears flowed like a torrential flood. Plopping onto the sofa amidst the marionette's silent sorrow, a notification suddenly echoed in Su Xiao's ears. In the ordinary fabric of life lies a profound and magnificent love, maternal affection, steadfast and profound. Congratulations, selected one, on flawlessly completing the task presented by your mother note, with a commendation of 5 stars. Completion reward, doll, with an eerie resistance increase of 1, currently at 1. Doll description, a fragment of the Strange Tales world. It shall safeguard your well-being at pivotal moments. Eerie resistance explanation. When your eerie resistance reaches 100%, you shall be entirely immune to the bazaar. Completion? How is this possible in just 5 days? A voice echoed in Su Xiao's ears, leaving him bewildered. Could it be that the first sentence of the mother's note also constitutes a rule? And a false one at that? Have we all been misled, with the actual challenge duration being merely 5 days? I recalled that the food in the refrigerator was sufficient for only 5 days. This detail had eluded me. Hence, 5 days might indeed be the correct completion time. The sudden notification of completion sent a wave of exhilaration through Su Xiao. Realizing that the so-called 7-day period was merely a misdirection, he could not help but feel fortunate. Had he not made the right choice, he might have foolishly waited 7 days. While Su Xiao reveled in his success, a dark mark quietly branded his arm. Upon raising his hand to inspect, a smile spread across his face. I nearly forgot. The selected one is permitted to retain the talents acquired from his completion. Chapter 17. Rewards of voice resonated across the globe, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Su Xiao of Long Country for successfully completing the challenge. Long Country will be exempt from the impending arrival of the rule of Strange Tales." Following this, it was announced that Su Xiao achieved a 5-star completion, earning a special reward that would extend the lifespan of all citizens of Long Country by 10 years. The broadcast of Su Xiao's triumph spread instantaneously through every street and alley worldwide. As the announcement echoed, the citizens of Long Country and its high-ranking officials were engulfed in disbelief, while the leaders of the United States and East Island wore expressions of grim anger. Their teeth gritted in frustration. In Long Country, countless citizens gazed at the frozen image of the live broadcast, tears streaming down their faces. The lifespan of the citizens of Long Country has increased by 10 years. My back no longer hurts, my legs feel rejuvenated, and even my uncle, who has been paralyzed for years, has risen from his bed. Have we truly succeeded in this challenge? Indeed, we have done it. Su Xiao has achieved this. We of Long Country no longer have to endure the effects of the 6th strange tale. To those who had ever humiliated Long Country, can you see this? Long Country has risen. From this moment forth, Su Xiao shall be my idol. I shall bear him many offspring. But first, those who wish to bear children, step aside. Su Xiao is our hero. Come, Let us welcome our hero. Upon successfully overcoming the challenge in the world of strange tales, the chosen individuals are permitted to return to the real world, albeit within a 3-day time limit. Once this period elapses, the survivors from the previous challenge must participate in the next challenge, a cycle that continues until the chosen individuals meet their demise. In the United States, silence enveloped the high-level meeting room. After a brief pause, one official glared at the live broadcast of John, his anger igniting. Can someone explain why John was not the first to emerge? How could Su Xiao of Long Country steal our thunder? What will other nations think of us? Can our authority still command respect? John has done his best, someone muttered. Best? What does that even mean? I demand results. Do you understand? We might still have a chance. Perhaps John will emerge shortly. But what does it matter? We are already behind Long Country. Other nations will surely rally around Long Country. This is not the outcome we desire. In the meeting room of East Island, the high-ranking officials were in a frenzy. Damn it, doesn't John have the ability to communicate from a distance? Why isn't he using it? Why didn't he give a hint to Nichuan's steel plate during the decision to kill the cat? Is he trying to burn bridges? That fool John has allowed the 5-time losing Long Country a chance to breathe. Long Country's Su Xiao, both the United States and East Island, shall perish. As the citizens of Long Country celebrated in unison, within the realm of strange tales, a woman appeared in the chambers of other chosen ones. In the case of Pasha from Iron Country, having followed the directives of U.S. High Command to kill the cat, he too witnessed the emergence of a woman from the cat's body, following Su Xiao's success. The woman spoke to Pasha with words identical to those she had addressed to Su Xiao. After her soliloquy, she vanished, and Pasha was declared to have completed the challenge. However, he received only a 1-star rating, thus earning no rewards from the realm of strange tales. Once Su Xiao and Pasha were teleported out of this bizarre world, only 4 individuals remained: John, Arthur, Ivanov, and Nichikawa Steelplate. Before them stood the same woman, albeit with an unsettling appearance, exuding an eerie aura. In John's case, after a brief exchange of glances, he found himself gripped firmly by her hands around his throat. Panic-stricken, he gazed at the strange woman and stammered, "I followed your instructions and killed the cat. There was nothing amiss with your note." "Why?" His words were abruptly interrupted by the woman, who smiled with a sinister charm. "Regrettably, although you made the right choice, you exceeded the time limit." "It's impossible." "I certainly did not exceed the time." John gasped, struggling to look at the clock on the wall. The woman, however, replied nonchalantly, "If you do not trust time, why glance at it? Do you not feel that last night was longer than any other? I understand now. Time has resumed its normal pace. That was a misleading rule. No, I refuse to accept this." John screamed in pure desperation, originally intending to use his talent to survive until the 7th day, but now he saw that opportunity slipping away. Of course, John would never learn that 5 days was the correct duration for completion. With a decisive grip, the woman's hand silenced John's live stream forever. Meanwhile, Arthur, Ivanov, and Nichikawa Steelplate looked on in horror at the woman before them. They could hardly believe that she had emerged from the cat's body. Just a moment before her appearance, they had noticed nothing unusual about the cat. Yet, as they came to comprehend the implications of Rule 11, it became clear they would never escape alive. For this night, the woman would annihilate all remaining chosen ones. As Arthur, Ivanov, and Nichikawa Steelplate fell one after another, an announcement echoed across the globe. John from America, Arthur from the Football Nation, Ivanov from the Bear Nation, and Nichikawa Steelplate from the Eastern Isles have been eerily consumed. The world of strange tales is about to descend, countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the announcement concluded, despite their unwillingness to accept the outcome, the leaders from America, the Football Nation, the Bear Nation, and the Eastern Isles felt powerless. Yet, even with the knowledge that the rules of strange tales were about to unfold, they remained unfazed. Their respective chosen ones had all survived to the final day, and having witnessed Su Xiao's successful completion, they believed that even with the rules of strange tales in play, obtaining the Mother S note would pose no difficulty. However, just as these nations prepared confidently to embrace the Mother S note, the Eastern Isles were the first to panic. Damn it, the descending rule of strange tales. It's not the Mother S note. As countries around the globe revel in the baptism of enigmatic tales, the Dragon Nation and its steadfast ally, the Iron Brother, stand apart. At this moment, the leadership of the Iron Brother is in a state of ecstatic frenzy. Fortuitously, they made the right choice alongside the Dragon Nation at a critical juncture. Otherwise, they too would have found it challenging to escape the clutches of these mysterious narratives. Having successfully evaded calamity, the Iron Brother's leadership has sent a video announcement declaring that they will soon pay a personal visit to the Dragon Nation. Amid the eager anticipation of the populace of the Dragon Nation, Su Xiao has finally been transported back to the realm of reality. Upon his return, Su Xiao's life underwent a complete transformation, as he was bestowed with the highest honors befitting a hero. The government not only awarded him a substantial monetary prize, but also provided him with luxurious vehicles and a grand villa. Moreover, the most confidential and cutting-edge information regarding the latest enigmatic tales was promptly delivered into his hands. It can be said that Su Xiao has now become the most revered idol in the hearts of all citizens of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 18. The New Scenario. The train to distant lands after relishing 3 days of an extraordinary life in the real world. Su Xiao bid farewell to the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom and embarked once more on a journey to confront the enigmatic challenges of the supernatural realm. Just as he had upon his initial arrival in this uncanny world, Su Xiao opened his eyes in the frigid confines of a train carriage. At the very moment his gaze met the surroundings, a voice resonated within the carriage. The countries randomly selected for this challenge are the Dragon Kingdom, the Empire of the Setting Sun, the Kingdom of Paris, the Bear Nation, the Football Nation, the Kimchi Nation, the Eastern Isles, and the Iron Brotherhood. The supernatural world for this challenge is the train to distant lands. Selected participants. The train's final destination is the Blood Tomb Cemetery. You are required to assume the role of a train attendant. Before taking on the role of attendant, please ensure you don your uniform appropriately. Remember your carriage number, and meticulously review the attendant's code of conduct. Your duty is to ensure that your carriage successfully reaches its destination. Reminder, the estimated time for the train to arrive at its final stop is 3 days. As the announcement concluded, Su Xiao adeptly surveyed his surroundings, quickly memorizing the carriage number, 06. Having committed the number to memory, he noticed a box situated at the connection point of the carriage. Upon opening it, he successfully retrieved the attendant's uniform and the code of conduct. Swiftly donning the uniform, Su Xiao began to peruse the attendant's code. Attendant's code of conduct. The train may host an array of peculiar passengers, yet regardless of their nature, providing exemplary service is your obligation. Rule 1. In the face of a passenger's provocations, you must choose to endure. Rule 2. Should a passenger engage in unsanitary behavior within the carriage, such as defecating or smoking, please disregard it entirely. Rule 3. It is common for items to be lost within the carriage. If a passenger requests assistance in locating a lost item, you may decline. However, if a child is lost, you are obligated to assist. Rule 4. Do not intervene when unruly children run about the carriage. After all, they are merely children. Rule 5. Food will be provided within the carriage, but do not accept any food from the carriage connection point. Rule 6. Occasionally, attendants from other carriages may visit. If they offer you a treat, graciously accept. Rule 7. Each carriage is attended by only one attendant, and no food will be sold within the carriage. Rule 8. Attendants must not leave their assigned carriage, and all lights must be extinguished by 8 o'clock in the evening. Rule 9. The code of conduct must never be revealed to passengers. If inadvertently seen by a passenger, you must eliminate them immediately. Rule 10. After midnight, regardless of any noise emanating from the carriage, please do not respond. Upon thoroughly reviewing the entire code of conduct, Su Xiao discovered that the last page had been torn out. It was evident that the code consisted of more than the 10 rules presented. The missing final page was likely concealed within the carriage, and with no passengers present at the moment, he could attempt to locate it. Su Xiao began his search for the final page of the attendance code. At this moment, outside the live broadcast, the citizens of Longwood were engrossed in discussions about the newly unveiled world of strange tales. A brand new instance, brothers, come and take a look. Su Xiao has embarked on a new exploration. Dog emoji, I'll grab a spot at the front. Wait, is that on a train? How did Su Xiao become a conductor? Brother, you must have missed the live stream. This is a new instance, and its difficulty appears far more daunting than Mama's notes. Regardless of the challenge, I have faith that Su Xiao will rise to the occasion. Dear brother, might you consider employing a more reliable input method? It's quite easy to misinterpret your words, you know? Why is there not a single passenger on the train? Perhaps they haven't boarded yet. Goodness, brothers. I just tuned into the live stream from Donghua, and their chosen one looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Their expressions were absolutely hilarious. Of course, even if the rules of Strange Tales descend, the new instance will randomly select participants from their country. If their chosen one is once again engulfed by the bizarre, they will experience double the joy. Double the joy, just the thought sends a thrill down my spine. In the world of Strange Tales, while Su Xiao sought the final page of the conductor's manual, the other selected individuals were fervently searching as well. However, despite scouring the entire carriage, Su Xiao could not locate the so-called last page. Could it be that the final page of the manual was not even in the carriage? Although he failed to find the remaining portion of the manual, Su Xiao seized the opportunity to thoroughly inspect the carriage. The sixth carriage was completely sealed at both ends, with a pleasant sleeping environment, furnished with comfortable soft berths. At the connection point of the front carriage lay a dining car, with the restroom adjacent to it, and Su Xiao's own sleeping berth situated at the rear connection point. Frustrated by the lack of progress in locating the manual, Su Xiao resigned himself to the comfort of his bunk. It was surprisingly soft, and looking out the window revealed a beautiful day, entirely at odds with the strangeness of the world he was in. After admiring the scenery for a while, Su Xiao took out a doll he had received as a reward for completing Mama's notes, which, according to the rules, could be brought into the next realm of Strange Tales. He placed the doll on the bed, but suddenly remembered that he had yet to check his sleeping berth. As he prepared to look beneath the bed, he noticed that the doll's eyes were fixed intently on the white pillow. Why was the doll so fixated on this pillow? Was there something hidden within? Curious, Su Xiao lifted the pillow and squeezed it, feeling a texture reminiscent of paper. Could it be? There truly was something? Astonished, he glanced at the doll before swiftly tearing open the pillow. As he did so, a piece of paper, identical to that of the conductor's manual, slipped onto the floor. This was the final page of the manual. With a face filled with delight, Su Xiao picked up the paper from the ground. Goodness. It truly is the last page. Before me lay a sheet of paper, clearly documenting the previously unexamined regulations. Rule 11. Honoring the elderly and cherishing the young is a cherished virtue. If a passenger requests to exchange pillows with you, kindly offer them your more comfortable one. Rule 12. Regardless of the circumstances, the windows within the carriage must never be opened. Rule 13. The presence of pets within the carriage is strictly prohibited. Should you encounter one, swiftly remove yourself from its line of sight. Rule 14. In the event that a passenger suffers an injury or experiences a recurrence of illness, seek to provide assistance. Rule 15. The connecting doors of the carriage will open during meal service. Be vigilant as other passengers may attempt to slip through. If you identify anyone who does not belong to this carriage, ensure they are escorted out. Rule 16. Outside of meal times, there may be occasional sales of beer, seeds, and beverages within the carriage. Should someone attempt to recommend these to you, kindly decline. Rule 17. The hours between midnight and 6 in the morning are perilous. If approached during this time frame, it is advisable to ignore the individual. Chapter 19. Discipline in the face of disorder. After perusing the remaining 7 rules, Su Xiao carefully tucked them within the train's operational guidelines. Just as she completed this task, a cacophony of footsteps and conversations suddenly erupted in the previously empty carriage. Frowning slightly, Su Xiao realized that passengers had boarded this compartment. She concealed her doll within her clothing and, adjusting her attire, stepped outside. As she traversed the corridor, Su Xiao observed that every bunk was occupied, with shouts, raucous chatter, and the wailing of children creating a chaotic symphony. Amidst the turmoil, the train began to move, and at the junction of the carriages, Su Xiao spotted several men gathered, preparing to light cigarettes. Without hesitation, she approached them, extinguishing their cigarettes with a decisive flick. The men, taken aback and brimming with indignation, were about to voice their grievances when Su Xiao pointedly tapped on the no smoking sign nearby. The sight of the sign instantly quelled their anger. Although they continued to grumble under their breath about the inconveniences of the journey, lamenting the restrictions imposed upon them. Listening to their unabashed complaints, Su Xiao abruptly turned, seizing one man's collar and pinning him against the wall. Her voice a low growl. "I advise you not to create trouble for yourselves." She understood that these so-called passengers were no longer fully human. They had been consumed by the bazaar and had become part of it. Thus, she felt no obligation to treat them with courtesy. The threat in her words incited their anger, prompting them to consider confrontation. However, the moment Su Xiao revealed the doll hidden beneath her clothing, their bravado evaporated. Indeed, they recoiled in instinctual fear, akin to mice encountering a cat. The doll was an integral part of the eerie world of strange tales, while these passengers had been reduced to mere substitutes of the bazaar after their consumption. Noticing their cowardice, Su Xiao chose to disregard them, and instead called out to a nearby woman, "Madam, should your child defile the train's aisle, I shall ensure that your child's behind is spanked into 8 pieces." The woman, who had been preparing to tend to her ailing child, froze momentarily, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. After a brief pause, she reluctantly took her child to the restroom. Before entering, she could not help but mutter a complaint towards Su Xiao. "What kind of person are you? Just because you're a stewardess, do you think you can act so arrogantly, with such a foul temper?" Through her encounters with the men and the woman, Su Xiao effectively conveyed to all passengers in the carriage that she was not to be trifled with. In an instant, the previously lively atmosphere fell into a profound silence, the tension plummeting to an icy chill. Yet this was precisely the outcome Su Xiao had desired. This technique is known as striking first. Taking the initiative is certainly preferable to waiting for passengers to seize control. While Su Xiao has successfully gained the upper hand over the passengers, the other selected individuals find themselves subservient to the whims of the passengers. In the Eastern Isles, the selected individual Inoue Aikuru is patiently advising passengers against smoking, only to be met with brutal retaliation. Several male passengers forcefully pin him to the ground, mocking him as they do so. "Damn it, this pathetic attendant dares to meddle in our affairs. Have you never experienced the harshness of society? Today, you will learn its cruelty." After beating Inoue Aikuru, they even spit on his face. Cowering in a corner of the carriage, Inoue Aikuru weeps in humiliation, wondering how such degrading treatment could be more painful than being mysteriously devoured. As Inoue Aikuru begins to question his existence, the other selected individuals from various nations are also met with disdain from the passengers. However, Nikolai from the Bear Nation showcases his S-rank talent right from the outset. His ability, aptly named Leader, endows his words with undeniable authority, compelling the passengers to exhibit a certain level of obedience. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, Su Xiao remains true to his unconventional style, making a striking entrance by warning the passengers in a manner that is nothing short of magnificent. "Truly, he is my idol," effortlessly commanding the passengers' compliance with just a few words. What on earth are those selected individuals from the Eastern Isles doing? Inoue Aikuru is being humiliated right from the start. Is he merely a placeholder like Nichuan steel plate? Not long ago, the Eastern Isles were barking at us, completely unprepared for a reversal of fortunes. They dared to mock our Dragon Country, thinking that a mere speck on the map could compete with us. The Eastern Isles, much like the Pickled Cabbage Nation, possess no real ability, yet excel in repulsiveness. Look, Nikolai from the Bear Nation seems to have revealed his talent. What is this extraordinary ability that compels passengers to obey? It's truly remarkable. It appears to be the S-rank talent leader. My goodness, the Bear Nation has drawn a winning hand. It remains to be seen if he can seize this opportunity. Speaking of talents, do you know what Su Xiao's talent is? No idea. It seems that only a few high-ranking officials from our Dragon Country are privy to that information. It seems unreasonable. Typically, the talents of selected individuals are disclosed. Why has the nation not revealed it yet? Surely, Su Xiao's talent must be a closely guarded secret. Let us stop speculating. The nation has its reasons for this approach, and our duty is to trust in our country and in Su Xiao. Indeed, well said, I commend you for that. In the world of strange tales, Su Xiao surveys the carriage, finding nothing particularly out of the ordinary. The passengers seem rather docile, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. He glances at the timer in the carriage, noting that it is precisely 7 o'clock in the morning. Ding! At precisely 7 o'clock, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the train. Before me, the massive door at the junction of the front carriages swung open, revealing an ominous, jet-black hand extending from the other side. This eerie hand placed a boxed meal upon the dining cart and, with an air of indifference, declared, "Attention, attendant of carriage 6. Your breakfast has arrived." Chapter 20. The Vanishing Instant Noodles Breakfast? As that eerie hand placed down the meal, it swiftly retreated, and the door closed immediately thereafter. Yet, Su Xiao remained frozen in place. In that fleeting moment when the door opened, his gaze was fixated on the space behind the hand. Su Xiao had assumed that the compartment he was connected to must lead to another compartment. However, he was utterly bewildered by what he beheld. Behind that hand was not another carriage, but an endless expanse of fog, a shroud obscuring all that lay beyond. This revelation prompted Su Xiao to question whether the junction between the two compartments truly connected to another carriage. Could it be, as Rule 8 had stated, that the attendants were indeed unable to leave their designated compartments? With a slight furrow in his brow, Su Xiao soon relaxed his features. Never mind, it was best to eat first. One needed sustenance to muster the energy for such contemplations. Although Rule 5 explicitly forbade consuming food at the junction, Su Xiao discerned that this, much like Rule 2, was a fallacy. Additionally, he had already resolved to rebel against the rules. Hence, the food at the junction was not only to be consumed, but deemed essential. After receiving the boxed meal from the junction, Su Xiao returned to his sleeping quarters to indulge. The attendant's breakfast was rather modest, consisting of merely 2 steamed buns and a small packet of pickled vegetables. Nevertheless, Su Xiao was not one to complain. After all, this was the realm of bizarre tales. What more could one desire? As Su Xiao savored his breakfast, an aged figure suddenly materialized before him. Looking up, he recognized an elderly gentleman. The old man held a pillow in his hands and tentatively spoke, "Hello, young attendant. This pillow is far too firm for my old bones. I am unable to adjust to it. Might we exchange it for yours?" Listening to the elderly man's words, Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. As anticipated, the moment had arrived, and rather swiftly at that. He recalled a particular line from the attendance code. Rule 11. Respect for the elderly and the young is a cherished virtue. If a passenger wishes to exchange pillows with you, please offer them your comfortable one. At first glance, this rule appeared unremarkable. However, the significance lay in the fact that it was inscribed on the final page of the attendance code. Su Xiao pondered the meaning of this exchange, for he already comprehended the rule, yet could not fathom its deeper implications. Had he not been aware that the last page of the attendance code was concealed within the pillow, he might have willingly acquiesced to the exchange. But now, suddenly, a smile broke across Su Xiao's face as he raised an eyebrow. "Do you truly wish to exchange with me?" "Indeed," the old man replied earnestly. Su Xiao's expression shifted abruptly. "But I shall not exchange," the old man, taken aback, replied. The elderly gentleman, bewildered, retorted, "If you do not wish to exchange, then simply say so. Is it amusing to toy with an old man? The younger generation truly lacks virtue." With a huff, the old man departed. However, he had not ventured far before his demeanor transformed entirely. The pillow he cradled began to emanate wisps of dark mist. Following Su Xiao's encounter with the pillow exchange, other chosen ones faced similar predicaments. As of now, only Su Xiao has discovered the final page of the passenger guidelines, while the other chosen ones remain oblivious to its concealment within a pillow. Should they exchange their pillows, it is highly likely that they will never unveil the secret hidden within. In response to requests for pillow exchanges, the majority of the selected individuals opted for outright refusal. Such matters appear suspicious at first glance, and the moral coercion involved raises a salient question in a realm of eerie tales. Does morality hold more significance than one's very life? Most of the chosen ones exhibit a commendable degree of rationality. Yet, there are always a few who seek to flaunt their traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. and indeed, they fall prey to such moral manipulation. Ultimately, 3 representatives from smaller nations decided to exchange their pillows. Witnessing this scene, the high-ranking officials from these nations, still reeling from the recent ordeal of bizarre tales, were driven to exasperation, some even spitting blood in outrage. The officials from the Kampa nation vociferously cursed, "Fools! Utter fools! With such imbeciles, what worries do we have for the downfall of our nation? I can no longer endure this broken state. I have already applied for a passport from the Dragon Nation. Tomorrow, nay, I shall relocate at once. Leaders, let us converse amicably. The nation cannot do without you at such a time. Get lost. If I do not leave now, I shall inevitably be led to my demise by these blockheads." Ultimately, the leader resolutely departed, leaving a portion of the Kampa officials in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, someone finally stepped forward, sighing, "We must immediately send a message to that fool in the realm of eerie tales, instructing him to retrieve the pillow, no matter the cost." Following the incident of the pillow exchange, some astute individuals among the chosen began to discern the underlying truths. They commenced their investigation into the pillows, ultimately uncovering the final page of the passenger guidelines within. On Su Zhao's end, having just finished breakfast and preparing to rest, he was abruptly drawn outside by the commotion. The source of the clamor was a woman sleeping in bed 2B, who, upon inquiry, revealed that her bowl of aged pickled cabbage and beef noodles had mysteriously vanished while she stepped away to the restroom. The individuals in beds 2A, 2C, and 2D claimed they had not touched her noodles. Naturally, the woman was skeptical of their assertions, leading to a heated argument. In such moments, the advantages of Su Zhao's role as a crew member became evident. Fortunately, he was playing the part of a crew member rather than a passenger. Otherwise, being at the mercy of the crew would have been truly terrifying. The passenger guidelines state, Rule 3, it is common for items to be misplaced within the carriage. If a passenger requests your assistance in locating a lost item, you may refuse. However, if a child is lost, you are obliged to assist them. Adhering to the principles of his innate rebelliousness, Su Zhao felt compelled to help the woman retrieve her noodles. At the very least, he owed her an explanation. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed her, "Madam, please do not fret. I shall endeavor to locate your noodles, though I cannot guarantee their return." There is no need to trouble yourself, my friend. It's merely a bucket of instant noodles. The old sour pickled vegetables are out of stock, but I can still enjoy other flavors." The elder sister noticed Su Zhao's serious demeanor and suddenly felt reluctant to impose on him. Little did she know that Su Zhao was not genuinely concerned with finding her noodles. He merely sought to defy the rules in order to secure the protection of his talents. With an air of righteous conviction, Su Zhao proclaimed, "Do not worry, dear sister. It is the duty of the attendants to safeguard the property of all passengers, and instant noodles are indeed considered property. Leave this matter to me." His compelling words commanded the respect of the elder sister and the surrounding passengers, who were nearly moved to tears by Su Zhao's earnest and pragmatic spirit. However, just as their eyes began to glisten, a frantic woman rushed over. She grasped Su Zhao's hand, exclaiming, "Attendant, please, my child is missing. Help me find him." The woman's expression was one of deep anxiety, and the nearby passengers turned their gazes to Su Zhao, expecting him to extend his hand of justice without hesitation. To their astonishment, Su Zhao uttered a single word that left them reeling. Without even glancing at the woman, he coldly replied, "Leave." Chapter 21. The mischievous child and the teddy bear in the restroom, listening to the icy words spilling from Su Zhao's fervent lips. All the passengers present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. This was particularly true for the lady who had just been poised to commend Su Zhao for being a good person. She swallowed the praise that had almost escaped her lips and stared vacantly at Su Zhao, hesitantly suggesting, "Attendant, seeking instant noodles is trivial, but a lost child is a grave matter. Perhaps you should first assist in finding the child." Her reasoning resonated with those around, who nodded in agreement. Yet Su Zhao remained unmoved. "I understand your concerns, but there is a sequence to matters. Finding the child is indeed significant, but so too is locating the instant noodles. Let us prioritize the noodles first. Otherwise, they may become unappetizing." Su Xiao's earnest demeanor left the surrounding passengers momentarily stunned. While it could be argued that Su Xiao was in the wrong, there was an undeniable semblance of logic to his words. However, a lingering sense of dissonance hung in the air. The frantic mother, on the verge of despair, could hardly contain her frustration at Su Xiao's refusal to assist. Her teeth clenched in indignation. If you want to help, then so be it. What kind of person are you? With a scornful glare, she stormed off to search for her child. Unperturbed, Su Xiao began his own search for the elusive instant noodles within the carriage. The sixth carriage was neither excessively large nor particularly small, yet locating a solitary cup of noodles proved to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Su Xiao had no genuine intention of finding the noodles. He merely sought to put on a fade, fully aware that the old vinegar pickled cabbage variety had likely long been devoured by others. Feigning a search for the noodles, he scanned the carriage and noted an array of noodle flavors scattered across the passengers' tables. Yet the old vinegar pickled cabbage variety was conspicuously absent. With no other options remaining, he contemplated his final untapped location. But did he truly wish to venture there? The last unsearched area was none other than the restroom. Only someone with a severe lack of common sense would think to search for instant noodles in a restroom. Yet Su Xiao was resolutely unconventional. He refused to believe that the noodles could simply vanish into thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode to the restroom door and pushed it open. As the door swung ajar, the sight within rendered Su Xiao momentarily speechless. There, squatting in the restroom, was a mischievous child, one hand wielding chopsticks and the other clutching a cup of noodles, shockingly devouring noodles while perched atop the toilet. The child's face was smeared with mayonnaise, and upon noticing Su Xiao, he flashed a silly grin and exclaimed, "Uncle, would you like some too?" Not in a million years. Su Xiao suppressed the overwhelming urge to retch. He had initially intended to leave immediately, but then he noticed a fuzzy object beside the child. Could it be a teddy bear? This fluffy entity bore a resemblance to a teddy, yet Su Xiao was certain it was not. As he scrutinized the teddy bear, it too raised its gaze to meet his. In their gaze, Su Xiao noticed that Teddy's eyes shimmered with an unmistakable glimmer of humanity. Locking eyes with it sent a chill down Su Xiao's spine. For reasons unknown, Su Xiao felt that Teddy's stare resembled that of a puppet, revealing a thick and eerie intent to kill. At that moment, a memory of Rule 13 of the train's regulations surfaced in Su Xiao's mind. Rule 13. No pets are permitted in the carriage. If you encounter a pet, promptly remove yourself from its line of sight. It was evident that the pet referenced in the rule was the teddy-like creature before him. Although the rule advised Su Xiao to flee immediately, his rebellious nature forbade such an escape. Faced with the impossibility of retreat, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. Su Xiao fixed his gaze on Teddy, while his hand discreetly retrieved a doll he always carried. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a frantic woman searching for her child burst into the restroom. Upon entering, the woman spotted her mischievous child covered in mayonnaise, and without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon him. "I told you not to run off. In the blink of an eye, you've ended up in the restroom, and I've been searching everywhere for you. Didn't I warn you against eating random things? Now look at you, making a mess. I could just." As she scolded him, her disgust was palpable as she appeared on the verge of retching. However, Su Xiao observed that despite her fierce words, her blows lacked true force, as the child responded with cheeky grins and playful faces. While the woman tirelessly reprimanded her child, Su Xiao realized that the pitch-black Teddy had vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brow, he put away his doll and exited the restroom. The woman's incessant chatter continued behind him, but Su Xiao had little interest in engaging. After washing his hands outside, he approached Bed 2B and recounted the bizarre encounter to the woman who had lost her instant noodles. Of course, Su Xiao only mentioned witnessing the child eating noodles in the restroom. Upon hearing Su Xiao's account, the woman abruptly halted her meal, and after a moment of contemplation, she rushed to the restroom to vomit. Su Xiao found her reaction puzzling, yet as he departed her bunk, he overheard others praising him. One remarked, "That woman had just prepared her noodles and hadn't even taken a bite. How unfortunate." Another chimed in, "I've noticed that the crew in this carriage is rather peculiar. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, laughter erupted. Ha ha! I truly cannot comprehend Su Zhao's antics. That woman was repulsed to the point of vomiting. How absurd. It would not be Su Zhao if it weren't absurd. But my friends, just moments ago, I stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. What revelation? Curious, I discovered that Su Zhao possesses quite the talent for delivering serious nonsense. Indeed, I just managed to astonish the elder sister and her companions, particularly during the part about searching for instant noodles versus looking for children. It was truly a bold maneuver. As for that mischievous child, I was utterly exasperated. His mouth full of nonsense, nearly making me retch. Such unruly children should not be indulged. It is evident that they have been spoiled by adults. I implore you to cease discussing the troublesome child. It is exceedingly distasteful. By the way, what was the situation with that teddy bear in the restroom? Who knows? Perhaps it was a pet dog brought along by a passenger. A pet dog? Yet the regulations clearly state that pets should not be present in the carriage. Chapter 22. Lessons for bear parents and bear children at this moment. Other chosen ones gradually encounter the misfortune of lost instant noodles and misplaced children. Almost all of the selected individuals unanimously opted to search for the children first. Naturally, the unforgettable scene of the mischievous child rummaging through filth in the restroom left a profound impression on them. Inside the lavatory, upon witnessing the child with a mouthful of mayonnaise, several chosen ones immediately succumbed to nausea. However, as these individuals covered their mouths, preparing to exit the restroom, a familiar scene unfolded. Everyone discovered Teddy, hidden within the confines of the toilet. In an instant, most of the chosen ones were struck with horror, and without a moment's hesitation, they decisively chose to flee. Yet, among them was a small fraction of selected individuals who had failed to locate the final page of the instructions. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the fact that the Teddy before them was a profoundly dangerous entity. By the time they realized Teddy's perilous nature, it had already opened its cavernous maw, extending several tentacle-like appendages that ensnared them, swallowing them whole. Their live broadcast was abruptly cut off, plunging into darkness forever. In the absurd nation, Kampa and Myanmar, the chosen ones from these 5 countries were bizarrely consumed. The world of strange tales was about to descend. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the chosen ones from the 5 small nations were inexplicably devoured, the leaders of these nations collapsed in despair. These small nations were among the first to be eliminated according to their mother's notes. In other words, they had only just freed themselves from the torment of their mother's directives, and after only a few days of respite, the rules of strange tales were set to descend once more. This consecutive onslaught was far beyond what these diminutive nations could endure. If another calamity were to arise, it might well lead to their utter annihilation. Quick, let us negotiate with the Dragon Nation. We, the absurd nation, are willing to export 5 million tons of grain in exchange for their latest developed chips. With the impending arrival of the rules of strange tales, the absurd nation took the initiative to set an example. Soon, the other 4 small nations followed suit, expressing similar sentiments. These nations had previously relied on the United States for support, always bowing to its dictates. However, with the Dragon Nation's strength quietly overshadowing that of the United States, they, being like reeds swaying in the wind, no longer hesitated to sever ties with the U.S. In this critical moment, preserving their own nations was evidently the most prudent choice. As the absurd nation and the other 4 countries sought assistance from the Dragon Nation, the upper echelon of the Dragon Nation could hardly contain their laughter in the conference room. Ha ha! These small nations, who once relied on the United States to suppress us, now come seeking our aid knowing the U.S. is unreliable. Their audacity is as thick as a city wall. However, we in the Dragon Nation have indeed suffered some vitality loss after 5 consecutive encounters with the rules of strange tales, and the scarcity of food is a pressing concern for our citizens. Let us respond to these small nations. We will engage in the trade of grain for chips, but our chips will only be delivered a week from now. These small nations, accustomed to their brazen arrogance, shall learn through this incident that our Dragon Nation is not easily trifled with. To those who are wholeheartedly sincere towards us, we shall remember them for a lifetime. Yet to those who wield weapons against us, they too will remain etched in our memories forever. In this peculiar world, precisely at noon, the grand door at the passageway opened as scheduled, revealing lunch for Su Xiao on the other side. Once again, during the brief moment the door was ajar, Su Xiao fixated on the obscured realm beyond, only to be met with an impenetrable fog, as if the other end of the carriage were a mere illusion. After collecting his boxed meal, Su Xiao returned to his berth, setting down the small table to commence his meal. The attendant's lunch was quite satisfactory, featuring braised chicken with fried prawns, alongside tomato beef brisket and clear stewed lamb chops. Upon finishing his meal, the atmosphere in carriage number 6 gradually descended into quietude, as passengers prepared for their afternoon rest. Placing his doll upon the table, Su Xiao intended to recline and enjoy a brief nap. However, just as he settled down and was about to close his eyes, the raucous cries of mischievous children erupted within the carriage. The noise only grew louder, with the adults showing no inclination to intervene. Disturbed by the ruckus, Su Xiao sat up, frustration evident, and declared, "Those insufferable brats. If the adults won't take charge, then I shall." With doll in hand, he ventured out towards the source of the commotion. Initially, he aimed merely to admonish the children lightly, yet the accompanying aunt swiftly escalated the situation. Hands on her hips and utterly unreasonable, she exclaimed as a crew member, "How can you stoop to the level of child? He.S. just a kid. What does he know? What harm is there in a child playing? It's none of your concern." After chastising Su Xiao, the aunt turned to the child with a smile, saying, "Good boy, play as you wish with me around. No one dares to lay a finger on you. Is that so?" Su Xiao grinned widely at her words. No wonder there are so many unruly children nowadays. It appears there are indulgent parents to blame. Since gentle persuasion falls on deaf ears, I cannot be held accountable for what follows. Intending to intimidate, the aunt prepared to confront Su Xiao, but before she could finish her retort, 2 resounding slaps met her cheeks. Stunned, she clutched her face in disbelief, her anger boiling over. "You dare to strike me. And what of it? I might even want to kick you," he retorted. "You are precisely the type of uncouth individual who deserves it." I will not let this go." The aunt charged at him, ready to retaliate. But Su Xiao swiftly knocked her to the ground with a well-placed kick. Though the rules advised against engaging with unruly children, sometimes a lesson must be imparted. If one refrains from teaching, others will inevitably do so. Of course, the ultimate aim is not merely to discipline the children, but to ensure the unruly parents receive their due lesson as well. In this moment, Su Xiao resolved to address both the misbehaving child and the indulgent parent simultaneously. After reprimanding the bear-like parent, Su Xiao gradually approached the bear-like child, who was grinning broadly, while the child trembled in fear. Just as Su Xiao was about to take action against the misbehaving child, the lady who had been knocked to the ground suddenly stood up in a peculiar manner. Her complexion turned pallid, and the skin on her face began to crack, with blood gushing forth from the fissures, instantly transforming her visage into a deep crimson hue. The sight was utterly terrifying, reminiscent of a ghost from a horror film. However, rather than being frightened, Su Xiao's lips curled into a smirk. "Is this an eerie power? My apologies, but I possess that as well." Without further ado, Su Xiao retrieved a doll. A lesson would suffice. There was no need to use lethal force. He cautioned the doll, then tossed it into the air. In mid-flight, the doll's eyes flickered, and its mouth suddenly curled into a sinister arc, akin to a devil's smile quietly unfurling. Chapter 23. The ant with the cart at this moment outside the live broadcast. A wave of confusion swept through the audience. What on earth was happening? Why had the screen of the esteemed Su Xiao gone dark again? It was peculiar how every time a mysterious event occurred, the signal would be severed. Such enigmatic methods would not easily allow us a glimpse, which is precisely why our understanding of the uncanny remains so limited. Alas, when will humanity fully decipher these mysteries? Perhaps by that time, the bizarre tales of rules will cease to emerge. Given the current capabilities of Longhua, it is arduous to ascertain the origins of these anomalies. However, if Su Xiao can persevere, I believe he will provide formidable clues for Longhua. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Ikejima Ikaru from Donghua, the audience was left dumbfounded by his incomprehensible maneuvers. Wasn't he supposed to be confronting those unruly children? Yet, he found himself outmatched by them instead. This performance was utterly disheartening. How could he not manage a mere child, let alone their parents? Su Xiao faced off against the parent, and this fellow ended up kneeling before them. Are you a flight attendant, bowing to a passenger? Where is your dignity? Perhaps kneeling is a common practice in Donghua. They seem to have relinquished all sense of pride, as long as they managed to survive. Indeed, Donghua was still grappling with the invasion of the rule-bound tales, likely too preoccupied to concern themselves with Ikejima Ikaru's antics. How pitiful, how lamentable, how tragic. Brothers, cease the incessant spamming. Su Xiao's live stream has resumed. Just as the citizens of Longhua were critiquing Ikejima Ikaru, the screen of Su Xiao flickered back to life. At this juncture, the battle between the doll and the ant had concluded. The outcome was predictable. The ant was left battered and bruised, and this was under Su Xiao's instruction to the doll to show restraint. The ant's arrogance had been thoroughly quelled, while the unruly child, now pale with fear, cowered in a corner of the bed. The child's face was etched with dread towards Su Xiao, fully aware that his protector was no longer present. I have dealt with your unruly parent. Now it is your turn. Come here swiftly. Su Xiao beckoned to the trembling child. The child, terrified, burst into tears. Big brother, I want to be naughty anymore. His sobs were heart-wrenching, filled with genuine remorse. Seeing the child's sincere contrition, Su Xiao chose not to press further. But before departing, he gifted him 2 large bags. Having resolved the matter with the child, Su Xiao returned to his own bunk to rest. Meanwhile, the passengers in the carriage engaged in fervent discussions about Su Xiao's recent actions. The child learned a lesson, but did he really need to receive those 2 bags? Do you understand the psychological impact on a child receiving such gifts? It would be quite the revelation for any parent. The attendant is not to be trifled with. It would be wise for us to refrain from smoking for the next few days, as provoking him could lead to unfavorable consequences. At this moment, the passengers in carriage 06 began to harbor a certain trepidation towards Su Xiao. Even those who initially contemplated troubling him reined in their mischievous intentions. It must be said that Su Xiao's strategy of intimidation was rather effective. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xiao's dinner was once again sumptuous, consisting of a serving of French pasta accompanied by a fruit salad. While he savored his meal, a strange yet familiar voice resonated through the carriage. Come, come. Fold your legs. We have beer, sunflower seeds, peanuts, instant noodles, and mineral water for sale. The familiar cries grew closer, and just as Su Xiao prepared to investigate, a small cart brimming with snacks and beverages halted right before him. The matron, donned in an apron, tilted her head to glance at Su Xiao and whispered with a chuckle, "Hey there, young attendant, would you like some snacks? Internal staff don't need to pay. Free? Such a delightful offer." Su Xiao replied casually. Seeing his lack of hesitation, the matron promptly handed him 2 bottles of beverages and 2 bags of sunflower seeds. After delivering her goods, she pushed her cart away, but Su Xiao observed that she exited through the connecting passage to the rear carriage. Gazing at the snacks and drinks in his hands, Su Xiao had no intention of consuming them. Instead, he casually tossed them aside. In this carriage, apart from the daily provisions supplied to the dining car, he would indulge in nothing else. The sole reason he accepted the matron's kindness was to defy the rules. Rule 16. Aside from meal times, snacks and beverages may occasionally be sold in the carriage. Should someone offer you such items, please decline. Had it not been for Rule 16, Su Xiao would have certainly ignored the matron with the cart. However, his innate talent necessitated rebellion. Thus he felt compelled to accept. Yet, acceptance did not imply consumption. Accepting and eating are 2 distinct matters. Meanwhile, other chosen ones encountered the matron with the cart as well. Upon learning that snacks and drinks were complimentary, several of them opted to accept immediately. However, these selected individuals were not foolish. They recognized that they were in a world of strange tales. Although the food appeared harmless, they were not naive enough to consume it right away. Similar to Su Xiao, some chose to accept the food but had no intention of eating it, instead planning to save it for later, in case they faced a shortage. The first day passed swiftly. By nightfall, all the chosen ones began to organize the information they had gathered throughout the day. Rule 1. In the face of passengers' provocations, you must choose to endure in silence. Rule 2. If passengers engage in inappropriate behaviors such as defecating or smoking in the carriage, please ignore them entirely. Rule 3. Losing items in the carriage is commonplace. If a passenger requests your assistance in locating a lost item, you may refuse, but if a child is lost, you are obliged to help them. Regulation 4. Do not reprimand the child running about the carriage. After all, he is merely a child. Regulation 5. Food will be provided within the carriage, but do not accept food from the junction between carriages. Regulation 6. Occasionally, attendants from other carriages may visit. If they offer you delicacies, graciously accept. Regulation 7. Each carriage is attended by a single attendant, and no delicacies will be sold within the carriage. Regulation 8. Attendants are prohibited from leaving their designated carriage, and all lights must be extinguished by 8 o'clock in the evening. Regulation 9. The rules governing the attendants must never be disclosed to passengers. If a passenger inadvertently sees them, they must be silenced immediately. Regulation 10. After midnight, regardless of any noises emanating from the carriage, do not acknowledge them. Regulation 11. Upholding respect for the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue. If a passenger wishes to exchange pillows, kindly offer them your most comfortable one. Regulation 12. Under no circumstances should the windows of the carriage be opened. Regulation 13. Pets are not permitted in the carriage. If one is spotted, swiftly remove yourself from its line of sight. Regulation 14. Should there be an injury or a recurrence of illness within the carriage, find a way to provide assistance. Regulation 15. The junction will open during meal service, at which time other passengers may attempt to slip through. If any passengers not belonging to your carriage are discovered, ensure they are escorted out. Regulation 16. Outside of meal times, beer, seeds, and beverages may occasionally be offered for sale. If approached with recommendations, politely decline. Regulation 17. The hours between midnight and 6 in the morning are perilous. Should anyone seek your attention during this time, do not engage. Currently, it is established that regulations 1, 3, 13, and 16 are deemed correct, while regulations 2, 4, 5, and 11 are generally considered erroneous. The correctness of regulations 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and 17 remains uncertain. At 8 o'clock in the evening, while the other selected participants adhere to Regulation 8 and begin extinguishing the lights within their carriages, the illumination in Carriage 6 remains as bright as day. Clearly, Su Xiao has no intention of dimming the lights. Indeed, he feels no sense of impropriety. After all, at this early hour, the passengers are still thoroughly engaged in their revelries. In contrast, the other participants have already retired by 8 o'clock, while the atmosphere in Su Xiao's carriage is still vibrant and lively. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights within the carriage automatically shut off, and the passengers begin to settle down for rest. Su Xiao lies in bed, not succumbing to slumber just yet. Instead, he reflects on the pitch-black teddy bear encountered in the restroom earlier that day. What exactly was that creature? Why did it evoke a sensation reminiscent of a doll? Could it, too, be a bizarre element of the strange tales woven into this world? Does its appearance follow any discernible pattern, or is it purely random? Chapter 24. The eerie incident at midnight. At the stroke of midnight, the moon hung high outside the train window, casting an otherworldly glow tinged with a hint of crimson. At this moment, Su Xiao had succumbed to slumber, while the doll vigilantly stood watch at his bedside. Despite the protection bestowed upon him by his innate abilities, Su Xiao had never dared to sleep too soundly. With the doll guarding him, he could at least manage a somewhat restful sleep. In the pitch-black train carriage, Su Xiao was roused from his dreams by an unsettling sound of gnawing. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the doll standing resolutely at the foot of his bed, its gaze fixed upon a dark corner shrouded in shadows. The absence of light rendered it impossible for Su Xiao to discern what lay within that abyss. He could only hear the faint yet spine-chilling crunching. What on earth is that? Irritated by the unwelcome interruption to his slumber, Su Xiao felt a surge of annoyance. But it appeared that the entity in the darkness was equally displeased at being disturbed. Thus, aided by the dim moonlight, Su Xiao glimpsed a swift shadow darting directly towards him. Fortunately, just before it reached him, the vigilant doll struck the shadow with a forceful blow, sending it flying away. In the darkness, Su Xiao could not witness the confrontation between the doll and the entity, but the sounds of their clash reverberated in his ears. From the intensity of the battle, it seemed that the doll and the shadowy being were evenly matched. The struggle persisted for nearly 10 minutes, ultimately concluding with the retreat of the enigmatic entity. Though it had departed, Su Xiao was left somewhat disheartened. All he desired was a peaceful night's sleep. Had he truly provoked any malevolence? While this bizarre occurrence unfolded for Su Xiao, several chosen ones who had collected snacks from the elderly vendor during the day also encountered a similarly uncanny incident. However, unlike Su Xiao, they were not so fortunate. Due to his innate talent, Su Xiao was largely unafraid of the supernatural, bolstered further by the doll's protection, allowing him to traverse the realm of ghostly tales with relative ease. In stark contrast, the other selected individuals faced imminent peril, should they encounter true aberrations. Their demise was all but certain. Regrettably, the entity lurking in the darkness was indeed a genuine anomaly. With a series of anguished cries echoing, their live broadcast came to an abrupt halt, while an announcement resonated across the globe. Chosen ones from the Sunless Kingdom, the Kingdom of Vietnam, and the Kingdom of Laos have been consumed by the supernatural. The world of ghostly tales is about to descend. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the announcement reverberated through the air, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were left in disbelief. What on earth was happening? How could the chosen ones from the Sunless Kingdom be eliminated so swiftly? What precisely was that entity lurking in the shadows? Surely, it must have been an aberration. Otherwise, they could not have been ousted from the competition. The higher-ups in the Sunless Kingdom were likely weeping in despair, for their previous ordeal with a supernatural incursion had yet to conclude, and now they faced the resurgence of rules governing ghostly tales, an unmitigated catastrophe. It seems I have come to understand why they were assailed by the supernatural. But why? Curious faces, I wonder if you have noticed a particular detail. The majority of the chosen ones were not attacked, while those who were attacked had accepted the kind offerings of the cart lady. Are you suggesting that the cart lady is peculiar? Not at all. In my estimation, the items in their hands are the key to their demise. Perhaps the peculiar entity was lured by the snacks they held. The sounds of chewing in the darkness serve as a testament to this. Upon hearing this rational analysis, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Goodness, how insightful. The analysis is indeed spot on and utterly realistic. It seems the truth is indisputable. My friend, you are like a living detective. Thus, it appears these chosen ones were victims of their own cleverness. They believed that merely possessing the snacks without consuming them would keep them safe. Yet they unwittingly invited disaster upon themselves. One can only say they were extraordinarily unfortunate. Such a choice, I dare say, only someone like Su Xiao could face without fear. Following the crowd is tantamount to seeking death. Alas, I feel disheartened by the arrival of strange tales from the land of the setting sun. I have heard that previously, they contributed the latest tales of the supernatural to our Dragon Kingdom. I have resolved to assist them. I shall donate a pair of underpants. Perhaps undergarments are not the best choice. I shall instead contribute a ladle of Ganges water. I have little to offer, so I shall donate a bit of goodwill. Time. The next day, early morning, Su Xiao was awakened by the train's announcement. Last night, apart from that eerie entity in the darkness, nothing else had transpired. The first thing Su Xiao did upon waking was to meticulously inspect the crime scene. He discovered that his service manual had been inexplicably shredded, and the snacks and drinks provided by the cart lady were strewn across the floor. Observing the chaos, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Could it be that the entity last night merely sought to pilfer my snacks? Su Xiao awkwardly tugged at his mouth. Since it appears to enjoy such treats, perhaps I can devise a way to uncover its true nature. A vague suspicion began to form in Su Xiao's mind, though he dared not be certain. It seems he must request more snacks from the cart lady today. Su Xiao understood that the entity which manifested last night was undoubtedly a peculiar being. Otherwise, it could not have easily escaped from the doll's grasp. After breakfast, Su Xiao made his rounds through the carriage. Now, the passengers regarded him with considerably more respect. The elderly lady and the mischievous child had begun to mend their ways, following his guidance. The once unruly child had transformed into a model of obedience, no longer rummaging through the toilet. Witnessing the passengers' newfound decorum brought Su Xiao great satisfaction. His efforts in educating them were not in vain. Meanwhile, among the chosen ones from the land of pickled vegetables, Park Woolley awoke in a state of panic, for his service manual had mysteriously vanished. He searched high and low, yet it remained elusive. He distinctly remembered having it with him when he fell asleep last night. Where could it possibly be? Come out, wherever you are. Park Woolley was on the verge of tears, for the 9th rule of the manual was quite explicit. Rule 9. The crew's regulations must never be revealed to the passengers. If a passenger accidentally sees them, they must be silenced immediately. Based on Park Woolley's judgment, Rule 9 is most likely accurate. For once the crew's regulations fall into the hands of a passenger, it equates to laying bare all vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Should a passenger exploit the rules outlined in the regulations against him, he would find himself utterly defenseless. As Park Woolley anxiously pondered where the crew's regulations might end up, a passenger in the carriage was discreetly rifling through their belongings. With each page turned, an unsettling smile crept across the passenger's face. At noon, precisely at 12 o'clock, the door connecting the aisles swung open for lunch. However, this time, in addition to Su Xiao's meal, another crew member accompanied it. The face of this crew member seemed familiar. Certainly, Su Xiao did not recognize them, but anyone from the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly be familiar with this visage. Indeed, this crew member was the chosen one from the Sun Never Sets nation, who had been mysteriously consumed. Stepping out from a carriage connection, the chosen one held a bowl of what resembled a braised dish, crimson and containing skewers akin to chicken feet. Upon seeing this crew member masquerading as the chosen one, Su Xiao immediately recalled Rules 6 and 7. Rule 6. Crew members from other carriages may occasionally visit. If they offer you braised dish, you should accept it. Rule 7. There's only one crew member per carriage, and braised dishes are not sold within the carriages. It was evident that Rules 6 and 7 stood in stark contradiction to one another. Yet when faced with the choice, Su Xiao was more inclined to trust that Rule 7 held the greater truth. Chapter 25. The scheme as Su Xiao brushed past the attendant without acknowledging him. He returned to his berth after collecting his lunch. Just as he was about to relish his meal, the attendant unexpectedly appeared before him. It was evident that he had approached Su Xiao with intent. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Su Xiao fixed his gaze on the attendant and smiled, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" The attendant, displaying a familiar grin, responded in fluent Mandarin, "Brother, I am from carriage number 07. I was feeling a bit bored in my compartment, so I decided to explore others. To my surprise, I encountered you upon passing through that door. What a coincidence." "Indeed, it was an absurdity," Su Xiao replied dismissively. The attendant, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "Since we are in adjacent carriages, let us visit each other often. We can assist one another." "Indeed, you have a point." Su Xiao continued to feign interest. Seemingly unperturbed by Su Xiao's indifference, the attendant offered him a dish he held. "Brother, would you care for some braised delicacies? They are a special offering from our carriage and absolutely delectable." "Certainly," Su Xiao responded without further ado, accepting the dish but setting it aside without tasting it. Noticing Su Xiao's reluctance to eat, the attendant grew somewhat awkward, urging, "Brother, this dish has just been prepared. You must try it. It's truly exceptional. Are you perhaps hesitant, fearing something might be amiss with it?" The attendant's probing question prompted Su Xiao to glance at him, pondering if he was truly unaware of the underlying issues. Though he entertained such thoughts, Su Xiao refrained from revealing his suspicions and replied nonchalantly, "I'll save the tasty dish for dinner. For now, a box meal will suffice." As Su Xiao persistently evaded the conversation, the attendant's expression gradually darkened. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, Su Xiao interrupted, "Do you have anything else to say?" "And no, nothing more." The attendant appeared visibly embarrassed. Seeing Su Xiao remain unyielding, he slightly turned away. Yet in an instant he spun back around, his head moving in a startling 180-degree rotation. His facial expression morphed into one of sheer malevolence. "So, you're finally dropping the act?" Su Xiao maintained his composure, a smirk forming on his lips. "Since you've revealed your hand, I shall do the same. I'm merely toying with you." No sooner had Su Xiao uttered these words than the attendant's eyes turned lifeless, and a cloud of dark vapor erupted from his mouth, enveloping Su Xiao entirely. Outside the live broadcast, upon witnessing Su Xiao see through the attendant's facade, the high-ranking officials of Long Nation promptly retracted their alerts. Thus far, their assessment of Su Xiao had been extraordinarily high, and his performance had left them thoroughly impressed. This young man possesses a fortitude that rivals even us seasoned veterans. I had been anxious for his well-being, but it seems such concerns were entirely unwarranted. Indeed, in the previous realm of Strange Tales, he accomplished the final challenge without utilizing a single hint, leading one to believe that such prompts hold little significance this time around. Frankly, had I not been aware of this young man's innate talent, his series of rebellious actions might have cast doubt upon him. Truly, the younger generation is relentless, akin to the waves of the Yangtze River surging forth, pushing the older waves aside. With such promising youth emerging from the Dragon Kingdom, it is both admirable and formidable. We must remain vigilant regarding the movements of the United States and other nations, as Su Xiao's conduct has become rather conspicuous. It is our duty to manage the aftermath. As discussions concerning Su Xiao transpired among the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, an unexpected announcement reverberated across the globe. In the Paris nation, 5 chosen ones have been mysteriously devoured. The realm of Strange Tales is imminent. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The announcement ignited a wave of astonishment throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The Paris nation, a significant power, was eliminated so swiftly, while even the likes of Ikejima Ichiro from the Eastern Island nation managed to endure. How could Paris falter so easily? I had just witnessed that the chosen one from the Paris nation was somewhat deranged. He not only accepted the stew offered by the attendant, but also consumed it, resulting in his demise at the hands of said attendant. The bizarre transformation into the form of an attendant indeed proves deceptive. Yet how could the chosen one be so foolish? Some raised this question, only to be promptly answered. This was not mere folly. The explanation is quite simple. The bizarre entities adeptly exploit human psychology, ensnaring the chosen one from Paris nation in their cunning trap. What trap? What transpired? The bizarre deceived the chosen one from Paris, convincing him that by accepting and consuming the stew, he would receive additional hints and be guaranteed a safe departure from the train. Such an offer is nearly impossible to refuse. While the statement holds truth, could the chosen one from Paris truly be oblivious to the potential for deception? You underestimate human nature. In moments of desperation, even when offered a knife, one might perceive it as a gesture of salvation. Do you understand why con artists never return empty-handed? It is because there are always those willing to believe their intricately woven fabrications. Upon reflection, it indeed seems to be the case. An intriguing insight gained. In the realm of the bizarre, with the elimination of the Paris nation and several smaller countries, the number of attendants aboard the train rapidly diminished. After a minute of darkness, Su Xiao's livestream resumed its normal state. The crisis had been averted, thanks to the doll's efforts. Observing Su Xiao's safe return to the livestream, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom appeared somewhat unfazed. It would only be when the stream remained shrouded in darkness that they might genuinely feel alarmed. The bizarre ultimately dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, a scene visible only to Su Xiao. He has thus gained a clearer understanding of the peculiarities within the realm of Strange Tales. The enigmatic cannot be confined to a singular definition. It transcends mere modes of existence. It may manifest as a puppet, a pet, a specter, or even a swirling mass of darkness. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom possesses scant knowledge of the mysterious, which is why there exists an urgent need for a chosen one, an individual who can persistently navigate the enigma and unravel its origins. Su Xiao is the most suitable candidate, at least for the time being. During dinner time, the elderly woman pushing a small cart of wares appeared punctually in carriage number 06. This time, before she could utter a word, Su Xiao proactively approached her to procure some snacks. The woman gazed at Su Xiao with a look of sheer astonishment, her expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Chapter 26. A win-win operation. Su Xiao disregarded the astonished expression of the elderly woman. Continuing to indulge in his boxed meal, while awaiting the arrival of nightfall. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he retrieved an emergency flashlight from the carriage and leisurely gazed out at the moonlit scenery. The moon hung in the sky, perpetually round and somewhat eerie. Suddenly, Su Xiao recalled the 12th rule, which explicitly warned against opening windows. However, as the foremost rebellious youth in the realm of eerie tales, he was hardly inclined to comply. Curiosity piqued within him. What would transpire if he opened the window? Driven by his rebellious spirit, Su Xiao slowly opened the window beside his bed. In an instant, the moon vanished from sight, replaced by an impenetrable darkness. What was happening? Was the exterior landscape merely an illusion? Such a level of deception would leave even the most seasoned trickster astounded. He illuminated the darkness with his flashlight, revealing that the black void outside was, in fact, a swirling mass of obsidian mist. This mist was not unfamiliar to Su Xiao. He had encountered it on numerous occasions, particularly during his meal deliveries. On the other side of the carriage connection, as Su Xiao pondered the nature of the mist, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly lunged at him without warning. In the nick of time, Su Xiao swiftly shut the window, causing the tentacle to vanish and the moon to reappear in the heavens. It appeared that the window served as a barrier against the otherworldly. Once opened, the chosen one would be susceptible to its eerie assaults. Su Xiao contemplated this revelation. Yet soon enough, it slipped from his mind. Deep into the night, at midnight, Su Xiao remained awake, anticipating the return of the creature that had pilfered his snacks. However, rather than the anticipated intruder, he was instead confronted with an ailing passenger. Unfortunately, one passenger suffered a heart attack and required Su Xiao's assistance. Furrowing his brow, Su Xiao faced a dilemma presented by two conflicting rules. Rule 14. If someone in the carriage is injured or falls ill, please find a way to provide aid. Rule 17. From midnight to 6 in the morning is a perilous time. If someone seeks your attention during this period, do not engage with them. These two rules appear to be deliberately crafted to challenge Su Xiao's innate rebellious nature. Whichever rule he chose to defy, he would forfeit the protection of his talent. In that moment, Su Xiao's mind raced furiously. Suddenly, a brilliant solution emerged, one that would satisfy both sides. He would first defy Rule 17 by verbally promising assistance. Then, in defiance of Rule 14, he would remain completely immobile. In this manner, he masterfully navigated the treacherous waters of both regulations. Su Xiao expressed his willingness to help yet remained entirely inactive, preserving the sanctuary of his talent. The passengers who had implored for his aid were left dumbfounded as they witnessed his promise without any subsequent action. He failed to comprehend Su Xiao's actions and hesitated, saying, "Hey, attendant, the patient is on the brink of collapse. Are you still going to help?" "I will, but my legs have gone numb." At that moment, Su Xiao began to frantically tug, which seemed quite reasonable. After all, cramping for an entire night isn't unusual, is it? Then let me assist you. No, please don't move. It's an old ailment of mine. If I move, I might become paralyzed. The passengers who had come seeking Su Xiao's assistance were thoroughly convinced by his antics. It was clear that he had no intention of taking any actual action. The passengers, feeling disheartened, departed. Meanwhile, Su Xiao grinned widely, thinking, "You wish to ensnare me? Not a chance, not even a window." At midnight, in the land of kimchi, Park Woolley had just fallen asleep when a frantic figure approached him. "Attendant, you must check quickly. Old Wong next door seems to be on the verge of death." "Old Wong next door?" Park Woolley, still half asleep, inquired casually. "What's wrong with him?" "Oh, he is definitely nearing his end. Come outside with me," the passenger exclaimed. Urgency etched across his face as he attempted to pull Park Woolley along. However, at that moment, Park Woolley suddenly became alert, recalling Rule 14 and Rule 17. It was evident that both rules were fundamentally sound. Thus, Park Woolley had to adhere to them. Yet, he was confronted with only two choices, to go or not to go. Park Woolley found himself in a quandary, realizing that whichever choice he made would lead to a dead end, as he would violate another rule regardless of his decision. While Park Woolley remained indecisive, the passenger continued to press him, leaving him no opportunity for contemplation. Under the relentless urging, Park Woolley, in a moment of frustration, declared, "Stop urging me. I won't go." As soon as the words escaped his lips, The passenger's insistence ceased. Park Woolley observed the passenger's expression morph into something sinister and terrifying. By the time he recognized the passenger's trap, it was already too late. The passenger smiled down at him with a predatory grin. "Chosen One, I was merely waiting for you to utter that phrase. You have now violated the rules. Since you have broken the rules, you shall remain here forever." The passenger hurled the attendant South regulations at Park Woolley's face, and in the next instant, lunged at him. 3 seconds later, a global announcement echoed. "The chosen one from the land of kimchi, Park Woolley, has been eerily consumed. The world of bizarre tales is about to descend. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Ha ha! Park Woolley from Kimchi Land has been outsmarted by a passenger. What a laugh. This must be the most humiliating demise since the advent of the rule-based horror tales, right? I had thought he would exhibit a frantic struggle like Su Xiao, but it seems I overestimated him. He clearly lacked the intellect for such. The chosen ones from Kimchi truly are inept, even losing track of the attendance regulations. It appears that Kimchi Land is indeed a realm of peculiar talents. The land of Kimchi now revels in double joy, and this wave surely sends them into ecstasy. I find myself unexpectedly looking forward to Ichibai Aikir's performance. However, it is undeniable that he possesses a remarkable talent for playing the fool before the passengers. On Su Xiao's end, shortly after the passenger departed, the creature that had pilfered snacks the previous night reappeared. Su Xiao was taken aback that this entity dared to return. Hearing the crunching sounds emanating from the corner, Su Xiao realized that it must be starving. Lying in bed, feigning sleep, Su Xiao waited for the creature to indulge itself before suddenly illuminating the darkness with the flashlight he held, delivering a blinding burst of light. To his astonishment, the creature before him was surprisingly familiar. Indeed, it was that very thing. Chapter 27: A Life and Death Decision in the Darkness. The entity that Su Xiao encountered in the restroom was none other than the teddy bear. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback as he began to comprehend the reason behind its previous appearance in the restroom. Suddenly illuminated by the harsh beam of a flashlight, the teddy exhibited signs of distress. However, it refrained from attacking Su Xiao once more. Perhaps it recognized Su Xiao's protective doll, or maybe it deemed the act of harming Su Xiao less significant than its quest for sustenance. Regardless of the motivation, this time, Su Xiao finally had the opportunity to observe the teddy up close. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiao realized that this creature bore a striking resemblance to a pet teddy bear, almost indistinguishable from one. During his observation, apart from displaying some possessiveness over its food, the teddy seemed to exhibit considerably less hostility towards him. Just as Su Xiao was fixated on the teddy, an abrupt notification echoed in his ears. "Chosen One, congratulations on receiving the preliminary acknowledgement of the Black General. Continued offerings may enhance the Black General's loyalty, and high loyalty may grant you the chance to gain the Black General as a follower. Note, the follower Black General cannot be taken out of the carriage or the train's confines." The Black General? As the notification resonated in his ears, Su Xiao inhaled sharply. So, this dark creature is called the Black General? What a formidable name. This implies that by merely continuing to feed it, I might earn its allegiance. However, its loyalty is confined to the train. Naturally, Su Xiao felt elated at the prospect of being followed by the Black General, as both it and the doll belonged to the realm of the peculiar. If he could further enlist the Black General under his command, the subsequent challenges would no longer provoke trepidation in him. Nonetheless, the sole disappointment was that the Black General could not be taken outside the train. Feeling slightly disheartened, Su Xiao quickly regained his composure. Without delay, he rushed to the other passengers, gathering a substantial amount of food. All this food was willingly surrendered by the passengers, coerced by Su Xiao's imposing presence. Upon his return, without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao placed all the food before the Black General. The Black General, unceremoniously, began to indulge in the offerings under Su Xiao's attentive gaze. Half an hour passed, and the food was entirely consumed by the Black General. Su Xiao was left in astonishment. Goodness, this creature is a veritable glutton, a true Epicurean, and Su Xiao had the nagging feeling that it still craved more. After finishing the meal, The black general gently lifted its head, its pitch-black eyes fixated on Su Xiao, and its tail began to wag involuntarily. At that moment, the notification chimed once more. Chosen One, congratulations on gaining the Black General's acknowledgement. The Black General perceives you as a trustworthy individual and has decided to temporarily follow you. Could it be this simple? Su Xiao felt exhilarated upon hearing the notification. He had anticipated that winning the Black General's favor would require considerable time and effort, but had been so effortlessly achieved. He tentatively beckoned to the Black General. "Come here, Black General." With the gesture made, the Black General hesitated for a brief moment before eagerly bounding to Su Xiao's side. "I have inadvertently stumbled upon a significant opportunity." Su Xiao caressed the soft fur of the Black General as one might tenderly stroke a beloved pet. Yet fortunately, the Black General exhibited no signs of resistance. Rather, it relished the affectionate touch. Following Su Xiao's acquisition of the Black General, the populace of the Dragon Kingdom erupted once more in excitement. What an astonishing spectacle! Is it truly the case that this peculiar creature only requires feeding? Why does it seem that every fortuitous event befalls the esteemed Su Xiao? Luck at times can indeed be a formidable asset. Unassailable, Su Xiao has reached a state of complete invincibility. I can only inquire, is there anyone else? Such prowess. It is often said that within strength lies greater strength. I shall refer to this maneuver as the playful shrimp delivering a blow to the bald-headed strongman. It turns out that the one who indulged last night was this very creature. I had my suspicions, yet it is rather endearing, and I long to caress it. Ladies, please remain composed. That is an enigmatic being, not merely a common cat or dog. A warning. At this moment, all cats and dogs feel thoroughly insulted. Ha-ha cats and dogs request to engage in battle. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom abandoned its rules of bizarre tales, the populace has finally relaxed their taut nerves. And the atmosphere in the current live stream is one of sheer joy. Time, the third day. In the early morning, Su Xiao awoke under the Black General's gentle ministrations. Upon opening his eyes, he found the Black General circling in place, seemingly indicating something of importance. What is happening? Su Xiao, perplexed, descended from the bed and followed the Black General into the corridor of the carriage. In the corridor, he noticed no abnormalities. The passengers appeared unchanged from the previous days. As Su Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiarities, the Black General leaped onto the bunk, fixating on a certain direction within the train, as if silently urging Su Xiao to follow. Upon gazing in that direction, Su Xiao was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Goodness, should I not be in carriage number 6? How did I end up in carriage number 8? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Xiao endeavored to recall the train attendance regulations, confirming that no mention of carriage numbers was recorded therein. Could it be that the carriage number changed at random while I slept? He suddenly remembered that upon awakening on the train, a voice had provided a reminder, before assuming the role of a train attendant. Please ensure you are properly attired in your uniform, and be sure to remember the number of your carriage, while diligently reading the attendance regulations. Your duty is to ensure that your carriage successfully reaches its destination. Though this reminder was delivered audibly, Su Xiao had meticulously retained every detail, whether spoken or written. This is the fundamental code of conduct for every chosen one, as each reminder could be pivotal for survival. His continued existence was not merely a matter of luck. It stemmed from his ability to clearly remember every rule within the realm of bizarre tales. Now the situation was crystal clear. The previous voice prompt, which emphasized the importance of remembering one's carriage number, was a prelude to the current circumstances. Su Xiao could not help but exclaim. Indeed, not a single word in the reminders was superfluous. Just as Su Xiao was about to contemplate his next course of action, a prompt echoed within the carriage. Chosen Ones, it is apparent that you have noticed some alterations in your designated carriage. Before you now lie two options: to remain in place, or to traverse the mist at the junction of the carriages to return to your original carriage. To navigate through the mist at the junction and regain access to the original carriage. The prompts echoing in my ears clearly delineate a choice of life and death. Unexpectedly, the chosen ones must not only discern the correctness of the rules, but also evaluate the validity of the prompts. The realm of eerie tales plays by no established rules, and has evidently surpassed Su Xiao's expectations. With a furrowed brow, Su Xiao refrains from immediate action. The first line of a note from his mother contained an invisible rule, yet now, prompts can also transform into concealed regulations. It appears that our understanding of the world of eerie tales remains woefully insufficient. Chapter 28. Survival and Erasure. When the announcement resonated throughout the carriage, not only Su Xiao, but also the other surviving chosen ones stood frozen in place. In that fleeting moment, the minds of all selected participants began to whirl. Some among them considered the message as mere misleading information, believing the carriage number to be a ruse to deceive them. Consequently, they opted for caution, choosing to remain stagnant. However, others, after a rational contemplation, decisively resolved to traverse through the mist back to their original carriage. Although this hint might very well be erroneous, they were willing to take a gamble. This choice was a matter of life and death. Hence, every chosen one exercised utmost prudence. On the side of the Grey Bear Nation, Nikolai adeptly leveraged his S-class talent to extract clandestine information from the passengers, making him the first to plunge into the mist without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Football Nation, the previously subdued Jeeves finally shed his low profile and began to reveal his abilities. Jeeves possessed an A-class talent known as the Guide. The function of this talent was straightforward yet potent. Whenever Jeeves faced a moment of indecision, it would directly illuminate the correct path for him. In the preceding days, Jeeves had maintained a low profile to the extent that no one noticed him. Nevertheless, this man, who had survived to the third day through his own wits, resolved to cease his concealment and commenced gathering strength for the challenge ahead. Outside the live stream, at the moment Jeeves unveiled his hidden talent, the populace of the Football Nation erupted in excitement. For the past 2 days, they had been engrossed in the displays of Su Xiao and Nikolai, nearly forgetting their own nation's chosen one, Jeeves. Alas, this fellow had simply been too inconspicuous. Oh my goodness, who would have thought our Football Nation could also draw an A-class talent? I am moved to tears. It's been a struggle. This must be the best talent we've ever drawn since the onset of the bizarre challenges. Woo! Our Football Nation is no longer the unfortunate lot drawing trash talents. The plight of the Football Nation was more dire than that of the Dragon Nation, as they had become synonymous with misfortune, having been selected by the world of bizarre tales 4 times, yet each time drawing only worthless talents. Just as the citizens of the Football Nation were shedding tears of joy, 2 individuals suddenly crashed into the live stream, immediately unleashing a torrent of disdain. Stupid Football Nation. If you're going to be unlucky, why pretend to be a lucky one? Exactly. Crying over drawing an A-class talent. What a pitiful sight. If I were you, I'd just go back to playing your lousy football. The waters of the bizarre world are far too deep for you to navigate. In a live stream, the 2 engaged in a synchronized tirade, instantly inciting the fury of the Football Nation's populace. This is the Football Nation. Which country are you from that you dare to be so arrogant? We are proud to be from the Dragon Nation. The 2 appeared to have prepared their retorts in advance. Yet in response to their self-identification, the citizens of the Football Nation erupted in a chorus of insults. The situation has become undeniably clear. Those 2 miscreants must surely hail from the Eastern Island Nation or the land of kimchi. For only they would exhibit such a lack of decorum. The people of the Dragon Nation would not engage in baseless vitriol, nor would they seek to frame the Dragon Nation. Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? The live chat was instantly inundated with curses. At that moment, a true representative of the Dragon Nation emerged. Brothers from the Football Nation, do not panic. I have uncovered the truth for you. Those 2 imposters are indeed from the Eastern Island Nation, which is currently beset by the scourge of bizarre rules. Thus, I surmise that these individuals are spies lurking within your borders. I knew it. It must be those Eastern Islanders causing trouble. Brothers of the Dragon Nation, rest assured, these 2 will not see the light of tomorrow. Mark my words, even Jesus could not save them. The masses of the Football Nation were stirred into a frenzy, abandoning the live stream, determined to bring the walking embodiment of 50,000 strings of fate to justice. Upon witnessing the overwhelming barrage of team-up comments, the 2 spies, masquerading as citizens of the Dragon Nation, were thrown into a state of panic. They were only kings of the online realm. In reality, They were woefully inadequate. They had infiltrated the football nation merely to relay intelligence back to the Eastern Island. However, their covert mission had now failed, and their own folly had incited the wrath of the football nation. Should they be apprehended by the populace, they could expect a beating akin to a shower of peanuts. With their resolve to remain hidden crumbling, the spies hastily prepared to flee, but just as they gathered their belongings, a knock echoed from outside the door. Meanwhile, within the realm of strange tales, the chosen ones were gradually making their decisions, and Su Xiao finally proceeded towards the connection between carriages alongside the Black General. Su Xiao's choice was unequivocal: to traverse the mist and return to the original carriage. The moment he made his decision, the higher-ups of the Iron Brother Nation promptly relayed Su Xiao's choice to Pasha. Currently, aside from the chosen ones from the Iron Brother Nation, Dragon Nation, and Football Nation, many others were unable to receive notifications from their respective governments. For instance, the previously eliminated nations such as the land of Kimchi, the land of Paris, and the land of the setting sun were too preoccupied with the bizarre rules to afford any attention to their chosen ones. This was precisely why they were so swiftly eliminated. Had they managed to successfully navigate the note from their mother earlier, perhaps they might have had the opportunity to emulate Su Xiao and survive until the third day. Of course, the chances of survival remained exceedingly slim. As Su Xiao made his choice, the countdown commenced. Ultimately, only 4 brave souls dared to traverse the mist: Su Xiao from the Dragon Nation, Nikolai from the Bear Nation, Jeeves from the Football Nation, and Pasha from the Iron Brother Nation. Ikebana Aikir from the Easter Island Nation had once contemplated crossing the mist, but ultimately, his cowardice led him to conservatively choose to remain in place. Were he to realize the grave error of his decision, he would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. As the countdown concluded, an announcement resonated through the carriage. Selection time has concluded. All chosen ones who traverse the mist shall survive. All those who opted to remain in place shall be obliterated. The announcement reverberated. All those chosen who opted to remain in place had yet to utter a single sound when their live stream was abruptly plunged into darkness. Outside, an announcement reverberated across the globe. The chosen from East Island and 5 other nations have been mysteriously consumed. The realm of strange tales is on the verge of descending. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Chapter 29. The train to distant horizons through the mist. Su Xiao returned to his original carriage, car number 06. Although he had made the right choice this time, he was acutely aware that the challenge was far from over. Before him lay the final rule. Rule 15. The junction between carriages will open during meal service, and at that moment, other passengers may attempt to slip through. If a passenger not belonging to this carriage is discovered, they must be escorted away. Gazing at the pre-prepared meals in the dining car, Su Xiao surmised that, as he chose to traverse the mist, a passenger not belonging to his carriage had already seized the opportunity to sneak in. What appeared to be mere coincidence was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated arrangement by the world of the uncanny. Carriage number 06 was bustling with around 40 passengers. Identifying the intruder among this crowd would not be overly challenging, unless, of course, the interloper had disguised themselves as another passenger, which would complicate matters significantly. Although Su Xiao had the capability to defy the rules, he nonetheless needed to pinpoint this individual. Today marked the final day of the challenge in the world of the uncanny. If he could successfully locate the intruder before nightfall, he would achieve victory. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted it was 7:30 in the morning. With ample time ahead, Su Xiao resolved to finish his breakfast first, as making hasty judgments on an empty stomach could lead to erroneous conclusions. While Su Xiao enjoyed his meal, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation were anxiously analyzing the situation on his behalf. Up to this point, Su Xiao had not utilized any of his hint opportunities, prompting the officials to consider providing him with assistance. However, just as they prepared to send him a hint, they were informed that this particular rule required the selected individual to complete it independently. In other words, hints were not permissible. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation, and soon discovered that other nations faced the same predicament. It seemed the world of the uncanny had anticipated their thoughts and preemptively altered the rules. Consequently, the officials from several nations found themselves in a fit of frustration, slamming their fists on the table, yet utterly powerless, lamenting their insufficient understanding of this enigmatic realm. After finishing his breakfast, Su Xiao began to mentally retrace the events of the previous night. He recalled that a passenger had suffered a heart attack, and the situation appeared quite severe. It was possible that the individual had perished. Perhaps he could pursue this lead. Without hesitation, Su Xiao, accompanied by Black General, began his search within the carriage. It wasn't long before he located the despondent passenger from the previous night. However, when Su Xiao inquired about who had suffered a heart attack and required assistance, the passenger feigned ignorance. This time, it was Su Xiao's turn to feel exasperated. "Are you certain you don't remember? Didn't you inform me last night that another passenger needed help?" "I truly cannot recall, attendant." "You must be mistaken," the passenger replied with an innocent expression. From his demeanor, it seemed he genuinely could not remember. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. If gentle persuasion failed, then he would have to resort to more forceful measures. Su Xiao released the Black General, advising him to speak the truth. Otherwise, he would soon find himself with a fractured skull. The passenger stammered, "I truly do not know." Terrified, he recoiled from the Black General, his face a portrait of fear. Observing his demeanor, Su Xiao furrowed his brow deeper. For the passenger's reaction did not suggest deceit. Could it be that he genuinely had no recollection of the previous night's events? This predicament was becoming increasingly intricate. Moments ago, Su Xiao had scrutinized all the passengers in the carriage, their faces unchanged from earlier. This indicated that the intruder had assumed the identity of one among them. Identifying which passenger had been replaced was proving to be a formidable challenge, particularly with 40 passengers to sift through. These individuals were bizarre substitutes, rendering it nearly impossible for Su Xiao to extract any useful information from them. With a heavy sigh, Su Xiao realized he would have to rely on his own ingenuity. The simplest method of elimination was all that remained. He began to methodically dismiss suspicious passengers, yet the 3 other surviving chosen ones were also in a state of disarray. The situation was utterly perplexing. There was no way to glean useful insights from the passengers, leaving the identity of the substitute shrouded in mystery. Outside the live broadcast, the audience collectively sighed, recognizing the daunting nature of the challenge ahead. However, just as despair settled in, a glimmer of hope appeared for Su Xiao. In the realm of the bizarre, Su Xiao stood before a passenger, poised to probe further. In an instant, the Black General lunged at the unsuspecting individual, baring its teeth. The passenger had no time to react, as one of his arms was swiftly devoured. In shock, he fled in a panic, scrambling toward the aisle. Watching the passenger's frantic retreat, the Black General remained still, obediently lying at Su Xiao's feet. As the passenger exited the carriage, the anticipated notification chimed in. "Chosen one, thank you for your contributions in Carriage 06. You have educated the overbearing bear parent, leading the incorrigible bear child to reform, and gained the allegiance of the Black General. Chosen one, congratulations on flawlessly completing the journey on the train to distant lands. Completion rating, 5 stars. Completion reward, Black General, Anomaly Resistance 1. Current Anomaly Resistance 2. The Black General has been patiently awaiting the arrival of its master, exhibiting unwavering loyalty, yet possessing a hearty appetite. Should you awaken one day to find the Black General absent, do not fret. It merely seeks sustenance. To one's astonishment, the reward for completing the challenge is none other than the Black General. Was it not previously stated that the Black General could not be removed from the train? This peculiar reward is indeed an unexpected twist that Su Xiao had not anticipated. The surprise arrived so suddenly. Following Su Xiao's completion of the challenge, notifications of victory echoed from both the Bear Nation and the Football Nation. Simultaneously, the announcement of the elimination of the Pasha from the Iron Brotherhood resonated across the globe. Chapter 30, New Instance. The zoo as the eerie announcement reverberated across the globe. The high-ranking officials of the Baatai Nation found it difficult to accept, yet not entirely surprising that Pasha, the Chosen One, had been mysteriously consumed. With the countdown ticking down, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. It was evident that Pasha's C-grade talent had only carried him so far, a testament to his perseverance in reaching this point. The final warning of impending doom had made it clear that following in another's footsteps was not a sustainable strategy. Fortunately, after establishing amicable relations with the Dragon Nation, we received crucial chip technology. Otherwise, our nation may have struggled to survive this calamity. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Nation, Nicola of the Bear Nation, and Jeeves of the Football Nation for successfully completing the challenge. The three nations will be exempt from the impending rule-related horrors. Su Xiao of the Dragon Nation has achieved a 5-star clearance and will receive a special reward, an increase of 20 in food production for the Dragon Nation. While the rule-related horrors descended upon Ba Tai, the citizens of the Dragon Nation celebrated exuberantly. Incredible! Su Xiao has cleared the challenge twice in succession. This is indeed a historic moment. With the increase in food production, my mother no longer needs to worry about my wastefulness. I'm off to enjoy a feast. Truly remarkable. Su Xiao has exceeded our expectations. To think he has earned another personal reward, the Black General. Su Xiao is amazing. This time, apart from Su Xiao, Nicola and Jeeves also managed to complete the challenge. One must admit, Jeeves' luck was extraordinary. He guessed correctly despite the chaos. While Jeeves relied on sheer luck, Nicola's talent was intriguing. He managed to coax the impersonating passenger to reveal himself, a twist I had never anticipated. With Su Xiao's return, he would undoubtedly bring back invaluable information for the Dragon Nation. The livestream audience buzzed with excitement. Yet the high-ranking officials had already mobilized the military to ensure Su Xiao's safety. Even Su Xiao's family was now under the protection of the Dragon Nation. Since the onset of the rule-related horrors, Su Xiao stood as the sole individual to have cleared the challenge twice, his rarity surpassing that of the giant panda. Upon returning to the real world, Su Xiao spent 3 days imparting his deductions and all he knew about the peculiarities to the state, which subsequently classified this information as top secret. As time flew by like a fleeting shadow, the 3 days concluded, and Su Xiao was once again transported to the world of horrors. This time, as he opened his eyes, he found himself standing at the entrance of a zoo. A prompt sounded. The nations randomly selected to participate in this challenge are the Dragon Nation, the United States, the Bear Nation, the Football Nation, the A3 Nation, the Argentinian Nation, and the non-Middle Eastern Nation. This challenge's horror realm is the zoo. The zoo welcomes visitors, as their presence significantly contributes to the dwindling species within. Perhaps, as many visitors despairingly remark, the drowned elephant serves as their ultimate sanctuary. Reminder, please escape the zoo within 3 days. Once the time exceeds 3 days, well, you wouldn't want to linger here beyond that. The ominous prompt of the challenge echoed. A staff member clad in a blue uniform handed a map-like object to Su Xiao. Greetings, dear visitor. This is a layout map of our zoo. Please carry it with you to avoid getting lost. The staff member's demeanor was courteous, adorned with a smile. Upon receiving the map, Su Xiao noted that it accurately depicted the distribution of animals. To the north were rabbits, pandas, and giraffes. To the south, goats, zebras, and tigers. To the east, elephants and lions, and to the west, monkeys. The map appeared untroubled at first glance, but upon flipping it over, Su Xiao discovered a list of park regulations that demanded adherence. Park Regulations Visitor Guidelines. Rule 1. Please observe civilized conduct while visiting the zoo. Refrain from feeding or provoking the animals in any perilous manner. Rule 2. Should you encounter pink rabbits and blue elephants, do not be alarmed. When the animals gaze upon you, ensure you face them directly, otherwise, they may launch an immediate attack. Rule 3. If you witness staff chasing animals, kindly assist them. Your help will be appreciated. Rule 4. The map's markings are erroneous. Please do not trust the map. Rule 5. If you inadvertently find yourself lost within the zoo, remain calm. You may rest on a bench, but exercise caution during the night, as animals may appear unexpectedly. Rule 6. If hunger strikes, you may procure free food from the vending machine. A friendly reminder, if you wish to avoid nausea, it's advisable to select goat meat. Rule 7. When necessary, seek assistance from the staff in blue or red uniforms, as they will be eager to aid you. However, if you encounter someone in black attire, flee immediately. Rule 8. The aquarium is a safe zone. Rule 9. There is no aquarium within the zoo. Rule 10. Constantly remind yourself, I am human, not an animal. As Su Xiao meticulously perused the park regulations outside the live broadcast, a sense of dread permeated the atmosphere. What in the world are these park rules? The last guideline is utterly chilling. The zoo exudes an exceedingly eerie vibe. Could it merely be my imagination? Merely reading these rules sends shivers down my spine. Meanwhile, amidst the discussions among the Dragon Kingdom populace, individuals from the East Island, who had just earned a respite, interjected, "Oh dear, Dragon Kingdom, prepare for doom. This zoo is evidently far more challenging than the previous two. Despite Su Xiao's prowess, it would be futile. He is destined to perish in this bizarre world." The East Islanders' remarks were swiftly met with retorts from the Dragon Kingdom citizens. "Oh, the East Island, living a comfortable life, hasn't been entirely obliterated yet? The joy of double trouble for the rule-based horror. Can you truly endure it? Thankfully, you were eliminated in the last 2 rounds. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the luxury of a reprieve. In this peculiar world of zoo tales, the East Island nations, including the pickled cabbage country and the land where the sun never sets, have been fortunate enough to be excluded from the draw. Presently, all countries across the globe are progressing in unison. Thus, the East Island nations can certainly afford to indulge in idle chatter. To the descendants of the East Island, relish your moment of respite. Should you find yourselves drawn next time, perhaps it would be wiser to forego any challenges and simply burrow into a pit. Ha ha ha. Previously, Nichuan Steel and Ibaraki Aikir have certainly provided us with ample amusement. In truth, I find Ibaraki Aikir's antics particularly entertaining. His kneeling and subservient demeanor is quite a spectacle. Dare I say that this is not a unique tradition of your East Island? As for the American lapdogs, were it not for your exorbitant sacrifices to procure American chips, would you even have the audacity to bark so loudly before my Dragon Nation? Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, those American chips are in fact supplied by us from the Dragon Nation. Ha ha, surprising, isn't it? Within the live broadcast, the citizens of the Dragon Nation are in fits of laughter, while the people of the East Island tremble with indignation. Bakiyar, detestable Dragon Nation, do not become too complacent. Chapter 31. The Rabbit Garden, the so-called zoo, is certainly not as simple as it appears. The rules of the park are imbued with an air of peculiarity. After meticulously perusing the guidebook in hand, Su Xiao looked up to find the entrance to the zoo had vanished, and around him gathered numerous visitors, much like himself. It was clear to Su Xiao that these visitors were not chosen ones. Determined to find the exit of the zoo, he decided to first explore the eastern path. He placed the black general on the ground and followed a portion of the visitors towards the east. To the east lay the Rabbit Garden. As Su Xiao advanced eastward, other chosen ones opted for various directions. Nicola from the Bear Nation, utilizing his leadership talent, successfully persuaded the staff to direct him toward the northern route. However, as Nicola confidently departed, he failed to notice the subtle smile that played on the lips of the staff member. Gibbous from the Football Nation, like Su Xiao, initially chose a random path, refraining from employing his talent. Unlike Nicola, his ability could only be used once in each world of bizarre tales, rendering this opportunity for a hint exceedingly precious. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Xiao arrived at the Rabbit Garden, accompanied by a few other visitors. At the entrance, he observed 2 staff members clad in blue uniforms, enthusiastically distributing carrots to the visitors. Undoubtedly, these carrots were intended for feeding the rabbits within the garden. As Su Xiao passed by the staff, he too received 2 carrots. Gazing at them, Su Xiao couldn't help but smile. Rule 1. Please visit the zoo with civility, avoiding dangerous acts such as feeding or provoking the animals. Though Rule 1 prohibited feeding, such constraints posed no challenge for Su Xiao. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the adorable rabbits, holding the carrots aloft, awaiting their approach. However, after several minutes, while other visitors had their carrots devoured, the rabbits showed no inclination to approach Su Xiao for his. It was evident that, despite their yearning for the food, the presence of the black general instilled such fear in them that they remained motionless. Su Xiao noted this, and, realizing the rabbits would not come forth, decided to toss the carrots away. He clapped his hands, somewhat resigned. Alas, this is dull. I had intended to increase the challenge. As his words fell, the surrounding visitors cast puzzled glances at him. Even the two staff members looked on in astonishment. At that moment, some visitors who had finished feeding noticed the black general, and one exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute dog. Those eyes, clearly very intelligent. Where did you buy this poodle? It's simply lovely." The crowd gathered around the black general, showering him with compliments, leaving Su Xiao somewhat speechless. It must be said, these people certainly lacked discernment. Su Xiao chose not to remain a spectacle for the onlookers. Instead, he circumvented the cluster of tourists and strolled leisurely through the rabbit garden with the black general. After a thorough exploration of the garden, Su Xiao found it peculiar that there were no pink rabbits to be found. Could it be that Rule 2 was erroneous? Was there truly a lack of pink rabbits in the zoo? Furrowing his brow, Su Xiao departed from the rabbit garden. Meanwhile, in the land of sand, Sumit was teasing the rabbits with 2 carrots. Ecstatic, he swayed his head and exclaimed, "Hello, little rabbits. You are absolutely adorable." Unable to resist, Sumit gently patted their heads. After feeding the rabbits, their blood-red eyes fixated on him. Yet he turned to leave, perhaps oblivious to the warning of Rule 2. Rule 2. If you encounter pink rabbits and blue elephants, do not be surprised. When animals are observing you, ensure you face them directly. Otherwise, they will immediately launch an attack. Indeed, Sumit had turned his back on the rabbits while they were watching him, and the outcome was disastrous. A rabbit, seizing the opportunity, leapt several meters high from the garden and sank its teeth into Summit's neck. As the rabbit bit down, Sumit screamed in panic, "Help! Help! It's gone mad! The rabbit is insane!" In a frantic plea for rescue, the blood from his neck stained his collar. Witnessing Summit's dire predicament, a nearby staff member rushed over to separate the rabbit, repeatedly apologizing. "We sincerely apologize for our oversight. We will handle this rabbit immediately." Sumit, holding his wound, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I'm quite civilized and do not wish to curse, but I demand to know what sort of rabbit this is that bites." At that moment, he failed to notice that his eyes had begun to redden, and his pupils had transformed to resemble those of the very rabbit that had attacked him. Outside the live stream, viewers from various countries were discussing Summit's bewildering behavior. "This Asan fellow is truly bold. I suspect he didn't even read the rules. He must have left his brain at home. Ha ha ha. Asan's country is filled with fools. What is this nonsense?" The rules clearly stated not to feed them. Not only did he feed them, but he also dared to turn his back on the rabbits. Who else would they bite? Nevertheless, the rabbits did indeed leap quite high. What idiot! Sumit is the epitome of foolishness. It seems he has been tainted. I wonder what will happen next. Based on the previous guidelines, will he transform into a rabbit? A prophet? Damn it, this is getting out of hand. In the realm of bizarre tales. Having left the rabbit garden, Su Xiao wandered through the panda pavilion, finding nothing amiss, before continuing southward through the zoo. To the south of the zoo, the map indicated the presence of zebras, tigers, and goats. However, upon Su Xiao's arrival, he observed only zebras and tigers, with no sign of goats. A furrow formed on Su Xiao's brow. What is the situation? Could it be that the map is erroneous? Rule 4. The map's markings are incorrect. Do not trust the map. Rule 4 had warned that the map was unreliable. Yet, an inexplicable sensation lingered within Su Xiao. Both the zebras and tigers were indeed present, yet the goat was conspicuously absent. What could possibly be amiss? Although he did not encounter the goat in the south, he did come across elephants, whose eyes were strikingly red and whose ears were noticeably small, creating an unsettling atmosphere. These elephants resembled oversized rabbits. Chapter 32. The white lion, the elephants within the enclosure appeared grotesquely distorted, evoking a sense of terror. Although Su Xiao did not encounter any blue elephants, the scene before him transcended his comprehension. What lay before him was no longer an elephant, but a horde of monsters with crimson eyes and rabbit ears. Strangely enough, the surrounding visitors exhibited no surprise or shock upon witnessing these creatures, which only served to render Su Xiao somewhat paranoid. However, he was certain of his own lucidity. What he beheld was indeed a congregation of monstrosities. As Su Xiao fixated on the bizarre elephants, a single, normal elephant suddenly emerged from an unknown direction. It instantly engaged in a struggle with the distorted beings. One elephant against a dozen, the outcome was all but predictable. Under Su Xiao's gaze, the lone elephant was overwhelmed and ultimately transformed into one of the red-eyed, rabbit-eared monsters. Confronted with this surreal spectacle, Su Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. Something was amiss. This zoo was profoundly unsettling. Just as he wrestled with the strangeness of the situation, he noticed a portion of the elephants had inexplicably morphed into goats. The transformed elephants began to charge wildly at the iron fencing of the enclosure, as if possessed by madness. Only at this moment did the visitors finally grasp the abnormality of the situation, erupting into a frenzy as they scrambled to escape the elephant enclosure. However, they soon turned back, and a group of staff clad in blue uniforms appeared. Do not panic. The elephants are merely experiencing a temporary upheaval. We will manage the situation promptly. Please trust us. Follow us to the lion enclosure, where it is currently safe. The staff endeavored to calm the visitors, and gradually, they began to place their faith in the assurances provided. Observing this peculiar scene, Su Xiao felt perplexed. Why would the elephant's upheaval lead them to the lion enclosure? Was it truly secure there? Moreover, why did they insist that the elephants were the ones in turmoil? Su Xiao harbored doubts regarding the staff's statements. Yet in pursuit of the truth behind the zoo and a means of escape, he was willing to venture into the lion enclosure. He was eager to uncover the enigmatic happenings within the zoo. As Su Xiao accompanied the staff toward the lion enclosure, outside the live broadcast continued. Vang Difa, what on earth is happening at the zoo? Elephants transforming into monsters and then into goats. What is going on? This is an incredibly unsettling experience. The zoo is eerily bizarre. I am curious as to why we are heading to the lion enclosure. Do these staff members have ulterior motives? With the rabbits behaving strangely and the elephants abnormal, could there be a connection among these creatures? I hope Su Xiao will ultimately unveil the secrets of the zoo. I am left with goosebumps. I timidly inquire, does that oceanarium truly exist? The citizens of Longwo were engaged in discussions regarding the events unfolding in the elephant enclosure when an announcement reverberated across the globe. In the realm of the unfortunate nation of Non-Chosen, the enigmatic consumption of Baburu has elicited profound sorrow among its populace as they receive the ominous announcement of an impending tale of horror. Oh God, please reveal to us why our chosen one has vanished. They lament, tears streaming down their faces. Alas, the challenges have only just commenced. Lord, grant us a path to survival. Despair envelopes the nation as it finds itself languishing among the great powers. Despite its vast expanse, the nation suffers from abject poverty, with most citizens unable to afford even basic luxuries like mobile phones or televisions. As the citizens of Non-Chosen weep inconsolably, certain individuals from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, basking in a sense of superiority, voice their mockery. Truly, Non-Chosen is living up to its name. Though I'm not a deity, allow me to enlighten you. They sneer. Regrettably, your chosen one Baburu met his demise, trampled by a rampaging elephant in the elephant sanctuary. Such a pathetic end, indeed. The people of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, keen on their sardonic humor, exhibit a ruthless penchant for ridiculing others, akin to their neighbors in the East Island Nation. However, just as the Pickled Vegetable Nation revels in their derision, a voice of justice emerges from the Dragon Nation, silencing their laughter with a single retort. Pickled Vegetable Nation? I recall your player Park Bujong, who is no less unfortunate than Baburu. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous mockers from the Pickled Vegetable Nation swiftly turned hostile. Cursed wretches, may the Dragon Nation perish. They bellow. The Dragon Nation, unfazed, retorts apologies, but our live stream prohibits such foul language. If you wish to settle this, step forward for a duel. Meanwhile, within the zoo, Nikolai from the Grizzly Bear Nation has also encountered the bizarre events of the elephant sanctuary and has been escorted by staff to the so-called safe lion enclosure. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he soon realizes that the staff's intentions are far from protective. Instead, upon witnessing numerous visitors being slaughtered by lions, Nikolai frantically scales the walls to escape. I knew venturing into the lion enclosure would spell disaster. Who would have thought visitors would serve as lion fodder? These staff members are utterly untrustworthy. Had Nikolai not reacted swiftly, he might have become lion food himself. The zoo is rife with strangeness, and the onlookers begin to speculate. Have you noticed? Even Su Xiao from the Dragon Nation has been brought into the lion enclosure. Meanwhile, Su Xiao and a group of tourists find themselves similarly confined in the lion enclosure. The staff assures them, for now, you are safe here. Remain until we resolve the situation in the elephant sanctuary, and we will release you. However, after calming the tourists, the staff locks the gate from the outside. Su Xiao furrows his brow in concern. Gazing at the lions that were so close, Su Xiao discovered their peculiar nature. Their fur bore an astonishingly white hue. As he observed these alabaster lions, he noticed the tourists around him engaged in lively discussions and laughter. Su Xiao, taken aback, tilted his head and inquired, "Do you not find it strange to be in the presence of these lions?" One of the tourists replied, "What is so strange? The staff assured us that this place is safe and they pose no threat to us. In fact, you're the most peculiar one here." Su Xiao found the response both amusing and exasperating. He realized that he was fundamentally different from these tourists and chose not to pursue the conversation further. Nonetheless, he instinctively clutched the black general tightly to his chest. Chapter 33. The notes left by tourists. Su Xiao pondered the peculiar presence of tourists in the zoo, uncertain of their origins. However, one thing was abundantly clear. This group of visitors could no longer be classified as truly living beings. As for their identities, Su Xiao decided to set that inquiry aside for the moment, for the white lions had commenced their relentless assault on the tourists. In the midst of the lions' deadly pursuit, the visitors were engulfed in panic, their faces a portrait of terror as they fled, cried out, trembled, and floundered in confusion. "Help! Help! The lions are attacking. Open a door quickly. We must escape. Is there anyone who can save us?" The desperate cries of the tourists echoed as they frantically shook the iron gate. Yet, the gate remained firmly closed, leaving them with no avenue of escape, ultimately succumbing to the jaws of the lions. Witnessing a group of tourists being brought down and torn apart by the white lions, Su Xiao felt no stirrings of emotion within. Perhaps these visitors had long since been devoured by the lions. All that transpired was merely an endless cycle. Of course, this was merely Su Xiao's initial speculation. Since the moment he had entered the zoo and laid eyes on the tourists, he had been mulling over a singular question. Were these tourists genuinely alive? The answer was evidently no. Although they could engage in coherent conversation with Su Xiao, their memories appeared to be eternally anchored within the confines of the zoo, a stark contrast to the behavior of ordinary individuals. During the white lions' attacks on other visitors, two of the lions took notice of Su Xiao, cautiously growling before launching themselves toward him with ferocity. As the lions charged, Su Xiao frowned slightly. However, in the next instant, the black general opened its mouth. Several agile tentacles, akin to octopus suckers, erupted from its maw, swiftly enveloping the two white lions before consuming them whole. Su Xiao stood in astonishment. Goodness, you can swallow such large lions? He harbored no doubt that, should the black general desire, he too could be devoured in an instant. Outside the live broadcast, a fervor erupted across Long Country and the world, as the astonishing scene of the black general devouring the lions unfolded before their eyes. Incredible! We are witnessing the bizarre in action. My goodness, the live feed is no longer censored. We have awaited this moment. Previously, during instances of the bizarre's intervention, all signals would be severed and concealed, as if it sought to guard its secrets. Yet this time, the bizarre had shed its veil, brazenly showcasing its prowess, igniting excitement among the viewers. It was undoubtedly Su Xiao's influence that prompted this revelation. Having returned with knowledge of the bizarre, it seemed unnecessary for it to remain hidden any longer. Thank you, Long Country. Thank you, Su Xiao, for allowing us to glimpse the truest essence of the bizarre. Wow, the Black General is truly formidable. And that puppet must be equally impressive. Su Xiao has struck gold. Hasten to record everything. Document all the peculiar characteristics. My goodness, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom seem extraordinarily fortunate. I wish to immigrate at once. Immediately, while the entire world revels in the surprises brought forth by the bizarre. Nations such as America, East Island, and Kimchi Land are far from jubilant, particularly America. The previous failure of my mother's note to pass through has left America quite disgruntled. John S. defeat has provoked and threatened their hegemonic position. With the distant train leaving America empty-handed, they resolved to reclaim their dominance at the zoo. Su Zhao's consecutive successes have instilled a profound sense of threat in America. Thus, this time, the chosen one from America has adopted an unusually low profile. He intends to remain silent until he makes a remarkable impact. In the conference room of America's high-ranking officials, frustration abounds. Damn it, what extraordinary luck has befallen the Dragon Kingdom to have birthed such a genius as Su Zhao. He now possesses two forms of bizarre assistance, and it seems increasingly difficult for us to catch up unless he manages to self-sabotage. It's all John's fault for being ineffectual, squandering the S-class talent he drew. There's no point in discussing this further. We must now focus on ensuring Thomas successfully navigates the challenge. Alas, Thomas's talent is merely A-class. Do not lose heart. My friend, with America's prowess, we shall ensure Thomas triumphs in this challenge. This time, we have but one opportunity for hints, so we must proceed with utmost caution. In the zoo, the Dark General, having devoured 2 white lions, still seemed unsatisfied. A true gourmand, it was now roused by the sight of the lions, eager to consume all the lions in the enclosure. However, just as the Dark General opened its mouth to claim 2 more lions for a snack, Su Zhao scooped it up and dashed toward the iron gate. Upon reaching the gate, the Dark General appeared perplexed, but Su Zhao pointed directly at the gate and commanded, "Open it." The Dark General glanced at the walking food, reluctant to depart, yet ultimately complied, using its tentacles to dismantle the entire iron gate. Seeing the iron gate elevated by the Dark General was a small surprise for Su Zhao. However, time was of the essence, as he had just noticed a visitor who had scaled the wall to escape from the lion enclosure. This individual was the second person, aside from Su Zhao, to survive within the lion area. Su Zhao felt that this person might harbor secrets worth exploring, prompting his decision to follow the visitor. What is Su Zhao planning? Is he intent on trailing the visitor? Does this visitor possess some hidden secret? Truly, Su Zhao is remarkable, swiftly identifying a breakthrough point. Yet I wonder, what useful information could a visitor provide? Outside the live stream, viewers expressed their confusion regarding Su Zhao's actions. However, within the zoo, Su Zhao had already followed the visitor to the primate enclosure. Su Zhao furrowed his brow, uncertain of the visitor's purpose for being here. However, observing the individual's furtive demeanor, it was evident that their intentions were less than benign. With utmost caution, Su Zhao trailed behind the visitor, ensuring he remained undetected before settling onto a distant bench to scrutinize the individual's every move. Under Su Zhao's watchful gaze, the visitor's behavior appeared decidedly peculiar. He seemed to be engulfed in despair, his emotions unraveling. He incessantly hurled objects into the monkey enclosure as a means of venting his frustration. After expending half an hour in this manner, the visitor gradually quieted, procuring paper and a pen from an unknown source, and began to inscribe something while leaning over another bench. Approximately 20 minutes later, the visitor departed, leaving behind a note on the bench. Astonishingly, Su Zhao realized that there was indeed something of significance on that piece of paper, though its contents remained a mystery. It seemed evident that the visitor had intentionally left the note behind. The unusual behavior of the visitor piqued the interest of viewers in the live stream, all of whom were eager to uncover the secrets inscribed upon the abandoned note. Chapter 34. The Battle of the Rabbit and the Monkey under the anxious gaze of countless netizens. Su Zhao approached the bench and picked up the note left behind by a visitor. However, the very first sentence of the note sent shivers down his spine. "I know I cannot leave alive." Unable to leave alive? Su Zhao furrowed his brow slightly and continued to read. "The zoo appears to have materialized from thin air. It is luring us in. Entering this zoo was the gravest error I ever made. I became separated from my dear friend and cannot find him again. I am lost. The zoo has no exit. This zoo is bizarre. It is filled with grotesque, twisted monsters. I witnessed with my own eyes as the security guard transformed into an elephant. He bravely charged at those monsters, attempting to protect us, but alas, he failed and was assimilated by the creatures. The guard turned into an elephant? Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, for what was recorded here mirrored precisely what he had witnessed in the elephant enclosure. At that moment, wasn't he there indeed an elephant, besieged by a dozen strange elephants? Goodness, suddenly I feel so moved. The security guard's bravery has touched me deeply. Likewise, I feel as though a brick has entered my eye. Oh dear, could it be that these animals in the zoo are, in fact, humans? I know it. Have all been contaminated. We? Who are we referring to? Su Xiao, filled with confusion, continued reading. I am very frightened and utterly despairing. I have spent over 3 days in this zoo and do not know what fate awaits me. If you can see this note, I hope you will adhere to the rules. May it guide you out of here. You must remember to find the aquarium as soon as possible. It may actually exist. The note concluded here, leaving Su Xiao with a tumultuous mix of emotions. The content of the note undoubtedly confirmed Su Xiao's suspicions. These visitors were trapped in the zoo, caught in an endless cycle. This visitor exhibited remarkable conscience, leaving a note to warn those who would come after. It is truly pitiable. They must have endured this cycle within the zoo. Yet where might the aquarium be located? I believe inquiring with the staff might yield answers. Do not indulge in fantasies. Jeeves from Soccer Nation has already inquired, but the staff claim the zoo exists independently, and there is no aquarium. Thus, matters seem to have become rather complicated. While netizens engaged in fervent discussions regarding the note's content, high-ranking officials from Bear Nation were in a flurry. Quick! Utilize the hint opportunity to have Nikolai locate that note. It may prove crucial. In the conference room of Soccer Nation S Elite, the note Su Xiao obtained is significant. I believe we can provide Jeeves with some hints. In a Sand Nation, hurry, alert Summit. This is unacceptable. It seems that this individual has lost his sanity, and our prompts appear ineffective. Arte Nation, quick, the hint. After Su Xiao was the first to discover a note left on a bench, nearly all other nations opted to utilize their sole hint opportunity. However, the United States chose not to seek guidance. It must be noted that, in contrast to the other nations who were growing impatient, the United States displayed a remarkable level of patience. Within the confines of the zoo, as the majority of selected individuals received their hints and proceeded to the primate area in search of a note, an announcement echoed throughout the zoo. Current time, 4:35 in the afternoon. Visitors wishing to dine may proceed to designated shops to purchase delicious meat products. Reminder, the zoo will close at 6 in the evening. If visitors remain inside at that time, we cannot guarantee their safety. To Su Xiao's astonishment, it was already 4:30. Listening to the announcement, he was surprised to realize how much time had passed without his notice. It was quite frustrating to be informed of food without any indication of where the shops were located. Having wandered the zoo for the entire morning, it was only now that he felt a twinge of hunger. After searching the primate area thoroughly, Su Xiao found no sign of the promised shops, not even a vending machine. He felt a growing sense of despondency. The zoo was so vast. How was he to locate anything? At that moment, his stomach's urgent request for sustenance diverted his attention from the primates altogether. Just as he was about to leave the primate area, he was taken aback to see a horde of red-eyed rabbits charging towards the primate enclosure. What on earth? Rabbits attacking primates. What could have provoked such a conflict? Watching the scene unfold, Su Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Logically speaking, primates should be stronger and more agile than rabbits. The latter should pose no threat to them. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The seemingly weak rabbits displayed an astonishing ferocity. Utilizing their small size, they surged into the primate area, and soon the sounds of distress filled the air. One by one, the primates fell in battle, their blood staining the enclosure as the rabbits grew increasingly frenzied. Observing this gruesome spectacle, Su Xiao's companion, the Black General, was poised to charge into the enclosure to feast on the spoils. Just then, staff members clad in blue uniforms hurried over. The primate area is temporarily closed. Please move to other sections. Do not linger here. Photography is prohibited. The staff's voice echoed repeatedly. Ultimately, they ushered all visitors away, Su Xiao included. Before departing the primate area, he noted a hint of panic in the staff's demeanor. Although he was unaware of the implications of this anxiety, he had no time to delve into the truth at that moment. Outside the live broadcast, he exclaimed in disbelief. What did I just witness? Rabbits versus primates, and the rabbits actually emerged victorious. Might I suggest that this is no ordinary rabbit? Could it possibly be the braised rabbit from Long Wei's poetry? Braised? What nonsense! Why are you, like General Hay, so preoccupied with feasting? Perhaps I should send you in to keep him company. Ah, I refer to this as humor. Do you comprehend? Never mind. Explaining it would likely be futile. The scene of the rabbits' battle with the monkeys was exceedingly gruesome. I am grateful I was not present. Had I been, I would surely have been paralyzed with fear. The staff arrived just in time. Had they come any later, I fear General Hay would have finished his meal. Huh, a true foodie indeed. Brothers, did you not notice how flustered the staff appeared moments ago? Chapter 35. Rabbit blood having departed from the monkey enclosure. Su Xiao meandered through the zoo and ultimately discovered a shop in the eastern goat area. The goats in this section appeared entirely ordinary, yet according to the map, they should not have been located in the east. The shop itself seemed unremarkable at first glance. As Su Xiao entered, he was greeted by a single staff member clad in a blue uniform. Welcome, dear visitor. Our most distinctive offering here is goat meat. I highly recommend you try it. The staff member enthusiastically exclaimed. Oh, by the way, each visitor can collect 3 portions of goat meat and a beverage daily at this shop, included in your ticket price, without any additional charges. Understood. Thank you, Su Xiao replied casually, then proceeded towards the shelf displaying the meat products. Standing before the shelf, he noted a considerable variety of meat items, yet the packaging of the goat meat stood out conspicuously. The packaging was quite unique, to prevent confusion with other meat products. The words goat meat were boldly printed on it. It appeared that the goat meat was specifically prepared for visitors. Compared to the other dark and obscure meat items, the goat meat seemed particularly normal. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao casually selected 3 portions of goat meat. He had no reservations about the quality of the goat meat. Rule 6. If you are hungry, you may obtain free food from the vending machine, but a friendly reminder, if you wish to avoid nausea, please choose goat meat. Although Su Xiao needed to defy the rules here to attain the protection of his talent, he was not taking food from the vending machine, thus technically not violating the rebellious guidelines. In this bizarre world filled with strange tales, even with the protection of the puppet and the Dark General, Su Xiao did not entertain thoughts of courting danger. He constantly required the safeguarding of his talent. Should he lose this protection, he might unwittingly succumb to the peculiarities of this world, an occurrence that is notoriously difficult to guard against. After securing the goat meat, Su Xiao turned his attention to the beverage section of his shop. The selection of drinks was rather limited, predominantly featuring names he had never encountered before. Yet, one particular beverage with a striking name instantly captured his attention. Rabbit blood? Su Xiao's gaze sharpened as he regarded the blood-red drink, feeling an odd curiosity. He turned to the staff member and inquired, "What exactly is rabbit blood?" It's nothing really." The staff member's flustered response hinted at discomfort. Following this, under Su Xiao's perplexed scrutiny, the staff member hurriedly removed all the rabbit blood from the shelf. Observing this peculiar behavior, Su Xiao felt a sense of foreboding. Yet he refrained from pressing further and exited the shop. Goodness, the staff's actions were decidedly strange. This was hardly a normal reaction. One could only wonder what that bottle of rabbit blood truly contained. Could it possibly be the blood of a living rabbit? I recall that a rabbit had bitten some meat previously, and when the staff arrived, they merely stated, "We will handle this rabbit promptly." Could this be the rabbit they referred to after handling? How eerie. Furthermore, there's a detail I wonder if you noticed. Before Su Xiao inquired with the staff, the rabbit's blood was visibly displayed on the shelf. However, after his inquiry, the blood was hastily removed, and the staff appeared quite flustered. What would be the reason for this? This is so perplexing. I feel my mind is unraveling. Before the truth is unveiled, let us quietly observe Su Xiao's maneuvers. This zoo seems to hold immense intrigue. At this moment, countless netizens are discussing the rabbit's blood. These seemingly unrelated events appear to be weaving together, one after another. As Su Xiao exited the store, the other selected individuals also found goat meat. However, these others adhered to Rule 6, obtaining their food from the vending machines without entering the store. Naturally, The vending machines also contained rabbit's blood. Yet, the majority of the selected individuals chose to ignore the rabbit's blood, as their instincts warned them of its peril. Only Sumit, who had been bitten by the rabbit and whose mental state was already questionable, retrieved a bottle of rabbit's blood from the vending machine. The moment the higher-ups of the Asan nation saw Sumit take out the rabbit's blood, they collectively lost their composure. They were acutely aware of the foolish actions that this mentally unstable Sumit was likely to undertake. Ultimately, no miracle occurred. Sumit foolishly drank the bottle of rabbit's blood. Upon consuming the rabbit's blood, Sumit's expression contorted grotesquely as he erupted into manic laughter, and at that very instant, his live broadcast screen abruptly went dark. The Asan nation's chosen one, Sumit, was mysteriously consumed. The world of eerie tales is about to descend. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, driven by hunger, consumed 2 portions of goat meat and saved one for dinner. He stood outside the iron fence of the goat enclosure, contemplating the bizarre occurrences within the zoo. He must escape the zoo within 3 days. Considering the note left by a visitor, I suspect that the zoo gradually erodes one's mental fortitude. The longer one remains, the more susceptible they become to mental corruption, leading to assimilation by the animals. Reciting the phrase, "I am human, not an animal," is likely intended to prevent mental disarray from prolonged exposure in the zoo. Maintaining a constant awareness of one's identity may be the key to a genuine opportunity for escape. There appears to be no exit within the zoo, currently. The only plausible possibility is that the exit is not located here. If an aquarium indeed exists within the zoo, why do the staff consistently deny its presence? There are too many enigmas awaiting resolution. At this juncture, Su Xiao's mind feels somewhat chaotic. The strangeness of the zoo far surpasses the note from his mother and the train heading toward the unknown. To survive the zoo, the only breakthrough point lies within the aquarium. However, the current predicament is that Su Xiao has thoroughly explored the zoo, yet has found no sign of the so-called aquarium. Today marks the first day, and it appears that he must spend the night within the confines of the zoo. With no immediate breakthrough in sight, he can only hope that tomorrow will yield more valuable information. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he recalls the 5th rule. Should you accidentally lose your way in the zoo, remain calm. You may rest on the benches, but exercise caution at night, as animals may appear at any moment. Rather than choosing to sleep on a bench, Su Xiao made his way back to the store he had previously encountered. Although it was nighttime, the shop was still brightly lit. The store was devoid of customers, the doors wide open, suggesting that the staff had already concluded their shifts. Su Xiao entered the store and casually arranged 2 cardboard boxes in a corner. He comforted himself with the thought, "It will have to suffice for one night. At least I need not worry about rain or wind," which is certainly preferable to sleeping on a bench. Chapter 36. The staff in black uniform having made the bed, Su Xiao placed the black general and the doll beside him, preparing to surrender to slumber. However, just as he was on the brink of drifting into dreams, a figure clad in black uniform entered the shop. A staff member in black work attire? Su Xiao furrowed his brows at the sight of this silhouette. Rule 7. When necessary, you may seek assistance from the staff within the park. Those in blue and red uniforms will gladly help you. But if you encounter someone in black, flee immediately. Su Xiao scrutinized the figure, yet displayed no inclination to acknowledge him. After grabbing a few packages of goat meat, the figure hastily exited the store. Observing this, Su Xiao wasted no time and hurriedly followed, accompanied by the doll and the black general. Outside the shop, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the faint moonlight offering a glimpse of the path beneath his feet. He pursued the figure until he arrived at an unfamiliar location. As he chased, doubt crept into his mind, for he was certain that this route had not existed in the zoo during the day. Just as Su Xiao was about to catch up to the figure, it suddenly accelerated and vanished from his sight within moments. Su Xiao was left speechless, halting to catch his breath. Seriously, running that fast? Do you think you're a sprint champion? Amidst his grumbling, he suddenly realized that the path the figure had traversed had mysteriously disappeared, as if it had never existed at all. Standing on a lawn, he noticed a piece of paper lying not far away, seemingly dropped by the mysterious figure. Our esteemed Su Xiao has discovered yet another note. What do you suppose its contents might be? It's hard to guess, but that figure was undoubtedly suspicious. Thankfully, Su Xiao chose to pursue. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of this path in the zoo. Could it possibly lead to the aquarium? It's uncertain, especially since the path has vanished, leaving its future appearance unknown. I believe we should first examine what is inscribed on that note. With the expectations of numerous online spectators in mind, Su Xiao began to hasten back to the shop. Meanwhile, on the other side, among the other selected individuals, most opted to spend the night on benches within the zoo. Only Thomas from the United States chose to sleep in the shop, and he too received a note from the staff in black uniform. Of course, this was not due to any foresight on Thomas's part. His decision stemmed from the fact that the United States had utilized a hint. The higher-ups deemed it a critical breakthrough point. Hence, after careful consideration, they employed their sole opportunity for a hint. As of now, aside from the Dragon Kingdom, no other nations could avail themselves of hints. Returning to Su Xiao, he was back in the shop, and the highly anticipated note was about to be unveiled. Just as he was on the verge of reading its contents, an announcement echoed across the globe. In a bizarre turn of events, the chosen ones from 6 nations, including the football nation and the Argentine nation, have been mysteriously consumed, heralding the imminent arrival of a world steeped in the uncanny. The countdown proceeds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. What on earth is happening? How could all 6 selected individuals be eliminated so suddenly? I just left Jiwi's live stream, where it seemed he fell victim to an animal attack. An animal? No wonder Rule 5 cautions about the potential appearance of creatures while napping on benches. This is precisely what it meant. However, it should not merely be an animal. It likely refers to a grotesquely distorted monster. Good grief, it's truly unpredictable. At this hour, how could animals be roaming freely in the zoo? Thankfully, Su Xiao did not choose to nap on a bench. Dear netizen, I must correct your statement. Even if Su Xiao had opted for the bench, it's likely the animals would merely skirt around him. Let's disperse and turn our attention to Su Xiao revealing the contents of the note. Now, the online community has grown accustomed to the peculiar phenomenon of selected individuals being mysteriously devoured, as long as the consumed are not their own chosen ones. They show little interest in the unfolding drama. Under the watchful eyes of the netizens, Su Xiao slowly unfurls the note. I lost my way while chasing a group of rabbits. When I regained my senses, I could no longer find my friends. I had no choice but to seek help from the staff, yet they paid no heed to my pleas. Could this be the friend of that earlier visitor? It is indeed plausible. But if he were a visitor, how could he be clad in the zoo's uniform? Let us continue reading. The initial sentences of the note are easily comprehensible, yet the subsequent lines prove more perplexing. The rabbits are monkeys. The elephants are rabbits. The first 4 white lions are monkeys, and the 5th white lion is a goat. What do these statements signify? I find myself utterly bewildered. Are the rabbits in the rabbit enclosure not actually rabbits, but rather monkeys? It's no wonder they can leap several meters high. I seem to grasp the concept, yet not entirely. It appears that the elephants resemble rabbits, but how does one explain the goat? Alas, it seems there are no further revelations. The zoo protects normal people during the day. The aquarium safeguards those with slight pollution at night. Please firmly believe that you are human. Is that all? It appears the information provided is rather scant. The only useful insight is the confirmation of the aquarium's existence. The tone of this note lacks despair. Could it be that the author is a survivor within the zoo? This hypothesis is rather intriguing. After perusing the note, Su Xiao carefully folds it away. At this moment, akin to the speculations of several netizens, he concludes that the author of the note must be someone who survived within the zoo. This information is critical, as it indirectly affirms that the aquarium serves as the exit. Time: the following day. In the early morning, Su Xiao collected 3 portions of goat meat from the shop and then departed. Guided by the hazy recollection from the previous night, he returned to the location where he had lost sight of the shadow in black attire. This place was a grassy expanse, and the path he sought had yet to materialize. However, Su Xiao remained unperturbed. He was certain that the path would eventually reappear. Thus, his objective for the day was to lie in wait here. Su Xiao remained vigilant from morning until noon, yet the elusive path still did not present itself. As dusk approached, something did emerge, though it was not the path he anticipated, but rather a peculiar assembly of distorted creatures. Standing on the lawn, Su Xiao beheld in the distance a group of pink rabbits and blue elephants charging directly towards him. Chapter 37. The Aquarium. As Su Xiao gazed at the peculiar creatures rushing towards him, his brow furrowed in confusion. He initially believed these animals were approaching him, but then he noticed several staff members in blue uniforms trailing behind them. Su Xiao scrutinized the staff members chasing the animals, and at that moment, one of the workers called out to him, "Quick, help me stop them." Rule 3. If you see staff chasing animals, please assist them. They will be grateful. Unsurprisingly, the rebellious Su Xiao chose not to intervene, but instead stood aside with an air of understanding. Ultimately, the bizarre creatures slipped past him, along with the anxious staff, vanishing into the distance. After this brief incident, Su Xiao's mind was awash with questions. He had never encountered pink rabbits or blue elephants in the zoo before. Why did these animals appear so strange? Why did they escape? What compelled the staff to pursue them? His brow remained tightly knit in contemplation. Meanwhile, other selected individuals were also searching for an exit within the zoo. Several of them encountered the pink rabbits and blue elephants, mirroring Su Xiao's experience, as the animals were likewise being pursued by staff members. "Help us, mate. Assist in stopping them," the staff implored. After a moment of reflection, a few of the selected individuals, driven by a sense of justice, chose to lend a hand. With their assistance, the animals were eventually returned to the confines of the park. However, little did they know that their every action had drawn the attention of a lurking, sinister entity. What on earth was that lurking in the shadows? It seemed like two people. No, they bore a human appearance, yet their eyes were red, and they sported rabbit ears. Could it be that rabbits have come to life? No, it was not that the rabbits had transformed. They were once humans. The few selected individuals who had intervened were now marked, and their fate was likely sealed. Sigh, I shouldn't have meddled. Inside the zoo, Su Xiao remained in place, awaiting the reappearance of the road. As fortune favors the diligent, he finally spotted the path again at 10 o'clock that night. The road manifested out of thin air, appearing at the same time as it had the previous day. Following this path should lead him to the aquarium. He hoped his assumption was correct. Recognizing that the opportunity lay before him, he hesitated not a moment longer and set forth along the road into the distance. Meanwhile, in America, Thomas, having received the note, was also waiting for the road to appear, much like Su Xiao. Upon seeing the path materialize, he too dashed forth without hesitation. As Su Xiao and Thomas finally found their way to the aquarium, Nikolai from the Bear Country stumbled upon the road by sheer coincidence. Having traversed this path numerous times, I recall that it seemed devoid of any route. Where does this road lead? With a sense of curiosity, Nikolai embarked upon it. At 10:30 in the evening, the path vanished as scheduled. Fortunately, Su Xiao stood before the edifice known as the aquarium. Presently, apart from Su Xiao, Nikolai, and Thomas, the other chosen ones lingered within the zoo. Earlier, those who had been targeted by the peculiar creature due to their assistance were ultimately attacked by the monster as night fell. Unsurprisingly, they met with a grim fate. Iraq, Mongolia, and Brunei, the chosen from these three nations, were eerily devoured, and the realm of strange tales is about to descend, with time counting down to 9, 8, 7, 6. I had anticipated that those chosen would inevitably meet their end. The realm of strange tales is not the same as the real world. Being virtuous, there leads to dire consequences. Alas, what a pity. Let us not dwell on them any longer. Has Su Xiao indeed found the aquarium? Indeed, he has, for that path led directly to the aquarium. Not only Su Xiao, but Thomas and Nikolai have also arrived there. Nikolai's fortune is quite extraordinary, as he stumbled upon the aquarium by sheer happenstance. Now, the contest among the three begins. It is evident, without needing to observe, that the one who will ultimately succeed will surely be our compatriot, Nikolai. Brothers from the Bear Country, come to terms with reality. I can assure you that Nikolai's chances of success are exceedingly slim, as the efficacy of his leadership talent is severely limited. Thomas has yet to reveal his talents, and it appears he may be the only one capable of contending with Su Xiao. Regardless of the circumstances, I steadfastly believe in Su Xiao. He is simply unparalleled. As countless netizens ardently debated whose chances of success were greater, Su Xiao stepped into the aquarium. Upon entering, he noticed a sign prominently displayed at the entrance. The sign clearly outlined several rules. Visitor guidelines for the aquarium. Rule 1. The aquarium features a dedicated jellyfish lounge, accommodating visitors for rest. Food is provided free of charge, and you may help yourself, but do not consume goat meat, even if you find such items on the shelves. Rule 2. There is but a single route to the aquarium. Once you enter, your stay must not exceed 3 days, and you are required to remain for no less than 1 full day. Rule 3. This is an aquarium solely inhabited by marine life. Should you encounter a swimming elephant in the whale section, please do not be alarmed. It is merely an amusing 3D projection. Act as though it were a whale. Rule 4. The aquarium is devoid of staff. You may collect a black uniform at the entrance, which is the only means to signal for assistance. Rule 5. The aquarium staff are uniformly clad in red. They will conduct cleaning at midnight. You may converse with them, but refrain from mentioning any topics related to the zoo. Regulation 6. The aquarium exists independently. There is no zoo outside. Regulation 7. Staff will depart from the aquarium at 6 in the morning after completing their cleaning duties. During this period, you are not permitted to leave the aquarium. Regulation 8. Any violation of the aforementioned rules will result in personal accountability for safety issues. Oh my goodness, come quickly. Su Xiao has discovered new regulations in the aquarium. What does Regulation 4 mean? Does donning a black uniform allow one to become a staff member of the aquarium? Regarding Regulation 6, I cannot comprehend, sisterly. Why does the aquarium assert its independent existence? This sounds remarkably similar to the claims made by the zoo staff. Chapter 38. Notes from the zoo staff after perusing the rules displayed on the bulletin board. Su Xiao turned his attention to the storage box beside it. Upon opening the box, he discovered it contained the black uniforms mentioned in the guidelines. Observing the black uniforms, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Rule 4. The aquarium is devoid of people. You may collect a black uniform at the entrance, which serves as the sole method for signaling staff to indicate you require assistance, eschewing the option to don a black uniform. Su Xiao committed the rules to memory before striding into the depths of the aquarium. At that moment, the entire aquarium was eerily desolate, devoid of any human presence. Upon entering the interior in the whale section, Su Xiao stood before a massive transparent panel. He lifted his gaze and clearly discerned the so-called swimming elephant. The elephant was not truly swimming. It was evident that it had succumbed to drowning within the whale zone. Rule 3. This is an aquarium, home only to marine life. Should you encounter a swimming elephant in the whale section, do not be alarmed. It is merely a whimsical 3D projection. Please pretend it is a whale. Though Rule 3 emphasized that it was merely a form of playful 3D projection, the elephant evoked an unsettlingly genuine sensation within Su Xiao. Perhaps it was not a projection at all, but rather the actual corpse of an elephant, one that had perished from drowning. Having traversed the whale section, Su Xiao did not linger in other areas, but directly sought out the jellyfish zone. As stipulated by the rules, the jellyfish area featured a lounge for visitor respite. This must be the lounge, Su Xiao concluded. He pushed open the door to the lounge and stepped slowly inside. The space was immaculate, devoid of dust. The lounge was dimly lit, the sole illumination emanating from the jellyfish gliding gracefully in the water. As he gazed at these ethereal creatures, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over Su Xiao, accompanied by an unusual warmth that enveloped his heart. It was peculiar. The tension that had previously gripped his mind dissipated entirely at that moment. Experiencing this subtle transformation, Su Xiao expressed his astonishment. Could it be that these jellyfish have the capacity to soothe one's mental state? I believe I now comprehend how the aquarium can protect those who are only slightly tainted. At that moment, Su Xiao seemed to grasp the meaning behind the note left by the individual in the black uniform. Unconsciously, he settled onto the soft bed, quietly absorbing the comforting aura emanating from the jellyfish. Although he had not been contaminated in any way, the sensation he experienced was truly beyond description. Seated on the bed, Su Xiao gently closed his eyes, Memories of the zoo appeared to fade gradually from his consciousness, though he remained oblivious to this phenomenon. After a considerable duration, Su Xiao opened his eyes, only to find that all recollections of the zoo had completely slipped from his mind. Yet, just as he sensed the loss of something significant yet could not recall what it was, the figure known as the Black General placed two notebook-like objects at his feet. "Black General, what is this?" Su Xiao, puzzled, picked up two notebooks and absent-mindedly stroked the head of the Black General. Curiously, he opened the first notebook. The first page contained only a few terse words. "I'm a staff member at the zoo." "A zoo? Staff member?" Su Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity and confusion at the mere mention of the zoo. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, numerous viewers noticed Su Xiao's unusual demeanor. What on earth is happening to Su Xiao? There's nothing wrong with being a zoo staff member, is there? Why do I feel he's deeply perplexed? Could it be that he no longer remembers the zoo? Has he lost his memory? That seems implausible. Perhaps this room holds some secrets. Let us investigate further and see if the notebook contains any useful information. Su Xiao continued to flip through the pages. "Since I began working at the zoo, I have been plagued by the same dream each night. A bizarre yet strikingly vivid dream. This opening was gripping. He was eager to uncover the nature of this dream. In my dream, I transform into a great elephant, an elephant that drowns. In the dream, the elephant whispers to me, 'You cannot escape, for this is your fate.' This whisper renders me incapable of focusing on my work. I even begin to question my own sanity. Could it be that this staff member was the very elephant that drowned in the whale exhibit? Surely not. The regulations stated that the elephant in the whale exhibit was merely a whimsical 3D projection. Yet, the regulations could also be erroneous. How eerie. While working at the zoo, I am compelled to adhere to peculiar rules, and it is said that those who disregard these rules vanish without a trace. They do not resign from the zoo. They simply cease to exist. According to the rules, I must always remember that the zoo exists independently. There is no aquarium here. Yet, visitors often inquire about the way to the aquarium, and I can only smile and inform them that there is no aquarium within the zoo. No wonder the zoo staff exhibits such strange behavior. They too must abide by these rules. However, what exactly are the rules they follow? In this zoo, animals often appear inexplicably. I have observed that these creatures are typically bizarre, and their numbers continue to multiply. Though I sometimes feel confused by this. I know the rules disallow my wandering thoughts. I must simply fulfill my duties to survive. Tears welled up. It was a pitiful existence for a humble worker. I fear I can no longer endure such days. I have resolved to rebel against the rules. Above all, remember this. You are human, not an animal. The notebook, upon further inspection, revealed no additional content. The final sentence appears not to be intended for others, but rather as a reflection meant for the staff member himself. The unfinished notes suggest an inevitable conclusion. One can easily surmise that he undoubtedly faced failure. It is heart-wrenching. This staff member exhibited remarkable courage, despite the predetermined outcome. I hold deep admiration for his fortitude. The number of animals in the zoo continues to surge, and ultimately, the staff member himself becomes akin to one of them. The phrase "you are human, not an animal" has recurred many times, hinting at a more profound significance beneath its surface. Upon reading the notes left by this staff member, netizens from around the world were moved to tears. It must be said that, at any moment, those with a spirit of courageous resistance are truly commendable. As the mysteries unravel one by one, the truth about the zoo seems increasingly within reach. Within the marine pavilion, in the Jellyfish Lounge, Su Xiao closed the notebook. Although he had completely lost his memories of the zoo, the final sentence within the notes resonated with a striking familiarity. Perhaps this very phrase holds the key to unlocking the enigma. Chapter 39. The Tourist Journal in the Lounge. Su Xiao retrieved a pen and inscribed the phrase, "I am a human, not an animal," upon his hand. At this moment, his faith in his somewhat chaotic memories had diminished, and what he required was to etch this declaration in a conspicuous place, serving as a perpetual reminder to himself. After completing this task, Su Xiao gradually picked up another notebook and opened it. "Greetings. Congratulations on successfully locating the aquarium and discovering the notes I have left behind. My identity is inconsequential, but you must remember the following words. Especially the crucial parts, regardless of the means. Ensure that you inscribe them in the most prominent position. Who penned this note? He preferred to remain anonymous. Could it be the same visitor clad in black attire? It is plausible, as he seems to be the sole individual who successfully escaped from a zoo. If this notebook indeed belongs to him, the contents must hold significant importance. The jellyfish in the lounge can heal those with mild contamination, yet it may inadvertently erase portions of your memory. Of course, this may not be entirely accurate. It is merely my subjective conjecture. No wonder Su Xiao previously displayed such a perplexed expression. He could not have truly forgotten his memories of the zoo. Could he? Are the jellyfish ultimately benevolent or malevolent? The dichotomy of good and evil appears not to be so absolute. The jellyfish possess the ability to restore the sanity of the afflicted, yet they also carry the risk of causing the chosen ones to forget vital memories. The zoo exists. The path from the zoo to the aquarium only materializes at specific times, and the duration is exceedingly brief. The zoo? Su Xiao's expression reflected confusion as he continued to read. Perhaps you have lost your memories of the zoo, but fret not. As long as you successfully enter the aquarium, the zoo becomes of lesser significance. From this point onward, the subsequent information is critical to your survival. The important part is approaching. Surely, the following lines will elucidate the method of escape. You must not sleep tonight, not even for a moment. Though the jellyfish in the room may induce drowsiness, you must employ any means necessary to remain perpetually alert. This is paramount. Do not succumb to slumber. Remain vigilant at all times. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. While he was uncertain of the consequences of falling asleep, he understood that they would undoubtedly be unbearable. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiao turned to the puppet and the black general, instructing, from this moment on, should you observe any signs of my drowsiness, awaken me by any means necessary. Having given his orders, Su Xiao resumed reading. Always remember, you are a human, not an animal. Around midnight, the aquarium staff will enter the jellyfish lounge to turn off the jellyfish night lights. During this time, you must feign sleep. At 5 o'clock the following morning, the staff will once again enter the jellyfish lounge. If you're still somewhat alert at that time, engage in conversation with them, preferably on topics related to the zoo. Discussing the zoo with the staff? Did not the marine aquarium regulations explicitly state that one must not mention the zoo? In contrast to the rules of the aquarium, I find myself more inclined to trust the contents of the notebook. Indeed, I too believe the notebook to be more reliable. The exit lies within the aquarium. At 5:30, the aquarium staff will finish their shift and return home. Follow them. Congratulations, you may have just discovered the path back home. Is that all? Goodness, is that simple? I have learned, indeed, this is the method to exit the zoo. While the method appears straightforward, it conceals numerous intricacies. Thankfully, I found this notebook. Otherwise, even the esteemed Su Xiao might have struggled to find his way out. I owe a debt of gratitude to General Black. I wonder how he stumbled upon this notebook. General Black is truly dependable. I am quite fond of him. Doll, have you all forgotten me? Have you found new affections and forsaken the old? The contents of the notebook conclude here. Following the notebook's guidance, Su Xiao inscribed the essential details upon his arm. He had considered recording the information on paper, yet he always felt that approach was somewhat precarious. As Su Xiao became aware of the method to progress, we turn our attention to the side of Grizzly Bear Country, where Nicola donned a black uniform. Under the soothing influence of the jellyfish, he too lost his memories of the zoo. However, one must concede that Nicola's fortune is indeed extraordinary. He inadvertently discovered the very same visitor's notebook in the lounge. This notebook, identical to the one Su Xiao obtained, also contained the method for progression. Huzzah! Holding the notebook, Nicola appeared particularly elated. Yet, he was evidently carried away by his excitement. Unlike Su Xiao, he chose not to transcribe the significant content on a paper, nor did he record it upon his body. Nicola is certainly intelligent, unlike Su Xiao from Dragon Country, who foolishly inscribed the information upon his hand. Such a folly. With a notebook in hand, what need is there for further recording? Just refer directly to the notebook, indeed. In East Island and Pickled Vegetable Nation, you all seek to assert your presence. Do you not? I believe it is prudent to reflect upon the nature of your own nations, chosen ones, before casting judgment upon others. East Island and Pickled Vegetable Nation. I hope you will remember the words spoken now. Do not claim I failed to warn you when the time comes for your reckoning. Nicola's thoughts align with those of Pickled Vegetable Nation. He too views the act of additional recording as superfluous, given he possesses the notebook. While Nicola's approach seems devoid of fault, as it mirrors the thoughts of the majority of rational individuals, he appears to have forgotten that in the realm of eerie tales, one cannot always apply conventional reasoning to solve problems. Every seemingly inconsequential error in your choices may exact a heavy toll upon you. Meanwhile, in the Jellyfish Lounge, Thomas stumbled upon two notebooks that differed from those discovered by Su Xiao. One was penned by a staff member of the aquarium, while the other surprisingly belonged to the director of the zoo. Astonishingly, Thomas had uncovered new notes that even the esteemed Su Xiao had not found. It remains uncertain whether the contents of these notebooks contain insights on the means of departure. It is premature to draw conclusions. As of now, only the visitor's notebook appears somewhat useful, whereas the staff member's notebook primarily chronicles mundane daily affairs, offering minimal assistance to the chosen ones. Look, Thomas has opened the notebook of the aquarium staff. Chapter 40. The Zookeeper's Journal under the anxious gaze of countless online observers. Thomas from the United States opened a notebook. It belonged to a member of the aquarium staff. I am an employee at the aquarium. I typically work the night shift. I enter the aquarium just past midnight and leave around 5:30 in the morning. In fact, the official working hours are from midnight to 6 in the morning. The reason for my late arrivals and early departures is due to strict regulations. The aquarium does not permit early arrivals or overtime. The existence of such regulations at the aquarium is astonishing. It seems to be an ideal job for office workers. If someone could tell me where to find such employment, I would immediately pack my bags for an interview. Indeed, I happen to have such a position available. Really? Where's the job located? At the border of the Dragon Kingdom, near the area adjacent to the Kingdom of Myanmar. Would you like to come? Round-trip airfare is covered. Forget it. I am merely seeking a legitimate job, and I never expected you to covet my kidneys. As an aquarium employee, I must adhere to the regulations and constantly remember that the aquarium is a standalone entity. There is no zoo here. I harbor doubts about the aquarium's rules. However, I have heard of a previous employee who failed to comply with the regulations and has since completely vanished within the aquarium. Initially, I thought it was merely a sinister joke until that day I encountered the drowned elephant in the whale section. Oh my, all the details are interconnected. It appears that aquarium staff must also follow rules, which should differ from those of zoo employees. Regardless of how visitors inquire, I must firmly deny any knowledge of the zoo's existence. I am aware that they will soon forget about the zoo, as the jellyfish here will erase that part of their memory. The zoo? Why can I not recall anything about it? Have I truly forgotten that portion of my memory? Upon reaching this point, Thomas too felt a deep sense of confusion. Once, a visitor stumbled upon this place by accident and inquired about the zoo. I vehemently denied any knowledge of its existence, and soon enough, he lost interest. Could it be that the visitor was the one who left the notes? The possibility seems quite high. While the visitor slept, I followed protocol and turned off the jellyfish night light at his bedside. However, the next day when I arrived for my shift, I suddenly discovered that the visitor had vanished. I'm left wondering whether he met with an accident or if he had simply left the aquarium, but since then, I have not seen him again within the aquarium. My goodness, that visitor must have escaped the aquarium. It's confirmed. He is indeed the one who left the notes. This intricately woven narrative is truly captivating. Wait, it seems we have overlooked something. What have we overlooked? Have you noticed that this notebook seems to contain no record of how to leave? Indeed, it appears to be the case. Now, it seems that all hope must be placed in the director's notes. Amidst the discussions of numerous netizens, Thomas has solemnly closed the notebook. At this moment, Thomas's brow furrows deeply. Goodness, why won't anyone tell me how the visitors departed? The entire notebook offers not a single piece of particularly useful information. Thomas feels utterly despondent, for this notebook lacks the content he so desperately seeks. In other words, although he has perused the notes left by the aquarium staff, he has yet to discover the means to exit the aquarium. Now, Thomas still possesses another notebook The director of the zoo notes, if he cannot find the answers he seeks within this notebook, it is highly probable that his escape will be exceedingly difficult. With a heart full of trepidation, Thomas hesitates repeatedly before ultimately deciding to examine the notebook's contents before making a choice. Upon opening the director's notes, he reads, I am the director of the zoo. I constantly regret coming here to apply for the position of zoo director. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't the director be the mastermind behind the zoo? Given this situation, the peculiarities within the zoo may very well be unrelated to him. Shortly after assuming my role, I noticed some abnormalities within the zoo. First, visitors inexplicably disappeared. Then, my employees began to leave without reason. I cannot comprehend why employees would depart without explanation. They seem to enjoy their work at the zoo, and even if they were to resign, they should at least submit a resignation letter, right? Yet there was none. They simply vanished without a trace. Upon reaching this point, I suddenly feel compelled to ask the zoo director, is it possible that your employees are not resigning? Poor director. Perhaps he remains oblivious to the fact that his employees have not left, but have instead transformed into strange animals. My dear friend, this is rather distressing. As the director, I must ensure the normal operation of the zoo and the aquarium. My duties are exceedingly cumbersome. While supervising my employees, I often witness them chasing rabbits. Though I'm unsure how the rabbits escaped, employees drive the rabbits into the lion enclosure, where the lions promptly attack these rabbits. Though this seems quite cruel, the director's code informs me that this is perfectly normal. How utterly cruel. Does the director also have to adhere to the director's code? I frequently work late into the night. However, every night, I can hear the sounds of children laughing and playing within the zoo. These sounds occur with remarkable frequency. I realize I may be experiencing auditory hallucinations, as those sounds seem to emanate from the direction of the rabbit enclosure. Is it not possible that these are not mere hallucinations? This director is truly devoted, often toiling late into the night under immense pressure. I have uncovered a secret within the zoo. I find myself unable to depart from the zoo. It confines my freedom. How astonishing is this place? And what peculiar entity resides here? Surely, the director cannot be deceased, can he? If he were, how could the zoo possibly function normally? No one who enters this zoo emerges alive, myself included. Should you find yourself unfortunate enough to step inside, bear in mind the following 3 admonitions. Firstly, it incessantly exerts its influence upon you. Secondly, do not delve into its nature. Thirdly, resist the urge to be assimilated. Always remember, you are human, not an animal. If fortune grants you the opportunity to escape, then please convey my regards to the son of tomorrow. The director's notes conclude here. They reveal nothing of his whereabouts. He may still linger within the confines of the zoo, or perhaps he has met with a dire fate. Regardless of his current location, it is evident to the online community that all individuals within the zoo are subject to the sway of its rules. Tourists, security personnel, staff, and even the director himself. Chapter 41. The fallen one in the notes left by the principal. Thomas found no method to escape the zoo. Meanwhile, within the conference room of the American High Command, a profound sense of despair enveloped them. It was akin to being on the verge of scoring a goal, with the net in sight, only to be cruelly penalized by the referee just as one was about to score. What on earth is happening? How can it be that neither of the 2 notebooks contain a way out? Thomas scoured the lounge, yet these 2 notebooks were all he could find. Nicola had already searched the spot where the visitor's notebook was supposedly located, but to no avail. Damn it, could it be that the notebooks appear at random? We just reviewed the live replay. Nicola stumbled upon it purely by chance. As for Su Zhao's visitor notebook, it was procured by the Black General from an unknown source, implying that Su Zhao originally had no access to that notebook. Damn, who would have thought the Black General would assist Su Zhao at such a critical moment? But there is still hope. Thomas's talent remains untapped, and we have one last chance to fight back. The American High Command gradually regained their composure, directing their attention to the live feed of Thomas. At this moment, in the Jellyfish Lounge, Thomas, feeling despondent and hopeless due to his inability to find a means of escape, soon rallied his spirits. No, I have not lost yet. My talent still lies within me, and I can still make a stand. Thomas possessed an A-level talent known as Thief. although merely an A-level ability. It granted him the power to extract useful information from other chosen ones. Unsurprisingly, Thomas targeted Su Xiao as the source of his information. As he activated his talent, a line of small text began to materialize on the blank sheet of paper in his hands. The emergence of this text caused both Thomas and the American High Command to breathe rapidly. However, when the text fully manifested, they were left fuming with rage. The paper boldly proclaimed, "Fallen One, what do you want? Go eat shit." Out of nowhere, this absurdity threw me off balance. Ha. Utterly flabbergasted. Thomas was so enraged he nearly rolled his eyes back. What is this ridiculous maneuver? This is a strike to the heart. This unexpected turn of events nearly caused countless netizens to collapse in laughter during the live broadcast, but soon they discerned a troubling issue. Wait. It seems that Su Xiao didn't do anything at all. Indeed, what is going on? It appears to be the work of the Black General. I saw him gesturing at the air just moments ago. The Black General? No way. Can he actually render Thomas's talent ineffective? Or did he alter the content of the note? The Black General is truly formidable. Not only is he powerful, but his insults are also spectacularly smooth. Ha. A dog like you is just a dog. Woo. Mommy, I too wish to have such a pet. As countless netizens stirred a fervor of admiration for the Black General in the live broadcast room, a stark silence and chill enveloped the conference room of the American High Command. Who could elucidate what had just transpired? It seemed the Black General, who was in the company of Su Xiao, had orchestrated this. The Black General? Damned be Su Xiao. My country stands irreconcilably opposed to him. Achoo. In the Jellyfish Lounge, Su Xiao sneezed twice, dismissing it as he was well aware of the multitude who wished to berate him. Having just devoured a portion of goat meat, he became disheartened to realize he had completely forgotten the contents of the two notebooks. Fortunately, he had inscribed the crucial information on his hand, enabling him to recall it at a moment's notice. The impact of the jellyfish on my memory was rather profound, seemingly accompanied by a hypnotic effect. I must remain vigilant. I cannot afford to succumb to sleep tonight. I am human, not a beast. Su Xiao continuously reminded himself. Whenever an inkling of drowsiness threatened to overwhelm him, the puppet and the Black General would execute his command, providing him with a modicum of stimulation. How ruthless! The Black General truly bites. Goodness, Su Xiao is relentless with himself. That arm is already drenched in blood. In such moments, a real bite is imperative. Otherwise, succumbing to slumber becomes all too easy, and awakening thereafter would likely prove a formidable challenge. Alas, Su Xiao fights for our Dragon Nation. Such a burden he bears. He is a hero, not merely a solitary hero, but a champion for us all, the citizens of the Dragon Nation. Witnessing the scene unfold in the live broadcast, were moved, expressing their heartfelt sympathy. After all, Su Xiao was battling for the entirety of the Dragon Nation, while they could do nothing. Time, day 3. 12:05. The aquarium staff commenced their duties. The staff, accustomed to their routine, entered the lounge where Su Xiao slept. Upon discovering him resting on the bed, they exhibited no astonishment. Instead, they gently assisted in turning off the jellyfish nightlight beside his bed. As they departed, the staff took the two notebooks, even thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Listening to the gradually fading footsteps of the staff, Su Xiao, who had been feigning sleep, sat up and switched the jellyfish nightlight back on. He was aware that the staff would not return to the lounge until after 5 in the morning. Now, Su Xiao's task was to remain in the lounge. He could not sleep, as he needed to keep himself perpetually alert. Once it reached 5:30 a.m., he would be able to leave this place as soon as the staff re-entered the lounge. Meanwhile, in the Bear Country, Nicola lay feigning sleep in his own lounge. Little did he suspect that the staff would mistakenly take the notes left behind by visitors, treating them as refuse. As the staff departed, Nicola sat up from his bed, only to realize it was too late to notice that his notes were missing. Damn it, where could they have gone? No, I mustn't panic at this moment. I need to find a pen to jot those thoughts down elsewhere. Yes, I must do just that. Nicola swung his legs off the bed and began searching the lounge for paper and a pen. However, when he successfully located them, he had completely forgotten the purpose for which he sought paper and pen. Why do I have these two items? What was I intending to write down? What could it have been? Why can I not recall even a fragment of it? Nicola pondered for a considerable time with the paper and pen in hand, yet he remained unable to remember their intended use. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he discarded them into the wastebasket. During this process, Nicola noticed the bite marks on his arm, yet confusion filled his eyes. Why have I treated myself this way? Am I trying to remind myself of something? I simply cannot remember. I feel so tired. With a lounge so invitingly comfortable, perhaps it is best to sleep now and contemplate it all tomorrow. Chapter 42. The zoo escaped. To my astonishment, Nicola lay asleep on the bed. Hadn't the visitor's notes explicitly warned against slumber? It was not merely a matter of Nicola's subjective desire to rest. Rather, he found it nearly impossible to resist the allure of drowsiness. Influenced as he was by the jellyfish, Nicola exemplified the phrase, "a good hand poorly played," having acted with unwarranted cleverness. If only he had recorded the vital information from the notes in the most conspicuous place, he would not have forgotten what he ought to do and what he ought to refrain from doing. Such folly wasted an extraordinary opportunity. It is likely that he never anticipated his notes would be confiscated by the staff. The visitor's notes had clearly instructed him to highlight the essential details. Yet he deemed it too bothersome, and now he faced the consequences of his laziness. It appears that in the realm of bizarre tales, one must not be careless. Even the most inconspicuous detail could determine success or failure. Oh, where are those who previously berated Su Xiao for his unnecessary actions? Have they retreated like turtles, failing to show their faces? Alas, perhaps this is indeed their forte. Nicola's missed opportunity to escape the zoo left countless netizens lamenting his plight. However, it is the higher-ups in Bear Country who suffer the most. What on earth was Nicola thinking, faltering at such a critical moment? Fate had opened a window for him, yet he fell prey to the folly of blind confidence. Sigh, the details dictate success or failure, and in this regard, he undeniably pales in comparison to Su Xiao from Dragon Country. While the higher-ups in Bear Country lamented Nicola's misfortune, Thomas from America, unable to find an escape route, succumbed to the jellyfish's hypnotic influence, drifting into a blissful slumber akin to Nicola's. At this moment, only Su Xiao remained awake in the aquarium, a state of awareness that exacted a toll. Compared to Su Xiao, the other chosen ones still lingering in the zoo had nearly resolved to abandon their resistance. After all, the third day had arrived, and they had yet to uncover a single clue regarding the aquarium. They sensed the ominous implications of this. They could already catch a whiff of death's approach. Time trickled by inexorably. Each passing second in the aquarium felt like torment for Su Xiao, even though he could not be contaminated or harmed by the bizarre. The jellyfish's influence clouded his mind, leaving him weary and disoriented. Were it not for his iron will, he would have likely succumbed to exhaustion long ago. At this moment, both of Su Xiao's arms bled profusely. He chose not to staunch the flow, instead using the pain to keep himself alert. This act stirred the emotions of countless netizens watching from behind the screen. Now, only Su Xiao remained to hold the fort. He must endure. While using the puppet and the Black General for stimulation was indeed beneficial, it was also taxing on his limbs. Su Xiao had already given his all for the sake of overcoming this challenge. Tears welled up in my eyes. If this continues, Su Xiao's arm will surely be rendered useless. I cannot fathom resorting to such self-harm to attain clarity. Su Xiao, persevere. Longhua, endure. We must hold on. Amidst the silent encouragement from countless netizens, time swiftly slipped away. At 5:20 in the morning, after enduring an excruciating wait, Su Xiao finally saw the staff arrive to clean. As the marine aquarium staff pushed open the door, Su Xiao exhaled a long, heavy sigh. At last, it was all about to conclude. Upon seeing Su Xiao standing by the bed, the staff displayed a hint of astonishment and surprise. In the depths of their gaze, Su Xiao detected a flicker of fear. Perhaps, according to the staff's code, visitors were merely a source of trouble. The staff refrained from speaking to Su Xiao, instead making a concerted effort to avoid him. Yet at that moment, Su Xiao smiled and broke the silence. The zoo truly exists, does it not? I'm sorry, I cannot answer your question, nor do I comprehend what you are saying. The staff's actions suddenly faltered, a glimmer of surprise crossing their eyes. Despite their attempts to conceal it, Su Xiao effortlessly perceived their reaction. He did not linger on the topic of the zoo, but instead remarked, after your shift, you should finally be able to return home, right? The marine aquarium staff looked utterly bewildered. Clearly, they did not grasp the meaning behind Su Xiao's words. What a peculiar visitor, reminiscent of the individual who had vanished from the aquarium previously. The staff cast a strange glance at Su Xiao, but chose to ignore him further, adhering to their employee guidelines that prohibited excessive interaction with visitors. After hastily tidying up the lounge, the staff departed in a flurry. Watching the staff's retreating figure, a smile crept across Su Xiao's lips. Indeed, he decisively chose to follow. Shortly thereafter, having witnessed the staff exit through the back door of the aquarium, Su Xiao stood before that very door, fulfilling his desire. As he pushed it open, a notification echoed in his ears. The drowned elephant in the aquarium is not the fate for all. As long as one steadfastly believes in their humanity, it shall not affect you. Chosen one, congratulations on successfully escaping the zoo. Completion rating, 5 stars. Completion reward, jellyfish pendant, anomaly resistance 2. Current anomaly resistance 4. Jellyfish pendant description. The jellyfish pendant is a part of you. It will soothe your emotional turmoil and prevent you from losing your sense of self. Jellyfish pendant? Su Xiao felt a surge of joy. Such an item was precisely what he needed at that moment. In the realm of strange tales, due to his innate abilities, Su Xiao was unafraid of pollution and engulfment, yet at times he found it challenging to evade their influence. With the jellyfish pendant in his possession, he would essentially be immune to the effects it could impose. This effectively compensates for the deficiencies in talent. The live broadcast of Su Xiao came to a standstill, while simultaneously, an announcement reverberated across the skies of the globe. Congratulations to Longwa's Su Xiao for successfully completing the challenge. Longwa will be exempt from the impending emergence of the rule-based monstrosity. Longwa's Su Xiao has achieved a 5-star clearance and will receive a special reward. The national disease rate will decrease by 20. As the announcement echoed above Longwa, the entire populace erupted with fervor. He did it. Master Su Xiao has triumphed once more. This marks his 3rd consecutive victory, and this honor belongs to our Longwa. Master Su Xiao is simply remarkable. Oh my goodness, my friends, I am overwhelmed with excitement. A surge of adrenaline rushes through my veins, compelling me to rise to my feet. My attending physician has even declared this a medical marvel. Congratulations to the brother above. Yet I must mention my paralyzed uncle next door, who has been bedridden for years. He is now capable of remarkable feats. If anyone encounters him later, please remember to invite him for dinner. Wah wah wah. I am so moved by Master Su Xiao's accomplishment that I am in tears. My entire family is weeping. The only one who remained dry-eyed was my brother, but after a thorough scolding from me, he too has joined in the weeping, now crying even louder than I am. Chapter 43. The New Instance. Mount Daluo in the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons. Su Xiao continues to defy our expectations at every turn. The hints we provide have become inconsequential to his current self. However, this is perhaps for the best. As a strong youth fortifies a strong nation, one wonders how many more surprises Su Xiao will bestow upon us. Swiftly, we must dispatch our most elite forces to greet him and send our top experts to attend to his wounds. No, we should personally welcome him. Leader, might this be a tad excessive? Excessive? Are you aware of Su Xiao's current significance, which surpasses that of us old-timers? Have you not observed the contributions he has made to our Dragon Kingdom? Enough chatter. Obey the command at once. Yes, yes. Initially, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom harbored skepticism toward Su Xiao, yet now they regard him with newfound respect. Each high-ranking official understands well that, even with a population of 1 billion, it is challenging to find another like Su Xiao. He has undeniably become a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, a true hero. The high-ranking officials personally set out to welcome Su Xiao, while the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom celebrate with firecrackers in a national jubilation. However, amidst this atmosphere of joy and harmony, the faces of the high-ranking officials from the United States and Bear Country are grim. Bear Country's high-ranking officials lament. We never anticipated that only Su Xiao would emerge alive. Su Xiao has now cleared the instance 3 consecutive times, a record worthy of being inscribed in the annals of humanity. Alas, our Nikolai succumbed to the details. We are a fighting nation. We do not fear failure, but we must learn from our mistakes. Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to strengthen diplomatic ties with the Dragon Kingdom during this period, sparing no expense to establish a friendly international relationship. United States officials exclaim, "Damn it, it's Su Xiao again. He has once more overshadowed us, achieving a triple clearance." The Dragon Kingdom has truly regained its momentum. They are like resilient cockroaches, surviving 5 consecutive defeats and managing to turn the tide. Could it be that even the heavens are aiding the Dragon Kingdom? We must convene a high-level meeting immediately. The United States needs to devise a new strategic plan. We must re-examine the data on the supernatural, for we cannot afford to lose again. With Su Xiao's successful clearances, the name Su Xiao has etched itself into the memories of high-ranking officials from all nations. Even many smaller countries have begun to regard him as a spiritual icon. For in their eyes, Su Xiao embodies the undefeated warrior, a guiding star for humanity. In the realm of reality, Su Xiao basks in the accolades befitting a hero. Though only 18, he feels he has reached the pinnacle of his life. Of course, where there are those celebrated, there are also those forgotten. Regrettably, Thomas, Nikolai, and others belong to the latter group. Their nations have acknowledged their inability to clear the instance and have decisively abandoned them. In the realm of the supernatural, Nikolai and Thomas have not awakened since they fell asleep, while the remaining chosen ones lingering in the zoo have begun to give up entirely. As the 3-day duration at the zoo came to a close, Nikolai, Thomas, and others met an unexpectedly bizarre fate. Meanwhile, Su Xiao emerged as the sole individual to conquer the challenges of the zoo. Thus, the narrative of the zoo reached a conclusion. Time slipped away like water, fleeting and ephemeral, just as Su Xiao had yet to fully relish his experience. He was once again thrust into a new realm of peculiar tales by the rules of the strange. Fortunately, as long as he could complete the challenges, he would return to the real world. If he were to remain as a mere cog in the machine indefinitely, he would likely face an inevitable breakdown. It must be said, returning to reality had become a steadfast reason for his survival. Look, the new tale begins selecting countries at random once more. Why the surprise? Regardless of the choices made, Su Xiao's name is bound to appear among them. Alas, how swiftly time flies. If circumstances permit, perhaps next time I shall bear a child for Su Xiao, at least leaving him a legacy. Ugh, I've encountered shamelessness before, but never such unabashed audacity. At this moment, within the realm of strange tales, Su Xiao opened his eyes to find himself standing at the base of a mountain trail, with a wooden sign before him clearly inscribed with the words De Luo Mountain. The Luo Mountain? Su Xiao wore a puzzled expression. Just then, an announcement echoed in his ears. The countries randomly selected for this challenge are Dragon Country, the Sun Never Sets Country, America, Paris Country, India, Kimchi Country, East Island. The challenge in the realm of strange tales is the Luo Mountain. Following a series of tourist disappearances, the Luo Mountain has been closed for 2 years. Despite its closure, the area's breathtaking scenery continues to attract numerous visitors. This is its territory, and it welcomes visitors, provided you do not mind becoming its servant. Reminder, please exit the Luo Mountain within 3 days. If you fail, rest assured, it is quite willing to keep you here. External challenge hint opportunities. 1. As the eerie voice faded, Su Xiao lifted his gaze to the wooden sign once more, only to find that the previously vacant board had suddenly sprouted several rules. Da Luo Mountain Climbing Visitor Regulations. Regulation 1. Once you step onto the Da Luo Mountain Trail, should you hear someone calling your name from behind, do not turn around. Regulation 2. During your ascent, refrain from counting your steps. Regulation 3. Along the trail, there are unmanned vending points where you may take souvenirs home, but under no circumstances should you consume the food from these points. Regulation 4. The mountain forest is perilous. Do not stray from the designated fitness trail. Regulation 5. All villagers from the original Da Luo village have relocated. If you encounter suspicious individuals claiming to be villagers, do not engage in conversation. Leave swiftly. Goodness, why are there only 5 rules? And why is it labeled Regulation A? Does Regulation B exist as well? Surely there must be additional rules. The Luo Mountain does not seem like a place of good fortune. Naturally, one would question the existence of any reputable place within the realm of strange tales. Ah, my friend, your reasoning is indeed compelling, leaving me momentarily speechless. From these regulations alone, one cannot glean any substantial information. Is it possible that the Great Losan, much like a zoo, is merely an amalgamation of various segments? I must say, your analysis is so meticulous that one might mistake you for a prophet. Chapter 44. The eerie sound standing before the wooden sign. Su Xiao scrutinized the 5 rules inscribed upon it. Once he was certain he had memorized them all, he stepped forward. As he traversed the mountain path of Mount Daluo, he noticed several other tourists accompanying him, couples and solitary backpackers alike. A gentle breeze caressed Su Xiao's ears, and amidst the singular beauty of Mount Daluo, he felt a twinge of contentment. If this were not a world steeped in ominous tales, he would genuinely wish to relax and explore. Su Xiao adorned himself with a jellyfish pendant, then ventured deeper along the mountain trail. A few minutes later, he halted before an aluminum sign detailing the climbing distance. You have advanced 100 meters towards the summit of Mount Daluo. The total distance of this trail is 10,000 meters. Keep going. Was this trail truly only 10,000 meters? Gazing down the seemingly endless ascent, Su Xiao frowned slightly. Why did it feel as though this path had no termination? If I have indeed traversed 100 meters, perhaps I should count precisely to verify. Rule 2. Do not count your steps while climbing. Although Rule 2 of the A regulations forbade counting one's steps, Su Xiao thrived on rebellion. He felt restless unless he defied authority. Thus, viewers from various nations witnessed Su Xiao counting his own steps. Goodness, Su Xiao is at it again, they exclaimed. He seems to thrive on opposing the rules. Haha, this aligns perfectly with his character. Regardless of what Su Xiao does, I support him unconditionally. Su Xiao remarked. This is merely my standard procedure, nothing out of the ordinary. As viewers fervently typed 666 in admiration, Su Xiao counted to 100. Now standing before the sign indicating 200 meters, he stroked his chin, contemplating. It indeed appeared to be a distance of 100 meters. Although he had confirmed the accuracy of the aluminum sign's measurements, a nagging feeling suggested that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. He circled the sign and continued toward the destination. However, as he advanced 500 meters, an uncanny occurrence unfolded. He sensed an intangible presence trailing him, and he could hear someone calling his name. Rule 1. Once you embark on the path of Mount Daluo, if you hear someone behind you calling your name, do not turn back. Who? What on earth? Unsurprisingly, Su Xiao turned around. Yet, eerily, there was nothing behind him, not even the tourists who had initially accompanied him. Witnessing this strange scene, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, accustomed to the bizarre, he was unfazed by such occurrences. He summoned the Black General, who had been leading the way ahead, and instructed, "Stay behind me. If anything approaches, regardless of what it may be, bite it." The audacity of commanding the Black General, as if he were a mere dog, is truly remarkable. What is even more astonishing is that the Black General complied without hesitation, displaying an unexpected intelligence. One must wonder, what was it that just addressed Su Xiao by name? My conjecture leans towards the possibility that it could indeed be that entity. Who is it? I find myself at a loss for words. It is beyond description, an ineffable presence. As the eerie voice echoed behind Su Xiao, the chosen ones from other nations also perceived that faint, almost imperceptible calling. Yet, none dared to glance back, fully aware that whatever beckoned them from behind could not possibly be human. The ascent stretched for 800 meters, and amidst this journey, Su Xiao stumbled upon an unattended vending point. Observing the pristine Dalu Mountain souvenirs and the fresh food items, he was engulfed in confusion. The mountain had been closed to the public for 2 years, and while sporadic tourists might visit, it seemed unnecessary to establish such a point solely for their benefit. These items were clearly placed there not long ago, suggesting the presence of staff alongside the occasional visitor. Why, then, Would personnel remain stationed here when tourism had been prohibited? A multitude of questions swirled in Su Xiao's mind. Yet, as he pondered, that enigmatic voice called out to him once more, this time with a palpable proximity. Listening to the unsettling sound, Su Xiao furrowed his brow deeply, only to find nothing upon his sudden turn. The black general stood beside him, equally perplexed, revealing that even he could not hear the voice. Was the sound merely an illusion? Could that sense of closeness have been a trick of the mind? Contemplating such mysteries, Su Xiao felt an unsettling confusion enveloping him, as if influenced by that presence. Just as his mind spiraled into disarray, the pendant around his neck emitted a faint glow, instantly alleviating the oppressive influence. With his mental clarity restored, Su Xiao felt a surge of relief. The jellyfish pendant truly proved its worth. While he was unafraid of the physical manifestations of the otherworldly, the unseen psychological impacts were far more daunting. Fortunately, with the jellyfish pendant safeguarding him, any attempts by that entity to exert its will upon him would not come easily. Whether or not that presence could be classified as otherworldly remained uncertain. However, given that even the Black General could not perceive its voice, Su Xiao surmised that whatever lurked in Dalu Mountain was undeniably more formidable than the Black General himself. It was evident that one could not afford to be complacent. The realm of strange tales was rife with bizarre phenomena, and eternal invincibility was an illusion. Nevertheless, if my resistance to the uncanny were to reach absolute levels, could I then withstand all that is strange? Yet, such future considerations felt distant. For now, my priority must be to devise a means of escaping Dalu Mountain. Regulation 3. Along the path of Mount Daluo, there are unmanned vending points where you may bring souvenirs home, but consuming the food from these points is strictly prohibited. Su Xiao took some food from the vending point and tossed a portion to the Black General, who, it seemed, had little interest in the provisions offered. Su Xiao did not take any souvenirs from the vending point. What a joke! Who in their right mind would desire such trinkets? Chapter 45. The Mountain God Temple. Departing from the vendor, Su Xiao continued his ascent along the mountain path towards the pinnacle of Daluo Mountain. Before long, he stumbled upon an aluminum signpost by the roadside. The sign recorded the distance he had traversed. You have advanced 1,500 meters toward the destination. In addition to this information, the sign also depicted a map of Daluo Mountain. Gazing at the vividly painted map, Su Xiao could discern his current position with precision. The map clearly marked several locations along the route, yet it appeared somewhat incomplete. Pavilion, Longing Pool, Lonko Cave. Oddly, there was no indication marking the final destination of Daluo Mountain. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. The map lacked any detail about the endpoint, displaying only a red arrow that pointed directly to the end of the mountain path. What lay beyond, Su Xiao could not ascertain. It was evident that the entire map was inadequately drawn. These signposts and maps merely served as guides leading me to the end of Daluo Mountain. Yet this truncated version of the map inevitably raised suspicions about whether the endpoint concealed some ulterior motive. As Su Xiao pondered over the map, he suddenly noticed a few figures emerging from a small path beside the mountain trail. The individuals appeared rather unassuming, resembling the inhabitants of Daluo Mountain. Having finally encountered others on the mountainous path, Su Xiao could not resist the urge to engage them in conversation, so he approached the villagers without a moment's hesitation. As Su Xiao drew near, the villagers exhibited signs of panic, hastening their steps as if eager to depart. Just as they prepared to flee, Su Xiao called out to them, "Why are you running? It's not every day I get to meet you. I have some questions." What questions? The villagers turned stiffly, seemingly desperate to avoid any interaction with him. Their demeanor left Su Xiao somewhat speechless. "Am I truly that intimidating? Are you residents of Daluo Mountain?" he inquired. One individual replied, "We are villagers of Daluo Village, part of the patrol team." Daluo Village Villagiers. Patrol team? Regulation 5. All original residents of Daluo Village have relocated. If you encounter anyone claiming to be a resident, please refrain from conversation and leave swiftly. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and pressed on. "Why do you take the small path instead of the main trail?" We're accustomed to the small path. It's more convenient for patrolling, so... The villager stammered under Su Xiao's scrutiny. However, before he could finish, another stepped forward, saying, "You must be a tourist visiting the Luo Mountain, right? If you wish to reach the summit quickly, you need to continue along the main path. And you must visit the Mountain God Temple." The Mountain God Temple? What is that place? Su Xiao intended to further inquire of the villagers, but upon lifting his gaze, he found that they had vanished without a trace. Observing the panicked retreat of the villagers, Su Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Was it truly necessary to be so frightened over a mere inquiry? Wait a moment, Rule 5 states that Daluo village has long been abandoned. So what could these villagers possibly be? Their mention of the Mountain God Temple piqued his curiosity. Where could that sacred place be? The map offered no indication of its location, leaving Su Xiao utterly perplexed. However, he noted that the villagers were consistently following a narrow path up Daluo Mountain, which only deepened his confusion. Shouldn't the main trail be more efficient for patrolling? The convenience of the small path seemed like a hasty fabrication. Perhaps, he mused, he could learn from these villagers. Rule 4. The forest is perilous. Please do not stray from the designated hiking trails. While Rule 4 cautioned against leaving the established path, Su Xiao felt compelled to rebel. He resolutely abandoned the main trail and led Black General down the narrow path into the forest. What was the situation with those villagers? Wasn't Rule 5 supposed to indicate that there were no villagers left on Daluo Mountain? It seemed that Rule 5 might be erroneous. Furthermore, the villagers appeared quite reluctant to engage with Su Xiao. Their behavior was decidedly unusual. He remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the Mountain God Temple. Oh, why did Su Xiao abandon the trail for the narrow path? What was he attempting to accomplish? Viewers outside the live stream buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, other selected individuals followed closely behind Su Xiao, encountering the same villagers. Upon hearing the villagers identify themselves as residents of Daluo Mountain, some selected individuals chose to flee immediately. Yet, others opted to continue the conversation. Those who engaged with the villagers inevitably received one piece of information: the Mountain God Temple. Wait a moment. How did I not notice before that the selected individual from the Eastern Islands was actually a girl? What a peculiar name, Xiao Madai. Is that serious? It seems to be the first instance of a female being selected. Generally, women possess a lower resilience under pressure, and I can't help but feel that Xiao Madai might soon find herself overwhelmed. These selected individuals displayed a commendable level of rationality regarding the 5 rules. So far, no one had been eliminated, indicating that participants from other nations were closely following the lead of our dragon country. Now, it appears that selected individuals from other countries have wised up. They refrain from revealing their talents until the crucial moments arise. There is no need for haste. Daluo Mountain has only just begun. As for Su Xiao's talent, it seems that aside from the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country, no one else is privy to its nature. Currently, the highest known talent among these nations is merely S-level. Could it be that Su Xiao's talent is also S-level? S-level? The S-level talent of Nikolai from the Bear Country does not seem to have had a significant impact thus far. Have you not seen the recent announcement from the American expert panel just a couple of days ago? According to their deductions, the S-level is merely a limit of human cognition, not the pinnacle of innate talent. Thus, they surmise that Su Xiao's potential may have indeed surpassed the S-level. Surpassed the S-level? Is Su Xiao at the SS level? Goodness, since the arrival of the self-regulating Bizarre Tales, it seems no one has ever drawn an SS-level talent. Has there? Extraordinary. No wonder Su Xiao is so formidable. Global netizens are fervently discussing Su Xiao. If they were to learn that Su Xiao's talent is not merely SS level, but rather SSS level, I imagine they would be utterly astounded. After all, it is a fact that thus far, only Su Xiao has ever drawn a talent above S level. Chapter 46. An extraordinary mindset. As Su Xiao traversed the narrow paths nestled within the dense forest, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the entire area. He soon encountered a perplexing dilemma. He appeared to have lost his way. After wandering aimlessly for an indeterminate period, he eventually found himself back on the main trail. Upon raising his gaze, he was met once again by the aluminum sign indicating a height of 1,500 meters. What is happening? Am I back at the starting point? Su Xiao distinctly remembered that, despite following the winding paths of the forest, he had maintained a straight trajectory. Is it possible to return to the origin while walking in a straight line? A frown creased Su Xiao's brow. It seems that reaching the summit of Mount De Luo necessitates adherence to this designated trail. What is going on? Wasn't Su Xiao supposed to be traversing the smaller paths? How could he end up back where he began? The forest held an air of mystery. It seemed that only by following the main trail could one hope to reach the destination. I have long harbored a question. How do these chosen ones, including Su Xiao, gauge the passage of days when they are unaware of time? The answer is rather straightforward. The onset of darkness indicates the completion of a day. But what if darkness never falls? In the realm of strange tales, having returned to the starting point, Su Xiao glanced at the sky before resuming his ascent along the trail. Throughout his journey, the faint yet persistent voice calling his name began to resurface more frequently. This voice was peculiar, at times resembling someone familiar, while at other moments sounding entirely foreign. The voice fluctuated in proximity. At times it felt distant, yet at others, he sensed it was right beside him. Su Xiao's brow furrowed in concern. It appeared intent on disrupting his thoughts and inducing confusion within his mind. He had no inkling of its origin. However, since entering Mount De Luo, it had been a constant influence over him. Fortunately, under the protection of the jellyfish pendant, Su Xiao remained impervious to its temptations, allowing his mind to function normally. At an elevation of 2,000 meters along the trail, Su Xiao encountered an iron sign. This sign detailed the ascent's progress and bore a set of new regulations beneath it. Visitor regulations for Mount De Luo. Rule 6. The management has not established any selling points along the route of Mount De Luo. Should you encounter a selling point, refrain from taking anything from there and promptly report it to the on-duty personnel. Rule 7. If you spot a pavilion during your ascent, please distance yourself immediately. Do not touch anything within the pavilion. Rule 8. If you feel you are being followed or hear any unusual sounds, proceed directly to Longyin Pool to freshen up. But be warned, do not consume the water from Longyin Pool. Rule 9. Longkou Cave has always served as a welcome respite on Mount De Luo, where you may seek assistance from the on-duty personnel. Rule 10. Trust no one. The original Rule 10 had been crossed out, replaced by a new decree that appeared to have been hastily added. This scene was undeniably eerie. The sign appears to have been tampered with. It is Rule B, and a new regulation has finally been uncovered. Is the error in the 6th rule so glaring? Nearly all selected individuals have consumed food from the sales point, and as of now, there seem to be no issues. We cannot view these regulations from a common perspective. The existence of this rule indicates that it serves a purpose. I concur that the absence of problems currently does not guarantee that issues will not arise in the future. Oh, please refrain from overreacting. If this rule is indeed correct, then all selected individuals, as countless netizens are discussing these regulations, other selected individuals have also noticed the iron sign detailing the rules. However, just as these selected individuals begin to examine the rules on the sign, Park Gukchang from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, along with several others from smaller countries, suddenly clutches their heads in agony. Under the scrutiny of countless netizens, these selected individuals exhibit bloodshot eyes and distorted faces, as if their minds are enduring immense torment. What in the world is happening to Park Gukchang and the other selected individuals? It must be that strange voice affecting them. But wasn't there no issue earlier? I surmise that the frequent occurrence of that voice has intensified its influence. Perhaps the entity from Mount Daluo is attempting to manipulate them. Quickly, send a prompt to Park Gukchang to awaken him immediately, though there remains a considerable distance to the end of Mount Daluo. The higher-ups of the Pickled Vegetable Nation can no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. If Park Gukchang encounters any mishap here, they fear they won't even have the chance to issue a warning. Since the arrival of the rule-related bizarre tales, only one selected individual from the Pickled Vegetable Nation has successfully passed a bizarre tale instance, yet that individual perished during the second instance. To be honest, claiming that the Pickled Vegetable Nation does not wish to clear the challenges would be false. They too desire a selected individual to emerge and assist the nation in overcoming the onslaught of the rule-related bizarre tales. This is precisely why they become envious whenever Su Xiao successfully clears challenge. With the utilization of a prompt, Park Guk-chang has temporarily freed himself from the control of that strange voice. However, the restored Park Guk-chang did not turn to examine the content on the iron sign. Instead, he made a move that astonished all. Indeed, he began to walk backward. Park Guk-chang reasoned that while the instance required him to exit Mount Daluo within 3 days, it did not explicitly prohibit him from operating in reverse. He understood that if he continued forward, resisting the voice would be exceedingly difficult. As the ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom goes, since life has always included death, it matters not whether he perishes or not. If death is inevitable, it would be better to be brave for once. Goodness, this peculiar thought process, this sudden flash of inspiration, truly exemplifies the brilliance of the pickled vegetable nation. In the words of our old Li, they are indeed talents, truly remarkable talents. Although Park Guk-chang's idea may seem foolish, I believe there's a certain logic to it. There may be no flaw in the reasoning. Yet does this not reduce the bizarre tales to mere folly? Can such cunning and deceitful maneuvers truly be permitted within the realm of supernatural tales? As Park Guk-chang retraced his steps, not only were netizens from around the globe left astounded, but also the citizens and high-ranking officials of the Kimchi Nation found themselves in utter disbelief. However, with no further opportunities for guidance available, they could only watch helplessly as Park Guk-chang executed his reverse strategy. At this moment, a glimmer of hope lingered in the hearts of the citizens and officials of the Kimchi Nation. What if this method actually proved effective? After all, was Park Guk-chang not the first to triumph? Chapter 47. 2 notes in an unexpected turn of events. Park Guk-chang's unconventional approach has attracted a multitude of viewers to his live stream, rivaling even the popularity of Su Xiao. Not only internet users, but even high-ranking officials from various nations have begun to take an interest in Park Guk-chang's movements. Should Park Guk-chang's counterintuitive methods prove effective, these officials would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to endorse their chosen candidates without hesitation. At this moment, on the hiking trail of Mount Daluo, Park Guk-chang remains oblivious to the throngs of spectators filling his live stream, unaware that this will be the pinnacle of his life. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he traverses the desolate path, surrounded by an absence of any other soul, as though he is the sole occupant of this trail. The sun above shines brightly, and on this path, it feels as if time itself has come to a standstill. What is happening? Having walked for so long, he should have seen the signpost by now. Why do I have this peculiar feeling that time and space around Park Guk-chang have come to a halt? By heavens, I share that sensation too. It seems it is not merely a pause in time and space, but rather a distortion. The moment Park Guk-chang chose to turn back, everything around him began to warp. Therefore, is it possible for him to escape? It is not impossible, but the chances are exceedingly slim. TCH, what nonsense. It's evident this strategy is flawed. If it were truly so simple, would the world of bizarre tales still exist? What a waste of time, watching for nothing. Let us disperse. No need to linger here. Everyone should return to their own homes and seek their own mothers. The fervor surrounding Park Guk-chang's live stream surged swiftly and waned just as quickly. As many users departed from his stream, so too did several high-ranking officials from various nations. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the officials from Pickled Vegetable Nation sank. Damn it, Park Guk-chang, how could you squander such a splendid opportunity? If you could truly succeed, we would fulfill any request you have, yet you choose to falter. Sigh. Let us inform the populace to prepare for the arrival of the rules of bizarre tales. Is Park Guk-chang's talent even known to us? Whether known or not, it matters little. It is merely a D-grade talent, hardly worth considering. Emerging from Park Guk-chang's live stream, a multitude of viewers surged into Su Xiao's stream. When it comes to audacious maneuvers, Su Xiao is unparalleled. Although Park Guk-chang sought to employ clever tactics, he regrettably faltered. Su Xiao, however, never disappoints. How enviable it is for the people of Dragon Nation to engage with him up close. Dear viewer, welcome to your journey in Dragon Nation. Yet, without Su Xiao present, everything feels rather lackluster. On the hiking trail, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, Su Xiao discovered a pavilion situated conveniently beside the path. Rule 7. If you encounter a pavilion during your ascent, please steer clear immediately. Do not touch anything within. Gazing at the pavilion, Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly before striding purposefully towards it. Inside the pavilion, there was merely a stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools. As Su Xiao settled onto one of the stools, he noticed 2 slips of paper on the ground. The handwriting on the slips differed, suggesting they were penned by 2 distinct individuals. Intrigued and perplexed, Su Xiao unfolded the first note. The opening line captured his attention. I am a member of the Daluo Village Patrol Team. May the mountain deity bless us. The Daluo Village Patrol Team. Were they not the villagers I encountered previously? I am responsible for patrolling the vicinity of the village and the hiking trails leading up Daluo Mountain. According to our Villagers Code, we are prohibited from excessive interaction with outsiders, especially tourists traversing the hiking path. Villagers Code? Tourists? Does that mean me? Su Xiao felt utterly bewildered. He believed he had not offended anyone. During our patrols, we occasionally encounter tourists on the hiking trails who often pose peculiar questions. However, per the Villagers Code, we must limit our exchanges and merely inform them that they can reach the mountain deity temple by following the trail. Our village maintains a communal dining hall where all villagers from other teams gather for meals. Yet, each time, an extra dish is prepared, which we are strictly forbidden to touch. It is said that this dish is reserved for the Daluo Hotel. The Daluo Hotel? Su Xiao frowned slightly. The waters of Longyin Pool are potable, and we frequently utilize them to create functional beverages. The mountain deity temple exists. No, it no longer exists. This comprised the entirety of the note's contents. After perusing the slip, Su Xiao gleaned 3 pieces of information. The first was regarding the mountain deity. From the note's respectful tone, he discerned that the mountain deity held a significant place in the villagers' hearts. However, whether this deity was the same as that of Daluo Mountain remained a mystery to him. The second piece of information was the Villagers Code, revealing that the villagers too are bound by rules. The third was the Daluo Hotel, although Su Xiao had yet to lay eyes upon it. From the scant details provided by the villagers, he could surmise that the Daluo Hotel was undoubtedly extraordinary. Having absorbed this information, Su Xiao slowly opened the second slip of paper. The origins of this note were unknown, and it was partially torn, with the words difficult to piece together. Escape. Daluo Hotel. Eerie. Lost. Towards the mountain deity. No. N. The upper portion of the note was largely illegible, yet the final line remained coherent. Do not trust anyone. Do not trust anyone? This admonition mirrored the rules inscribed upon the iron sign, warning Su Xiao against placing his faith in others. Su Xiao suddenly had a bold hypothesis. Could it be possible that the same individual left these words? Su Xiao pondered deeply. Meanwhile, the netizens outside the live stream were equally relentless. You may not believe it, but I actually discovered some commonalities between these 2 notes and a zoo. Indeed, there are similarities, yet there seems to be a subtle difference. The content of the notes provided invaluable information from Master Su Xiao, and I believe he will know how to proceed from here. I find myself filled with anticipation, wondering if Mount Daluo will prove to be as thrilling as the zoo. It feels as though many secrets of Mount Daluo remain to be unveiled. We simply need to await Master Su Xiao's performance. Chapter 48. Dragon's Whisper Pool. As Su Xiao received 2 notes in the pavilion, other chosen individuals entered as well. Among them were Austin from the United States, Alan from the Empire on which the sun never sets, Claude from Paris, Daijin from India, and several representatives from smaller nations. It was evident that they had concluded that Rule 7 was a fallacious guideline. The selected individuals from the Eastern Islands and the land of pickled vegetables chose not to approach the pavilion, and it was apparent that the young woman from the Eastern Islands displayed a rather grim expression, indicating the profound impact it had on her. As for Park Guochang from the land of pickled vegetables, he remained stationary, lost in his own loop of despair. Inside the pavilion, several other chosen ones also received the notes. However, their spirits were not lifted, as they began to truly comprehend the bizarre nature of Mount Daluo. After resting for a brief moment, Su Xiao prepared to depart from the pavilion, but at that moment, he sensed something exceedingly amiss. He noticed that the sky over Mount Deluo appeared identical to when he had entered. This was not a good sign. It implied that he could not discern the passage of time by observing the sky. Was it possible that the sky of Mount Deluo was eternally daylight? A Frauen Christus brow. If that were the case, it would pose a considerable problem. Without a means to measure time, he could not accurately gauge how long he had stayed in Mount Deluo. He distinctly felt that the time and space of Mount Deluo had been entirely warped. Although he had the sensation of traversing for half a day on the mountain path, he had only covered 3,000 meters. This was utterly illogical. Could it be that it was a play? What exactly was it? Perhaps the entirety of Mount Deluo was now under its dominion. Su Xiao realized that its powers were beyond imagination, and to successfully navigate through this ordeal, he might ultimately have to confront it. Though he wielded both the puppet and the Black General, and thus felt no fear, he preferred to avoid a direct encounter altogether. He departed from a pavilion and, at an elevation of 4,500 meters on the mountain path, encountered another vending point. Rule 6. The management has not established any vending points along the route of Mount Deluo. If you discover a vending point, please refrain from taking anything from there and promptly report it to the attending personnel. Undoubtedly, Su Xiao left the vending point with an abundance of provisions. At 4,800 meters on a mountain path, he came across a signboard advertising Dragon's Whisper Pool. The sign clearly displayed the 3 characters for Dragon's Whisper Pool, beneath which was a description of its origin and significance. Dragon's Whisper Pool is situated approximately at the 4,500-meter mark on Mount Deluo. It spans around 20 meters in width and reaches a depth of 100 meters. Legend has it that the mountain deity of Deluo is a colossal dragon, hence the name. It is said that anyone who becomes lost in the great Mount Lo and experiences a distortion of time or the sensation of being followed may drink from this pool to receive the protection of the mountain deity. But what exactly is this mountain deity? Gazing at the signpost, Su Xiao furrowed his brow, increasingly intrigued by this so-called mountain spirit. Following the direction indicated by the sign, Su Xiao soon arrived at the crystal-clear Longyin Pool. At that moment, a man dressed in a white uniform, resembling a staff member, was crouched beside the pool, filling a water bottle. Su Xiao approached him and inquired, "Do you have a watch or a phone? May I ask what time it is?" The sudden appearance of Su Xiao startled the man in white, causing him to recoil. Indeed, his reaction mirrored that of the villagers encountered earlier. Ignoring the man's exaggerated response, Su Xiao pressed on. "Can you tell me the current time?" I don't know," the man stammered, retreating further at Su Xiao's inquiry. "Is the water from Longyin Pool drinkable?" "No, absolutely not," the man replied emphatically regarding the water's safety. However, the more certain he sounded, the more suspicion grew within Su Xiao. Rule 10. Do not trust anyone. It was evident that the man was lying. If the water were undrinkable, why would he be collecting it? Was he perhaps concocting some sort of functional beverage? Even if it were for that purpose, it must surely be safe to consume. Su Xiao observed a sign standing beside Longyin Pool, adorned with bold characters, "Do not drink from this pool." Considering the sign alongside the man's words and Rule 8, Su Xiao was almost convinced that this was an instance of where there is no silver. There are 300 taels. Rule 8. If you feel you're being followed or hear unusual sounds, promptly proceed to wash at Longyin Pool, but be warned, do not drink the water therein. If the pool's water is indeed undrinkable, why the persistent insinuations through both the rules and the sign? If one were to think logically, it would be clear that the water should not be consumed, given the multitude of warnings. Yet, the more he encountered such advisories, the more rebellious Su Xiao felt. Not only did he wish to drink, but he also intended to do so in front of the white-clad man. "May I borrow your water bottle?" Su Xiao boldly seized the water bottle from the man's hands and filled it with water from Longyin Pool. Then, under the astonished gaze of the man, he drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the water, Su Xiao tossed the bottle back to the man, feeling utterly refreshed. You. The white-clad man was left dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground. For within his employee handbook lay a stipulation. If approached by a visitor inquiring about the water, you must assert that it is undrinkable and urge the visitor to return to the mountain trail, ensuring they do not see or discover the water collection route. At that moment, the man was utterly bewildered. He had encountered countless tourists, yet Su Xiao was the first to disregard his advice. At this moment, the man in white was increasingly troubled by the thought of whether he had inadvertently transgressed any rules. If that were the case, he deemed it to be an egregious injustice. As the expressions on the man's face fluctuated between gloom and clarity, Su Xiao chose not to linger, departing from Longyin Pond after quenching his thirst with the spring water. Gazing at Su Xiao's receding figure, the man in white sat in a daze for quite some time before murmuring to himself, "This person seems to, may the mountain deity bless him." Meanwhile, Su Xiao's actions astonished the viewers in the live stream. "Wow, Su Xiao is incredibly impressive," exclaimed one. "Haha, even the man in white is left speechless." While he was undeniably charismatic, there lingered a question about the safety of drinking the water from Longyin Pond. Would there be any repercussions? Surely, if there were any issues, Su Xiao would not have partaken. Indeed, every step Su Xiao took, although unexpected, seemed to fall within the realm of reason. Chapter 49. The Grand Robin Hotel. After Su Xiao departed from Longyin Pool, the other selected individuals gradually arrived at the site. The majority chose not to partake of the pool's waters, instead heeding the advice of the man in white and continuing along the mountain path towards their destination. A small faction of these individuals, however, retained clarity of thought and, employing reverse reasoning, opted to drink from the pool. Upon consuming the water, this select group felt invigorated, sensing a gradual calming of the chaos within their minds. Austin from the United States was particularly astonished, as he distinctly perceived a newfound lucidity after drinking the water. Its effects appear to be waning. Simultaneously, the other selected individuals who had also partaken experienced sensations akin to Austin's. In stark contrast, those who refrained from the pool's waters were not as fortunate. They remained deeply affected. In the East Island nation, Xiao Doma Dai was still struggling to endure, yet her complexion had turned pallid, her features contorting in distress. Clearly, the influence upon her was intensifying. Under this relentless pressure, her behavior began to grow increasingly erratic. She suddenly hurled the food she clutched in her hands to the ground, muttering frantically, "Yes, yes, food," deepening its influence. Don't come near. No, Yamiadi." It was as if she glimpsed some unspeakable horror, clinging to the last vestiges of her sanity. She stumbled backward in a frenzied retreat, her objective evidently the Longyin Pool. Xiao Doma Dai seemed to realize that the waters of the pool were her sole salvation. Yet her expression twisted further, as if some unseen force were grotesquely distorting her face, rendering her visage terrifyingly fierce. Was there truly something amiss with the food? Xiao Doma Dai appeared on the brink of collapse. The horror etched on her face was palpable. Had she chosen to drink from the pool earlier, perhaps she would have been spared this fate. At times, the selected individuals exercised excessive caution, rendering them vulnerable to misinterpretation of the rules. One could hardly fault these individuals. After all, they were merely human. Entering a world rife with tales of the uncanny was inherently stressful and compounded by the continuous influence upon them. Their endurance thus far was commendable. It remained uncertain whether Xiao Doma Dai could reach the pool in time, for she was still quite far away. As viewers observed her plight through live broadcasts, countless netizens felt a surge of anxiety for her. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in the East Island nation were in a state of frantic urgency. They had initially intended to provide Xiao Doma Dai with a prompt, but considering they had but one opportunity to do so, they hesitated to use it. Their inclination was to reserve the hint for the most critical moment, a strategy they adhered to with unwavering resolve. Yet, they failed to account for Xiao Doma Dai's mental state, and their misjudgment ultimately deprived her of the chance to proceed. Quickly, use the hint to keep Xiao Doma Dai awake, knowing that it was already beyond redemption. The higher-ups of Eastern Island finally decided to utilize their sole opportunity for a hint. However, it was too late. Even the use of a hint could not extricate Xiao Doma Dai from her mental turmoil. Under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, she stumbled to a location not far from Longyin Pond. Yet before she could taste even a sip of the pond's water, her live broadcast turned entirely indistinct. The chosen one of Eastern Island, Chao Doma Dai, was inexplicably devoured, and the world of eerie tales was about to descend. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Unfortunately, Chao Doma Dai became the first to be eliminated from the Luo Mountain. Most netizens regarded this outcome as commonplace, yet a small fraction felt a sense of injustice for her. Despite her evident mental distress, why didn't Eastern Island utilize the hint opportunity sooner, thus sacrificing such a girl in vain? Alas, the hearts of the citizens of Eastern Island must be growing cold. Although it is likely that Chao Doma Dai would not have cleared the challenge in the end, the nation made an effort, and thus we have nothing to say. However, is it not excessive to observe someone perish without offering assistance? The higher-ups of Eastern Island truly lack humanity, treating the chosen ones as mere pawns. The citizens of Eastern Island struggle in vain. The nation shows no concern for them. Perhaps they should simply resign themselves to fate. On the internet, criticisms of the actions of Eastern Island's higher-ups rapidly escalated, creating quite a stir. At that moment, on the mountain path, Su Xiao remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside, steadfastly advancing towards the summit of the Luo Mountain. However, as he reached an altitude of 6,000 meters, he occasionally glanced back and discerned the inexplicable emergence of a building behind him. The name of the establishment was prominently displayed, the Luo Hotel. The hotel appeared as if it had materialized out of thin air, consistently lingering in Su Xiao's wake. The entire structure loomed amidst a shroud of mist, exuding an aura of silence, mystery, and eeriness. Every time Su Xiao turned to gaze at the Luo Hotel, he sensed an unusual allure emanating from it, as if it beckoned him closer. As he stared at the hotel, his thoughts began to spiral into confusion. Yet, the jellyfish pendant prevented him from losing his way. The Luo Hotel was undeniably strange, drawing him nearer, and each time he regarded it, he could distinctly feel his mind becoming muddled. Were it not for the jellyfish pendant, he might have unwittingly approached it. The Luo Hotel had been mentioned in a villager's note that Su Xiao had previously found. Though only a few words were noted, he was reluctant to approach it recklessly. Goodness, the Luo Hotel truly exists. The hotel appeared so eerie, shrouded in black mist, exuding a chilling and terrifying ambience. I dare say, this hotel is certainly not ordinary. So, what would happen if a chosen one entered the Luo Hotel? Enter? What a joke. Unless one were utterly deranged, who would ever consider stepping into the Luo Hotel? It appears that Claude from a nation of Paris and Dayon from A3 have made their way to the Grand Robin Hotel. I take back my previous words. I never anticipated that there would indeed be chosen ones with such erratic judgment. Look, it seems that they are not alone. An increasing number of chosen ones are heading towards the Grand Robin Hotel. What on earth is happening? Have these chosen ones lost their minds? Surely, there must be something amiss with the Grand Robin Hotel. Is it conceivable that it is not their own volition leading them there, but rather some mysterious force drawing them in? However, if that were the case, then why are Su Xiao, Austin, and Alan affected? Are you being foolish? Su Xiao possesses the jellyfish pendant, so he is naturally unharmed. Furthermore, could it be possible that Austin and Alan have simply never turned back? Chapter 50. The dreadful complexity of the Daluo Mountain instance beyond the realm of live broadcasts. Countless netizens were astonished to witness numerous chosen ones making their way toward the Daluo Hotel. The scene unfolded with an eerie quality that left many in disbelief. Some high-ranking officials from various nations even endeavored to use prompts to awaken their respective chosen ones. Yet their efforts bore no fruit. As they observed one chosen individual after another entering that strange establishment, these officials found themselves utterly powerless, compelled to watch helplessly as they crossed the threshold. At this juncture, aside from Su Xiao, Austin, and Alan, the majority of the chosen ones had already entered the Daluo Hotel. Meanwhile, in Paris, Claude felt an inexplicable force drawing him into the hotel, and it was only upon entering that he emerged from his dazed state. Just as Claude regained his senses and prepared to flee, he discovered a slip of paper clutched tightly in his hand. A note? Claude was bewildered as to how it came to be there, for he distinctly remembered having none before. Curiosity piqued, he unfolded the note, only to be met with a revelation that left him astounded. If you are fortunate enough to enter the Daluo Hotel and wish to escape, you must adhere to the following plan. The initial sentence indicated that the contents of the note were not mere rules. Should you encounter employees from other departments within the hotel, identify yourself as a member of the hotel's security team. This is of utmost importance. Your mission is to investigate the internal workings of the hotel without revealing your true identity. What does this mean? Is Claude being asked to act as a spy? Who are they? The entire scenario felt fragmented, as if the instance were divided into two parts. Was it possible that Claude's mission would somehow intertwine with that of Su Xiao and the others? Intrigued, he continued reading. Please ascertain the number of servants within the hotel and ensure that this intelligence reaches the Mountain God Temple safely. As long as you successfully place the information before the statue in the temple, you will be blessed by the Mountain God. Failure to do so will result in being marked by it. Blessed by the Mountain God? Is there truly a Mountain God? Could the contents of this note be fabricated? Within the hotel, you are not subject to its influence, but once you step outside, you must remain vigilant. Do not attempt to flee the hotel until your mission is complete, for no matter where you escape, you will ultimately return here. You have no opportunity for error. This task is exceedingly arduous. Throughout its execution, trust no one. The note was straightforward, yet left Claude in a state of profound confusion. He remained uncertain of the note's origin and its authenticity. Should the contents be false, his belief in them could lead to irreparable consequences. Conversely, if they were indeed true, completing the task might bestow upon him the so-called blessing of the Mountain God, rendering success within reach. Yet, one question lingered in Claude's mind. What exactly is the Mountain God? He fell into deep contemplation. Information, the Mountain God. Should he place his faith in this? If the contents of a note are indeed authentic, I must seize the moment, for the passage through Mount Dalo is limited to merely 3 days. Claude is acutely aware that this instance of the Mount Dalo dungeon appears markedly different from previous experiences. This revelation does not bode particularly well for him. Yet it may not necessarily spell disaster either. I shall venture forth. After all, returning to the mountain path may not guarantee survival. My talents are ideally suited for the hotel setting. After a moment of contemplation, Claude resolved firmly. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Parisian High Command, the situation does not seem as dire as we had anticipated. The hotel appears to be a viable option for traversing Mount Dalo. Thus far, we have never encountered a dungeon akin to Mount Dalo. It seems that both the terminus of Mount Dalo and the hotel are integral components of the passage requirements. However, it remains uncertain whether these two elements will ultimately converge. Convergence? Should such a scenario arise, this dungeon must be meticulously documented, as it represents a novel phenomenon. Mount Dalo is indeed more complex than it seems. Let us inform the High Command of the Dragon Kingdom. Although our two nations lack amicable relations, there may be potential for collaborative efforts in the realm of supernatural tales. As the Parisian High Command dispatched a coded message to the Dragon Kingdom, Claude's live stream was already in an uproar. What on earth is happening? Could the hotel and the Mountain God Temple truly be intertwined? If so, this would create a synergistic effect, a revolutionary approach to dungeon design. Goodness gracious! I initially presumed that Mount Dalo would be as monotonous as a zoo, yet here I am, thoroughly surprised. I speculate that the Mount Dalo dungeon will be divided into 2 segments, Claude's section constituting one part and the other belonging to the esteemed Su Xiao. However, what would happen if only one segment is completed? It appears no one has pondered this question, as Claude commenced his actions according to the instructions on the note. Other chosen ones drawn to the Mount Dalo Hotel also received identical notes. Unfortunately, this particular note was largely disregarded by the majority of the selected individuals. For them, escaping the hotel took precedence over executing the plan outlined in the note. Yet, these would-be escapees have greatly underestimated the perilous nature of the Mount Dalo Hotel. The moment they attempted to flee, they were already being surveilled by the hidden staff of the hotel, ultimately preventing their escape. As announcements reverberated across the globe, the nations afflicted by the bizarre rules began to comprehend the veracity of the note's contents. While the Mount Dalo Hotel eliminated numerous selected individuals, The perpetually looping Park Guchong from the Pickled Vegetable Nation could no longer endure and opted to defy the rules. Undoubtedly, he too was eliminated. Meanwhile, on the ascent at 8,000 meters. At this altitude, Su Xiao finally spotted the sign for the Dragon's Mouth Cave. Rule 9. The Dragon's Mouth Cave serves as a commendable resting point on Mount Dalo, where one may seek assistance from the duty personnel. The 9th guideline suggests that one may rest at Lonko Cave and seek assistance from the personnel on duty. However, in accordance with the rebellious principles, Su Xiao had no intention of visiting Lonko Cave, nor did he harbor any belief that there would be personnel present. Ever since departing from Longyin Pool, Su Xiao had encountered no one along his journey. Therefore, he opted to bypass Lonko Cave and continued along the mountain path. Alas, our Dragon Kingdom has succumbed to darkness. It remains daylight for Su Xiao. Could it be that the words of that brother have come to fruition? Pray tell, which crow's mouth uttered such a prediction? Step forward if you dare. Chapter 51. Tourist Code. See, the populace of the Dragon Kingdom was astounded by a remarkable truth. The skies above Mount Daluo seemed perpetually illuminated. Yet, it was evident that Su Xiao had long since discerned this phenomenon. In his fervent desire to depart from Mount Daluo, he traversed the rugged terrain almost incessantly. Scarcely pausing for rest, he deliberately chose to circumvent the Dragon's Mouth Cave, continuing along the mountain path. After a considerable period, as Su Xiao advanced toward the pinnacle of Mount Daluo, he abruptly halted, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He realized that despite his extensive journey, he constantly found himself returning to the signpost for the Dragon's Mouth Cave. Moreover, the ascent, which was ostensibly a mere 10,000 meters, felt as though the destination lay impossibly far away, beyond reach. Although I perceive that I have journeyed the entire day within the confines of Mount Daluo, it seems as though only a few hours have elapsed. While the skies of Mount Daluo remain unclouded, the weariness in my body is an undeniable truth. Time and space here are thoroughly disordered. Had I been susceptible to its influence, I might have truly become lost within Mount Daluo, since it appears to obstruct my progress. Perhaps I should venture to the Dragon's Mouth Cave after all. Initially, Su Xiao intended to steer clear of the cave, but it seemed that avoidance would only lead him into a cycle of repetition. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to visit the Dragon's Mouth Cave. Though merely to observe, he would not linger nor seek assistance from the so-called personnel on duty. In this manner, he would not contravene his innate abilities. As Su Xiao decided to follow the signpost toward the Dragon's Mouth Cave, Austin from the United States and Alan from the Sun Never Sets Empire had already arrived at the cave's entrance. The Dragon's Mouth Cave appeared as a profound and ancient cavern, its entrance cordoned off by yellow warning tape, and no personnel were visible in the vicinity. A metallic sign stood at the cave's mouth, inscribed with age-old notices. The Dragon's Mouth Cave is temporarily closed. To the families of the missing persons, the scenic area empathizes with your anxiety. However, our professional team has conducted a thorough search of the Dragon's Mouth Cave and found no trace of the lost tourists. Please remain patient for the investigation's results and refrain from crossing the warning line to enter the cave unaccompanied. The sign at the Dragon's Mouth Cave conveyed such messages. Gazing into the abyss of the cave, which seemed unfathomably deep, Austin's brow knitted in concern. At that moment, he noticed an additional iron plaque beside the main sign. The inscriptions on the iron plaque had become somewhat obscured, likely eroded by rain, yet the words remained legible. They appeared to outline several rules. Mount Daluo Tourist Code C. Rule 11. You must reach the end of the mountain path. Personnel will be waiting for you there, and you can receive their assistance. Rule 12. The Mountain God Temple does not exist. Rule 13. Its power is growing ever stronger if you encounter it. Do not resist, for resistance is futile. Rule 14. It is the Mountain God. Rule 15. Trust no one. Trust no one? The phrase seems eerily familiar. Austin discovered that the 15th rule on the sign was entirely identical to the 10th. However, an overlooked detail emerged. The original 10th rule had been altered and reinserted. This raises the question, what was inscribed on the original 10th rule? Standing before the sign, Austin pondered, when suddenly he heard that beckoning voice once again. This time, The voice appeared to be very close, emanating as if from within the dragon's mouth cave, guiding him to enter. Oh God, it was that voice again, exerting its influence over Austin. My goodness, how could the voice possibly come from within the cave? Was it lurking inside? Was Austin unwittingly walking into a trap? Viewers in America, fixated on Austin's live stream, were engulfed in concern for him. At that moment, the broadcast revealed Austin as if devoid of spirit, his gaze vacant, akin to a soulless automaton, staggering toward the cave. What was happening to Austin? For heaven's sake, no, don't go. Witnessing this scene, American viewers erupted in frantic cries, fearing that Austin was doomed. Yet at that instant, a twist occurred. A visible radiance suddenly enveloped Austin's body. Though fleeting, it dispelled the voice's influence. Once the light faded, a drenched Austin, now returned to normalcy, dared not linger and swiftly fled the dragon's mouth cave. Oh God, he succeeded. Austin had escaped its control. What was that luminous aura surrounding him? Was it his innate talent? What kind of talent was it? I know what Austin's talent is. What is it? It is the S-rank ability known as negative cleansing. Negative cleansing? Indeed, an S-rank negative cleansing can eradicate the adverse effects brought about by the strange and restore one to peak condition immediately. Wow, an S-rank talent sounds extraordinarily impressive. Shortly after Austin employed his talent to escape the cave, Alan from the Land of the Rising Sun also fled the Dragon's Mouth Cave in a state of disarray. Similarly, Alan's talent was revealed. His talent, an A-rank ability named Strange Insight, allows him to sense the presence of the uncanny in advance. Thus, upon reviewing the rules on the sign, the moment the voice resonated, Alan had already fled at the swiftest pace. Tourist code C? Fortunately, I came to Dragon's Mouth Cave. Otherwise, I would have nearly missed these rules. The 10th rule and the 15th rule are completely identical. Yet, what was inscribed on the original 10th rule? Could it have been an erroneous rule, which is why it was struck out? At this moment, Su Xiao stood before the Dragon's Mouth Cave, examining the rules etched on the iron sign. However, just as he was about to leave after reviewing the rules, a strange voice echoed from within the Dragon's Mouth Cave. Goodness, could it be that it dares to set its sights on the esteemed Su Xiao? Su Xiao possesses the jellyfish pendant, which grants him complete immunity to its influence. Moments ago, both Austin and Alan had fled in a state of disarray. Why hasn't Su Xiao departed after examining the rules? My goodness, what is Su Xiao planning? Does he intend to engage in a life-or-death battle with it right now? Chapter 52, Journey to the Mountain Deities Temple. The live stream of Su Xiao erupted with excitement as countless viewers were left astounded by his actions. Before the entrance of the Dragon's Mouth Cave, having reviewed the rules, Su Xiao did not depart, but instead commanded the Black General to gradually approach the cavern. Upon nearing the yellow warning line, the Black General halted, yet its pitch-black eyes remained fixated on the depths of the cave. In a moment, several tentacles, reminiscent of octopus suckers, emerged from the gaping maw of the Black General, dexterously wrapping around a nearby large tree and uprooting it. With a forceful fling, the tree, still encased in earth, was hurled into the dragon's mouth cave amidst a resounding thud. As the tree vanished into the depths, Su Xiao quickly realized that the eerie sounds that had filled his ears had ceased. However, just as he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the situation within the cave, the very tree that had been cast inside was suddenly expelled, hurtling directly towards the Black General with such force that it sent the creature reeling back several dozen meters before it could regain its stance. Run! Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Xiao wasted no time and swiftly fled with the Black General in tow. In truth, Su Xiao did not intend to engage in a decisive battle at that moment. Rather, he sought to probe the creature's capabilities. His instincts had warned him that escaping Mount Daluo would undoubtedly present substantial challenges. The results of his probing left him astounded. Clearly, the creature's terrifying prowess seemed to surpass that of the Black General. Moreover, after this trial, Su Xiao felt uncertain whether the combination of the puppet and the Black General would suffice to ensure his success. Should a confrontation become inevitable, he harbored genuine apprehension. Goodness, that scared me. I thought Su Xiao would do something reckless, but it was merely a test. What exactly is that creature? It feels even more formidable than the Black General. Su Xiao is taking a monumental risk. If he truly angers it, wouldn't he escaping become exponentially more difficult? There must be a reason behind Su Xiao's actions, and I have a strong premonition that they will inevitably encounter this entity. What is there to fear? Regardless of what monstrosity it may be, I believe Su Xiao will manage to subdue it. I hope it recognizes Su Xiao's worth and allows him to succeed in his quest. This creature is likely no ordinary anomaly. The preceding scene has already indicated its strength, perhaps explaining Su Xiao's hasty retreat. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's High Command, it became evident that this entity was anything but ordinary. Based on recent events, Su Xiao's chances of overcoming this challenge appeared slim. This anomaly poses significant difficulties. We must employ every possible measure to ensure Su Xiao successfully navigates Mount Daluo, and we cannot allow him to encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Leader, previously, the nation of Paris sent us a confidential communication regarding collaboration. Should we respond? Yes, promptly reply to Paris. If Claude can deliver the intelligence to the mountain deity's temple, we can negotiate the terms of our cooperation. The solitary question that lingers is whether Claude can successfully complete the task. Observing Su Xiao's live broadcast, the senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom fell into deep contemplation. They were acutely aware that Mount Daluo differed significantly from past instances. Perhaps Claude's intelligence would prove to be the key. On the mountain path, Su Xiao had distanced himself from the Dragon's Mouth Cave. It seemed that whatever pursued him had not given chase. Perhaps it was still preparing for something, or perhaps it awaited him at the destination or the shrine of the mountain god. While I am immune to all strange forms of harm, both the Black General and the puppet are not. Should it continue to obstruct my departure, even with my innate protection, an inevitable demise appears unavoidable. Su Xiao understood that the entity on Mount Daluo was unlike the one in the zoo. The creature in the zoo had not impeded his exit, allowing him to navigate the challenge with ease. However, the one on Mount Daluo seemed intent on thwarting his departure from the very start. Had it not been for this interference, Su Xiao would likely have reached the mountain path's end or the shrine of the mountain god much sooner. It appeared exceedingly reluctant to allow Su Xiao to leave, perhaps, as the hint suggested, those who arrived here could only become its servants. Time passed, and it was the following day. At an elevation of 200 meters on a mountain path, Su Xiao stood before a fork in the road, where he encountered a signpost directing him in 3 distinct directions: the Daluo Hotel, the end of the mountain path, and the shrine of the mountain god. Rule 11. Please ensure you proceed to the end of the mountain path, where the duty personnel will await your arrival, and you may receive their assistance. Rule 12. The shrine of the mountain god does not exist. Su Xiao dismissed the Daluo Hotel from consideration. Here, he needed to defy 2 rules. In truth, he had already contemplated the existence of the shrine of the mountain god, and was convinced that it must exist. Previously, the villagers of Mount Daluo had cautioned him to make his way to the shrine. As for the end of the mountain path, Su Xiao held little faith. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single sign of the so-called duty personnel. To assert they awaited him at the end was utterly preposterous. Moreover, Mount Daluo had been closed for 2 years, making the presence of duty personnel highly dubious. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Xiao ultimately chose the leftmost path, which led to the shrine of the mountain god. As he made his decision, Austin from the United States and Alan from the Empire of the Rising Sun also made their choices. Austin, like Su Xiao, opted for the shrine of the mountain god, while Alan chose the end of the mountain path. Meanwhile, within the Daluo Hotel, numerous selected individuals had been drawn in alongside Claude, including De Jiang from the Third Nation and several others from smaller countries. Yet, thus far, only Claude and De Jiang remain alive. Claude's survival was entirely reliant on the talent he had drawn prior to the commencement of the instance. His talent was also of A grade, named Superb Acting. With this remarkable talent, he nearly deceived everyone in the hotel, making the task of gathering intelligence a trivial matter for him. However, in stark contrast to Claude's effortless navigation, Dairon from the A3 Nation found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Firstly, Dairon possessed only a B-level talent, and having already utilized it during the mountain ascent, He was now forced to tread carefully within the confines of the hotel. Yet, despite his utmost caution, he still caught the attention of the hotel staff. The establishment boasted several departments, including the front desk, service, dining, housekeeping, and entertainment. Unfortunately for him, the employees who had taken notice were from the hotel's most peculiar entertainment department. Chapter 53. The End of the Mountain Path in Claude's Investigation. Nearly all the staff at the Grand Robin Hotel were affected, but one department stood out as particularly peculiar: the entertainment department. Due to the prolonged closure of Mount Dalu, there were no visitors, leaving the entertainment personnel completely idle. Despite this, the department remained intact, and Claude had once disguised himself as a service worker to infiltrate it. Inside, the decor was unervingly red, with all employees donned in crimson uniforms. The ambience was stifling, and the demeanor of the staff was bizarre, evoking the impression that they were not human, but rather puppets manipulated by an unseen force. This was Claude's genuine sentiment. Although Claude had the advantage of his innate talent, extracting information within the Grand Robin Hotel proved to be exceedingly difficult. Whenever he introduced himself as a member of the security department to other staff, they regarded him with astonishment and trepidation. Initially oblivious to the reasons behind their reactions, Claude eventually uncovered a staff manual within the hotel. Upon perusing it, he realized that there was no actual security department. The manual explicitly instructed employees to distance themselves from anyone claiming to belong to it. While Claude remained perplexed as to why the earlier note instructed him to identify as part of the security department, he recognized he had already crossed the point of no return and could only follow the path laid out by the note. Meanwhile, in the sunless realm of Alan, at the final crossroads, Alan resolutely chose the rightmost path, which led to the end of the mountain trail. He firmly believed that, at the trail's conclusion, there would be personnel on duty to assist him in departing from Mount Dalu. In truth, as he faced his ultimate decision, Alan had contemplated the option of the Mountain God Temple. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, an inner voice urged him towards the end of the mountain path, persistently reminding him of his chosen destination. Ultimately, compelled by this voice, Alan made his final choice. As he approached the end of the mountain path, only a few hundred meters away, excitement surged within him, yet with each step closer, his heart grew increasingly cold. Upon reaching the trail's terminus, he found nothing, only a stark cliff with swirling mist below. Beside the precipice, he discerned the remnants of some buildings, and among the ruins, a shattered sign stood out conspicuously. Despite its dilapidated state and the fact that only 2 characters remained, Alan could still decipher the original inscription: Mountain God Temple. The Mountain God Temple? Why would it be the Mountain God Temple? Wasn't this supposed to be the end of the mountain path? Why was there nothing here? Hadn't he been promised assistance from personnel? Realizing he had made an erroneous choice, Alan's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse. As he grappled with the incredulity of his surroundings, a shadow quietly materialized behind him, accompanied by the familiar call that resonated in his ears. This time, Alan chose not to flee, turning his expressionless face to look back. The live stream of Alan abruptly went dark. What had transpired remained obscure to us. Could the figure that appeared at the end be the creature from Mount Daluo? Goodness, is it truly that formidable? Have you noticed that the plaque inscribed with mountain deity suggests this might indeed be the temple of the mountain god? If this is the mountain god's temple, then what the temple on the other side? Opting for the mountain path's conclusion seems undeniably erroneous. I wonder how things are faring on Su Xiao's end? Let us hasten to discern the situation with Su Xiao. Meanwhile, Su Xiao trudged along the rugged mountain trail, laboriously making his way to the temple of the mountain deity. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he could not help but grumble about the absurdity of constructing a temple at such an elevated location. Who could possibly come to pay homage? Several hours later, Su Xiao finally stood, panting, before the structure known as the Mountain God's Temple. Observing the temple, he noted that it appeared to be newly built, everything about it pristine and untouched. Upon entering, he found the temple devoid of other visitors. Here, he finally beheld the true visage of the so-called mountain deity. To his surprise, the villagers' claims of a mountain god turned out to be merely a human, seemingly unremarkable and lacking any distinct features. before the statue of the mountain deity. Only a few incense sticks were placed, indicating the meager offerings made to it. Su Xiao found himself perplexed by the decision to erect the temple at such a lofty altitude. After surveying the temple, he discovered inscriptions on one of the pillars regarding the mountain deity. It lures innocent souls into Mount Daluo, ensnaring them within its embrace. Those enticed by it experience the illusion of being watched and followed, unwittingly proceeding into Mount Daluo along a predetermined path. In most instances, these individuals become utterly lost within the mountain, ultimately serving it. Could it be that, as Rule 14 suggests, this is the so-called mountain deity? A wave of doubt washed over Su Xiao. A rare few possess the unwavering resolve to dispel its anomalous influence, thereby overcoming their distorted perceptions. Years ago, a mysterious human visited Mount Daluo, endowed with the ability to resist cognitive distortions. Under the guidance of this enigmatic figure, the ancestors of Mount Daluo ultimately triumphed over it. Yet, the mysterious individual fell into a deep slumber as a consequence. A mysterious figure? It appears that this individual may indeed be the true mountain deity. In commemoration of this enigmatic figure, the ancestors of Mount Luo venerably referred to him as the mountain deity and established a temple in his honor for eternal worship. After perusing the inscription upon the pillar, Su Xiao finally grasped the origin of the mountain deity. However, at this moment, Su Xiao furrowed his brow in concern. Why is there also a mountain deity temple here? Could it be a newly constructed one? Frankly, I would argue that the original location was far superior. Who would come to worship in such a desolate place? Is indeed a valid point. Had I not seen the inscription, I might have mistaken this entity for the mountain deity itself, but fortunately, it is not. It seems the mountain deity and this being are adversaries. The pillar mentioned that the mountain deity has fallen into a slumber, without rivals. Would it not act with impunity? With Su Xiao alone, I can't shake the feeling that it might be a bit overwhelming. Chapter 54. The method to awaken the mountain deity once again in the mountain deity temple. Su Xiao, apart from discovering records concerning the deity, found a note at the foot of the statue. The note, whose author remains unknown, revealed the following. Years ago, a wealthy merchant approached the villagers of Daluo and expressed his desire to develop Daluo Mountain into a tourist attraction, proposing to reconstruct the mountain deity temple elsewhere. The elders of Daluo village opposed this idea. However, the allure of wealth proved irresistible to the younger generation, who ultimately acquiesced to the merchant's demands and vacated the temple. The mountain deity temple was eventually relocated to the mountain. Although the temple was rebuilt, the incense offerings gradually dwindled, primarily because the elderly villagers, hindered by age, were reluctant to ascend the mountain. The number of worshippers continued to decline. The power of the mountain deity began to wane. Yet it was poised to once again envelop Daluo Mountain. I can sense its strength intensifying, while the deity itself is increasingly forgotten. Daluo Mountain has been thoroughly tainted, and tourists entering the area have begun to vanish one after another. Perhaps Daluo Hotel holds clues regarding the missing individuals. The note pointed towards Daluo Hotel. Daluo Hotel? Su Xiao furrowed his brow, puzzled by the connection between the hotel and the missing tourists. Nevertheless, the hotel exuded an undeniably eerie aura. What was the note trying to convey? Did it intend to direct him to Daluo Hotel? Su Xiao fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Austin from the United States also arrived at the mountain deity temple and discovered the same note. Daluo Hotel? Like Su Xiao, he wore a bewildered expression. At that moment, within Daluo Hotel, Claude, risking his life, had gathered intelligence about the hotel's interior and was now devising a plan to relay this information. He realized he could no longer remain in the hotel, as he could distinctly sense that the entertainment department had begun to suspect him. During his information-gathering endeavor, Claude stumbled upon a clandestine shortcut connecting Daluo Hotel and the mountain deity temple, known only to the hotel staff. This intelligence was extracted through Claude's remarkable acting skills, albeit at great personal risk. However, the pressing issue remained. How could he transmit the information to the mountain deity temple? This posed a significant challenge. Escaping the hotel was no small feat. Every worker seemed suspicious, as if surveilling his every move. Leaving the hotel would inevitably bring him back into their line of sight, presenting a daunting survival challenge. Claude appeared to be a crucial element in this unfolding drama. One could only hope he would successfully convey the intelligence. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the agent from Asand has been completely exposed. He has been dragged into the entertainment department by the staff. It's over for him. Alas, it has come to an end. With the elimination of Asand Guidi Rang, only the chosen ones, Su Xiao, Austin, and Claude, remain." In the Mountain God Temple, Austin reflects on whether he has overlooked any details. Despite having arrived at the temple, he cannot comprehend why he has not received a notification for clearing the level. Must he return to the Grand Robin Hotel? Furrowing his brow, Austin ruminates helplessly on where the problem lies. Could it be that the Grand Robin Hotel is the true endpoint? Reluctantly, he resolves to make another journey to the Grand Robin Hotel. Until now, Austin has never turned his gaze back to the hotel, remaining oblivious to its terrifying nature. However, as he steps out of the Mountain God Temple, an indistinct figure suddenly appears behind him without warning. At that moment, Austin freezes as if struck by lightning, perhaps sensing the presence looming behind him. Beads of sweat form on his forehead, and his head involuntarily turns. What on earth is this? Alan and Austin have both fallen prey. It must be it. Surely, this cannot be how it ends. Merely glancing at it leads to death. How can we proceed? The terror of the entity from Mount Deluo is truly alarming. Brothers, I suddenly fear for Su Xiao. I share your concern, given the current situation. It is bound to seek out Su Xiao as well. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons, discussions unfold regarding the extraordinary nature of the entity from Mount Deluo. We have the opportunity to send a warning. Should we alert Su Xiao now? Let's wait. Informing him now would be futile. If the Mountain God once led the ancestors of Mount Deluo to triumph over it, perhaps we may yet witness the Mountain God's return. The Mountain God? Merely a legend. Can it truly be trusted? I cannot ascertain its reliability. But our only course of action is to remain deliberate and composed, avoiding any disruption in our ranks. However, just as the Dragon Kingdom's leaders fervently deliberate strategies, a figure rushes into the conference room. Leaders, Claude has succeeded. A coded message has arrived from Paris. Meanwhile, Claude seizes the opportunity to escape the hotel. Following the guidance from Paris, he successfully fulfills his mission by placing the intelligence at the feet of the Mountain God statue. At that moment, a golden light emanates from the statue. A radiant beam of light enveloped the entire Mountain God temple, with Claude sheltered within its embrace. Following Claude's successful completion of his intelligence mission, numerous observant netizens noted that a note placed by Claude in the Mountain God temple had mysteriously appeared in the Mountain God temple on Su Xiao's side, with the note's position being identical. While the online community marveled at this phenomenon, Su Xiao received a notification from the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Xiao picked up the note left by Claude and swiftly unfolded it. Moments later, a smile crept across his lips. So it was true. His servant, was it? I believe I have discovered the means to awaken the Mountain God once more. Chapter 55. Inexpressible and unspeakable, what is Su Xiao up to? Why has he donned a golden outfit? Is there a particular meaning behind this? It seems Su Xiao has discovered the note left by Claude and is now preparing to awaken the Mountain God in accordance with its contents. Awaken the Mountain God? Is that truly feasible? I am equally curious about the contents of Claude's note. Regardless of what is inscribed upon it, let us eagerly anticipate Su Xiao's performance. Under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, Su Xiao emerged from the Mountain God temple clad in golden attire. He then procured several incense sticks, ignited them, and placed them before the statue of the Mountain God. Upon completing these rituals, the enigmatic call echoed in his ears once more. Su Xiao's brow furrowed. He knew it was approaching. Oh no, it has come for Su Xiao. Remain calm. We must keep our composure. Surely, Su Xiao has a strategy to confront it. Su Xiao, whatever you do, do not look back. Those who have dared to glance upon it have all been consumed. My goodness, I am so anxious. Quickly, summon the elder to perform the ritual. Ha ha, here comes the elder. Spirits and demons begone. At this very moment, the hearts of countless netizens raced. While the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom gazed intently at Su Xiao's live broadcast. In this instant, every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom was united in their concern for Su Xiao, silently praying for his safety. Within the mountain god temple, Su Xiao seemed to hear the collective heartbeat of the nation, yet he remained expressionless as he turned his head. As Su Xiao turned, his live stream momentarily went dark before returning to normal. Then, countless viewers beheld the entity of Mount Deluo. Could this be the infamous entity of Mount Deluo? Help! It's terrifying and bizarre. I seek protection from the Dog-S head. I seek shelter in the barrage. This feeling is beyond description. Woe is me. I am alone at home, hiding beneath my blankets, too frightened to look. Oh God, what on earth is this creature? Upon witnessing its true form, netizens gasped in astonishment. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom stood frozen in disbelief. After a moment, a senior leader regained their composure and exclaimed this. This is a phenomenon unlike anything we have ever encountered. Quickly, document this. It will revolutionize our understanding of the extraordinary. Inside the mountain god temple, as Su Xiao turned, he finally beheld the authentic visage of the entity of Mount Deluo. His brow knitted in concern, for he too was profoundly shocked. Its appearance defied description, indescribable and unspeakable. It bore a resemblance to a human form, yet its entire body was grotesquely contorted, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. If one were to attempt to articulate its essence, it would be akin to a hasty sketch, a blurred silhouette hastily rendered with a pencil. As Su Xiao gazed intently at it, he could distinctly sense the profound influence it exerted over his thoughts. Deep within, a voice seemed to urge him to submit and become its servant. His expression began to blur and contort, as if an invisible force was endeavoring to tame his resistance. However, at that moment, the jellyfish pendant hanging around his neck began to emit a brilliant blue light, enveloping Su Xiao and abruptly dispelling the abnormal effects that had impacted him. What a fright! I was nearly terrified to death. Fortunately, the jellyfish pendant saved me. Su Xiao was on the brink of destruction. Just by locking eyes with it, it could twist Su Xiao's very essence. And the difficulty of overcoming it was beyond imagination. Where's the mountain god? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that the legends of the mountain god are mere fabrications? Countless netizens were filled with anxious anticipation, fervently hoping for the mountain god's emergence. For Su Xiao had become not only the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, but also the embodiment of humanity's collective aspirations. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials from the Parisian nation were fixated on Su Xiao's live broadcast, although they had previously wished for the Dragon Kingdom's ascent to be gradual. At this moment, they fervently hoped for Su Xiao's survival, their desire burning with intensity. Within the mountain god's temple, it seemed to have realized that Su Xiao could dispel the abnormal influence it wielded. Anger coursed through it, perhaps because Su Xiao was the second human capable of resisting its power, the first being the mountain god itself. It harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity, particularly for those who could withstand it. In the following instant, it vanished from sight. Yet, just before its disappearance, the Black General had already swung its tentacles, launching an attack toward an empty space. With a series of explosive sounds, Su Xiao was astonished to discover that the Black General's tentacles had been entirely severed. Witnessing the Black General fall into disadvantage, Su Xiao did not hesitate for a moment, decisively retrieving the puppet and hurling it into the air. The puppet's mouth twisted grotesquely, performing 2.5 flips before diving towards its target. Meanwhile, Su Xiao observed the battle between the puppet and the Black General with a furrowed brow. In truth, he could have sacrificed the Black General and the puppet to secure his own success in this challenge. However, that would mean condemning them to remain forever in the Great Luoshan. Clearly, this was not the outcome Su Xiao desired. Should he choose that path, sacrificing the puppet and the Black General, he would likely struggle to progress in the subsequent trials. Thus, abandoning his allies to save himself would be a foolish endeavor. The Black General and the puppet were his trump cards for survival, and he could not leave them behind. Now, all one can do is hope that the mountain deity will make a timely appearance. I have meticulously followed the steps outlined on the note. Yet the mountain deity remains elusive. Have I perhaps overlooked some crucial detail? As Su Xiao pondered over his omissions, the black general and the puppet tumbled to his feet. Su Xiao's brow furrowed even deeper. It was evident that even in unison, the black general and the puppet were no match for the formidable opponent. It is over. If the combined efforts of the black general and the puppet cannot halt it, how could Su Xiao possibly hope to prevail? Let us wait and see. Su Xiao has not yet been defeated, and perhaps the mountain deity will manifest at the last moment. However, by the time the mountain deity arrives, it may be too late. Moreover, it is merely a legend. What if the mountain deity does not exist at all? Chapter 56. The passage through Mount Deluo. As countless netizens fervently anticipated the emergence of the mountain deity, the grotesquely distorted figure surged toward Su Xiao. Just as the black general and the puppet prepared to join forces against it once more, a miracle unfolded. Before their eyes, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the mountain deity materialized outside the shrine. Under Su Xiao's watchful gaze, the man engaged in battle with the entity without a moment's hesitation. Is he truly the so-called mountain deity? Su Xiao's expression momentarily faltered at the sight of this unexpected figure. However, he had no time to ponder his identity, for there was a matter of utmost importance that demanded his attention. From the intelligence provided by Claude, Su Xiao understood that to vanquish the entity entirely, he needed to eliminate its servants, those who were the source of its formidable and sinister power. Therefore, it was imperative for Su Xiao to devise a plan to deal with these minions. According to Claude's information, the servants were concealed within the Deluo Hotel, and its most powerful minions comprised all the staff of the hotel's entertainment department. If he could neutralize these servants, the entity's strength would wane, and the mountain deity would easily prevail against it. With this thought in mind, Su Xiao could no longer afford to observe the battle unfolding before him. He hastened toward the Deluo Hotel. Incredibly, the mountain deity has truly appeared. The legend is real. I had thought tales of the mountain deity were mere fabrications. With the mountain deity present, Su Xiao's success seems assured. Wait, where is Su Xiao heading? Oh no, it seems he is headed towards the Deluo Hotel. Su Xiao was the first to remain unaffected by the allure of the Deluo Hotel and dared to step inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he drew the attention of all the hotel staff. As the intelligence had indicated, every employee of the Deluo Hotel was, in fact, a servant of the entity. They could sense the ongoing battle with the mountain deity and had initially intended to heed its call and assist at the shrine. However, they were utterly taken aback by Su Xiao's audacious entrance. Uncertain of Su Xiao's intentions, they understood only that he must be detained and compelled to become one of their own. Black General, attack! Without intending to engage in idle chatter under the watchful, eerie gazes of the hotel staff, Su Xiao commanded the Black General to initiate the assault. Following his orders, the Black General lunged at those in the entertainment department. According to the intelligence, the so-called staff within the Deluo Hotel were, in fact, tourists who had become lost in Mount Deluo. While they had all succumbed to servitude, the degree of their corruption varied. For instance, those clad in gray attire could still be redeemed, whereas those in red and white garments were irredeemably tainted, requiring no further intervention. This portion, thoroughly tainted, concerns the individuals Su Xiao must cleanse. The intelligence reports indicated that those employees with only slight contamination must be preserved, as the eradication of the completely corrupted servants is essential to effectively diminish its power. The battle within the hotel presented little uncertainty. Although the Black General was no match for it, he was more than capable of dealing with its minions. As Su Xiao awaited, the completely tainted employees were swiftly consumed by the Black General. After a hearty feast, the Black General returned to Su Xiao, his belly now swollen and distended. With the demise of the most formidable servant, the less tainted minions prepared to charge once more. But the Black General abruptly waved his hand, signaling that he could no longer partake. Ha ha! Burp! The Black General's voraciousness is simply adorable. Isn't it? Who could possibly resist such a pet? Oh dear, I'm utterly defenseless. Why hasn't Su Xiao dealt with all of them? Are these minions to be kept for the new year? Su Xiao must have his reasons for this, and these individuals do not seem overly perilous. Perhaps they are merely lost tourists in the Great Luosh Mountain. Tourists? Having dispatched his most powerful servants, Su Xiao found no reason to linger in the hotel. So he ignored the remaining minions and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, those minions who had intended to charge at Su Xiao suddenly convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Observing this bizarre scene, Su Xiao was still trying to comprehend the situation when the completion prompt sounded. You are fortunate. You have discovered its weakness. You have not become its servant. It shall once again succumb to slumber, filled with resentment and rage. May the mountain god bless you, Chosen One. Chosen One, congratulations on successfully exiting the Great Luosh Mountain. Completion rating, 5 stars. Completion reward, Blessing of the Mountain God, Ring of the Mountain God, Anomaly Resistance 2. Current Anomaly Resistance, 6. Description of the Ring of the Mountain God. It symbolizes the indomitable will of the Mountain God and is the source of his power. It can aid anomalies in temporarily gaining the Mountain God's strength. Trust me, you will need it. The anomaly resistance has indeed increased by 2%, yet the journey to reach 100% remains extensive. The Ring of the Mountain God, a splendid item. With it, next time, I could directly enhance either the puppet or the Black General, and they would surely soar. During my time at the Mountain God Temple, I personally witnessed the Mountain God completely suppressing the Great Luosh Mountain. I suspect that even without my assistance, the Mountain God could effortlessly handle it. It is merely a matter of time. Congratulations to Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom and Claude of the Paris Kingdom for successfully completing the challenge. Both nations will be exempt from the current bizarre rules emergence. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom receives a 5-star completion, earning a special reward, an increase of 10 in total mineral resources for the Dragon Kingdom. Claude of the Paris Kingdom receives a 3-star completion, earning a general reward, a 10 reduction in baldness rate in Paris. Listening to the announcement resonating across the globe, the nation of Paris was still basking in the joy of Claude's successful passage. However, the revelation of the baldness rate reward left all citizens utterly astounded. What on earth is this? What is the baldness rate? How absurd is this reward, which sounds utterly frivolous? This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Why did Longua's Su Xiao receive a 10% increase in mineral resource totals upon completion, while Claude's reward is a reduction in baldness rate? What on earth is the utility of that? Woe is me. How infuriating. The disparity in rewards is simply outrageous. At this moment, the nation of Paris was engulfed in lamentation and curses. Meanwhile, Longwa was enveloped in happiness and joy. Su Xiao had successfully completed yet another challenge. I always believed he would prevail. Truly, he is our idol, achieving 4 consecutive 5-star completions, an accomplishment beyond human capability. Su Xiao, you are eternal. Our nation has finally risen. We can finally hold our heads high. A 10% increase in mineral resources is a terrifying concept. I am confident that it won't be long before our nation's technology surpasses that of all other countries. Enough chatter, step aside. I must go and celebrate the birth of child for Su Xiao. Don't crowd, I was here first. Chapter 57, New Instance. Hengshui Academy in the realm of reality. Su Xiao has emerged as a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom, receiving extensive protection from the military, as his remarkable deeds are fervently celebrated throughout the streets. On a bustling avenue, throngs of people pass by, all wearing cheerful expressions. A rosy-cheeked little boy tugs at his mother's clothing. Mommy, when I grow up, I want to be as impressive as Big Brother Su Xiao. Sweetheart, one must refrain from using inappropriate language. However, your aspirations are wholeheartedly supported by your mother. Mommy, do you think Big Brother enjoyed ice cream when he was little? Of course, my dear. Silly child. That won't be like Big Brother and have some now. Not so fast, my love. It's far too cold. Eating ice cream could upset your tummy. You would want to see the nurse tomorrow, would you? Oh, then does Big Brother also get a tummy ache? Indeed, he certainly does. Pouting, well, all right then. Such scenes have become commonplace in the Dragon Kingdom, as the citizens have returned to a semblance of normalcy following the cessation of the bizarre disturbances. Though life has resumed its usual course, they remain acutely aware of the preciousness of their existence and the silent sacrifices made on their behalf. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. After relishing the highest honors of a hero, Su Xiao is poised to embark on a new journey. Within the realm of the bizarre, Su Xiao opens his eyes to find himself clad in a school uniform, seated in a disheveled classroom devoid of students and teachers. The floor is sullied with grime and blood, while the walls bear the marks of terrifying claw scratches. At that moment, a notification from the bizarre world resonates. The countries randomly selected for this challenge are Dragon Kingdom, Paris, Grizzly Nation, Soccer Nation, Non-Emirate Nation, Iron Brother Nation, Eastern Island. The challenge takes place in the realm of Hengshui Academy. Hengshui Academy is renowned for its rigorous academic atmosphere and strict teaching methods. To become part of this institution, one must excel academically. The teachers at Hengshui Academy harbor a deep disdain for unambitious students. Here, truancy and inattentiveness will earn you a stay in the little black room. You would not wish to discover what lies within. Do not allow your classmates to perceive your differences. Conceal your true identity from them. Reminder, regardless of the means, you have 3 days to escape this place. However, if you choose to remain, that is also permissible. External challenge hint opportunity one time. Hengshui Academy. As the notification concludes, Su Xiao furrows his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he begins to inspect his desk, ultimately discovering a note concealed within. New student, welcome to Hengshui Academy. If you wish to leave here alive, you must adhere to the rules I have established. Rule A. Rule 1. From the moment you enter this classroom, ensure that your uniform remains immaculate. Rule 2. During class, please focus intently on the blackboard, regardless of what the teacher writes. Do not express surprise or any unusual emotions. Remain composed. Rule 3. Avoid staring at the teacher, as this may be perceived as disrespectful, increasing the likelihood of being called upon to answer questions. Rule 4. If you notice your desk mate being inattentive in class, do not hesitate to report them to the teacher immediately. Rule 5. During breaks, if a classmate attempts to engage you in conversation, ignore them, especially if they request your company to the restroom. Rule 6. Before entering the restroom, ensure that no other classmates are present. If you encounter others inside, particularly if they're staring at you with sinister expressions, exit the restroom promptly. Rule 7. The food in the school cafeteria is to be avoided. Instead, indulge in Old Eight's secret mini burgers. Rule 8. Unless you are in the dormitory, you must be seen holding a book, pretending to study. Any book is acceptable, but it must not be of inappropriate content. Rule 9. Students at Hengshui Academy are deeply passionate about their studies. Strive to blend in with them. If a classmate hinders your learning and invites you to partake in leisure activities, decline their invitation immediately. Rule 10. After classes, you must return to the dormitory without delay. Should a classmate inform you of duties during this time, disregard them. This challenge involves Hengshui Academy, and the rules pin seem to be just a fraction of the whole. Goodness, Rule 3 feels rather genuine. What does Rule 7 imply? Surely Old Eight's secret mini burgers are not what I envision. It is evident that the students at this academy are quite studious. However, with such a dismal classroom environment, could it be that they neglect cleanliness in the pursuit of knowledge? These rules are rather intriguing, and I eagerly anticipate the performance of the illustrious Su Xiao. Upon finishing the rules on the note, Su Xiao tossed it into a vacant space, where Black General promptly devoured it. After consuming the note, Black General vanished from Su Xiao's sight, though he remained at Su Xiao's feet. In the realm of strange tales, achieving invisibility is surprisingly simple. Before the class bell rang, Su Xiao wiped some dirt from the floor and casually smeared it on his uniform. Rule 1. From the moment you step into this classroom, ensure the cleanliness of your uniform. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. A multitude of students filed into the classroom, the last of whom was a stern-looking female teacher, adorned with thick glasses and wielding a ruler. As the students settled into their seats, Su Xiao noticed that the uniforms of those around him were all quite soiled. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Clearly, Rule 1 was erroneous. How could those who dedicate substantial time to study consistently attend to the tidiness of their uniforms? Su Xiao's attention to detail is commendable. As he quickly discerned the flaw in the first rule, it is rather evident that in such a filthy classroom, the students' immaculate uniforms would be rather unusual. Although this rule is easily discernible, a few select individuals from smaller nations have overlooked this detail. It appears that these individuals have caught the attention of their peers, raising the question of whether they will be exposed. As it is still during class hours, it is unlikely that their classmates will confront them. However, there is an air of unease among the students. These select individuals seem to have landed themselves in trouble. One can only hope they fare well, as it has been advised not to allow their peers to perceive their differences. What consequences might arise from being noticed by their classmates? Ultimately, it is safe to assume that whatever unfolds will not bode well. Chapter 58. Su Xiao's response in the classroom. The first lesson commenced. Prior to the class, the teacher, with an expressionless demeanor, inscribed a line of text on the blackboard with red chalk. To the new student, if you can see what I have written, please visit my office after class. Remember, do not let anyone follow you. Rest assured, they cannot perceive the words written in red chalk. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Rule 2. During class, please focus intently on the blackboard. Regardless of what the teacher writes, do not express surprise or exhibit any unusual emotions. Maintain your composure. At this moment, Su Xiao was uncertain of the teacher's intentions. Revealing himself recklessly was evidently unwise. However, he noticed that his frown had attracted the attention of some classmates, prompting him to immediately restore his expression to normal. As Su Xiao's demeanor returned to its usual state, his classmates diverted their gazes to the blackboard. However, by then, the teacher had erased the red chalk writing and replaced it with white chalk. A new dish has infiltrated our classroom. Let us seek it out. Whoever identifies it will receive a reward from the teacher. What on earth? Is the teacher experiencing a split personality? How can there be such a stark contrast in attitude? A dish? The teacher is referring to the new student as a dish? Is she? What is this teacher's true nature? Why do I feel she is untrustworthy? Is it possible that the other students can actually see both the red and white chalk writings, but are pretending not to, waiting for the new student to reveal himself? Your reasoning holds merit. However, what if the other students genuinely cannot see the writing in red chalk? I believe that even if they truly cannot see it, it is still not worth the risk, especially given that the teacher does not seem entirely sane. At the podium, observing the teacher's contradictory behavior, Su Xiao remained largely unperturbed. In contrast, the other students in the classroom appeared excited, licking their crimson lips. During the lesson, all students fixated on the blackboard, save for Su Xiao, who kept his gaze fixed on the teacher. Rule 3. Please do not stare at the teacher for too long, as it may be perceived as an affront, thereby increasing the likelihood of being called upon to answer questions. While Su Xiao scrutinized the teacher, he noticed something peculiar about her eyes. There was no white to be seen, only pure, unyielding blackness. This detail struck Su Xiao as eerie. As he continued to observe her, the teacher seemed to sense his gaze. A chilling smile crept across her lips as she pointed a pale finger toward him. This student. Would you kindly rise and answer this question? If you discover that your desk mate was a new student, what would you do? I believe I would politely extend my hand for a handshake. Upon uttering these words, Su Xiao distinctly felt the atmosphere in the classroom grow cold, and the looks from his classmates turned feral and cruel. However, before the classmates could react, Su Xiao, with an expression of mania, continued, "Next, I shall dismember him into 8 pieces and serve him in the cafeteria for our supplementary meal." Applause erupted in the classroom as he finished his statement. The gazes of his classmates were no longer peculiar, and the teacher's suspicions about him had dissipated. At that moment, only his desk mate appeared somewhat pallid. Desk mate? When Su Xiao was called upon by the teacher to answer a question, the chosen one from Myanmar, who had been fixated on the teacher, was also summoned to respond. This student, may I ask you, what do we have for lunch in the cafeteria every day? Vegetables. As soon as the words escaped the Myanmar student's lips, he instantly realized his mistake and hastily corrected himself. No, it's meat. Whose meat? The teacher pressed on. The Myanmar student, visibly flustered, stammered, It's the new studentess. Upon hearing this answer, a smile crept onto the teacher's face. However, before the Myanmar student could rejoice, the teacher's expression twisted. No, now, it is yours. As the teacher's words fell, The classmates in the classroom glared with crimson eyes, their faces contorted with rage as they lunged at the Myanmar student. The Myanmar student was eerily devoured. The world of strange tales was about to descend. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Goodness, the Myanmar student was exceedingly unfortunate. He was eliminated merely for a wrong answer. How did the teacher uncover that? I believe the crux of the matter was not the answer itself, but the fact that he panicked while responding. Had he maintained his initial answer, he would not have exposed his vulnerability, revealing his identity, and elimination would have been inevitable. Alas, his psychological resilience was inadequate. Just look at Su Zhao's performance earlier. His composure was akin to that of a born actor. These chosen ones from smaller nations need to enhance their ability to withstand pressure. It is truly regrettable that someone could be eliminated over such a trivial matter. After the brief interlude of answering questions, the time quickly arrived for the end of class. Once the class was dismissed, Su Zhao noticed that whether his classmates were heading to the restroom or stepping outside for fresh air, they all clutched a book, engrossed in reading. Their demeanor reminded Su Zhao of Rule 8. Rule 8. Unless in the dormitory, one must hold a book and feign studying. Any book is permissible, but it must not be an adult book. Desiring some fresh air himself, Su Zhao rummaged through his desk and soon discovered a small yellow book. The cover was yellow and quite formal. The content's propriety remained unknown. It was specifically noted that he should not take an adult book. It seems such items truly exist here. Su Zhao was uncertain about the book's content, but he was aware that the student who enforced the rules was rather unorthodox. After all, who reads adult books if they're truly serious? Su Zhao opened the little yellow book and, amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, slowly exited the classroom. However, due to the particularly conspicuous nature of the little yellow book he held, he garnered a remarkable attention that was nothing short of universal. "Classmate, what book is it you are holding? It seems rather risque," one inquired. "Could I perhaps borrow your little yellow book for a glance?" "It appears to be something I have yet to peruse," another suggested. "If you prefer not to lend it, might we share a look together?" Someone else chimed in. "Hey, wait, don't leave just yet. Could you let us see it, just for a moment?" In an instant, the corridor erupted with excitement, as every student became intensely intrigued by the little yellow book in Su Zhao's possession. Chapter 59. Betraying my deskmate, a mere small yellow book ignited the insatiable curiosity of the classmates. Su Zhao found himself at a loss for words. He had initially assumed that his peers were solely devoted to their studies, yet the reality proved otherwise. Observing the peculiar gazes of his classmates, Su Zhao opted against sharing the small yellow book. He was not yet inclined to draw too close to them. He wished to keep his true self concealed, for revealing it prematurely would only invite unnecessary troubles. Navigating around those clamoring to glimpse the small yellow book, Su Zhao lifted his gaze, meticulously examining the layout and environment of Hongshui Academy. Truth be told, this institution bore little distinction from an ordinary school, save for the fact that its students exhibited remarkable speed. They dined swiftly, utilized the restroom expeditiously, tackled exam questions with haste, and even walked briskly. The students here seemed to embody an extreme obsession with their studies, perpetually preoccupied with the notion of competition. Of course, they were also racking their brains to identify the new arrivals. His gaze sweeping across the playground, Su Zhao's attention lingered on the academy as formidable iron gate. He noted that the gate remained perpetually locked, as if the academy were isolated from the outside world. "I have only 3 days. Must I exit through that iron gate?" Su Zhao furrowed his brow. At that moment, a withered hand gently patted his shoulder from behind. Su Zhao turned in surprise, feeling the chilling absence of warmth in that hand, as though it had long been frozen. "Is there something you need?" Su Zhao inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Being new to Hongshui Academy, he was unfamiliar with his classmates, but fortunately, it was the beginning of a new term, and everyone was still somewhat estranged from one another. This circumstance afforded Su Zhao the opportunity to conceal his identity. Classmate, don't you remember? I'm the desk mate who just sat next to you," the student replied, his pallid complexion conveying an air of illness. Su Zhao frowned. "I am indeed aware that you just sat beside me. What is it that you require?" My stomach feels a bit unwell. Could you accompany me to the restroom? The restroom? Very well. Rule 5. During class breaks, if a classmate approaches you, please disregard them, especially if they request your company to the restroom. Although Su Xiao harbored a strong reluctance to accompany his male deskmate to the restroom, he could not refuse, as he sought to discern his deskmate's intentions and rebel against the rules. However, just as Su Xiao prepared to follow his deskmate to the restroom, the class bell rang. He raised his hands apologetically. "I'm sorry, classmate, but I must return to class." "All right then. Perhaps next time." His deskmate hesitated, seemingly yearning to convey something but lacking the courage to articulate it. Upon hearing the bell, he abandoned the restroom and followed the sound into the classroom. Noticing his deskmate's unusual behavior, Su Xiao frowned slightly, sensing that this so-called deskmate was markedly different from the others. While the gazes of the other students were vacant and muddled, this deskmate retained a glimmer of clarity deep within his pupils. As Su Xiao observed, his deskmate feigned discomfort, a ruse that clearly extended beyond a mere request for companionship to the restroom. Could it be that he had uncovered my true identity and was thus attempting to convey a warning? Such thoughts arose unbidden in Su Xiao's mind. During the second class, Su Xiao noticed that his deskmate was not paying attention. Instead, he produced a small yellow book, identical to the one hidden within Su Xiao's own desk, and began to peruse it with evident delight. Astonished, Su Xiao marveled at the audacity of this act, reading such material right beneath the teacher's nose. According to Rule 4, should one witness their deskmate's inattentiveness in class, immediate reporting to the teacher was mandatory. Yet, Su Xiao hesitated. Reporting a deskmate felt like an act of betrayal, and such behavior was unbecoming. He mused. "I thought Elbu was formidable, yet there exists someone even more audacious. To whom does this deskmate belong?" The spectacle was astonishing, as this deskmate's daring surpassed even that of Su Xiao himself. Had Su Xiao decided to report him, it would likely have resulted in the deskmate's immediate social demise. Surely, no one would willingly choose to be the villain in this scenario, yet to the surprise of many viewers, one individual indeed opted for this path. In a live broadcast from the Eastern Island, De Xiangwan, upon noticing his deskmate's transgression, wasted no time in reporting him. "Teacher, I must report that my deskmate is reading a small yellow book during class." The deskmate, bewildered, was left speechless. De Xiangwan's actions elicited a mix of horror and amusement. The teacher, momentarily pausing her writing, turned her head slowly toward De Xiangwan's deskmate, her expression a mask of dread. "You are undoubtedly aware of my expectations regarding classroom decorum. I detest students who exhibit such disregard." With a finger poised thoughtfully on her chin, she continued, "Since you have chosen to disobey, I expect you in my office after class. You cannot evade this consequence." The teacher's tone was chilling. As her words sank in, De Xiangwan's deskmate slumped in his chair. Terror etched across his face as he cast a venomous glare at De Xiangwan, seemingly wishing to rend him asunder. The intensity of that gaze compelled De Xiangwan to instinctively retreat, feeling the weight of his deskmate's fury. At that moment, the teacher on stage comforted him, saying, "This student, you have performed admirably. I assure you, you will not encounter him again tomorrow." The teacher bestowed a smile upon De Xiangwan. Yet the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth rendered the smile somewhat unsettling. Fool! De Xiangwan must have had his head kicked by a donkey. He was so hasty to betray his deskmate without even clarifying the enemy's position. It was truly admirable. I was left speechless as well. Can the people of East Island not employ a modicum of intelligence? After participating in so many challenges, they have shown no improvement. If De Xiangwan succeeds, I shall live-stream myself washing my hair upside down. If this fellow is consumed by the strange forces, it will undoubtedly be due to his own lack of intellect. I genuinely despair for the intelligence of the people from East Island. With such wits, what business do they have in participating in dungeons? They might as well return home and tend to the fields. Chapter 60. The note from my deskmate. The morning classes passed swiftly, and during the break, my deskmate had been yearning to speak to Su Xiao privately, yet the opportunity eluded them. Su Xiao, too, sensed this hesitation, likely due to the throngs of students in the school, causing her deskmate to falter at each attempt. At 11:40 a.m., Su Xiao joined the throng of classmates as they squeezed out of the classroom, heading to the cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria bustled with activity. Su Xiao observed that each student spent no more than 10 minutes eating, a phenomenon easily explained by their relentless ambition. It became evident that they were either competing against others or striving to outpace them. This pervasive learning culture, coupled with an almost obsessive dedication, seemed second nature to the students. As long as their reading and studies were not interrupted, they would never queue for a second helping, even if they left feeling unsatisfied. Some students were even more extreme, opting to tackle exam questions while dining in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, viewers of the live stream were left dumbfounded by the scene unfolding in the cafeteria. Was such relentless striving truly necessary? What was it about this school that compelled its students to exert themselves to such an extent? While they appeared relatively normal, save for a slight peculiarity, their diligence was undeniable. Was this fervor truly beneficial, or did the realm of supernatural tales also harbor the burdens of employment and mortgage pressures? Wherever one finds people, competition invariably arises. Could those students truly be considered human? I sensed that not all students at this institution were tainted by its atmosphere. My deskmate seemed quite ordinary. Are you suggesting that his habit of reading adult literature in class is normal? As Su Xiao stood in line for lunch, he noted the 4 serving windows at the cafeteria. Each window bore a label: meat dishes, vegetarian options, soup, and the infamous secret recipe mini burgers. Rule 7. The food in the school cafeteria is inedible. If one must eat, they should opt for Old Ba's secret mini burgers. As Su Xiao's gaze lingered on the meat dishes, the cafeteria worker cast an odd look in his direction. The meat options were unidentifiable. Their color skewed towards an unsettling red, featuring items reminiscent of chicken feet and chunks of dubious meat. The vegetarian section appeared relatively normal, offering broccoli and cabbage. However, the soup was a dark hue, with something that resembled eyeballs floating within. Compared to the other offerings, the secret mini burgers were particularly egregious. Composed entirely of a repugnant mayonnaise, their stench wafted through the air from a considerable distance. Disheartened by the bizarre array of dishes, Su Xiao frowned, feeling an utter lack of appetite. Even the vegetarian options, though seemingly acceptable, did little to entice him. The mere thought of consuming Old Ba's secret mini burgers repulsed him. He believed that only the most formidable individuals could stomach such a concoction. Standing indecisively, Su Xiao suddenly felt a gentle shove from behind. As he turned, he unexpectedly heard his deskmate's voice suggesting, "If you really cannot eat, perhaps you should stick to the vegetarian options." Vegetarian? The voice of the desk mate was faint, yet Su Xiao discerned the hints woven within his words. A slight furrow etched upon her brow. She pondered. Could it be that her companion was assisting her? After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Xiao opted for a plate of vegetarian dishes and departed. The vegetables were indeed palatable, yet her appetite had deserted her. Balancing her meal, she sought refuge in a secluded corner. Before long, her desk mate appeared, carrying a plate of vegetarian fare and settling across from her. With a hint of curiosity, Su Xiao inquired, "Why do you choose to help me?" Her companion, casting a cautious glance around to ensure no prying eyes were upon them, managed a wry smile and replied, "Well, assisting you is, in truth, also a means of aiding myself. If you wish to evade the scrutiny of our peers, you must acclimate to everything here. Trust me, it is omnipresent. Every action of yours will be observed. Perhaps I, too, will not endure for long. Yet I find joy in having met you." At this juncture, her desk mate extended a friendly hand toward Su Xiao. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely grasped it. Su Xiao possessed an innate fortitude. Even if her companion were to harbor ulterior motives, she felt no fear. The bazaar could neither taint nor consume her. Curiosity piqued. Su Xiao queried, "What do you mean by not being able to endure much longer? From the moment we stepped into this academy, we have been under its watchful gaze. It will sway your emotions and psyche, ultimately dragging you into an abyss," her companion replied with a sudden chuckle. "However, I have noticed something distinct about you. Perhaps you possess the potential to escape. What precisely was this entity that governed Hengshui Academy?" Su Xiao readied herself to pose a pivotal question. Yet just then, her desk mate rose abruptly with his tray in hand. I cannot converse with you for too long, or we shall both find ourselves in peril. May we cross paths again tomorrow, my classmate. With those enigmatic words, he departed, casually tossing a crumpled piece of paper her way. With the paper in hand, Su Xiao furrowed her brow. Once she ascertained her surroundings were secure, she unfolded the note. The first line startled her. Classmate, I am aware you are new here. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to others, at least not until I have completely lost my sanity. I can see the words written on the blackboard in red chalk, though the other students cannot. But do not trust the teacher. She is untrustworthy. The revelation that he could perceive the red chalk letters left Su Xiao in deep contemplation. If her desk mate and she could see what eluded their peers, it suggested only one possibility. Her companion remained untainted by this unseen force, or the corruption had not taken deep root in him. But what of the teacher? Surely, if she wrote it, she must be able to see it as well, unless, as her desk mate suggested, she feigned perception to ensnare her. At that moment, a method to test the teacher's veracity dawned upon Su Xiao. The method is quite straightforward. As long as the teacher is able to see the words written in red chalk, it is highly probable that she is not an adversary. Conversely, if she cannot, then she indeed becomes the foe. Naturally, this approach serves a dual purpose, as it can also ascertain who among the teacher and my deskmate is lying. Let us delve further into the contents of the note. I feel as though it is about to seize control of my entire mind. I can no longer suppress it. Dear classmate, if one day you notice that my gaze has become akin to that of the other students, please, I implore you to end my life at once. For I do not wish to expose your secret. Classmate, I beg you, why must he be killed immediately? Have my deskmate also fallen victim to its corruption? Goodness, this deskmate is quite commendable. In order to safeguard the secret of Su Xiao, he has voluntarily requested that Su Xiao take his life. If only I could have 100 such deskmates. I am in dire need of companions like him. Alas, I find myself inexplicably moved. Chapter 61. A classic reenactment as Su Xiao perused the note from his deskmate. The other chosen ones likewise received the same piece of paper. De Xiangwan from the East Island stood as an exception, for his deskmate had already been betrayed by him during class. During the lunch break, the students in the classroom forewent their rest, fervently engaging in a competitive atmosphere. Su Xiao found this quite absurd. The thought of integrating into this group of overachievers seemed utterly unrealistic. He solemnly took his little yellow book and headed to the restroom. Rule 6. Before entering the restroom, please ensure that no other students are present. If you discover other students inside and they're staring at you with ominous expressions, promptly vacate the premises. Standing before the restroom, Su Xiao noted the pervasive darkness within, yet he hesitated not a moment and boldly stepped inside. Upon entering, he discerned several shadows rising from a corner. Ignoring them, he continued, but suddenly the figures behind him grinned malevolently, their eyes fixed upon him. Sensing an icy chill emanating from behind, Su Xiao reacted instinctively, turning around and delivering a flurry of swift slaps. The resounding echoes of the slaps reverberated through the restroom, leaving the once menacing students in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why is this person defying all conventions? These students had hidden in the restroom, anticipating the new student would fall into their trap. However, they were met with an unexpectedly strong yet humiliating response. This left them utterly flabbergasted. One student exclaimed in confusion, "Hey, why are you hitting people indiscriminately?" Su Xiao, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I did not strike indiscriminately. I aimed with precision." The bewildered students were left even more perplexed, thinking, "Who is even discussing that with you? Admit it. You are indeed the new student. Aren't you?" A shadow of dread crept across their faces as they gazed at Su Xiao, their expressions growing increasingly terrifying. As soon as they finished speaking, Su Xiao raised his hand and delivered another series of slaps, retorting, "Enough with the idle chatter, and you're blocking my way," generously bestowing another round of slaps. Su Xiao strode past the stunned students, exiting the restroom with an air of confidence. The students were now completely bewildered, their expressions of horror transforming into chaotic confusion, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through their minds. Wow, Su Xiao has truly outdone himself. Incredible. Once again, the classic slap has made its grand return. Laughter erupted among the bewildered students. What once seemed terrifying now appeared comical, as Su Xiao's antics elicited uncontrollable giggles. Enough said. I'm laughing so hard I might faint in the restroom, my friends. I can't keep it together. Indeed, a master is a master, and never follows the beaten path. Ha ha! The universal slap. Truly a remedy for all troubles, a cure for every grievance. The recent spectacle was so captivating that I am compelled to transform it into a comical video. It was utterly hilarious. At that moment, the laughter in Su Xiao's live streaming room was resounding, as the viewers were genuinely taken aback by how he managed to infuse humor into a terrifying scene. Emerging from the restroom, Su Xiao continued to feign studying while holding a small yellow book. At that instant, a female classmate dashed towards him. Extending her hand with an invitation, "Classmate, would you care to join me in some fun?" "Sure, what are we playing?" he inquired. "Follow me." Rule 9. Students of Hengshui Academy are deeply passionate about their studies. Please endeavor to integrate with them. If a classmate attempts to divert you from your studies and invites you to engage in leisure activities, kindly refuse them immediately. Following the female classmate, Su Xiao arrived at the playground. At that moment, the entire area appeared deserted, as the majority of students in this academy preferred not to squander their time on frivolities. They would rather dedicate that time to complete additional practice papers. "Classmate, can you play basketball?" the female classmate asked, having somehow procured basketball. "Well, a little," he replied. "All right, watch my performance." Su Xiao, perplexed by her intentions, observed as she commenced what she termed a basketball performance. However, it was not a conventional game of basketball. Instead, she executed a dazzling dance reminiscent of a basketball-themed performance. Faced with the ostentatious display of the female classmate, Su Xiao was left speechless. "Is this what you call playing basketball?" Initially dismissive of her dance, he soon noticed that his jellyfish pendant was emitting a faint glow. Furrowing his brow, Su Xiao pondered. What does this mean? Can watching this dance affect my mental state? He found himself in a state of confusion, suddenly recalling the words of his deskmate. "From the moment we stepped into this academy, we have been under its surveillance, which influences your emotions and psyche, ultimately dragging you into despair." His deskmate was indeed correct. Since Su Xiao's arrival at the academy, he had felt the pervasive influence on his emotions and spirit. It seemed to infiltrate every aspect of his being. Only when he engaged with a small yellow book did he experience a respite from such feelings. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the small yellow book serves to mitigate its influence? With that thought, he decisively picked up the small yellow book. As he fixated on its pages, he noted that the glow of the jellyfish pendant began to diminish, and its influence seemed to wane gradually. The small yellow book appeared to lack the power to entirely eradicate its effects, but could at least temporarily suppress them. While it was somewhat effective, it paled in comparison to the jellyfish pendant. At that moment, Su Xiao recalled another remark from his deskmate. "Perhaps I too will not endure for long. Yet I am still delighted to have met you." When her deskmate uttered those words, Su Xiao initially found herself perplexed. However, upon reflection, it became evident that her deskmate's indulgence in inappropriate literature during class was likely an attempt to mitigate its influence. It dawned on Su Xiao that suppressing its impact was indeed the true intent behind her deskmate's actions. Suddenly, Su Xiao felt that refraining from reporting her deskmate was an exceedingly wise decision. Perhaps her deskmate was someone worthy of trust, yet for Su Xiao, the matter of belief seemed rather inconsequential. As she pondered this, the basketball dance performed by her female classmate, G&I, concluded. When the girl turned and noticed Su Xiao engrossed in her reading, oblivious to her presence, a dark fissure of disappointment swiftly spread across her face. Chapter 62. Scoundrels. Wretches. Parasites of society. A female classmate appeared quietly behind Su Xiao, her face adorned with a peculiar smile as she inquired, "Classmate, was my basketball stance just now up to standard? Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood?" Su Xiao replied, closing his little yellow book without turning around. "Of course, the truth. The truth is, it was somewhat lacking. And the falsehood? Far from satisfactory. I suggest you contemplate your words carefully before speaking." Before the female classmate could finish her sentence, Su Xiao had already taken a step forward, saying, "No need for contemplation." It was indeed unimpressive. "Classmate, if it's not working out, don't force it. You have little room for improvement." You. Su Xiao's blunt honesty twisted the female classmate's expression into one of extreme distortion. Yet, as she prepared to retaliate, Su Xiao, still with his back to her, wore a smirk. "Classmate, do you wish to eliminate me, or are you challenging the teacher's confinement in the little black room?" The little black room. Upon hearing those words, terror washed over the female classmate's face, prompting her to retreat repeatedly. Su Xiao turned to observe the mixture of reluctance and fear on her face. Grinning widely, "It appears I have wagered correctly once more. Those who are thoroughly tainted are forbidden from harming each other. Aside from the new students, those who are slightly tainted will likely be targeted by their peers, much like my deskmate. However, judging by my deskmate's current state, it seems they won't last long." In truth, from the moment Su Xiao stepped out of the restroom, he had begun to speculate that those who were thoroughly tainted are indeed barred from mutual harm. The female classmate's reaction served as a validation of his hypothesis. Now, Su Xiao merely needed to ascertain whether the teacher had been thoroughly tainted. As long as he could confirm that, he would be able to validate his remaining conjectures. I must find an opportunity to test the teacher without being detected. As he pondered this, he pulled out the little yellow book for cover and made his way toward the classroom. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, the audience remained as lively as ever. "Wow, Su Xiao is truly exceptional. He has the female classmates completely under his thumb. Is this female classmate, all right? Why is she performing that ridiculous basketball dance? My assessment, it's an eyesore, utterly unbearable. Mom, hurry and wash my eyes with pepper spray." Su Xiao is incredibly perceptive. How did he deduce that the female classmate wouldn't dare lay a finger on him? Clearly, Su Xiao could triumph through sheer strength. Yet he chooses to rely on intellect. His meticulous thought process leaves the other chosen ones in the dust. When it comes to intellect, it must be Su Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom. Comparing him to the Xiangwan from the East Island with that pig brain is an insult to the very notion of stupidity. Brothers, I've successfully immigrated to the Dragon Kingdom, so don't dwell on me too much. After all, not everyone has the chance to become a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the East Island, the Xiangwan found himself unable to hold back during his lunch break and headed to the restroom. He lingered at the restroom door for a while, ensuring it was empty before finally stepping inside. However, it was unfortunate that just as he entered, several classmates followed him in. Regrettably, the Xiangwan found himself pinned against the wall by several classmates who interrogated him. "Are you the new student?" I am not. I do not understand what you are saying." Gazing at the pale faces of his peers, the Xiangwan was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet he clung desperately to the remnants of his composure. Observing their disbelief, he fervently attempted to clarify. "I assure you, I am not a new student. Just this morning, I reported my deskmate." Reporting a deskmate? The classmates, who had initially intended to let the Xiangwan off the hook, suddenly turned aggressive upon hearing his confession, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. "Damn it. So you were the one who reported him, causing us to lose another classmate. We'll make you pay. What a stroke of luck. I was just wondering where to find you. And here you are, confessing. Scoundrel. Filth. A parasite of society." At that moment, these classmates harbored a fervent desire to eradicate the Xiangwan. In truth, the classmates who had accompanied the Xiangwan to the restroom were not of the same ilk as those encountered by Su Xiao. These classmates belonged to the same category as his deskmate. They had been tainted, but had not yet succumbed entirely to madness. They usually concealed themselves among others who were thoroughly corrupted. The Xiangwan's betrayal of a fellow classmate justified their violent retribution against him. "Ha ha! Come quick, everyone! The old six is being beaten by his classmates." The Xiangwan finally faced the consequences of his actions. Oddly enough, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction washed over me. The fate of the old six would be dire. Having chosen that path, the Xiangwan deserved this brutal beating. Were these classmates from another class? They seemed markedly different from the others. Could it be that they were aligned with the deskmate, thus seeking vengeance on his behalf? It seemed so. The Xiangwan's treachery against his deskmate was utterly foolish. Despite the potential for aid from his deskmate, he had opted to betray him prematurely. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Eastern Island High Command, De Xiongwan's plight was observed in full view, and the torrent of insults and ridicule from countless netizens left the officials feeling utterly humiliated. Bakayiru, may all these foolish netizens perish. What on earth was De Xiongwan thinking, allowing himself to be cornered and beaten by his classmates? Why did he not resist, living in such a wretched state? He might as well perish, thus sparing our eastern island the disgrace he brings. Why? Why must Longhua be embraced by netizens while we, Eastern Island, are trampled underfoot? Longhua, Su Xiao, may all those scoundrels meet their end. The Eastern Island officials were seething with rage. However, at that moment, the class bell at Hengshui Academy rang once more. The afternoon classes commenced, with the same teacher leading the session. Before beginning, the teacher took up a red chalk and inscribed a message on the blackboard. To the newcomer, perhaps you have noticed that others besides yourself can see these words. However, I advise you not to trust them. I can protect you. In this academy, I am your sole ally. Su Xiao gazed intently at the words inscribed by the teacher upon the blackboard. A sense of perplexity enveloped him. If the teacher were unable to see these characters, how could she so meticulously align them? Casting a glance at his deskmate, Su Xiao observed that his companion's eyes had grown somewhat vacant. No longer fixated on the trivial book, he stared blankly at the blackboard instead. Witnessing this state, Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that his deskmate would soon succumb to the same fate as those around him. Chapter 63, New Supplementary Rules Classmate. Should you ever notice that my gaze becomes indistinguishable from that of the others, I implore you to end my life immediately, for I wish to preserve your secret. Though his deskmate's eyes had begun to lose their clarity, Su Xiao still recalled those poignant words. Perhaps his deskmate had already foreseen his own fate, hence the desperate plea for Su Xiao to take his life. However, Su Xiao harbored no intentions of such a deed. To him, exposure was merely a matter of time. Even if he were to kill his deskmate, it would likely change nothing. In fact, ending his deskmate's life might expedite the very exposure they both feared. His deskmate had no power to alter the narrative, akin to a mere bystander in a plot, forever ignorant of his status as an outsider. As Su Xiao observed his deskmate's peculiar behavior, other chosen ones also began to notice the same anomaly. The teacher's words inscribed upon the blackboard had yet to be believed by any of the selected, and even if they did, they hesitated to act. Of course, this was not the case for De Xiongwan from the East Isles, who held an unwavering faith in the teacher. After all, De Xiongwan's premature betrayal of his deskmate resulted in his failure to receive the latter's note or any benevolent warning. Currently, De Xiongwan found himself in a dire predicament, having unwittingly transformed a promising game into a deadlock. His talent, merely a mediocre B grade, offered little hope for resolution. Thus, he desperately sought a lifeline, and in his eyes, the teacher represented that trustworthy anchor. Perhaps, as the teacher suggested, he was left with no one else to trust. Yet, was this truly the case? Meanwhile, in a meeting room among the upper echelons of the East Isles, discontent brewed regarding De Xiongwan. This fool had betrayed a potential ally, and now, in his folly, appeared intent on placing his trust in the teacher. How could such a fool exist among us? They immediately issued a warning, urging De Xiongwan to refrain from rash actions, as the teacher was not yet worthy of trust. Are we not acting too soon? Damn it, too soon? If we delay, that imbecile might willingly deliver himself into the teacher's clutches. The upper echelons of the East Isles, though frustrated with De Xiongwan, found themselves with no alternative, for the selection process in the world of strange tales was inherently random. The afternoon at Hengshui Academy was tranquil, with no chosen ones facing elimination. However, many netizens observed that some of the selected, who had not perused the forbidden texts, were beginning to exhibit signs of confusion. Clearly, this influence was insidiously affecting the chosen. At 1740, the school bell rang, and all students promptly gathered their books and exited the classroom. Yet, Su Xiao noted that the teacher remained, continuing her lecture as if oblivious to the departing students. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly seemed to recall something and promptly stood, preparing to step outside the classroom. At that moment, a classmate abruptly returned to intercept Su Xiao, saying, "By the way, I forgot to mention You are on duty today, so you must leave a bit later. Rule 10 stated that after school, one must promptly return to the dormitory. If a classmate informs you of duty during this time, it is best to disregard it. This rule advised Su Xiao to ignore his peer and head straight back to the dormitory. Yet, Su Xiao distinctly noticed a glimmer of rationality in the depths of the classmate's eyes. This suggested that the student might, like his former deskmate, belong to the category of those marginally tainted, with the prior experience of his deskmate serving as a cautionary tale. Su Xiao had ample reason to believe that this classmate intended to signal him something important. He retraced his steps back to the classroom, where he engaged in a silent exchange of glances with the teacher. Their eye contact confirmed that she was someone difficult to confront directly. Su Xiao had anticipated some peculiar behavior from her, yet the teacher merely adjusted her glasses and, with a hint of mockery, remarked, "Dutiful student, I shall come by later to inspect cleanliness. I hope to find it satisfactory." As her words echoed, the school bell rang once more. Upon hearing the bell, the teacher finally stepped out of the classroom. Watching her retreating figure, Su Xiao furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the bell had sounded twice. As he pondered, other selected individuals encountered the same predicament as Su Xiao. However, the majority opted not to remain for duty, adhering instead to Rule 10 and promptly returning to their dormitories. Those who chose to stay for duty were, without exception, astute and observant. They discerned that the classmate was indeed unusual, leading them to conclude that Rule 10 might very well be erroneous. A stark contrast emerged. The selected individuals, who had generally not erred in their judgments regarding duty, appear to be divided into two distinct factions. Most chose to return to their dormitories immediately, while only a handful opted to stay behind for duty. Was this the onset of elimination? I firmly believe staying for duty is the correct choice. Did you notice that classmate? He seems markedly different from the others in our class, one remarked. I noticed that too. Perhaps he, unlike the deskmate, intends to assist the selected ones? Su Xiao, a prominent figure, decided to stay for duty, allowing them to scrutinize the underlying intricacies of the situation. The online community was baffled as to why such a straightforward rule could yield such extreme disparities, unaware of the potential consequences that awaited those who made misguided choices. Consequently, they eagerly anticipated the forthcoming events. In a live broadcast, after a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao began to search the entire classroom, attempting to uncover any clues that the classmate might have left for him. After thoroughly scouring the room, he ultimately discovered a note tucked away within the classmate's small yellow book, seemingly containing supplementary rules. Dear student, these guidelines have been specifically crafted for your benefit. Please read them attentively, as they may prove to be of assistance to you. Rule A. Rule 11. The duty student is responsible for cleaning the classroom. Please note that upon completion, you should depart immediately, as the teacher will not conduct any inspections. Rule 12. When cleaning the classroom, ensure that the doors and windows are securely locked. Should any peculiar occurrences arise, or if a teacher appears for an inspection, refrain from opening the door. If you find yourself unable to resist, escape the classroom without hesitation. Rule 13. The small yellow book can mitigate its influence, yet may also attract its attention. Therefore, do not remove the yellow book from the classroom. Rule 14. The school janitor is trustworthy. In the face of insurmountable troubles, promptly seek assistance in the janitor's lounge. Rule 15. While the small black room is fraught with danger, it conceals a means of escape from Hengshui Academy. Rule 16. It is omnipresent. The vast majority of students have succumbed to its influence. Do not place your trust in those whose gazes are utterly vacant. Rule 17. The teacher is deserving of your trust. She will offer her help and protection. Chapter 64. The strange bird. Upon reviewing the rules left by his classmates, Su Xiao discovered a note tucked away in the drawer of his desk. The note contained a singular piece of advice. Certain rules may be subject to change under its influence. Please do not place complete trust in all rules. What a serendipitous find during his duty. It appeared that Su Xiao had unearthed a new supplementary rule ahead of time. Those chosen ones who had not remained for duty would likely never uncover these regulations, and it seemed they had unwittingly let the opportunity for success slip through their fingers. Without knowledge of these rules, the chances of the other chosen ones advancing were slim, unless their nation provided a hint. Yet, Even the hints were insufficient. Merely 20 words. How could they encompass all these rules? Perhaps it would be prudent to gather the pivotal rules. Countless netizens buzzed with speculation regarding these regulations. Meanwhile, the other chosen ones who had stayed for duty also stumbled upon the supplementary rules left by their classmates. After reviewing these additional regulations, they promptly secured the classroom doors and windows before commencing their cleaning duties. Rule 12. When cleaning the classroom, please ensure the doors and windows are locked. Should strange occurrences arise or a teacher come to inspect, do not open the door. If you feel unable to withstand it, flee the classroom without hesitation. Unlike the others, Su Xiao did not engage in cleaning, nor did he secure the classroom. He casually picked up a red chalk and inscribed his musings on the blackboard. After completing his conjectures, he set down the chalk and turned to see a strange bird landing on the windowsill. The peculiar bird bore resemblance to a crow. Its eyes a haunting crimson, persistently flapping its wings while fixating on Su Xiao, emitting a cacophony of cries. Under the influence of its screeching, Su Xiao suddenly felt an inexplicable wave of fear wash over him, followed swiftly by anger, despair, and sorrow. A tumult of complex emotions seemed to accumulate in an instant, only to be abruptly ignited. Thankfully, at that moment, the jellyfish pendant activated. Grégoire restoring clarity to suyo scarlet gaze. The first action Su Xiao took upon regaining his composure was to point at the strange bird and command the Black General. Black General, go and pluck the feathers from that cacophonous bird. He surmised that the bird, capable of unsettling one's emotions, was likely a manifestation of something more sinister. Since it had revealed itself, Su Xiao was determined not to let it escape easily. He was eager to uncover the true nature of this entity from Hongshui Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black General lunged fiercely towards the bird perched on the windowsill. At that moment, the strange bird seemed perplexed by Su Xiao's immunity to its influence. As the Black General advanced, the bird, undeterred, flapped its wings and pecked at the approaching figure. Could this truly be it? A mere strange bird, and its combat prowess seemed rather feeble. It could assume any form. A bird was not particularly surprising. But could it possibly be stranger than the entity from Mount Daoyuo? Nonetheless, it appeared that here at Hongshui Academy, the Black General should easily overpower it. How remarkably weak it seemed. Under the watchful gaze of numerous netizens, the formidable General Black effortlessly subdued the bizarre bird beneath his feet. The creature squawked and struggled frantically, yet it was ultimately powerless to escape the fate of having its feathers plucked. Soon enough, the now featherless monstrosity was lifted before Su Xiao by General Black's tentacles. Su Xiao examined the strange bird and remarked, "It seems rather unremarkable. So weak? General Black, it now belongs to you as a trophy." As soon as Su Xiao's words fell, General Black did not hesitate, engulfing the creature in one swift gulp. Observing the general's voracious appetite, Su Xiao chose not to intervene. After all, General Black had an affinity for such delicacies. However, to Su Xiao's astonishment, shortly after consuming the bird, General Black began rolling on the ground in distress. What was happening? Wait, could the bird be poisonous? For a fleeting moment, Su Xiao felt bewildered, but he soon witnessed General Black rising to his feet once more. As he stood upright, Su Xiao suddenly perceived a peculiar transformation in General Black. Firstly, its ebony eyes had turned a striking crimson, and secondly, it emitted low growls akin to those of the bizarre bird. Suiyo's composure shivered, realizing that General Black had seemingly assimilated a fragment of the creature's abilities. He was profoundly shaken. The convergence of the uncanny with the extraordinary was unprecedented. Su Xiao suddenly recognized that his understanding of the bizarre was merely superficial. The uncanny had transcended the boundaries of human comprehension. He had long pondered why so many distinct anomalies emerged in the world of strange tales, and it appeared he was gradually approaching the truth meanwhile. The netizens who noticed General Black's transformation erupted in excitement. What on earth is happening? Has General Black fused with the bizarre bird? No, it seems he has absorbed the creature. The fusion of the uncanny to give birth to an even more powerful anomaly suggested that the realm of strange tales held countless mysteries yet to be unraveled. Wow, General Black appears even more formidable now. Goodness, I truly adore such a pet. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials, the transformation of General Black once again upended their understanding of the uncanny. They hurriedly documented this change for archival purposes. Su Xiao had inadvertently made a significant contribution to humanity. Upon his return, he surely deserved commendation. The milestones of our Dragon Kingdom in the realm of the bizarre depended on his explorations in the United States high-level conference room. Officials were taken aback. Damn, what incredible luck does the Dragon Kingdom possess to encounter such absurdity? Immediately notify all senior officials for an emergency meeting. We must devise a strategy, or else we will soon be surpassed by the Dragon Kingdom in every aspect. In the classroom, Su Xiao remained astonished by General Black's transformation when a figure appeared at the classroom door. It was the teacher, and her presence here could only signify one thing: a health inspection. However, Rule 11 states quite clearly that the teacher will not come to inspect the cleanliness. Rule 11. The duty student is responsible for cleaning the classroom. Please note, after cleaning, leave immediately. The teacher will not come to check. Observing the teacher, Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, as he seemed to detect a hint of astonishment in her gaze. Perhaps she was taken aback by Su Xiao's failure to lock the classroom door, or perhaps she was shocked by the scattered feathers on the floor. Regardless of the reason for her astonishment, Su Xiao understood that her intentions were far from benign. Chapter 65. Delusion. At this moment, the remaining chosen ones, who stayed behind to keep watch, encountered the monstrous bird while tidying up the classroom. However, they had securely locked all the doors and windows prior to their duties, preventing the creature from entering. In the realm of the unfortunate, Marcus was among those who opted to remain. He now cowered in a corner of the classroom, trembling uncontrollably, his hands pressed tightly against his ears, while his terrified gaze fixated on the window. Outside, the raven-like monstrosity battered against the glass, its frenzied assaults accompanied by an eerie cacophony of cries. The ghastly sounds infiltrated the classroom, causing Marcus's eyes to rapidly redden, warm blood streaming uncontrollably from his ears. In that moment, the creature's discordant clamor became Marcus's waking nightmare. Despite his fervent attempts to shield himself from its influence, his mental fortitude gradually crumbled. What manner of beast is this? Oh God, who can rescue me? I do not wish to perish. I am not ready to die. Marcus's emotional state teetered on the brink of collapse. Under his fearful gaze, the glass, battered by the creature, began to fissure, as if in the next heartbeat it would burst open, allowing the monstrosity to feast upon him in a horrific spectacle of death. Despair enveloped Marcus. His innate talents offered no solace in this dire hour. He was left with but two choices: to await the creature's inevitable breach of the glass, or to flee through the door back to his dormitory. Even an imbecile would recognize the path to take amidst such a dire decision. Yet, just as Marcus prepared to scramble towards the door in frantic escape, a peculiar knocking resonated from outside. As the strange sound echoed, the creature's cries abruptly ceased. However, Marcus was too consumed by terror to notice these details. He hastily rose from the floor and peered through the window on the opposite side of the classroom. Outside stood a familiar figure, the teacher. "Classmate, I have come to inspect the cleanliness. Please open the door," the teacher called, a smile adorning her face, though to Marcus, it appeared profoundly sinister. Rule 11. The monitor is responsible for maintaining the classroom's cleanliness. Note: after cleaning, please leave immediately. The teacher will not come to inspect. Rule 12. Ensure the classroom doors and windows are securely locked while cleaning. In the event of strange occurrences or a teacher's inspection, do not open the door. If you cannot withstand, flee the classroom without hesitation. Marcus recalled that Rule 11 explicitly stated the teacher would not come to check, and Rule 12 cautioned against opening the door. Terrified, but his instincts urged him that opening the door would surely lead to his demise. After much hesitation, Marcus finally gritted his teeth and resolved to trust his intuition. At that moment, the eerie call of the strange bird echoed once more, and it seemed that the teacher outside had exhausted her patience. She pounded on the door with fervor, her expression growing increasingly bizarre. "Students, I am here to assist you." That monstrous bird will soon burst into the classroom and tear you apart. If you open the door now, there may still be time. The teacher's voice reverberated in Marcus's ears, reminding him of another rule. Rule 17. The teacher is trustworthy. She will aid and protect you. But could the teacher truly be trusted? The bird, the teacher, what should he do? Oh God, please tell me what choice I should make at this moment. Marcus found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Behind him lay the monstrous bird, poised to invade the classroom, while outside the door stood the incredibly strange teacher. Uncertain of his choice, he grappled with whether he should place his faith in her. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the tension as the sound of breaking glass erupted from the back of the classroom, jolting Marcus into sheer terror. Oh dear, I want to go home. I don't want to die here. The janitor. Yes, I must find the janitor. At that moment, Marcus's nerves frayed to their breaking point. He could no longer contain himself. He sprinted wildly toward the back door of the classroom, just as the ominous announcement rang out, and he flung open the classroom door. The chosen one from the Misfortune Nation, Marcus, was eerily consumed, and the world of horror was about to descend. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The chilling announcement reverberated unexpectedly across the globe. The live broadcast of Marcus from the Misfortune Nation was forever frozen at the instant he opened the classroom door. At that moment, countless online users remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They only knew that Marcus had been eerily consumed. What was happening? Was Team Marcus supposed to escape the classroom by opening the door? How could he be consumed in such a manner? It seemed nothing had transpired just moments before. Yet, why had his live stream suddenly frozen? Could it be that the teacher harmed him? But the teacher had been at the front door. How could that be possible? Confusion reigned, leaving many puzzled about the situation. In Marcus's live stream, a multitude of viewers wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly unaware of how he had been eliminated. The teacher was indeed at the front door, yet Marcus had opened the back door. Logically, he should have escaped without incident. Yet the outcome was precisely the opposite. As the viewers collectively grappled with their confusion, a particularly observant user suddenly noted a peculiar detail. I remember that when Marcus opened the classroom door, the glass at the back had already shattered. Yet in the frozen frame, why does the classroom glass appear unscathed? Indeed, I recall the monstrous bird had smashed the glass. Could it be that we all experienced a collective illusion? Eerie, utterly eerie. Netizens are convinced that Marcus hurriedly opened the back door only after witnessing the bizarre bird shatter the glass. However, the glass remains intact, leaving this scenario utterly inexplicable. Meanwhile, among the other selected individuals, after Marcus's elimination, Pedro from the Football Nation, with a look of terror, rushed out of the classroom following the incident with the strange bird. Yet, what awaited him was still the uncertainty of elimination and death. Nevertheless, this time, astute netizens have finally discerned a clue. It seems I have come to understand why the glass appears to have restored itself. It is because the glass was never shattered in the first place. All of this was merely an illusion. What? An illusion? Countless netizens could not help but be struck with astonishment. Chapter 66. The coexistence of strength and beauty at this moment. Two chosen ones have already been eliminated, leaving only Longua's Su Xiao, Paris's Claude, and Gray Bear's Andre in the classroom. While Su Xiao dares to confront the monstrous bird and the teacher head-on, Claude and Andre can only tightly cover their ears, too frightened to step outside. Even upon hearing the sound of glass shattering from the monstrous bird's impact, they feign ignorance because they have received warnings from their country's higher-ups. Aware of the danger lurking outside the classroom, they refrain from making any rash movements, praying that remaining within the classroom is indeed the right choice. Clearly, their decision to stay in the classroom proves to be wise. The monstrous bird and the teacher cannot breach the doors and windows, granting them a temporary sense of safety. Meanwhile, Su Xiao stands in confrontation with the teacher. The teacher gazes at the feathers strewn across the floor, a flicker of apprehension crossing her features. However, her trepidation is not directed at Su Xiao himself, but rather at the Black General, who has fused with the monstrous bird. After a prolonged silence, a strained smile emerges on the teacher's face. Student, I am here to help you deal with the monstrous bird. It is truly a relief to see that you are unharmed. Su Xiao replies, Pray tell, what exactly is good about this situation? The teacher falls silent. Su Xiao, however, remains indifferent. No need for pretense. You have known my identity as the new student all along. Haven Tiyu? Student, perhaps you have misunderstood something? Ha! Do you dare to claim that you can see what I write on the blackboard? In truth, from the moment the dismissal bell rang for the first time, you were already aware of who I am. I was initially curious as to why the bell rang twice, but it has only now dawned on me that it was to identify the new student. While the other students exited at the first ring, you chose to remain. By staying, you ensured that the new student, unaware of your schemes, would likely not leave either. The second bell served as a warning for you. The world of strange tales has its own rules, and it does not completely extinguish the survival opportunities of the chosen ones. Therefore, at this juncture, you must vacate the classroom, as it is imperative to allow us a sliver of space to survive. Yet, in your eagerness to return before I uncover other rules, you fabricated an excuse about checking hygiene. In reality, you are in cahoots with that monstrous bird. Am I correct in my analysis? Su Xiao speaks with remarkable calmness, as if discussing a trivial matter. Nevertheless, his deductions gradually twist the teacher's expression into something increasingly sinister. The teacher bows her head slightly, emitting an eerie laughter, while the darkness in her eyes begins to spread across her entire face. Indeed, I underestimated you, new student. The teacher slowly lifts her head, revealing a visage now marred by spiderweb-like cracks, from which dark liquid drips ominously. Did you think that there exists only one form of strangeness within this campus? How naive. As the teacher's voice faded, her limbs contorted into an exceedingly bizarre position, pressing against the classroom wall, swiftly gliding along its smooth surface. Observing the grotesque teacher, Su Xiao exhibited little astonishment, for he had never placed his trust in her from the very beginning. Calmly, he raised his gaze to the teacher clinging to the ceiling, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Thank you for revealing this to me. However, what I know is that you are not the enigma. You are merely a pawn in this game. Silence. At the mention of pawn, the teacher's expression twisted grotesquely, and in the next instant, she lunged directly at Su Xiao. Unflinching, he did not evade her, but at that moment, the black general let out a deep growl towards the teacher. Wah wah wah. In midair, the teacher suddenly contorted in pain, as if her psyche had suffered a severe blow. Clutching her head, she plummeted to the ground. Seeing this, the black general leaped forward, placing a foot upon her head, preparing to consume her. Yet, just as the black general was about to swallow the teacher whole, the monstrous bird that had previously been devoured by him inexplicably reappeared in the classroom, flapping its wings and charging at the black general. The bird's resurrection caused Su Xiao's brow to furrow, but he reacted swiftly, hurling the puppet towards it. However, as the puppet lunged at the suddenly materialized creature, the bird once again vanished into thin air. Confronted with this unfathomable spectacle, Su Xiao's brows knitted tightly. Could it be an illusion? In the midst of his contemplative frown, the black general had already swallowed the teacher whole. She was merely a follower, thus no match for the black general. After consuming her, the black general returned to Su Xiao's side, and the puppet rejoined his grasp. The classroom, now a scene of utter disarray, bore no remnants of the earlier chaos. Outside the live stream, the audience exclaimed in awe, "Wow, the black general is magnificent. His fluid movements surpass anything witnessed before, and the puppet is impressive too." However, many were mistaken. Neither the black general nor the puppet held the true power. The real strength lay in Su Xiao's recent analysis. Su Xiao is simply invincible. His reasoning abilities overshadow all other chosen ones. Is this what they mean by strength coexisting with beauty? Oh my, Su Xiao is so charming. When he returns, I must marry him. Dear netizen from a land of kimchi, please calm down. Such behavior will not win you Su Xiao's heart, nor will it secure you citizenship in the Dragon Kingdom. If you wish, I could give it a try with you. Pervert, I want only Su Xiao. With the teacher and the monstrous bird dealt with, Su Xiao realized it was time to return to his dormitory. Before exiting the classroom, he picked up the little yellow book. Rule 13. The little yellow book can suppress its influence, but will also draw its attention. Please do not take the little yellow book out of the classroom. Upon leaving the classroom, Su Xiao casually discarded the little yellow book in the corridor and proceeded towards the direction of his dormitory. As Su Xiao made his way to the dormitory, on the other side, Claude and Andre remained concealed within the classroom. However, as the monstrous bird and the teacher were unable to breach the window, they eventually vanished after a considerable duration. With the disappearance of the creature and the educator, both Claude and Andre could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Only then did they, still somewhat dazed, rise from the floor. Upon opening the classroom door, they dashed directly towards the janitor's lounge. Chapter 67, Dormitory Rules, Rule 14. The school janitor is trustworthy. In case of insurmountable troubles, please promptly seek assistance in the janitor's lounge. The janitor's lounge. After escaping the classroom, Claude and Andre instinctively sought help from the janitor. Upon learning that they were on duty, the janitor presented them with a cherished little yellow book. This little yellow book differed significantly from the one found in the classroom. While the classroom's version merely suppressed its influence, the janitor's edition had the power to exempt them from its effects altogether. The rule indeed proved true. The janitor was genuinely reliable. I was utterly astonished when the janitor revealed the treasured little yellow book. It seemed to be a crucial tool, influencing the chosen ones unbeknownst to them, and the book could restore their awareness. The janitor appeared cautious, only reluctantly handing over the book after confirming that Claude and Andre were indeed on duty. Perhaps the janitor feared contamination as well. "Brothers, I have a question. What would happen if a chosen one not on duty sought out the janitor?" To the brothers upstairs. "You are the inquisitive type, so feel free to ask more questions. After all, we possess no answers." Countless netizens fervently debated the janitor. At that moment, several chosen ones, devoid of duty, hastened to the janitor's lounge upon receiving prompts from the higher echelons of the state. However, unlike Claude and Andre, they found the janitor's lounge door firmly shut, with no sign of the janitor inside. A sign on the door read, "No entry for the uninvited." Goodness, we were just discussing this. The swift actions of the higher-ups truly compelled their chosen ones to seek out the janitor. Yet what could it mean that the lounge was deserted? Could it be that the lounge is accessible only to those on duty? That seems too simplistic. I wonder if you recall the illusions that appeared in the classroom. Is it possible that the janitor's lounge, as it stands before them, is actually occupied, but they perceive only illusions? Illusions? Are you suggesting that the lounge door, which appears closed to them, is actually open? Precisely. These chosen ones, having not experienced the earlier classroom scene, find it challenging to detect the illusions. Moreover, even if they located the janitor, given the janitor's cautious nature, it is unlikely they would receive the little yellow book. It turns out there are such advantages to being on duty. Though frightened by the bizarre bird and the teacher, the little yellow book from the janitor seems like a life-saving tome. Those chosen ones who did not opt for duty appear destined to miss out on the janitor's little yellow book. Hengshui Academy, Dormitory. As Su Xiao arrived at the dormitory, a notification sounded in his ear. It was once a crow in the academy's tree, until its home was destroyed, and its children were reduced to mere pulp. At that moment, seeds of hatred erupted within, and consumed by rage, it sought vengeance against the academy. Chosen one, congratulations on successfully escaping the classroom. Current rating, 3 stars. The mention of the crow stirred a realization within Su Xiao. That peculiar bird was merely a crow. Comprehensive evaluation? Was it possible that the dormitories and classrooms at Hengshui Academy were separate entities? A slight furrow formed on Su Xiao's brow as he pondered this unique scenario, one he had not encountered before. Yet, what could possibly induce the crow to transform into such an eerie entity? The earlier hallucinations were likely the result of its sinister influence. Could it be lurking within the dormitory? And what of the small dark room? Might it serve as its hiding place? At that moment, a multitude of questions swirled within Su Xiao's mind, yet answers remained elusive. Nonetheless, he felt no trepidation, confident that clarity would soon reveal itself. Prior to entering the dormitory, he stumbled upon a notice affixed to the wall, detailing the dormitory regulations. Regulation B. Rule 1. Upon entering the 6-person dormitory, maintain absolute silence. If a roommate attempts to engage you in conversation, refrain from responding to their words. Rule 2. There are only 6 individuals in the dormitory, including yourself. Should you notice a discrepancy in the number of occupants, promptly exit the dormitory and return after 5 minutes. If the count remains unchanged, repeat this procedure. Rule 3. If you observe your roommates whispering and discussing matters beyond your comprehension, cover your head with a blanket and ignore them. Rule 4. Roommates may fall asleep at the table. Under no circumstances should you disturb them. Rule 5. There are no strange birds outside the window. Do not draw back the curtains. Rule 6. The dormitory cafeteria is separate from the academy cafeteria. If hunger strikes, you may request a roommate to escort you to the dormitory cafeteria. Rule 7. If you witness a roommate sleepwalking at night, awaken them immediately, or else dire consequences may ensue. Rule 8. Eliminate your deskmate, for they are privy to your every secret. Rule 9. The small dark room does not exist. Do not attempt to seek it through any means. Rule 10. The area outside the dormitory is exceedingly perilous after dark. Remain indoors until dawn. Rule 11. In the event of any danger within the dormitory, make your way to the maintenance staff lounge immediately. After perusing the rules posted on the wall, Su Zhao's brow furrowed further, recalling that Rule A's Rule 15 had stated, Rule 15. Although the small dark room is fraught with danger, it also conceals a means of escape from Hengshui Academy. This indicated that the small dark room must indeed exist, yet the dormitory regulations claimed otherwise. These two stipulations were evidently contradictory. However, Su Zhao surmised that Rule 15 was likely erroneous. The small dark room surely harbored no means of escape from Hengshui Academy, and this regulation had likely been tampered with. After reviewing the rules, Su Zhao tore the notice from the wall, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it towards the Black General. As Su Zhao stepped into the dormitory, Claude and Andre, who were also arriving, received the same prompt and naturally noticed the regulations affixed to the corridor wall. Apart from Su Zhao, Claude, and Andre, the other selected individuals who returned to the dormitory early had only completed half of the classroom regulations, thus they were not prompted. Naturally, they might even be unaware that there existed supplementary rules to the classroom regulations. Upon entering the dormitory of Hengshui Academy, Su Zhao pushed open the door to reveal a room accommodating 6 residents. At that moment, aside from Su Zhao, there were 5 other roommates present, one of whom was particularly familiar to him, as it was his deskmate. However, at this juncture, his deskmate's gaze had become utterly vacant, much like that of the other 4 roommates. Chapter 68. Coexisting harmoniously is my specialty. As Su Zhao stepped into the dormitory, a roommate warmly greeted him. Hello. From now on, we will be roommates. Please coexist harmoniously with us. Rule 1. Upon entering the 6-person dormitory, maintain absolute silence. If any roommate attempts to engage you in conversation, refrain from responding to their words. Su Zhao smiled broadly and replied, Hello. Coexisting harmoniously is what I excel at. No sooner had Su Zhao finished speaking than the expression of the roommate began to darken, his lips twitching as if a smile were about to break forth. With a swift motion, Su Zhao deftly delivered a decisive slap. The roommate was momentarily stunned, covering his face in anger and demanding, What was that for? What were you doing just now? I was just having a muscle spasm in my mouth. Why did you hit me? Su Zhao retorted, You should have mentioned your mouth spasm earlier. It was your fault for not warning me. Please, let's not dwell on such trivial details. Did you not just say that we should coexist harmoniously? The roommate was left speechless, as were the others present. Meanwhile, outside the live stream, laughter erupted. Ha! Su Zhao's antics remain as audacious as ever. I can only imagine how furious his roommate must be. Su Zhao's skill in this rather unconventional form of interaction had become increasingly refined. However, it was unfortunate that his deskmate had been thoroughly tainted by this experience. Despite having once assisted Su Zhao, perhaps, I thought, Su Zhao should bestow the jellyfish pendant upon his deskmate. It might restore him to his former self. Lo and behold, the long-awaited figure of fortune had finally appeared. Brothers, let us proceed with our tasks. On the side of the selected individual from the Baatai Nation, Ali had received notifications from higher-ups after other selected individuals returned empty-handed from the janitor's lounge. Understanding the implications of the message, Ali realized that there were supplementary rules in the classroom, and he needed to visit the janitor's office before nightfall to procure that distinctive little yellow book. I'm not a monitor, nor do I even know what the supplementary rules entail. How am I to gain the janitor's trust without fulfilling the classroom's supplementary rules? Even if I complete the dormitory regulations, I would still be unable to leave the academy. With this thought, a confident smile graced Ali's lips. However, my innate talent allows me to overlook those rules, effectively deeming them completed. So as long as I manage the dormitory affairs, I too can depart from Hongshui Academy. Fortune smiled upon the Bawtai nation this time, as Ali had drawn an S-rank talent, despite the inherent randomness of such abilities. His talent was aptly named Rule Loophole. As the name implies, this talent allows one to exploit loopholes. In certain special circumstances, if you inadvertently overlook some supplementary rules, those rules will be considered completed, allowing you to progress normally and receive rewards. Note, when entering the world of urban legends, the activation probability of this talent is 50. If this talent were devoid of randomness, it would undoubtedly ascend to the SS tier. However, due to its inherent 50 randomness, it has become a talent that is entirely reliant on luck. Nevertheless, Ali is quite content, for whenever this talent activates, it is akin to an exploit. Of course, Ali's talent is well concealed. Apart from himself, no one is aware of its existence. In the janitor's break room, Ali, acting on the hints from the upper echelons of the state, confidently approached the securely locked room. To his surprise, he managed to traverse through the formidable door. There, he encountered the so-called janitor, a man nearing 50, whose piercing gaze scrutinized Ali. Upon their first encounter, the janitor inquired if Ali was the duty student for the day. When he learned that Ali was not, he prepared to usher him out. However, at that moment, Ali produced the little yellow book from the classroom. It turned out that Ali had chosen to take the little yellow book with him instead of leaving it in the classroom. Acknowledging that the janitor was unlikely to believe him, he brought the book merely as a gamble. If it failed, he would relinquish the little yellow book altogether. Unexpectedly, the janitor, while not relinquishing his own book freely, proposed a trade. Thus, Ali successfully exchanged his classroom's little yellow book for another one from the janitor. To his astonishment, the little yellow book was indeed exchangeable. Who would have thought? Those nations that had hastily chosen earlier must be filled with regret at this moment. Even if they were aware of the exchange possibility, they likely no longer had the opportunity to receive hints. It seems that sometimes being chosen does not solely rely on intellect. Luck plays a significant role as well. Though Ali managed to acquire the little yellow book, he had yet to fulfill the supplementary rules in the classroom, making his successful completion rather precarious. For some reason, Ali's eyes exuded an inexplicable confidence. Meanwhile, numerous netizens were fervently discussing a particular scene from Ali's live broadcast. As one user remarked, those nations that had received early hints were likely filled with regret. Jumping in frustration, who could have anticipated the myriad of twists in the janitor's break room? Currently, Ali, Claude, and Andre had all successfully obtained their little yellow books from the janitor. Only Su Xiao had abstained from visiting the break room, seemingly unconcerned about the janitor's assistance, as he appeared to have no need for the little yellow book. As night fell, Hongshui Academy was swiftly enveloped in darkness, casting an eerie shroud over the entire institution, including the dormitories. Inside the dormitory, Su Xiao lay awake in bed, noticing his roommates gathered together, engaged in hushed conversation punctuated by strange laughter. The subject of their discussion eluded his understanding entirely. Rule 3. If you discover your roommates whispering and discussing matters you cannot comprehend, please cover your head with a blanket and ignore them. With this reminder, Su Xiao was prompted to cover his head with a blanket and disregard the peculiar gathering. However, is Su Xiao truly the type of person who adheres to the rules? Su Xiao nimbly descended from the bed and directly approached the group of whispering roommates, raising her hand to deliver several sharp slaps. Fortunately, her desk mate, for reasons unknown, did not partake in the conversation and thus escaped unscathed. After administering the slaps, Su Xiao anticipated that her roommates would rise in anger, yet to her surprise, they merely gazed at her in bewilderment, exclaiming, "What just happened? My goodness! Why is my face swollen and burning with pain?" Chapter 69. The somnolent roommate. The reaction of her roommates made Su Xiao furrow her brow slightly. They seemed to have entered a state of unconsciousness. Su Xiao pondered. Could it be that it was manipulating them? Or perhaps it was extracting desired information through this method? The entity within the academy was shrouded in mystery. Su Xiao was unaware of its true nature, yet it was undeniable that the entire institution lay under its control. Her desk mate had once mentioned that since stepping into the academy, he had been within its watchful gaze. Those classmates who had been thoroughly tainted within the academy were its minions and informants, indicating that it could manipulate others to acquire valuable information. Su Xiao returned to her bed, while the roommates who had been whispering moments ago now covered their faces, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Of course, they remained oblivious to the fact that their swollen faces were a result of Su Xiao's influence. Unsure of the situation, they could not confront Su Xiao, and thus refrained from further mischief, obediently lying down to commence their slumber. In the dead of night, Su Xiao, still lost in dreams, was abruptly awakened by a peculiar sound of crunching. The unsettling noise reverberated within the dark dormitory, sending chills down her spine. The source of the sound was not the Black General, of that she was certain. It appeared to emanate from a roommate in the lower bunk. Su Xiao opened her eyes and sat up, only to discover that the dormitory window had been opened at some point, revealing an eerie night outside. Not a pitch black, but a blood-red hue. Amidst that sanguine darkness, she believed she glimpsed the strange bird encountered in the classroom. The bizarre creature perched upon a nearby tree. Its eyes, strange and crimson, seemed intent on shattering Su Xiao's mental fortitude. Rule 5. There are no strange birds outside the window. Please do not open the dormitory curtains. It was evident that this was its ploy. If it were an ordinary chosen one, they would likely have succumbed to contamination by now. Unperturbed by the peculiarities outside, Su Xiao, aided by the crimson light, discerned the identity of the roommate responsible for the ominous crunching. This roommate, facing away from her, was sprawled across her desk mate's bed, clutching what appeared to be raw flesh and some entrails. Blood pooled beneath him, saturating the ground. As Su Xiao observed this roommate, he seemed to sense her gaze, abruptly turning his head, his face smeared with blood as it faced Su Xiao. In a dreamy voice, he raised a bone still adorned with flesh and chuckled. Hee, this is really delicious. Roommate, would you like to have some? Meanwhile, outside the live stream, one viewer exclaimed, "What the hell? That roommate's sudden turn scared the wits out of me. Speaking of which, has the desk mate been devoured? No. He is such a good person, having even assisted the great Su Xiao. If he were to meet such a fate, it would be truly heartbreaking. The desk mate is a good soul, yet Su Xiao can do nothing to alter the current situation. All she can do is hope that after clearing the challenge, he can return to his former self. But first, take a closer look. It seems that what lies on the bed is not her desk mate. How could her desk mate possibly have feathers? Feathers? Oh my, it truly resembles a large bird, albeit the sight is somewhat obscured by blood. Thankfully, my desk mate is unharmed, and it is a relief that this roommate did not devour him. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to intervene." The viewers in the live stream expressed their admiration for my desk mate's prior noble deeds. Although we inhabit a realm of eerie tales, the viewers believe he does not deserve such a grim fate, especially considering his willingness to aid Su Xiao. Have you noticed that this roommate's eyes are closed? This suggests he may be in a state of somnambulism. The rules dictate that one must awaken a roommate found sleepwalking, lest dreadful occurrences ensue. Is this scene not terrifying enough? It seems my desk mate is absent from the dormitory. Where could he possibly be at this late hour? I suspect he has gone to disclose a secret, for the rules state that he is privy to the Chosen One's secret, and now he is thoroughly tainted, rendering him incapable of keeping it hidden. However, I find it improbable that he would betray us. Did anyone else observe a particular detail? Despite being completely corrupted, my desk mate appears to have refrained from colluding with the other roommates. What does this imply? It suggests that even in his tainted state, he still clings to his principles. Goodness, if what you say holds true, then my desk mate is truly remarkable. In the dormitory, Su Xiao gazes at the peculiar roommate. Choosing silence, he realizes that the roommate's eyes are shut, indicating he is not in a conscious state, behaving as if in a trance. Perhaps he is unaware of his own actions. Rule 7. If you discover a roommate sleepwalking at night, please awaken him immediately, or else extremely terrifying events will occur. Is he indeed sleepwalking? That is my desk mate's bed. Could he be consuming him? The mere thought of my desk mate sends a surge of anger coursing through Su Xiao. Although my desk mate has been irrevocably tainted, he once offered assistance when he was lucid, and Su Xiao does not wish for him to meet such a fate. Without hesitation, Su Xiao rises from his bed. However, as he approaches his desk mate's bedding, he suddenly realizes that the remnants of flesh and bone do not seem to form a human shape. Simultaneously, he notices some black feathers on the bed, which are evidently not from his desk mate, but rather resemble those of a bird. What is going on? Just as Su Xiao's face contorts with confusion, the dormitory door swings open, and a figure steps inside. It's his desk mate. It turns out he merely stepped out and has not been absent from the dormitory at all. Upon entering, his desk mate casts a vacant glance at Su Xiao, disregarding both him and the sleepwalking roommate, and lies down on the latter's bed. It seems I have overthought this. After his desk mate settles down, Su Xiao returns to his own bed, but before succumbing to slumber, he instructs General He to keep a watchful eye on the sleepwalking roommate. Meanwhile, at the East Island, de Xiangwan. In the dead of night, de Xiangwan was startled awake by a series of eerie chewing sounds. Having betrayed his desk mate, he found himself alone in his dormitory. Much like Su Xiao's experience, when de Xiangwan caught sight of his roommate's bloodied visage, he nearly toppled from his bed in terror. He clamped his mouth shut, scarcely daring to utter a sound. At that moment, his bed was already drenched. De Xiangwan recalled the rules stating that one must awaken a sleepwalker upon discovery, lest dreadful consequences ensue. Yet, he was on the brink of collapse, paralyzed by fear. He could hardly summon the courage to rouse his sleepwalking roommate, let alone draw the curtains he had left ajar. Chapter 70. You Are Not Me. I am the true one beyond the blood-stained window. De Xiangwan perceived the presence of a peculiar bird, standing rigidly upon a tree. Its gaze fixated upon him with an eerie intensity. He recalled the 5th rule: do not draw back the curtains of the dormitory. Yet, at this moment, he found himself bereft of the courage to descend from his bed, for his sleepwalking roommate lingered near the window, and to awaken him would be tantamount to courting death. In a state of utter confusion, de Xiangwan was unable to discern the validity of the rule. As he wavered in his indecision, the strange bird outside seemed to undergo a transformation, and in that instant, de Xiangwan's perception began to warp severely. To his horror, he beheld the creature weeping in jet-black tears, plucking its own feathers one by one with its beak. Blood stained its body, yet it no longer resembled a bird. Is this me? In terror, de Xiangwan realized that the grotesque bird had morphed into his own likeness, and an alternate version of himself was grinning at him with a sinister smile. No, this cannot be. His psyche crumbled under the weight of despair. The scene outside sent chills down his spine. Quivering in the corner of his bed, he buried his head beneath the covers, seeking refuge from the bird's gaze. But alas, it proved futile. No matter how he tried to evade it, he sensed the creature's unwavering stare, its bizarre eyes locked onto him as it advanced with deliberate steps. No. You are not me. You are not me. I am myself. Depart from me at once. You are the grotesque bird, the uncanny one. You wish to supplant me, but I shall not allow it. Come in. I fear you not. I am the true one. At this juncture, de Xiangwan's mind had succumbed to madness, fear endowing him with a strange courage. However, it was evident to the discerning eye that this was merely the manifestation of profound terror, and he was perilously close to being irrevocably tainted. De Xiangwan had crossed the threshold of sanity, his perceptions entirely distorted. It was a stroke of luck that he had come this far, having betrayed his desk mate at the outset, only to find himself in this dire predicament. A most satisfying turn of events for onlookers. The scene outside was but an illusion. All he needed to do was draw the curtains and avert his gaze. Yet, remarkably, de Xiangwan remained fixated on the exterior. Such folly, it seemed, was beyond redemption. The outcome of de Xiangwan's plight had long been anticipated by netizens, eliciting little surprise. In the conference room of East Island Elite, the leaders sat pale and drained of color, slumped in their seats. It is utterly over. The horror tales are set to descend upon us once more. We have already endured 4 successive incursions of the rule-bound specters. If this continues, East Island is destined for annihilation. We must urgently seek aid from America. Alas, America has exploited us and recently ceased all contact. It seems they wish for us to perish alone. Bakayaru, at such a moment, it is astonishing that the United States would choose to sever ties. Very well, since they exhibit a lack of benevolence, we shall not be held accountable for our actions. Immediately, we shall dispatch a coded message to the empire upon which the sun never sets, as we, the Eastern Island nation, are willing to offer a substantial price in exchange for their assistance. As the Eastern Island nation urgently seeks external aid, De Xiong Wan has succumbed to madness. Flinging open the window, he laughs maniacally as he ascends the windowsill, arms outstretched, preparing to plunge. A proclamation reverberates across the globe. The chosen ones from the Eastern Island nation and 5 other countries have been mysteriously consumed. The realm of bizarre tales is imminent. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. What is happening? Why are there other nations besides the Eastern Island nation facing elimination? The chosen ones from these nations, like De Xiong Wan, have also been utterly tainted. Their mental fortitude has crumbled, leading them to choose self-destruction, which perhaps is the most prudent option. Alas, its influence is ever present. Even if the chosen ones do not gaze outside, they cannot entirely evade the deepening contamination. This is the terrifying nature of the realm of bizarre tales. Some pollutants seep into the subconscious, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. Within the dormitory of Hung Shui Academy, only 4 individuals remain with clear cognition: Su Xiao, Claude, Andre, and Ollie. Su Xiao needs no introduction. The reason Claude and the others maintain their lucidity is entirely reliant on the small yellow book provided by the school staff. Unfortunately, the other chosen ones are not so fortunate, as they are perpetually subjected to its influence. Time: the following day. In the early morning, upon awakening, Su Xiao immediately sensed something amiss, for the originally 6-person dormitory had inexplicably gained an additional occupant. Rule 2. Including yourself, there should only be 6 individuals in the dormitory. If you notice an inconsistency in the number, please exit the dormitory immediately and return after 5 minutes. If the number remains unchanged, please repeat this process. Rule 2 dictates that upon discovering a discrepancy in the dormitory's population, one must exit for 5 minutes before re-entering. However, it was evident that Su Xiao did not wish to engage in such tediousness. Due to Su Xiao's unwavering clarity of mind, he could distinctly identify the extra person in the dormitory. Had he been contaminated at this juncture, he might have developed a vague perception of his roommate's appearance. Su Xiao approached one of his roommates directly, his tone cordial, and inquired, "My dear fellow, will you leave on your own accord, or shall I request your departure?" Upon hearing this, the roommate bristled. "I am your roommate. By what right do you expel me? Depart promptly, lest I be compelled to take action." "By what authority?" With a resounding slap, Su Xiao discerned that this individual was resolutely unwilling to leave. Given this, he had no choice but to resort to more forceful measures. A hefty blow landed squarely on the roommate's face. He was momentarily stunned before preparing to retaliate against Su Xiao. Yet, it was clear that his efforts would be in vain. These classmates of theirs were not even worthy of being considered pawns, apart from instilling fear in ordinary chosen ones. They posed no threat to Su Xiao whatsoever. Su Xiao, without further ado, ensured that the guest had finished his meal before bidding him farewell. Grasping his roommate by the collar, he dragged him to the dormitory entrance and, with a swift kick, sent him flying outside. After brushing off his hands, Su Xiao returned to his room. At that moment, he noticed the peculiar gazes of his other roommates, as if they had never encountered such a vigorous individual. "You needn't look at me like that. The swelling on your faces is not my doing," Su Xiao remarked, touching his nose. "Now let's go out for a meal, as I find myself rather hungry." Chapter 71. The little yellow book in the cafeteria classmate. The dormitory has an independent cafeteria. If you are hungry, I can assist you in getting there. A fellow student volunteered upon hearing Su Xiao's intention to dine. Surprised, Su Xiao glanced at him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You are quite brave." "Very well, I appreciate your help. Following his dorm mate, Su Xiao exited the dormitory, traversing the corridor and ascending the stairs. "Are you certain the cafeteria is upstairs?" Su Xiao inquired. "Of course, we have always dined upstairs," his companion responded. Classroom Rule 16. It is ubiquitous and the majority of students have become its minions. Please do not trust those whose eyes appear utterly vacant. Dormitory Rule B. Rule 6. The dormitory cafeteria and the college cafeteria are separate. If you are hungry, you may ask a dorm mate to guide you to the dormitory cafeteria. Classroom and dormitory rules are interconnected. Hence Su Xiao felt the need to defy the rules. "Actually, you do not need to accompany me. Just tell me which floor the cafeteria is on," Su Xiao stated. "Are you truly sure you do not require my guidance?" His dorm mate asked. "Not necessary. You can leave me here." "Very well. The cafeteria is on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, the last room at the end of the corridor. You will see it upon entering." His dorm mate enthusiastically detailed the location of the cafeteria. However, as he turned to leave, his expression instantaneously transformed into one of malice and coldness. Su Xiao keenly sensed the unsettling change in his companion. Thus, as the dorm mate prepared to depart, Su Xiao called out, "Classmate, since you have kindly guided me, allow me to offer you something before you go." "What is it?" The dorm mate turned with a look of confusion. Su Xiao grinned. "Certainly, it is something wonderful. I believe I shall send you to meet the Buddha in the West." No sooner had Su Xiao's words left his lips than the dorm mate comprehended their meaning. Yet, before he could launch a vicious attack, the black general had already opened his mouth and swallowed him whole. Remember to improve your acting skills in your next life. If your performance is lacking, do not be so bold again, Su Xiao remarked politely, before continuing his ascent to the 3rd floor cafeteria. In truth, Su Xiao did not need to visit the cafeteria, but he felt compelled to ascertain one crucial detail. Was the so-called cafeteria indeed the dreaded little black room? Dormitory Rule 6 was evidently erroneous. Su Xiao had never believed in the existence of a cafeteria within the dormitory. The reason he had allowed his dorm mate to lead the way was merely to extract the cafeteria's location. I hope my gamble pays off. If the cafeteria is indeed the little black room, it is likely concealed within. Rule 11. In the event of any danger within the dormitory, please proceed immediately to the maintenance staff's lounge. As Su Xiao made his way to the 3rd floor cafeteria, other selected individuals were already attempting to escape the dormitory. However, they were unsuccessful, for the main entrance of the entire building had been securely locked. This meant that any selected individual wishing to flee the dormitory must first complete all the dormitory's rules before they could depart. However, among the selected individuals, there were some who made the same choice as Su Xiao, led by their roommates to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor. At this moment, Su Xiao stood before the last room in the corridor. Rule 9. The dark room does not exist. Do not attempt to seek it by any means. As he passed by the dormitory doors on the 3rd floor, Su Xiao observed that all the doors were tightly shut, and their hues were an eerie blood red. The entire floor exuded an indescribable strangeness, instilling a compelling urge to flee. The last room in the corridor, however, was an anomaly, as only its door bore a normal color. Were the colors of those dormitory doors mere illusions? Could this be an attempt to lure me into the final room? Indeed, the last room on the 3rd floor was the only one that appeared normal. Under ordinary reasoning, when faced with danger, the chosen ones would instinctively opt to enter here. Standing before the door, Su Xiao hesitated not, pushing it open without a second thought. As the door swung ajar, the scene within diverged slightly from Su Xiao's expectations. Behind the door lay a cafeteria, bustling with people. The sight elicited a slight frown from Su Xiao, as he struggled to determine whether this was an illusion or a tangible reality. So, the last room in the corridor was indeed the cafeteria. It seemed that the aforementioned roommate had not deceived Su Xiao after all. If this were an illusion, it was alarmingly vivid. The students appeared quite normal, and the cafeteria itself seemed devoid of anything amiss. In the realm of strange tales, the more something aligns with our understanding of normalcy, the more abnormal it truly is. This scene felt almost excessively ordinary. What does Su Xiao intend to do? Is he planning to partake in the food here? No, something feels off about the cafeteria. Meanwhile, online spectators were fervently sharing their insights on the cafeteria on the third floor. Yet, Su Xiao, upon entering, silently approached the counter to procure a meal, then discreetly sought out a seat by the window. His choice was not arbitrary. He selected the window seat because he had discovered a peculiar object on one of the tables there. Indeed, it was that small yellow book from the classroom. After sitting down without drawing attention, Su Xiao opened the little yellow book with a look of confusion. The contents of this particular book were markedly different from the others. It contained notes left by a fellow student, and the text was written in golden ink. The notes read as follows: "Dear student, when you find this little yellow book, do not be astonished. It cannot perceive the existence of the little yellow book. This is why I was able to successfully leave it here. This is not a cafeteria. Do not believe everything you see here, except for the little yellow book. It cannot leave this place. It cannot gaze directly at the little yellow book. If you wish to encounter it, the night may prove to be a more opportune moment. However, I would advise against such a course of action, as it may appear rather foolish. What am I even saying? Clearly, you cannot depart without having seen it. I become thoroughly entrenched in this place. Perhaps one of the scattered figures in the cafeteria is indeed me. Wishing you the best of luck. These notes are from a well-meaning classmate." As Su Xiao perused the notes left by the enthusiastic peer, her brow furrowed in contemplation. There were several points within the annotations of the little yellow book that eluded her understanding. Could it be that the little yellow book here refers to the one in my hands? Why must it wait until nightfall? And what does the classmate mean by stating that one cannot leave without having seen it? Chapter 72. Is my roommate really that grumpy? At this moment, outside the live broadcast, the cafeteria on the third floor surprisingly harbored a forbidden book. However, this particular volume appeared to be different from the one found in the classroom. It bore a unique character of its own, distinct from that of the school janitor's collection. The forbidden book that one cannot bear to gaze upon must not refer to the one before me. It is likely the janitor's edition. It is evident that the diligent students are fervently resisting its allure, yet they seem destined to succumb to utter corruption. I find myself puzzled. Is the cafeteria truly the so-called black room? What exactly is this black room? The rules and hints seem to allude to this term. My curiosity about its nature grows increasingly intense. Often, curiosity can lead to dire consequences, but fortunately, this is not a realm of ghostly tales. Meanwhile, among the other selected individuals, as Su Xiao entered the third-floor cafeteria and encountered the forbidden book, several chosen ones were guided by their roommates into the black room. However, these individuals had yet to discover the forbidden book before it was swiftly secured by their roommate. Lacking the clues contained within the book, although they sensed something amiss in the cafeteria, they followed their roommate to the food counter to procure their meals. Naturally, from the moment they entered, they had perceived the strange atmosphere and had no intention of consuming the food. Rather, they were devising a means to escape. Yet, as they furrowed their brows, contemplating their escape, the figures within the cafeteria abruptly turned in unison. Heads rolled to the ground like watermelons, countless eyes fixated upon them. Moments later, a chilling announcement echoed globally. In the nations of Yelegwo, Nabakuo, and Fubingwo, selected individuals have been eerily consumed. The world of ghostly tales is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Back to Su Xiao. He was engrossed in contemplating the contents of the forbidden book. However, upon setting it down, he found himself locked in a direct gaze with several severed heads. Su Xiao frowned slightly, yet he remained unfazed by such a trivial spectacle. Did they truly believe such feeble tactics could intimidate him? With a swift motion, he hurled a puppet, causing the heads before him to explode in a gruesome display, blood and gore splattering across the scene. This time, it was not an illusion. The spectacle was utterly exhilarating. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. If everything within the cafeteria were but a figment of imagination, then this illusion was remarkably vivid. Before long, the severed heads lay reduced to a mere heap of bones, and the once stiff bodies standing in the cafeteria erupted violently, showering the area in a crimson deluge, more splendid than fireworks on New Year's Eve. The spilled blood coalesced into a stream, flowing directly into the dark depths of the cafeteria. Hud, 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 hud. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, gazing at the direction of the gathering blood. In a fleeting moment, he could almost hear the powerful thumping of a heartbeat. The sound of a frantic heartbeat resonated like a hammer, striking relentlessly against Su Xiao's heart, as if his very being were on the verge of bursting forth. What was happening? Whose heartbeat was this? Su Xiao could not ascertain the source of the heartbeat, yet he sensed a connection to it. At that moment, he exchanged a knowing glance with the puppet, which instantly understood and proceeded toward the direction of the sound. After a brief interval, the puppet emerged from the darkness, hands raised in a gesture of helplessness, indicating that it had failed to locate the origin of the noise. This was unexpected. Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. It was best to retreat for now and investigate further later that night. He did not linger in the cafeteria, swiftly departing with the Black General and the puppet. However, shortly after Su Xiao's departure, a momentous transformation unfolded within the cafeteria. From the flowing blood, a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Xiao slowly rose, mimicking his earlier actions and expressions repetitively. Descending from the third floor, Su Xiao discovered that the dormitory door had been completely locked, a situation even the Black General could not remedy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Xiao was astonished to find a roommate slumped over the table, indulging in a brief slumber. Rule 4. Roommates may fall asleep at the table. If you observe this phenomenon, do not awaken them. Despite Rule 4's admonition, Su Xiao boldly approached his roommate and unceremoniously kicked him awake. You old man. The roommate, still enveloped in drowsiness, greeted Su Xiao with a befuddled expression. But in the blink of an eye, his eyes turned crimson, and he dashed toward the open window, leaping out without hesitation. What on earth? Are students today so irritable upon waking? The roommate's actions left Su Xiao utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Was his roommate's mental state so fragile that he would resort to such drastic measures? Was it truly impossible to awaken him? Could it be that the entity had just been controlling that roommate, and Su Xiao's unconventional awakening had led it to believe the roommate had escaped its grasp? Such an interpretation seemed logical. Perhaps it was indeed the case. As night descended, cloaking Hengshui Academy in an eerie darkness, the roommates within the dormitory transformed into something profoundly sinister. Their gazes turned hollow, contorted in grotesque fury as they lunged at the surviving chosen ones. In such dire circumstances, Su Xiao opted to eliminate his roommate once and for all. Yet, the other chosen ones found themselves far less fortunate in their plight. Under the relentless assault of their utterly bizarre roommate, those who had not been chosen by the janitor's yellow book found themselves overwhelmed, and their live broadcast plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, the three fortunate recipients of the janitor's yellow book, Claude from Paris, Andre from the Bear Nation, and Ollie from the Iron Brotherhood, were on the verge of falling victim to their roommate's malicious intent. At that critical moment, their desk mate, now thoroughly tainted, stepped forward. Under the influence of the janitor's yellow book, a flicker of rationality seemed to return to his gaze. In a remarkable act of bravery, he positioned himself to block the dormitory door, thus allowing Claude and his companions to escape certain doom. However, the trio, having narrowly evaded disaster, found little cause for celebration, for the chaos outside the dormitory appeared to be even more dire than that within. Chapter 73, SS Class Talent Infinite Simulation, Rule 10. The area outside the dormitory is exceedingly perilous after dark. Please remain inside until dawn. At this moment, the corridor outside the dormitory was shrouded in a crimson haze. Against the backdrop of the scarlet glow, terrifying blood handprints began to emerge on the pristine white walls. Simultaneously, sharp, eerie laughter reverberated ominously in the air. Witnessing such a scene, both Claude and Ollie were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Had it not been for the immunity granted by the little yellow book from the janitor, they might have succumbed to an abyss of terror. However, while Claude and Ollie were engulfed in dread, Andre, who had yet to reveal his talent, maintained a calm demeanor and closed his eyes to meditate. Indeed, the time had come for Andre to boldly utilize his hidden talent. The fortunes of the Bear Nation were remarkably fortuitous. For Andre possessed the SS class talent known as Infinite Simulation. As the name suggests, Infinite simulation allows one to swiftly simulate various choices and their outcomes within the mind, thereby enabling the selection of the most accurate course of action. Nevertheless, the reason this talent is classified as SS class is due to its inherent limitations. It does not truly possess infinite potential. The extent of its usage is contingent upon an individual's mental threshold. Simply put, the clearer Andre's mind, the more frequently he can employ infinite simulation. Conversely, should his mental state become compromised or chaotic, the duration of simulation will extend, accompanied by a degree of psychological strain. The use of infinite simulation exacts a toll on one's psyche. Should the mental threshold dip below normal levels, Andre would not require any supernatural contamination to experience excruciating headaches and mental disarray. Standing still, after 3 seconds, Andre suddenly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips, as the simulation in his mind concluded. Thanks to the protective influence of the janitor's little yellow book, Andre's mental acuity was remarkably heightened, significantly expediting his simulation process. So the third floor is its hiding place, and the janitor's little yellow book is the means to confront it. With a self-assured smile, Andre advanced toward the third floor of the dormitory, under the watchful eyes of countless online observers. What was Andre doing just now? Meditating, perhaps? It's unclear, but I've noticed he had also closed his eyes in class. Do you think this could be related to his talent? Talent? Meditation-type talents below S-class have been disclosed. It seems there exists only one B-class talent, Daydream, which requires sleep to manifest its effects. But clearly, Andre is not asleep. Could it be that Andre has acquired a new talent, one not recorded by any nation globally? Hiss, are you suggesting he has obtained a talent above S-class? At this moment, within the high-level conference room of the Bear Nation, the executives of the Bear Nation were all elated, jumping with excitement. They were convinced that the talent Ender had drawn was an entirely new and unrecorded gift. So far, only talent above the S level had the potential to remain undocumented globally. Hooray! Hooray! How marvelous! I am certain that Ender has indeed drawn an S-level talent. At last, our Bear Nation is on the brink of a renaissance. Oh, how arduous it has been. Allow me a moment to weep, just a moment to shed tears. I am so moved, and has truly brought honor to us. Upon his return, we shall mold him into a hero akin to Su Xiao. By the way, we must swiftly contact the Dragon Nation. The executives of the Bear Nation will soon visit the Dragon Nation to personally discuss the specifics of our alliance. Additionally, we must express our gratitude for the confidential materials on the bizarre tales they provided. The information Su Xiao brought back is invaluable. As a frequent conqueror of the world of bizarre tales, Su Xiao's understanding surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, the data and insights he provides can significantly enhance the chances of other nations achieving success. Of course, this is contingent upon the Dragon Nation's willingness to share these materials. Nations like the United States, East Island, and Pickle Nation cannot partake in this privilege. On the side of the Dragon Nation's leadership, it was unexpected that Ender had also drawn an S-level talent. However, this may turn out to be advantageous for us. According to reliable intelligence, the United States has recently been stirring other nations to launch military strikes against the Bear Nation. Now, their plans may be thwarted. Ender's success will bolster the confidence of the Bear Nation, shattering the United States illusions. In response to the Bear Nation, the Dragon Nation welcomes their visit and is eager to establish a friendly relationship. In the dormitory, following Ender's lead, Claude and Ollie ascended to the third floor. Perhaps they had come to understand that they could not evade a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Su Xiao had also noticed the changes throughout the dormitory. However, in the face of the bizarre that could neither harm nor influence him, he was rather indifferent to these alterations. Flashy and ostentatious, this was Su Xiao's assessment. He too arrived on the third floor, standing before the last room. The commotion in the corridor was intended to guide Su Xiao here. Not wanting to disappoint, he promptly pushed open the door. Upon entry, the blood-red scene caused Su Xiao to frown slightly. What is going on? I distinctly recall this being the cafeteria during the day. How has it transformed so drastically by night? Did I wander into the wrong room? Su Xiao even stepped back to examine it closely, puzzled. It seems correct. It is no wonder Su Xiao was bewildered. The cafeteria had indeed taken on an entirely different appearance. Before him lay a blinding crimson vista, not merely a description, but actual blood. Blood enveloped the entire room, and the door was now sealed with crimson. From the ceiling, a deluge of blood fell like raindrops. Countless sanguine stains spread across the walls. The floor was thoroughly saturated with blood, saturating the space with a pungent, putrid stench that was utterly nauseating. This odor was 100 times more foul than decaying corpses. And Su Xiao felt slightly lightheaded from the scent. For heaven's sake, could the bizarre entity not maintain a semblance of hygiene? This was akin to a toxic gas attack. Though he lamented the situation, Su Xiao remained skeptical of the reality before him. He understood that it had the capacity to conjure illusions, meaning what he beheld might not represent its true nature. Chapter 74. The Ring of the Mountain God. The eerie transformation of the Black General as Su Xiao gazed at the viscous blood pooled upon the ground. He was taken aback as it began to writhe in an uncanny manner. In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized, coalescing from the blood. Su Xiao recognized this figure all too well. Good grief! How could he not recognize himself? This was a blatant violation of martial ethics. The imitation was utterly excessive. Not only had it mimicked him, but it had done so with such precision. Su Xiao noted that this apparition mirrored his expressions and movements so perfectly that even his own mother would struggle to discern the authentic from the counterfeit. Good heavens! It was a true case of the real and false Monkey King. As Su Xiao fixated on this other version of himself, the doppelganger returned his gaze. Gradually, a smirk began to curl at the corners of the other Su Xiao's lips, exuding an alluring charm that was almost disturbingly captivating. To be fair, he did appear quite rakish. Wait, how had he not realized that his smile carried such a cheeky demeanor? Was this truly him? Su Xiao felt a mix of exasperation and incredulity. He was on the verge of lodging a complaint. This was an outright smear on his character. Just as Su Xiao was about to unleash a torrent of expletives, the doppelganger, adorned with that mischievous grin, charged towards him with astonishing speed. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. In a swift motion, he hurled a puppet he possessed. With a couple of swift sounds, the puppet struck with precision, cleaving the doppelganger in twain. Yet, an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. Rather than fading away, the bifurcated doppelganger reformed into two distinct Su Xiaos, standing upright once more. Good grief! Was this akin to a game of limitless splitting? Su Xiao's brow furrowed deeply, bewildered by the spectacle before him. If this continued, it would seem interminable. How could one possibly engage in such a farcical scenario? Fearing the consequences of further puppet deployment, Su Xiao promptly retracted the puppet and commanded the Black General to consume the doppelgangers. However, this strategy proved futile, as not only had the third doppelganger emerged, but now the fourth and fifth had also appeared. Good grief! Was this an instance of infinite division? Oh my, an abundance of Su Xiaos! If only they were all real, each one of us could possess a Su Xiao and avoid the need for competition. Woe is me! The doppelganger smile remained irresistibly charming. Oh dear, I seem to be falling for him. By the way, isn't the focus of your attention rather misplaced? The doppelganger is currently in grave danger. Dangerous? Well, it certainly seemed perilous. The original Su Xiao was utterly ensnared. In Su Xiao's livestream, viewers were abuzz with speculation. On screen, Su Xiao furrowed his brow, troubled by the incessantly multiplying figures of himself. As he pondered, a notification resonated in his ear, a signal from the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. Harnessing the power of the Mountain God. There is a semblance of logic to that. The Mountain God possessed an inherent ability to resist cognitive distortion. If this was indeed an illusion, perhaps the Mountain God's strength could help unveil its true nature. The Ring of the Mountain God was a reward Su Xiao had received upon completing the Daluo Mountain quest. This ring could temporarily bestow upon him the enigmatic powers of the Mountain God. Since entering Hengshui Academy, Su Xiao has yet to harness the power of the Mountain God. Although uncertain of any limitations regarding its usage, it seems appropriate to employ it now. Su Xiao, who despises indecision, promptly activated the Mountain God S ring on the Black General. As a golden light enveloped the Black General, all his hair suddenly bristled and began to grow wildly, his visage transforming into a grotesque mask. An even more bizarre aura erupted from him. His fangs and claws were enhanced, while the strands of hair intertwined, ultimately morphing into several large obsidian hands. The tentacles within the Black General's mouth also underwent a transformation, as numerous golden eyes opened, darting about as if searching for foes within their sight. At that moment, the Black General's crimson gaze radiated an unutterable aura of dominance. The transformation of the Black General left Su Xiao astounded, for he appeared exceedingly strange. Were it not for the Black General still adhering to his commands, he might have believed the creature had spiraled into chaos. It was no wonder the Black General coveted the power of the Mountain God. Such strength could render it even more peculiar and formidable. Su Xiao furrowed his brow. He suddenly realized that after bestowing power upon the Black General, the Mountain God's ring had dimmed. Clearly, the ring could only be utilized once in each instance. Indeed, if the Mountain God's ring were continuously usable, it would be rather overpowered. However, even though it could only be used once per instance, Su Xiao had already grasped the immense strength of the ring. As he surveyed the Black General, before he could issue any commands, the Black General had already begun to wave its tentacles, seeking out the source of the strangeness. Goodness, is this the power of the Mountain God? To amplify the bizarre into even greater absurdity, this enhancement of the uncanny is truly astonishing. The Black General has not only become more peculiar, but also significantly more powerful. Alas, the Mountain God's ring cannot be utilized by Su Xiao himself. Otherwise, I would have been quite eager to witness his transformation. While netizens marveled at the Black General's metamorphosis, a multitude of individuals from the Pickled Vegetable Nation flooded into Su Xiao's live stream, exclaiming, "Hooray, we have finally succeeded in claiming heritage. Listen up, people of the Dragon Nation, Su Xiao has been confirmed to be a descendant of our Pickled Vegetable Nation. With the conclusion of this bizarre tale instance, we shall welcome him back to our roots." Laughter ensued. "You didn't see this coming, Dragon Nation. Your so-called hero is actually one of us." The people of the Pickled Vegetable Nation flooded Su Xiao's live stream with fervor, almost declaring that the Dragon Nation belonged to them as well. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Nation, witnessing these foolish antics, were left utterly speechless. Where did these clowns spring from? Surely they haven't taken their medication this late at night? Someone needs to remind them that it's time for their dose. Where is the director of the mental hospital? Hurry and take them away, ensuring they do not abandon their treatment. The director of the mental hospital remarked, "Very well. These patients will be taken away swiftly. However, it seems there is no need for treatment. Let's proceed directly to the crematorium." Ha ha ha. Director of the mental hospital, utterly outrageous. Must the nation of pickled vegetables not have any sense of shame? Is it that you have become addicted to stealing from our Dragon Nation? Why do you not claim that the world of strange tales belongs to you as well? The people of the Pickled Vegetable Nation have never understood the concept of shame. From the very beginning, they never intended to embrace it. Chapter 75. The Passage of Hengshui College, as General He sought the source of the enigmatic Su Xiao No. 2 to Su Xiao No. 5 approached him with malevolent expressions. Lunging forward, at that moment, a puppet stood in front of Su Xiao. Just as the counterfeit Su Xiaos were about to reach the puppet, a resounding explosion echoed, and they erupted in agony, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. Observing this scene, Su Xiao was momentarily bewildered, but in the next instant, he saw General He holding a mirror before him. The mirror appeared to be an ordinary full-length one, yet its surface was entirely obscured by blood. A mirror? Could it be concealed within the mirror? Su Xiao furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the mirror. Gradually, the blood on its surface began to recede, revealing the originally smooth reflection. Su Xiao's gaze sharpened. He discovered that he was, in fact, visible within the mirror. Moreover, the reflection showed him crucified upon a cross formed entirely of blood, bound by chains of the same substance. As Su Xiao stared at his reflection, he witnessed the mirrored version of himself slowly raising his head, a strangely enigmatic smile gracing his lips, one laden with inscrutable meaning. Before Su Xiao could decipher this expression, grotesque faces, each resembling a bloodied visage of his classmates, suddenly materialized within the mirror. Simultaneously, numerous bloodied hands extended from the mirror, grasping at Su Xiao's form, seemingly intent on dragging him into the mirror's depths. Ironically, despite their fervent efforts, these bloodied hands found themselves utterly ineffectual as Su Xiao remained unmoved. The grotesque faces were left bewildered, while Su Xiao grinned back at them, unapologetically declaring, "My apologies. I forgot to mention, any bizarre techniques are futile against me. Of course, I harbor no disdain for those present. I merely wish to convey that you are all worthless." As his words hung in the air, General He unleashed a powerful blow with his dark, hair-woven hand, striking the eerie mirror with tremendous force. In an instant, the entire surface of the mirror quaked violently. An array of wails, as though from the depths of hell, resonated in Su Xiao's ears. By the heavens, Su Xiao is truly magnificent. His bravado deserves full marks. And I fear not his pride. Yet, a thought struck him. Hadn't Su Xiao just asserted that any strange methods were ineffectual against him? Indeed, it seems so. Could it be? Is this not invincibility? In the realm of bizarre tales, when Su Xiao lifted his gaze once more to the mirror, he found its surface entirely shattered. The blood and grotesque faces had vanished, leaving the room devoid of any traces of blood. However, Su Xiao did not relent, for he noticed that within the mirror now lay a pitch-black expanse, within which he once again heard that peculiar heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. Everything that had transpired was indeed an illusion, so vivid that had it not been for General He shattering the mirror, he would have never discovered that another realm existed within it. Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Immediately, he commanded the Black General, retrieve what lies hidden within. The Black General let out several low growls directed at the mirror, before suddenly extending its tendrils to ensnare a certain object within the pitch-black void. With a powerful tug, the tendrils pulled outward, yet from the mirror erupted a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, Curso Muns. No, no. Damn it, it's her fault. I refuse to accept this. I refuse." As the Black General exerted tremendous force, the cries from within the mirror grew increasingly feeble. In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, a blood-soaked heart was wrenched free by the Black General. As the heart was extracted from the mirror itself was eerily consumed by darkness. In the blink of an eye, it vanished entirely from Su Xiao's sight. Had it not been for the Black General still grasping the heart, Su Xiao might have believed the mirror had never existed at all. Gazing at the heart entwined in the Black General's tendrils, Su Xiao suddenly recalled a phrase left by an enthusiastic classmate in a little yellow book. "It cannot leave this place. You cannot depart without seeing it." Perhaps it had long since fused with the mirror. This heart was the key to escape. After dealing with it in Hongshui Academy, Su Xiao chose not to linger in the room any longer, allowing the Black General to carry the heart as he strode purposefully downstairs. At this moment, the entire dormitory had returned to normal. The crimson and eerie atmosphere dissipated, and the lights shone brightly as usual. As he passed by a dormitory on the first floor, Su Xiao happened to glimpse his deskmate emerging from a room. His deskmate looked at Su Xiao with astonishment. In the next moment, a sincere and emotional smile broke across his face, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you for always believing in me, even when I was out of control." Su Xiao glanced at his tearful deskmate, saying little. He simply returned a modest smile before exiting the dormitory with the heart in hand. Once outside, Su Xiao handed the heart to the janitor, who in exchange provided him with a note. What can conquer the uncanny is never merely a brilliant mind. It also requires trust, courage, calmness, attentiveness, decisiveness, and resilience. Holding the note, as Su Xiao stepped beyond the gates of Hongshui Academy, the eerie notification echoed in his ears. In the realm of the uncanny, you ought not to trust anything. However, some trust may unexpectedly enhance your chances of survival. It is not fearsome. What is truly terrifying is a world full of indifference. Chosen one, Congratulations on escaping Hengshui Academy. Completion rating: classroom 3 stars, dormitory 2 stars, additional score 1 star, total 6 stars. Note: the additional score stems from your outstanding performance, which will grant you extra rewards. Completion rewards: Mirror of Contamination, Cheating Paper Plane, Uncanny Resistance 2, Current Uncanny Resistance 8. Mirror of Contamination description: with it, you can shatter illusions and gaze directly into the darkness. Extra reward: Cheat Paper Airplane Introduction, a disposable item that can convey a single message within the realm of eerie tales, limited to 100 words. The ominous hints of the ghostly tales linger in the air. Su Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Goodness, it is actually a 6-star rating. It appears that 5 stars is not the pinnacle of achievement. There are additional rewards. Although the extra reward is merely a cheat paper airplane, its strategic application in the world of ghostly narratives could potentially assist another chosen one in successfully navigating their challenges. Hee. If this item were to be auctioned in the real world, I could very well strike it rich. Chapter 76: The Auction of Cheating Paper Airplanes and the Revelation of Talent, as Su Xiao successfully completed the challenge at Hengshui Academy. Claude, Andre, and Ollie also triumphantly emerged from their trials. However, the trio did not vanquish their foes. They merely survived through the assistance of the custodian's small yellow book. Upon their exit from the Academy's gates, an announcement reverberated across the globe. Congratulations to Long Country's Su Xiao, Paris Country's Claude, Gray Bear Country's Andre, and Iron Brother Country's Ollie for successfully completing the challenge. The 4 nations shall be exempt from the impending rules of the Bizarre Tale. Long Country's Su Xiao achieved a 6-star clearance, earning a special reward, a 10 increase in the creativity of Long Country citizens, along with an additional 5 bonus. Paris Country's Claude achieved a 3-star clearance, receiving a standard reward, a 5 increase in Paris Country's water resources. Gray Bear Country's Andre achieved a 4-star clearance, garnering an excellent reward, an 8 enhancement in the physical fitness of Gray Bear Country citizens. Iron Brother Country's Ollie achieved a 3-star clearance, obtaining a standard reward, a 5 increase in Iron Brother Country's fruit production. As the announcement echoed worldwide, countless netizens erupted in excitement. Wow, 4 countries cleared the challenge this time. Such a high clearance rate is unprecedented. I always thought the highest score in the bizarre world was 5 stars. But I never imagined Su Xiao would attain 6 stars, shattering the record and creating humanity's first miracle. 5 consecutive clearances. Su Xiao has achieved 5 in a row. I am utterly astonished. The 6-star reward is indeed distinct from the 5-star one, and the national rewards are astonishingly generous. Moreover, Su Xiao has even acquired a cheating paper airplane. This is simply extraordinary. This round of Hengshui Academy's dungeon was nothing short of a divine battle. Claude cleared it twice in succession. Ollie obtained an S-class talent, and Andre even surpassed with a talent above S-class. The selected ones this time are immensely powerful. Yet, despite the prowess of these chosen individuals, they still pale in comparison to Su Xiao, who boldly confronted the bizarre. Who else but him would dare to exhibit such courage? Su Xiao, an eternal legend. Enough talk. Let us disperse, brothers, and welcome our national heroes. This completion marks the highest number of selected individuals to clear since the onset of the rules of the Bizarre Tale. At this moment, aside from Long Country, Gray Bear Country, Paris Country, and Iron Brother Country, the 3 nations also reveled in jubilation. In the Gray Bear Country's high-level conference room, let's personally welcome our battle hero. Mobilize the troops immediately to provide comprehensive protection for Andre. In the Paris Country's conference room, although Claude's talent is merely A-class, his 2 clearances have afforded Paris Country a moment of respite. Arrange for him to meet me at once and ensure his safety. In the Iron Brother Country's conference room, deploy the most elite forces immediately. We must personally greet Ollie. An S-class talent marks our Iron Brother Country's most fortuitous moment. Additionally, contact Long Country to express our gratitude for the confidential information provided. Iron Brother Country will always stand united with Long Country. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the United States High Command, damn it, alas, to everyone's astonishment, for nations have managed to pass through, with the other three evidently having aligned themselves with the Dragon Kingdom, which now resembles an unstoppable tiger descending from the mountains. The fools from the East Island, incapable even of proper infiltration, dare to seek our assistance. But it seems we must devise our own solutions. In the realm of reality, Su Xiao returns to the Dragon Kingdom, still basking in the highest privileges. Yet, amidst the jubilant celebrations of the Dragon Kingdom, certain high-ranking officials from the Kimchi nation shamelessly arrived, intending to escort Su Xiao back to their land to claim his heritage. Can the populace of the Dragon Kingdom tolerate such insolence? Following a series of maneuvers by the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, it was ultimately established that the Kimchi nation has historically been a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, in theory, it rightly belongs to us. Upon the announcement of this declaration, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in applause, while the officials from the Kimchi nation turned pale, as if a thorn were lodged in their throats. Ultimately, these officials could only retreat in disgrace amidst the scorn of the Dragon Kingdom's populace, for they dared not forcibly reclaim their own. The Dragon Kingdom has transformed beyond recognition. Should they provoke us, their annihilation would be but a matter of moments. In the span of 3 days, aside from the audacity of the Kimchi nation, 2 significant events transpired. The first involved the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, at Su Xiao's behest, deciding to auction the cheating paper airplanes internationally as goods. The auction was unrestrictive. Any nation willing to demonstrate sufficient sincerity would have the opportunity to use the cheating paper airplanes for their selected candidates. Although a 100 success rate could not be guaranteed, the value of this offer, stemming from Su Xiao, was well understood by these nations. Su Xiao's ingenuity in proposing the auction of paper airplanes was simply brilliant. Indeed, while these nations may lament their resources, they are far more inclined to trade money or resources for a chance at safety in light of the calamities brought forth by the bizarre rules. Remarkably, some nations are willing to exchange territory for this opportunity, a notion that seems utterly ludicrous. The audacity of these countries is astounding. They are evidently not merely interested in the paper airplanes, but rather in establishing amicable relations with our Dragon Kingdom. Our strength continues to burgeon, and one can only imagine the envy this incites in the United States. With such a multitude of allies, the Dragon Kingdom is no longer a soft target to be manipulated at will. Even if the U.S. is envious, they must endure in silence. The auction of the cheating paper airplanes is fervently underway on the international stage. However, during this period, a second significant event unfolded. The Bear Nation has kept Andre's talents under the strictest secrecy. Yet, for reasons unknown, as soon as Andre disclosed his abilities to the high-ranking officials of the Bear Nation, his talents were suddenly known worldwide. It is worth noting that Su Xiao's talents remain a closely guarded secret among nations, primarily due to the thorough confidentiality measures the Dragon Kingdom has implemented regarding Su Xiao's abilities. Except for a few leaders at the highest echelon, the remaining officials remain oblivious to the situation, which elucidates why Su Xiao's extraordinary talent has remained undisclosed until now. However, this time, Andre's gift has been revealed with alarming swiftness, indicating that there may be individuals from other nations infiltrating the upper echelons of the Gray Bear Nation. Or perhaps someone has engaged in clandestine dealings with foreign entities. Regardless of the underlying cause, the leadership of the Gray Bear Nation has resolved to investigate thoroughly. No matter who is involved, they shall show no leniency. Chapter 77. The New Instance. Amusement Park. 3 days slipped by like fleeting shadows. During this brief interlude, the Bear Kingdom was fervently engaged in the search for the individual responsible for revealing Andre's talents, while on the final day, the cheating paper airplane was auctioned off to the Ollie Kingdom. With the reopening of the realm of eerie tales, a new round of random selections quietly commenced. The nations participating in this challenge include Dragon Kingdom, Paris Kingdom, Bear Kingdom, United States, Ollie Kingdom, Westland, Pakistan, and Pickle Nation. The theme of this eerie challenge is amusement park. Since the inauguration of this amusement park, numerous visitors have flocked here with their children, eager to enjoy a delightful weekend. However, it is imperative to adhere to the park's regulations. It is not uncommon for visitors to vanish within the park, which looms like a sprawling beast. Once one steps into its territory, none may emerge alive. Warning, you have 2 days to exit the amusement park with your younger brother, George. During this period, ensure George's safety, should he be mysteriously consumed. You two shall remain here forever. External hint opportunities for this challenge. 1. As the eerie voice faded, Su Xiao opened his eyes to find himself standing within the amusement park. Beside him was his younger brother, George. At that moment, George tugged at his shirt. Brother, brother. The bumper cars look so much fun. Shall we go play? Just a moment. I will take you there shortly. Su Xiao turned to face his 5 or 6-year-old brother, furrowing his brow slightly. Typically, he would tackle instances alone, yet this time he was tasked with guiding George through the challenge, undoubtedly complicating the endeavor. While it posed little difficulty for Su Xiao himself, it was not necessarily the case for other participants. George, hold on to this doll. I will fetch the park map. Stay put and do not wander off. Su Xiao temporarily entrusted the doll to George before proceeding to locate a staff member to obtain a complimentary map. There were 2 underlying reasons for Su Xiao's decision to hand the doll to George and instruct him to remain stationary. Firstly, the doll was meant to safeguard George's well-being. Secondly, Su Xiao was yet uncertain of George's temperament. If he could obediently stay in place, all would be well. However, should George stray, Su Xiao would need to keep a closer watch on him to prevent any potential dangers arising from his misadventures. Although Su Xiao himself was untroubled by the eerie, George's safety was paramount, as any mishap involving him would undoubtedly implicate Su Xiao as well. The last thing he desired was to be burdened by a mischievous child. Upon receiving the complimentary map, Su Xiao unfolded it to examine the attractions and layout. There appeared to be no anomalies within the amusement facilities and layout, and with practiced ease, he flipped the map over, where the reverse clearly delineated the rules that visitors were required to follow. Welcome to the amusement park. To ensure that you and your family have an enjoyable weekend, please adhere to the following rules. Rule 1. The bumper cars are available for play, but this attraction is exclusively for children. Rule 2. If you and your family feel fatigued, you may enjoy complimentary meals in the dining area. However, be advised to refrain from consuming items such as hamburgers. Rule 3. The hamburgers in the dining area are exceptionally delicious, and we highly recommend you indulge in them. Rule 4. The Ferris wheel is open for rides, but should you happen to encounter a blind woman while on the wheel, please disregard her words entirely. Rule 5. The roller coaster is thrilling and not recommended for young children. However, if safety measures are observed, it poses no issue. Rule 6. The carousel is perfect for both adults and children, offering a delightful time for you and your family. Rule 7. There are no frog-shaped helium balloons available in the amusement park. If you see someone selling frog plushies with helium balloons, kindly avoid their gaze. Rule 8. Please do not place your trust in the security personnel, nor in anything they leave behind. Rule 9. The mirror maze exists within the amusement park, but under no circumstances should you enter it. Rule 10. The staff at the amusement park should not be trusted, particularly those in black uniforms. After reading the 10 rules on the back of the map, Su Xiao furrowed his brow tightly, as he noticed that these rules were printed in 3 distinct colors. The specific meanings of these colors eluded him for the moment. In the past, he would have rebelled against such rules without a second thought, but now, he found himself compelled to assess their validity, not for his own sake, but for George S. George heavily restricted his abilities, had George S. name appeared among the rules. Su Xiao would have unhesitatingly eliminated him. The absence of the phrase, protect George from the rules, implied that George must not encounter any mishap. Though Su Xiao disliked being encumbered, he had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce, for these rules were not of his making, but dictated by the world of urban legends. Perhaps the selection of participants for this instance was too formidable, prompting the world of urban legends to escalate the difficulty. Nonetheless, Su Xiao's advantages remained unchanged, and he would never allow George to become a liability. Alas, this urban legend scenario required him to progress alongside his brother. Should any misfortune befall his brother, the selected participant would also face dire consequences, undeniably heightening the challenge. George felt akin to a dead weight. Accompanying him meant navigating through numerous uncertainties. Why do I have the impression that Su Xiao is being targeted? What is the significance of those rules, and why are they inscribed in red, yellow, and green? Do you think these three colors hold any special significance? As Su Xiao obtained the amusement park map and memorized the rules inscribed upon it, the other selected participants also received their maps and perused the regulations. Yet, they too found themselves perplexed by the meanings of red, yellow, and green. Folding the map, Su Xiao returned to the spot where he had last parted ways with George, only to discover that George had vanished from his original location. This troublesome child certainly knows how to cause concern. Fortunately, Su Xiao had instructed a puppet to follow George. Otherwise, he would have felt uneasy leaving George alone. After searching the amusement park for a brief while, Su Xiao soon located George in the bumper car area. However, at that moment, George was seated on the ground, weeping uncontrollably after being pummeled by the puppet. Chapter 78. Not fun. Not fun at all. George sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. This scene left Su Xiao both amused and exasperated. However, upon spotting him, George quickly scrambled to his feet and sprinted over, wiping away his tears as he exclaimed, "Brother, the doll you gave me hit me. It won't let me play bumper cars." As he dabbed at his eyes, George reported his grievances to Su Xiao. Listening to this, Su Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "How could such a delightful doll possibly strike you? Surely, you must have tripped and fallen, am I right? Come now, hold on to the doll tightly. I shall take you to the bumper cars." With that, Su Xiao placed the doll back into George's hands. "Hooray! Hooray!" George exclaimed. His spirits lifted at the prospect of playing bumper cars, instantly forgetting the earlier incident where the doll had toppled him. Green text. Rule 1. Bumper cars at the amusement park are permissible, but this attraction is exclusively for children. Su Xiao discerned that the first rule was indeed valid. Thus, without hesitation, he led George towards the bumper cars. However, just as he set George onto one of the rides, a man disguised as a security guard brushed past him, discreetly slipping a note into Su Xiao's hand. Watching the man's retreating figure with a furrowed brow, Su Xiao curiously unfolded the note. It contained 3 brief segments written in green ink. Green text can be trusted. Yellow text can be trusted only partially. Red text, written by its own hand. Green signifies trustworthiness. Yellow indicates partial trust. Red is untrustworthy. Contemplating the contents of the note, Su Xiao frowned slightly, recalling that Rule 8 stated, red text. Rule 8, please do not trust the security guard, nor anything left by them. Rule 8 cautioned against trusting security guards. Yet Su Xiao felt an instinctual belief in their reliability. He fell into a moment of contemplation. If the security guard was correct, then the rules of the amusement park evidently exceeded 10 in number. If he could manipulate the color of the text for the subsequent rules, could his words still be deemed trustworthy? For now, the security guard could be classified as an ally. However, Su Xiao understood that he could not solely rely on the color of the text to discern the veracity of the rules. Should the guard exploit this, he might easily fall into a trap. Su Xiao himself did not need to fear violating the rules, as his innate talent was rebellion. Yet, the pressing issue remained. He needed to assist George in navigating these rules. His talent might not aid George, but fortunately, he had the doll and the Black General. At critical moments, they could protect George from the bizarre threats lurking about, as long as he could accurately judge the correctness of the rules. He could also lead George to safety. Although Su Xiao had consistently defied the rules, each act of rebellion was accompanied by careful consideration of their validity. He was not mindlessly defiant, and this provided him with a solid framework for his current predicament. Even without relying on his innate abilities, he remained confident in his capacity to discern the few correct rules amidst a plethora of erroneous ones. This, indeed, is the source of Su Xiao's confidence. The mere thought of having to judiciously assess the rules fills him with a tinge of excitement. The moment has arrived for me to truly showcase my skills. Brother, why are you standing there with that silly grin? Come over and play with me. While Su Xiao is still chuckling, George interrupts him. Su Xiao glances at the merrily engaged George, grinning as he rubs his hands together. All right, I am coming. The bumper car arena is quite spacious, capable of accommodating dozens of players simultaneously. At this moment, aside from the staff, Only Su Xiao and George remain. Su Xiao deliberately selects two of George's bumper cars, revving the engine with full power and charges straight toward George's vehicle. Su Xiao's Thomas spin collision sends George, along with his car, flying far away, causing George to burst into tears. Woo-woo. This isn't fun, not fun at all. Woo-woo. While Su Xiao and George are joyfully playing bumper cars, the other selected participants receive an alert from the security personnel. After careful consideration, most opted to trust the contents of a security note, though a small fraction chose to disregard it. Regarding the chosen one from the Shilon Nation, Noah, he was the first to reject the note. After reading its contents, he tossed it carelessly to the ground. However, as Noah walked away with George, he failed to notice that a staff member in a black uniform promptly picked up the note. Upon examining its contents, the staff member could not help but reveal a faintly sinister smile. What on earth is this Noah from the Shilon Nation up to? I would rate Noah's actions a resounding 0. Not only did he disregard the note, but he also carelessly discarded it. This is truly a reckless path. In the world of bizarre tales, the chosen must remain vigilant about every detail. I have a gut feeling that Noah may have sealed his fate. Alas, to make such a rudimentary error is utterly inexcusable. Now, over to Claude from the Paris Nation. Unlike Noah, Claude is temporarily inclined to trust the note's contents. Yet his luck from the previous 2 rounds has not followed him into this amusement park realm. Just as the game begins, Claude's brother George slips away unnoticed. By the time Claude locates George on the roller coaster, George's eyes have lost their clarity, and his expression has become somewhat vacant. Clearly, George has succumbed to a peculiar corruption. Should a remedy for this corruption not be found swiftly, George will become little more than a puppet, leaving Claude's life hanging by a thread. Damn it! Damn it! Stupid kid, did I not warn you not to run off? You're just causing me trouble. Claude is seething, wishing to reprimand George. Had he been alone in this endeavor, he certainly would not have erred, but alas, George is an uncontrollable variable. Due to his youthful exuberance and inherent curiosity, George, as a child, lacks wariness and is easily influenced. Consequently, with merely a slight nudge from the staff towards his inquisitiveness, he is likely to be led astray by those with ill intentions. Fortunately, in the realm of Ollie from the Iron Brotherhood, a remarkable talent, an exploit in the rules, was activated upon entering the amusement park. This means that in this particular instance, Ollie still possesses the opportunity to supplement the rules he has overlooked, which will greatly facilitate his journey through the amusement park. The ability to directly amend the overlooked rules is nothing short of extraordinary. I have finally come to appreciate the advantages bestowed by a favorable talent. Chapter 79, Is It Reasonable? Am I being bullied for my lack of knowledge? Stop. I will never ride bumper cars again. They are utterly unenjoyable. George, feeling aggrieved, climbed down from the bumper car, his heart now shadowed by a sense of dread towards the ride. Under the relentless encouragement of his brother, Su Xiao, George temporarily lost interest in the bumper cars. George, are you really not going to play anymore? Su Xiao inquired as he approached George. I certainly do not wish to ride the bumper cars, George pouted. You're the only one playing just now. I'm still young, and I should engage in activities suitable for children my age. What would you like to play now? George lifted his little face, contemplating earnestly for a moment, before pointing toward the distant roller coaster, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, I want to ride the roller coaster. Yellow text. Rule 5. The roller coaster is exceedingly thrilling and not recommended for young children. However, if proper safety measures are in place, it may still be permissible. The roller coaster? Su Xiao responded with mild astonishment, as Rule 5 was undoubtedly a guideline of mixed validity. George, being so young, was certainly not suited for such an attraction. The roller coaster is not meant for children, George. Over there's a vendor selling Little Frog helium balloons. How about I take you there to play with some balloons? Brother, are balloons fun? Of course they are. Just wait a moment. I'll get you a Little Frog helium balloon right away. Green text. Rule 7. There are no Little Frog helium balloons in the amusement park. If you see a vendor selling them, please immediately avoid their sight. Rule 7 clearly states that Little Frog helium balloons are not sold within the amusement park, thus necessitating avoidance of any vendor offering them. Perhaps Rule 7 held some truth. Yet for the rebellious Su Xiao, such regulations could hardly intimidate him. He had no intention of evading the frog vendor's gaze. On the contrary, he was prepared to seize all the helium balloons from the vendor. After all, as an older brother, what was wrong with disregarding rules to indulge his younger sibling? Su Xiao strode confidently toward the frog vendor. The vendor, noticing the potential customer, stood up ready to make his pitch, but in the next moment, Su Xiao interrupted him. "Are you the one selling little frog helium balloons?" "Yes, indeed," the frog vendor replied, bewildered by the question. "Are you aware that selling helium balloons is prohibited in the amusement park?" Su Xiao did not afford the vendor a chance to respond. He swiftly snatched the helium balloons from the vendor's grasp. "Be more careful next time. I'm confiscating all of them this time." The frog vendor was left dumbfounded, utterly perplexed by the audacity of this human. He stood there, momentarily at a loss, watching Su Xiao walk away with the helium balloons. However, he had no intention of reclaiming the little frog helium balloons, as selling them to Su Xiao was precisely his goal. Upon this realization, the corners of the frog plush's mouth began to rise involuntarily. However, at that moment, the frog plush suddenly noticed that Su Xiao, who had seemingly departed, had inexplicably returned, and the small frog helium balloons in his grasp had all been released into the sky. The frog plush stood rigidly in place, bewildered by Su Xiao's actions. Soon, Su Xiao reappeared before him, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Are there any helium balloons left?" "No, none at all," replied the frog plush, utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the intentions of the man before him. With a furrowed brow, the frog plush quickly discerned Su Xiao's objective. Unsurprisingly, he was met with Su Xiao's warm greetings, accompanied by a flurry of punches and kicks. "What is this? You a frog plush? Dare to claim there are no small frog helium balloons for sale? Is this reasonable? Are you taking advantage of my lack of education?" Su Xiao forcefully pinned the frog plush to the ground, delivering blows that left the plush in a state of shock. Even George, not far away, wore a similarly bewildered expression. "Gulp, brother, has he always been this fierce?" George's pupils constricted, his face paling, clearly intimidated by Su Xiao. He had initially planned to sneak off for a ride on the roller coaster, but witnessing the current spectacle, he dared not approach. What if Su Xiao caught him? His rear would surely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the announcement rang out. "Breaking news. Su Xiao is mercilessly beating the frog plush. This is a spectacle not to be missed." "Huh, Su Xiao is at it again. Wow, how ruthless. I absolutely adore this." The frog plush likely never anticipated that Su Xiao would not only seize his balloons, but also resort to physical assault. Judging by the rules, it was evident that the frog plush was in the wrong. One might wonder if Su Xiao had discerned this discrepancy, thus deliberately targeting him. Quite possibly. Just moments ago, George had been ready to dash away, but now his face was ashen, clearly terrified. After all, he was merely a mischievous child who had not fled in time. At this moment, in a land of pickled vegetables, Han Xiuren had also concluded that Rule 7 was indeed the correct one. Thus, upon spotting the frog plush, he swiftly vacated its line of sight. However, in his haste, he inadvertently neglected one crucial detail. He had left George behind. Traditionally, these chosen ones participated in challenges alone, so when danger arose, their instinct was to prioritize their own safety. Yet, with George acting as a burden, they often forgot his presence, particularly in perilous situations. By the time Han Xiuren realized his oversight, George had returned, gleefully clutching a small frog helium balloon. To Han Xiuren's astonishment, George bore no signs of contamination whatsoever. Could it be that Rule 7 was a fallacy? Han Xiuren found himself pondering this unsettling thought. Upon detecting no irregularities, he allowed George's helium balloon to drift away before promptly departing the scene. However, as he carried the crying George away, the peculiar frog doll strangely appeared at the spot he had just vacated. The frog doll cast a sinister smile in the direction from which Han Xiuren had departed. There was undoubtedly something amiss with the frog doll. It might very well fixate on him if it acquired a balloon, and it seemed that Han Xiuren had already fallen under its gaze. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Han Xiuren should have pondered deeply before leaving with George, especially since he had not noticed George's contamination. It was rather reckless of him. George was far too unpredictable. If he could not be monitored at all times, the Chosen One would inevitably be eliminated due to him. Moreover, Su Xiao, a formidable figure, had also handled the balloon. One might wonder, would Su Xiao also become a target? It seems unlikely, for the frog doll had been thoroughly beaten by Su Xiao, and it probably would not dare to follow him any longer. Chapter 80. The Fiery World. After finishing with the frog doll, Su Xiao approached George, who was now terrified at the sight of Su Xiao's empty hands and dared not ask for the small frog helium balloon anymore. "Brother, I'm hungry." George averted his gaze from Su Xiao, finally tempering his mischievousness. "Let's go eat." "Brother," Su Xiao replied briefly, leading George towards the dining area for visitors. In truth, Su Xiao had released the helium balloon instead of handing it to George out of concern that it might be a trap. At the moment he turned to leave with the balloon, he had an overwhelming sensation of being watched. While other Chosen Ones might not easily perceive this feeling, Su Xiao, having successfully navigated 5 trials, possessed a keen sense of awareness. He could distinctly sense that, as he took the helium balloon, the frog doll had been fixated on his back. Instinctively, Su Xiao concluded that both the balloon and the frog doll were suspicious, which prompted him to release the balloon and thrash the doll. However, despite having dealt a severe blow to the frog doll, he still felt that intense scrutiny. Perhaps he had misjudged from the outset. This gaze was not emanating from the frog doll, but rather, it. The dining area of the amusement park was situated behind the children's slide section. In the ordering area, Su Xiao observed a few scattered visitors enjoying their meals. The food was complimentary, albeit limited to the likes of fries, hamburgers, and fried chicken, which were favored by children. Prominently displayed on the screen in the ordering area was a loop showcasing the latest culinary delight, the ostrich burger. Indeed, this was a hamburger crafted from ostrich meat. The vibrant red and enticing appearance of the ostrich burger made Su Xiao furrow his brow slightly. At that moment, George, with his mouth watering, pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Brother, I want to eat that hamburger and fried chicken and fries." Green text. Rule 2. If you and your family are tired, you may enjoy complimentary meals in the amusement park's dining area, but be sure to avoid consuming items such as hamburgers. Red text. Rule 3. The hamburgers in the dining area are exceptionally delicious. We highly recommend you try one. Su Xiao recalled distinctly that Rule 2 had expressly warned against eating hamburgers, with such items momentarily understood as meat. Conversely, Rule 3 directly contradicted Rule 2 by encouraging him to sample the hamburgers. The two rules stood in stark opposition to each other. Yet, Su Xiao could easily discern that Rule 3 was, in fact, erroneous. For an ordinary Chosen One, the decision between these two rules would not pose much difficulty. But for Su Xiao, it felt deliberately adversarial. Should he refrain from eating the hamburger, he would violate the rebellious principle of Rule 2. Conversely, if he indulged in the hamburger, he would contravene the rebellious principle of Rule 3. Thus, for Su Xiao, this presented a daunting conundrum, as either choice led to a breach of his innate principles. Unless he renounces the protection of talent, he is free to defy any rule here. However, without the safeguard of talent, ensuring his own safety becomes exceedingly challenging. As the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. And Su Xiao would not entertain any illusions of luck. In the realm of eerie tales, one might succeed 10 times, but the threshold for failure is an absolute 0. Thus, after a moment of calm contemplation, Su Xiao resolved to consume the hamburger. Yet, he opted only to eat the bread, eschewing the meat. This way, he could claim to have eaten a hamburger while technically not fully indulging, thereby rebelling against 2 rules simultaneously. 2 servings of fries and 2 hamburgers, just the bread, no meat. Su Xiao declared the pickup window. The staff responded with confusion, staring at him with peculiar expressions. Such an eating method was unprecedented in their experience. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of bewilderment, they complied with his request, providing him with fries and bread. With the food in hand, Su Xiao took a seat at a nearby table alongside George. "Brother, I want fried chicken and a hamburger." "This hamburger seems different from what was advertised, doesn't it?" George remarked, his face a picture of confusion. It could hardly be called a hamburger, Perhaps bread was a more fitting term. Su Xiao replied earnestly. The meat in the hamburger has been taken by others. Only the bread remains. Mixing the fries with the hamburger allows for a delightful meal. Oh, George nodded, half understanding, and then mimicked Su Xiao, stuffing fries into his hamburger and taking large bites. Brother, this is really delicious, is it good? If so, eat your fill. Su Xiao chuckled at George's voracious appetite. Children are indeed easily pleased. As Su Xiao prepared to take a bite of his fries and bread, he suddenly overheard a mother and son at the adjacent table discussing a place in the amusement park named Bear World. Mommy, I want to go to Bear World later. I've heard there are so many bear dolls there. All right, once we finish our meal, I'll take you right over. Yay, you're the best, Mommy. The conversation piqued Su Xiao's interest, causing him to furrow his brows. He had just wandered through the amusement park and had not encountered the rumored Bear World. Could it be that this scenario, akin to a zoo, had both an outer and an inner world? What exactly is Bear World? And where's the exit of the amusement park? At this moment, Bear World captivated Su Xiao's curiosity. Yet, he understood that Bear World might indeed be a realm of its own. If it were truly its territory, it would surely devise ways to entice him within. Thus, for now, he need not actively seek out Bear World. As he pondered, Su Xiao suddenly recalled the eerie hints he received upon entering the amusement park. In amusement parks, it is not uncommon for visitors to mysteriously vanish. The park resembles a colossal, slithering beast, and once one enters its domain, no one is guaranteed to emerge unscathed. Recalling this ominous tale, Su Xiao intended to caution the mother and child who had just spoken. However, upon turning around, he discovered that the pair, who had been dining moments ago, had inexplicably vanished from their seats. They seemed to have evaporated into thin air before his very eyes. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Is this its method? That mother and child have likely met with a dire fate." Chapter 81. The blind woman in the Parisian district of Claude. George had succumbed to corruption, and with each passing moment, the taint deepened. His complexion grew increasingly pallid, and his gaze transformed into something vacant and eerie. Claude, observing the corrupted George, felt utterly helpless. He possessed no means to restore George to his former self. His A-level talent, exquisite acting, proved ineffectual in this dire situation. Damn it, was this truly the end? Claude was engulfed in frustration. Having successfully completed the challenge twice was already a testament to his prowess, especially given that his talent was merely A-level. Achieving such a feat twice was indeed remarkable. Curse it, there must be a way. There must be a way to return George to normal. Claude pulled out the amusement park map, his face a mask of anxiety as he scrutinized the rules. Suddenly, in the next moment, his pupils dilated sharply, for he noticed a peculiar change in the color of the text. For instance, Rule 6. The carousel is suitable for both adults and children. It allows you and your family to enjoy a delightful time together, was originally depicted in green. Yet now, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the text had inexplicably shifted to red. Red text? What is happening? According to the note left by the security guard, red text was utterly untrustworthy. Yet he distinctly remembered this rule being accurate before. Had it covertly altered the color of these rules? Claude furrowed his brow in distress. If that were the case, the content of the security guard's note could not be trusted. But there was no doubt that the guard himself was reliable. Claude's thoughts were a tangled mess. But soon he focused intently on the rules, standing up in excitement. I understand now. I comprehend how to eliminate the corruption from George. His face lit up with joy, and he swiftly gathered George in his arms, racing towards the carousel. What has gotten into Claude? Could the carousel truly aid in restoring George's normalcy? The rule had been tampered with. If Claude misjudged, not only would George be at risk, but he himself would be tainted as well. Let us hope that Claude's gamble pays off. As Claude dashed toward the carousel, Su Xiao had already taken George for a spin on it. Of course, Su Xiao needed to defy the rules, so he did not partake in the ride himself. Since George had not been affected by any corruption, the carousel only provided him with fleeting joy, devoid of any further benefit. Growing weary of the carousel, Su Xiao promptly took George to the Ferris wheel. Before the Ferris wheel, just as Su Xiao was about to place George aboard, he noticed a woman quietly seated nearby. She wore a green hat and dark sunglasses. obscuring her expression, yet her eyes, hidden beneath the shades, resembled dark voids. As Su Xiao placed George onto the Ferris wheel, a woman reached out and absent-mindedly stroked George's head, suddenly exclaiming, "What a delightful child! It would be such a pity if he were to fall from the Ferris wheel." After uttering this perplexing statement, the woman cautiously descended from the Ferris wheel with her blind cane. Once she departed, Su Xiao furrowed his brow and discovered a note left on her previous seat. He picked up the note, gazing after the retreating woman, recalling Rule 4. In yellow text, Rule 4. You may ride the Ferris wheel, but should you encounter a blind woman inside, disregard whatever she may say. Despite Rule 4's admonition against trusting the woman, her actions seemed devoid of malice. Su Xiao pondered. Perhaps she had lingered there solely to offer him a hint. In his eyes, both the blind woman and the security guard were risking danger to provide guidance, although he remained unaware of the consequences their actions might entail. For the time being, both the security guard and the woman could be classified as allies. As Su Xiao prepared to unfold the note left by the blind woman, a park staff member hurriedly approached. In green text, Rule 10. Do not trust the staff members in the amusement park, especially those in black uniforms. Upon seeing the staff member, Su Xiao instinctively concealed the note. The staff member jogged up to him, their voice and demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. "Hello? Did you just receive something from that blind woman? She frequently causes trouble in our amusement park. If you have taken anything from her, please hand it over. Otherwise, she may very well harass you and your family." Listening to the staff member's words, Su Xiao frowned slightly. "I did not take anything from her, so I have nothing to return." The staff member before him instilled an overwhelming sense of discomfort in Su Xiao. Even more intense than the previous encounter with the frog doll, there was something amiss. This staff member undoubtedly posed a significant threat. If you did not believe that blind woman, it is because she has already been expelled from the amusement park by our staff, the staff member remarked. Glancing at George in the Ferris wheel, before turning to Su Xiao, "Aren't you going to ride the Ferris wheel? Don't you wish to enjoy the breathtaking views from above?" Su Xiao replied, "I have a fear of heights, so I will not ride the Ferris wheel. George can enjoy it alone." "Very well, but our Ferris wheel is about to start. To ensure the safety of our guests, I will accompany little George to ensure his safe descent." With that, the staff member boarded the Ferris wheel as well. At the moment the Ferris wheel began its ascent, the color of his attire shifted abruptly to black, and a sinister smile slowly crept across his lips. Meanwhile, among the other selected individuals, some had also taken George onto the Ferris wheel, where they encountered the blind woman as well. However, despite the blind woman's prior warnings, certain chosen ones, including Noah from Shilon, opted to board the Ferris wheel accompanied by staff members. As the Ferris wheel ascended slowly into the sky, these individuals gradually began to perceive the peculiar behavior of the attendants. Darkness, utter darkness. Just as they prepared to flee the Ferris wheel with George, they were struck with astonishment upon realizing they were suspended in midair, with no means of escape. They could only watch helplessly as one of the attendants morphed before their eyes into a pitch-black bear-like visage, followed by an eerie smile, before they were unceremoniously thrust into the abyss. Chosen ones from 6 nations, including Shilon, Maijia, and Galuan, were mysteriously devoured, heralding the imminent arrival of a world of eerie tales. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 82. By the time you see this note, I may have already passed away. What on earth did I just witness? My goodness, the staff member has transformed into a grotesque bear. It is utterly chilling. That staff member actually pushed all the chosen ones off the Ferris wheel. It is perplexing, despite Rule 10 warning about the unreliability of staff. Why did some of the chosen ones still fall prey to their foolishness? Could it be that Rule 10 has now morphed into a crimson text? After a segment of the chosen ones led by Noah from the nation of Shilon was eliminated, a sudden outcry erupted online. Oh my, it seems something has plummeted from the Ferris wheel near Su Xiao. Could it be George? What a ridiculous thought. Su Xiao has always placed the doll on George. How could anything possibly happen to him? Su Xiao is certainly not Noah from Shilon. He is likely seen through the staff's petty tricks, merely choosing to remain silent about it. In a live broadcast, nearly 99 of the viewers have opted to place their trust in Su Xiao. This faith is inexplicable. Yet they feel an unwavering conviction that Su Xiao will not easily meet his demise. Meanwhile, Su Xiao is examining the note left by the blind woman, which seems to contain additional rules. Green text, Rule 11. By the time you see this note, you are likely already being targeted. Please exit the amusement park according to the staff's instructions. Yellow text, Rule 12. The slide is the correct exit. There are no exits in the amusement park. Yellow text, Rule 13. The Bear World does not exist, but you may attempt to seek out a place called the Bear World. Red text, Rule 14. If you inadvertently enter its territory, do not panic. Remain calm, as any emotion will be perceived as provocation. Red text, Rule 15. There is no escape. Everyone will become its toys for venting. The note contains merely 5 rules. Observing these rules, Su Xiao furrows his brow. From the colors of the text, it is evident that they have been altered, indicating that it has tampered with these rules. Rule 11 is clearly erroneous. From the moment I entered the amusement park, I've already been under its surveillance. Trusting the staff is foolish. They have been tainted. And although not as severely as those in black uniforms, even the ordinary staff should not be trusted. Rule 12 claims that the slide is the exit. It states that there are no exits in the amusement park. This is evidently a misleading rule. The slide is likely a trap. The stipulations on the note cause Su Xiao to frown deeply, but just then, a humanoid figure suddenly plummets from the heights of the Ferris wheel. Gazing at the falling figure, Su Xiao smirks. He knows exactly what it is. Ignoring the staff member reduced to a pulp, once the Ferris wheel comes to a halt, Su Xiao directly scoops up the terrified George. Oh, dear brother, that frightening uncle just now wanted to throw me down. At this moment, George was evidently terrified. Thankfully, you provided me with this doll to protect me. Otherwise, I would never see you again. George clutched the hem of Su Xiao's garment, his eyes glistening with tears, clearly having cried. Su Xiao gently patted George's head, offering comfort. Now you understand the danger, right? Brother tells you that there are many bad people in this amusement park, and you can only be safe by staying close to me. Understand? Yes, I understand, brother. I will never run off again. After all, George is merely a child, and after the terrifying intimidation from the staff, he naturally would not dare to stray far from Su Xiao again. Meanwhile, over at the Gray Bear Kingdom, Andre, utilizing his talent of infinite deduction, successfully located the note left by the blind woman. Aware that the staff were problematic, he and George refrained from getting on the Ferris wheel. Observing the chaotic rules written on the note, Andre frowned momentarily before relaxing. These rules might be challenging for other selected individuals to decipher, but for Andre, they merely represented a consumption of time and energy. It seems I must enter its world. There are no other exits in this amusement park. As Andre finished examining the note, other selected individuals also discovered the paper left by the blind woman. These individuals appeared frantic as they read the altered rules, which had become exceedingly difficult to interpret. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. After departing the Ferris wheel area, Su Xiao took George to a more intriguing section of the amusement park, the Mirror World. Green text, Rule 9. The Mirror World exists within the amusement park, but one must never enter it. Rule 9 cautions against entering the Mirror World. Yet Su Xiao understood that the exit of the amusement park might very well lie within. Thus he felt compelled to explore. With George in tow, Su Xiao stepped into the realm known as the Mirror World. Upon entering, he was met with hundreds of towering floor mirrors, arranged in a labyrinthine fashion. Most of these mirrors had a funhouse effect. Standing before them, Su Xiao could see his own amusingly distorted reflection. Wow, brother, look at me. I've grown so tall. George, seeing so many fascinating mirrors for the first time, was eager to dash into the mirror maze, but he was promptly stopped by Su Xiao. George, this is the mirror maze. It is likely to harbor dangerous individuals. If you run off and get lost, brother won't be able to find you. Oh, then I suppose I will stay with you, brother. Although George was a bit mischievous, it was only within the bounds of his innocent ignorance. The prior incident on the Ferris wheel still lingered in his mind, so now he was unwilling to leave Su Xiao's side. In such moments, curiosity clearly could not overcome his fear of the unknown. Seeing George behave so obediently, Su Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After all, mischievous children are not devoid of fear. Once one discovers what truly terrifies them, it becomes quite simple to compel their obedience. Standing before the mirror maze, Su Xiao noticed a sign nearby, accompanied by a seemingly freshly affixed note. The sign read, "Visitors entering the mirror maze to enhance your experience. We suggest that you first turn left 3 times, then turn right 3 times, and thereafter proceed into the central passage. Should you find yourself lost within the maze, do not panic. If you wish to exit, please ensure you stand before one of the ordinary mirrors. There, electronic surveillance is in place, and our staff will promptly rescue you upon observation." Electronic surveillance within the mirror maze? Su Xiao gazed at the sign, momentarily taken aback, before shifting his attention to the note beside it. However, the first sentence on the note caused his expression to harden dramatically. "I am the last security guard in the amusement park. By the time you read this note, I may already be dead." Chapter 83. Brother, the doll struck me again. I am the last security guard in the amusement park. By the time you read this note, I may already be dead. Security guard? How could this be? Su Xiao's expression turned grave as he fixated on the contents of the note, his gaze continuing downward. The mirror maze was once its domain. Should you inadvertently step inside, do not look back, for you cannot fathom where the exit behind you now leads. You may fully trust the first part of the notice. Before entering the mirror maze, ensure to heed the instructions above, as it may preserve your life. Do not stand before an ordinary mirror. If you wish to avoid seeing it within, please follow my advice. We attempted to confront it, but unsurprisingly, its power exceeded our wildest imaginings. This is the last note I leave behind. When you next see me, I may exist in another form. The amusement park is unsalvageable. All shall remain here for eternity. Another form? The amusement park is unsalvageable? The hints provided by the security guard were scarce, and as Su Xiao surveyed the few clues, an unsettling feeling washed over him. These pieces of advice seemed to be penned by the same hand, yet the tone did not resonate as that of a single individual. Had the contents of this note been altered by someone? Could it be it? Or perhaps the staff here? Su Xiao furrowed his brow deeply. The items left by the security guard were no longer trustworthy, as they had likely become instruments manipulated by it. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to disregard the contents of the notice and proceeded with George down the far right passage into the mirror maze. Meanwhile, some chosen ones opted to believe in Rule 11. Green text. Rule 11. When you see this note, it is highly likely that you have caught its attention. Please leave the amusement park according to the staff's instructions. Others among the chosen believed in Rule 12. Yellow text. The slide is the correct exit. There is no exit within the amusement park. Yet, it was evident that both Rule 11 and Rule 12 had been tampered with, rendering them unequivocally erroneous. As chilling announcements echoed across the globe, those who believed in Rules 11 and 12 faced merciless elimination. What a shock! Both Rules 11 and 12 were indeed falsehoods, traps set by it. How insidious! 2 simple rules had directly led to the elimination of 5 chosen ones. Distinguishing the validity of rules based on font color was no longer viable. The security guard and the blind woman must have been well-meaning, yet these rules and hints had been distorted and modified by it, necessitating that the chosen exercise greater discernment. As certain chosen ones were eliminated, others, like Su Xiao, ventured into the mirror world. In the realm of the pickled nation, Han Xuren entered the realm of mirrors and soon discovered a notice board along with a note left by the security guard. To navigate through the mirror maze, one must turn left 3 times and then right 3 times. Fortunately, there were no peculiar movements involved otherwise. He might have suspected he had wandered into a realm of eerie tales. Following the instructions on the notice board, Han Xuren turned left thrice and then right thrice before guiding George towards the central passageway. Meanwhile, in the land of Claude's intuition proved correct. The carousel indeed had the power to cleanse George of his contamination. The mirror maze? Must I perform the prescribed actions from the notice board to gain entry? Observing the contents of the notice board and the note, Claude furrowed his brow slightly. Rather than engage in any peculiar movements, he chose to lead George directly into the leftmost passage. In the territory of Andre stood still eyes tightly shut. After a brief moment, he opened them, his expression fraught with seriousness and confusion. The prescribed actions were clearly a trap, intended solely to capture its attention. Aside from a central passage, which was off-limits, the other two paths led to the same destination. With no option to retreat, he was left with no choice but to boldly select a route. After careful consideration, Andre ultimately made the same choice as Su Xiao, opting for the rightmost passage. In the domain of Ali, he too had entered the mirror world. Through rational judgment, he discerned the anomalies within the security note. Thus, he chose not to trust the content of the note or the notice board and proceeded directly toward the left passage with George. Once all the chosen individuals had entered the mirror world, Bart from Ollie and Alexander from the United States followed suit, stepping into the mirror maze after the others. Returning to Su Xiao's perspective, he was advancing along the rightmost passage with George in tow. Within the mirror maze, every route appeared to be fragmented by mirrors, and after a considerable time, Su Xiao found himself merely going in circles. Moreover, the mirrors seemed to possess a strange enchantment, guiding one along a predetermined path, ultimately leading back to the starting point. This sensation was peculiar, as if the mirror maze were under some unseen influence. It felt like an unbreakable constraint, rendering any thoughts of escape futile. Could it be that I am compelled to resort to physical means? As Su Xiao stood contemplating, the sound of George's sobs broke through his thoughts. Wah, I detest you. Wah, brother, your puppet hit me again. It won't let me look in the mirror. It is the worst. George cried, clinging tightly to Su Xiao's leg, tears and snot smearing his trousers. His expression one of utter grievance. A mirror? What malice could a puppet harbor? It merely wishes to prevent you from gazing into it. Su Xiao did not immediately address the weeping George. Instead, he approached the mirror that George had just gazed into. Su Xiao observed that this particular mirror was unlike the others surrounding it, as its surface was entirely normal. The sign had stated that to escape the mirror maze, one merely needed to stand before a normal mirror. However, the note left by the security guard suggested the contrary. Was it possible that the normal mirror was not intended for seeking help, but rather served another purpose? As Su Xiao embraced himself with crossed arms, resting his head in contemplation before the ordinary mirror, an unexpected surge of darkness suddenly erupted within its once normal surface. The inky blackness spread like a spider's web, gradually enveloping Su Xiao's reflection, which began to take on a sinister quality in that moment. Crack, shatter. Just as the darkness was about to fully engulf Su Xiao, the Black General intervened, shattering the mirror with decisive force. With the mirror's destruction, the eerie phenomena ceased, yet Su Xiao stood there, frowning. It appeared that the security note held truth. Gazing too long into the normal mirror could easily invite its watchful gaze. Chapter 84. The darkened George at this moment. Han Xiorun from the Pickle Nation found himself wandering aimlessly within the maze of mirrors. After several disoriented turns, he realized he was utterly lost. More alarmingly, George, caught up in his playful curiosity, had been fixated on a seemingly normal mirror, resulting in his face gradually transforming into an ominous shade of black. This darkness bore no resemblance to mere pollution. It appeared to be a strange form of assimilation. As he gazed at George, who would soon be engulfed in this shadowy transformation, Han Xiorun felt a wave of despair wash over him. The last words inscribed on the security note echoed in his mind. The amusement park offers no escape. All shall remain here eternally. The thought of this sentence sent a jolt of terror through him as he shuddered to contemplate the fate that awaited George. His singular desire now was to flee this bizarre place. Where on earth is the exit? Please, let me out. Initially, Han Xiorun had intended to stand before the normal mirror and call for help from the staff. However, witnessing George's condition eroded his faith in the placard's reassurances. Just as he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, he finally received a hint from the higher-ups of the Pickle Nation. This prompt allowed him to regain a modicum of composure as he attempted to retrace his steps. Yet, after several futile minutes of effort, despair consumed him. No matter what path he took, he always returned to the starting point. Meanwhile, George had succumbed to a complete transformation. His face and entire body were now entirely enveloped in darkness, resembling a grotesquely distorted plush bear. At this moment, George's featureless, blackened visage stared at him with an unsettling intensity. "Hiv hiv. Brother, will you play with me? You would never abandon me, would you? Brother, shall we play hide and seek? If I catch you, I might just devour you. How about that? Hee hee. Brother, do you not like me any more? I am your dear little brother George." The grotesquely darkened George tilted his head, slowly advancing toward the terrified Han Xiuren, gazing into George's eerie, shadowy face. Han Xiuren was rendered utterly numb. It's all a lie. All of it. The amusement park offered no passage to freedom. No one could leave this place alive. It was omnipresent, ensuring no one would escape. Han Xiuren's mind spiraled into madness as he desperately fled in a random direction. Observing Han Xiuren's frantic escape, the now darkened George chose not to pursue him, but merely emitted an eerie laughter directed at his retreating figure. This laughter was peculiar, seeming not to originate from George himself, but rather as if it were a manifestation of some dark satisfaction. No, go away. In a frantic bid for escape, Han Xiuren was horrified to discover that the eerie darkness was spreading across his body. This darkness could not be eradicated or contained. He could only allow it to engulf him. "Go away. I will not fall here. The exit. I have found it." Stumbling through sheer chance, Han Xiuren indeed located the exit of the mirror maze. Yet, just a few meters from freedom, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Han Xiuren looked up in sheer terror, his face paling instantly. You. He recognized the figure. Indeed, it was the frog doll that had been trailing him. The appearance of the frog doll extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited within him. Moments later, an announcement reverberated across the globe. The chosen one from Kimchi Nation, Han Xiuren, has been eerily consumed. The world of urban legends is about to descend, countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Good grief, Han Xiuren from Kimchi Nation is truly in a dire predicament. Damn, just a glimpse in the mirror. And George transformed into that ghastly form. It was not mere contamination, but rather assimilation. Is this truly George's younger brother? How terrifying. I feel a chill creeping down my spine. What on earth is lurking in the amusement park? It seems far more complex than anticipated. The outer world of the amusement park should be relatively straightforward. Yet upon entering the inner realm, one confronts genuine horror. I never imagined that merely a mirrored world could be so terrifying. The note left by the security guard seems dubious as well. A mix of fear and anticipation swirls within me. I wonder how many chosen ones will manage to conquer the amusement park's trials. In the live stream, viewers were abuzz with discussions about the stark contrast and danger between the outer and inner worlds. Meanwhile, Su Xiao shattered the normal mirror engulfed by the creeping darkness. But soon, other mirrors began to succumb to the same eerie blackness. The darkness in the mirrors extended to the ground, surging towards Su Xiao and George. However, as the darkness rushed towards them, a brand new path materialized before Su Xiao. Could this be the exit to the mirror maze? Gazing at the newly revealed route, Su Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing he had inadvertently unraveled the maze's secret. Without hesitation, he and George sprinted down the path. Before long, they halted before a door entirely painted in crimson. This door was peculiar, standing alone amidst a void, devoid of any surrounding structures or adornments. The area around the door was shrouded in darkness, creating a stark contrast. As Su Xiao stood before the door, he observed the eerie blackness pursuing them, circumventing him, surging directly into the door. Clearly, this strange darkness emanated from within. This scene caused Su Xiao to frown slightly. Could it be that behind this door lies its territory? Could it be that the bear world and the mirror world are, in fact, interconnected? Su Xiao realized that everything that had transpired in the mirror maze was likely a ploy to bring him here. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao resolved to step through the door, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the true nature of the amusement park. Slowly, he pushed open the crimson door, and as it creaked ajar, everything beyond it was laid bare before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, the pupils of both Su Xiao and George widened in astonishment. Chapter 85. A deadlock in the land of Aeoli, Bart had been wandering through the mirror maze with George for what felt like an eternity. The labyrinth of mirrors had grown increasingly bizarre, yet he could not find the elusive exit. At that moment, Bart pressed his hands tightly against his ears, for the incessant laughter of children echoed from the mirrors around him, a cacophony reminiscent of demonic chuckles that relentlessly haunted his mind. The laughter disrupted his thoughts, rendering him unable to concentrate. Damn it, where's the exit? How does one escape this cursed place? An unprecedented wave of terror began to claw at Bart's heart, and even George's gaze began to feel eerily unsettling. In the conference room of Aeoli's high command, Bart's innate talent was merely rated B. With such a meager rank, he could hardly hope to conquer the amusement park. If he struggled to navigate the mirror maze, what chance did he have? The opportunity for hints had already been exhausted. Should we allow the Dragon Kingdom to use the cheating paper airplane? The paper airplane seemed incapable of retaining 2 copies. Perhaps it was best to let the Dragon Kingdom use it. Alas, I hope Bart proves himself capable enough to emerge alive. Moreover, we must seize this opportunity to foster good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Fostering good relations with them? What about our standing with the United States? We need not concern ourselves with the United States for now. I have a premonition that the Dragon Kingdom is destined to be the leader of the future world. Aeoli had just sent a coded message to the Dragon Kingdom when, in the realm of eerie tales, Su Xiao appeared to possess foresight, promptly sending Bart a hint via paper airplane. As the hint was dispatched, the cheating paper airplane swiftly found its way into Bart's hands. Its arrival undoubtedly invigorated Bart. He was on the verge of expressing profound gratitude to Aeoli's high command, had he not known that the cheating paper airplane could not preserve 2 copies. Without hesitation, Bart unfolded the paper airplane. After absorbing the contents within, Bart approached a normal mirror and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful punch to its surface. With a resounding crack, the mirror shattered, causing his fist to bleed from the sharp glass. However, at that moment, Bart had no time to tend to his wound. Casting a glance at the ominous darkness approaching from behind, he frantically scooped up George and sprinted down the path beneath him. Minutes later, Bart found himself standing before a red door, its eerie presence emanating an unsettling aura. Overwhelmed by hesitation, he succumbed to a fierce internal struggle before ultimately gritting his teeth and deciding to enter. Su Xiao of the Dragon Kingdom had directed him to this location. He must have also passed through this door. He would not betray me. If he can enter, so can I. As Bart's voice faded, he had already ushered George through the door, and in that instant, the still bleeding wound on his body began to spread eerie, dark patterns. At the moment Bart successfully located the exit of the mirror maze, Andre from Grey Bear Country, Ollie from Bataille Country, Claude from Paris, and Alexander from the United States also discovered their own means of escape, unlike their counterparts, who had chosen to enter through the central passage and performed peculiar actions. They faced no obstacles in exiting the labyrinth. However, rather than being unimpeded, it was as if the maze deliberately allowed them to find their way out. Its interest seemed not merely in eliminating the chosen ones, but rather in relishing the sport of manipulating them. Standing before the crimson door, the chosen ones hesitated to open it immediately, their caution palpable. Even the formerly confident Andre was now drenched in sweat. As the more he contemplated the scenario, the clearer his grim fate became. How could this be? No matter how I reason, my outcome remains death. No, I refuse to believe it. I must find a way to survive. After extensive deliberation, Andre's face turned as pale as parchment. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow. His mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, plummeting far below the threshold of normalcy. Should he persist in his calculations, irreversible damage to his psyche loomed imminent. What had gone awry? Why, despite countless attempts, could he not escape? Regardless of the choices he made, he seemed inexorably bound to the fate of being assimilated by it. Its terror surpassed all imagination. Could it truly be, as the security guard and the blind woman said, that all their efforts were ultimately in vain, and none could flee? Andre's expression turned to one of sheer horror as he gazed at the red door, understanding that the true dread lay beyond it. Once one stepped through, no one ever emerged alive. Yet, through his deductions, he realized that to leave this place, one must enter that very door. It was a deadlock, a certain demise. Initially, Andre believed the outer world of the amusement park to be simple, and the inner world would not pose much difficulty. Now, he wished he could slap himself for such foolish notions. It was a manifestation of all negative emotions, capable of influencing human sentiment. A mere glance was enough for one to be assimilated. It was insurmountable and invincible, with the only means of progression being to become its substitute, forever trapped here. In that moment, Andre fervently and loudly repeated these thoughts, hoping to convey his message to those outside the live broadcast. This way, nations would have the opportunity to relay his words to all the chosen ones. Yet, imagination often paints a beautiful picture, while reality proves to be ruthless. And Andre's words failed to reach their intended audience. At this moment, the entire amusement park was under its influence, and every subtle movement would be perceived by it. For instance, the scene of Su Xiao and Bart after they enter the red door became indistinct, as if the signal source had been severed by some unseen force. Clearly, the viewers in the live broadcast also noticed this phenomenon. What is happening? Why has the live stream of Su Xiao and Bart been obscured? This must be its doing. Why are these chosen ones lingering outside the door? Why do they not enter? Look, it appears that Andre from the Gray Bear Nation is attempting to convey something. I comprehend spoken language. It seems he is suggesting entry, with the exit just beyond the door. Goodness, how could Andre provide such a hint to participants from other nations? Moreover, is the amusement park's exit truly located behind this door? Chapter 86. The rules of the bear world. The insights provided by Andre were met with exceptional seriousness by the high-ranking officials of various nations. Andre possessed the extraordinary talent of infinite simulation, enabling him to foresee the progression and outcome of events in his mind. Consequently, the majority of officials from other nations deemed his guidance to be credible, especially since Su Xiao had also entered that very door, leading them to believe that the exit lay concealed behind it. After a brief period of contemplation, the nations of Paris, Bataille, and the United States opted to seize the opportunity presented by Andre's hints. As the hints were utilized, the chosen representatives of the three nations obediently followed the guidance into that door, with the sole exception being Andre, who remained stationary. This raised questions. Had Andre not claimed that the exit was behind that door? Why did he not enter? Something felt amiss. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Andre's pallid complexion suggested he had undergone extensive simulations, leaving him seemingly exhausted. However, just moments prior, when providing hints to the other nations, Andre appeared to be an entirely different individual. What could this imply? As this analysis was shared, the live chat erupted in fervor. Upon reflection, many viewers recognized the peculiarities. If that earlier scene was not orchestrated by Andre, then who could it be? At this juncture, the high-ranking officials of Paris, Bataille, and the United States were collectively drenched in cold sweat, particularly those from Bataille. After all, they had only just managed to secure an S-class talent. Should Ali meet his demise here, it would undoubtedly deal a grievous blow to Bataille. They could only hope that the reality was not as dire, for it seemed likely that all chosen ones would face insurmountable peril. A simple yet terrifying conjecture now drew the world's gaze towards the chosen ones. The eerie nature of the amusement park had far exceeded all expectations. At this moment, apart from Andre, all chosen ones had entered the ominous red door, and the live stream, featuring Su Xiao and Ba Te, gradually returned to normalcy. Within Su Xiao's broadcast, his pupils dilated sharply as he found himself in an expansive realm known as the Bear World, a whimsical land of dolls. Red text. Rule 14. Should you inadvertently enter its domain, please remain calm. Any display of emotion will be perceived as provocation. In the doll amusement park, the surrounding architecture exuded a vintage classical style, with a solitary sightseeing vehicle amidst an array of casually placed bear-shaped dolls. Upon pushing open the red door, Su Xiao could distinctly sense that he was being watched. This gaze did not emanate from the entity itself, but rather from the dolls. This bizarre observation furrowed Su Xiao's brow. Yet at that moment, the mirror of corruption upon him emitted a faint glow. The mirror of corruption aided Su Xiao in evading the influences of illusions, allowing him to confront the darkness and pierce through the essence of things directly. In the next instant, as Su Xiao lifted his gaze to observe the dolls once more, he beheld an astonishing transformation. The dolls, in his eyes, morphed into living beings, a group of individuals ensnared within their confines. The expressions on their faces were steeped in agony, contorted in struggle and despair, silently screaming as if yearning for Su Xiao's attention. Indeed, he could not help but notice them. Yet this haunting scene sent shivers down his spine. It was evident to Su Xiao that this was undoubtedly the work of a malevolent force. Among the dolls, he discerned that most were tourists, but there were also a few staff members of the amusement park. As he surveyed the eerie figures, two familiar silhouettes caught his eye, the security guard and the blind woman from the Ferris wheel. Suyo's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, understanding dawned upon him regarding the cryptic notes left by both the guard and the blind woman, which suggested an inescapable fate. Judging by the current circumstances, the amusement park was indeed a terrifying entity, one that should not be underestimated. However, it was unfortunate that such caution was warranted for other chosen ones. For Su Xiao, the dread that gripped others was entirely absent. What jest it was! The bazaar held no terror for him. In fact, he thrived amidst the peculiarities. To put it plainly, he was resolute in confronting the absurdities that lay before him. After scrutinizing the uncanny bear-shaped dolls, Su Xiao lowered his gaze to see George holding a note aloft. "Brother, look." George offered the note to Su Xiao, who, upon noticing George's gesture, momentarily furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He simply accepted the note and unfolded it. As anticipated, the note delineated the rules of the bear world. Rules of the bear world. This is its domain, an infinitely looping realm. Whoever enters here must adhere to these guidelines. While they may not guarantee your survival, they may afford you a bit more time. Rule 1. Upon entering the bear world, please take a seat on the sightseeing vehicle, as this may buy you some time to survive. Rule 2. Learn to suppress all your emotions. They will not serve you well and may, in fact, provoke its wrath. Rule 3. It will always watch you from the shadows, relishing in your panic. You must feign calmness. Rule 4. Do not attempt to seek it out, as this will only lead to regret. Rule 5. Escape is impossible, survival is futile. Those dolls signify your fate. Rule 6. Ultimately, the rules are deceitful. After all, how could anyone truly escape? Though merely 6 rules, they were enough to instill a profound sense of dread among countless netizens. Goodness, although there are only 6 rules, each one sends a chill down the spine. Is the world of the bears truly so terrifying? Why is it that every prompt and rule indicates an inability to escape? Alas, Barbie has been eliminated. I have a premonition that most of the chosen ones may not find their way out. The soothsayers seem to be multiplying recently, and the blade has yet to arrive. Ha! Yoshi, the Dragon Kingdom's Su Xiaoxi. Have the people from the Eastern Isles forgotten to take their medication again today? Director of the psychiatric hospital, please take them away. Along with the headsman's axe for good measure. Director of the psychiatric hospital, acknowledged. Chapter 87. Go. Give it 2 big slaps. Having briefly perused the rules of the bear world, Su Xiao slowly approached the sightseeing vehicle. Rather than taking a seat on the tour car, he stood beside it, his head bowed, as he began to emit an eerie laughter under the watchful gaze of numerous bear-shaped dolls. He chuckled softly. He. Rule 1. Upon entering the bear world, please take your seat on the sightseeing vehicle, as this may buy you some time to survive. Rule 2. Master the art of suppressing all your emotions. Your feelings will not serve you any benefit, and may instead incite its intense displeasure. Su Xiao's laughter echoed throughout the bear world, becoming increasingly unrestrained. His bizarre chuckles causing countless bear-shaped dolls to turn their heads in astonishment. Their expressions seemed to convey a singular thought. Is this person out of his mind? Even George wore a look of confusion. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them, George approached Su Xiao, tugging at his clothing with urgency. Brother, what are you doing? Please stop. I'm so scared. George gazed at Su Xiao with a face full of terror. Yet, Su Xiao paid him no mind. Instead, his laughter grew ever more boisterous. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ah, ah, ah. Standing beside the tour vehicle, Su Xiao continued to laugh incessantly, displaying an air of nonchalance as if he were utterly unfazed. This spectacle left countless viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. Goodness, is Su Xiao going mad? Has he suffered some kind of mental shock? Some viewers mused. Su Xiao possesses the jellyfish pendant. Logically, he shouldn't be easily rattled. Rule 2 of the bear world advises the suppression of emotions. Yet Su Xiao not only failed to comply, but blatantly disregarded Rule 1. Although we are well aware of Su Xiao's past audacious antics, isn't this behavior a tad too arrogant? Indeed, Su Xiao's demeanor exuded a certain hubris. He would not engage in nonsensical antics without reason. His actions were likely intended to draw its attention. Could it be that Su Xiao intends to confront the amusement park's entity head-on? Given his history of stubbornness, this was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the live stream, viewers, after a thorough analysis, reached a startling conclusion. If Su Xiao truly intended to confront the amusement park's entity, then his actions were akin to a small knife grazing the skin. Utterly audacious. Goodness, it works, it truly works. Here it comes, approached with a cordial greeting. To the viewers above, please mute the entrance BGM. The previously tense atmosphere has been utterly disrupted by your antics. Is that it? Under the watchful eyes of countless terrified viewers, the entity of the amusement park finally materialized within Su Xiao's live stream. At that moment, Su Xiao also took note of it. Ceasing his laughter, lifting his head to meet its gaze without a hint of trepidation. In Su Xiao's pupils, there existed an abyssal darkness. It bore the silhouette of a bear-shaped doll. Its visage and form were difficult to describe merely as black, for it was a shade so profound that even light could not penetrate it. Its appearance and body were distorted, and the surrounding space became enshrouded in an eerie obscurity upon its arrival. This blackness seemed capable of devouring everything. The other bear-shaped dolls trembled in its presence. Merely gazing upon it, Su Xiao was suddenly overcome with unease. It was weeping. For reasons unknown, Su Xiao could sense its emotions, as if it harbored all negative feelings within. Had it transformed into something so strange because it absorbed everyone's despair? In this light, it seemed to possess a shred of pity. But what did that matter to me? Rule 3. It will always watch you from the shadows. Relishing in your panic, you must feign calmness at all costs. Su Xiao now assured himself of his composure. Gazing at it in the amusement park, he commanded the Black General without hesitation, "Go, give it 2 hefty slaps." As Su Xiao boldly confronted the entity in the amusement park, the other chosen ones also became aware of the rules governing the bear world. In their bid for survival, all selected individuals opted to adhere to the regulations. Of course, this excluded Andre, as he had yet to enter the bear realm. In Paris, Claude had already complied with the rules, taking George aboard the sightseeing tram within the bear world, all the while suppressing his emotions to maintain a facade of calmness and tranquility. Although it did not manifest, Claude could distinctly sense a powerful gaze upon him. While seated in the tram, Claude's eyes scanned the bear-shaped dolls scattered haphazardly around. Some were perched atop classical buildings, while others lay on the ground. Observing these dolls, Claude instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss about them. It felt as if they were fixated on him, sending chills racing down his spine. Just then, George's terrified voice broke through Claude's thoughts. "Brother, those dolls are watching us. They're moving. At that moment, George's gestures and expressions were so animated, akin to a frightened little bird. Claude instinctively reached out to cover his mouth, but soon realized that nothing bizarre was occurring. Could it be that the rules were erroneous? If not, why did George react so dramatically? And where was the entity? At that moment, this thought lingered in Claude's mind. Yet, he was not one to act thoughtlessly. He would not shatter the rules based on George's reaction alone. He resolved to wait and observe. "Brother, those dolls are truly moving. Did you see that just now? Brother, why are you silent? Brother, I am so frightened." George incessantly murmured in Claude's ear. Yet Claude remained steadfast and unresponsive. It was not until Claude realized that the tour bus had no destination, merely revolving endlessly around the world of the bear, that a sense of despair began to creep in. Perhaps, as the rules dictated, This was indeed a realm of infinite loops. Finally, after enduring for what felt like an eternity, Claude could bear it no longer, for the absurdity of these rules was simply intolerable. According to the stipulations, he was compelled to remain on the tour bus, circling the world of the bear time and again, devoid of any expression, unable to exhibit the slightest hint of panic. Furthermore, he had to endure the unsettling gaze of those peculiar dolls throughout this ordeal. If this continued, it would amount to a slow demise. An escape would be utterly unattainable. For any sane individual, this would be an unbearable predicament. Chapter 88. The doll's descent into darkness maddened by frustration. Claude could no longer tolerate the absurdity of the game. His temper erupted, and he directed a torrent of curses at the dolls that stared at him. In the eyes of netizens, his outburst may have seemed reckless. However, it was a reaction befitting a normal human being. Having accomplished the remarkable feat of clearing 2 levels consecutively with his A-class talent, Claude had already etched an indelible mark in the annals of Paris. Yet, he was acutely aware that relying solely on his A-class talent could not sustain him indefinitely, unless he could achieve a full star clearance akin to Su Xiao, allowing him to reap personal rewards from the realm of urban legends. He understood that such aspirations were but fleeting thoughts. More often than not, 99 of effort pales in comparison to that elusive one of luck. Claude had exerted himself to the utmost. He was weary, and the prospect of continuing was beyond him. Perhaps, as Rule 5 suggested, there was no escape, no survival. Those dolls represented his inevitable fate. In the midst of his emotional outburst, Claude finally laid eyes upon the entity of the amusement park. Even if he recognized the validity of the rules, he harbored no regrets about his current choices. Reaching this point, he felt a profound sense of contentment. The Parliament of Paris would care for his wife and daughter, and he would be revered as a hero among the citizens of Paris. Such a life, indeed, was not devoid of meaning. As he was on the verge of being assimilated, Claude turned back for one last glance at George. A serene smile graced his face, and in that smile, he was swiftly engulfed by the eerie darkness. The chosen one of Paris, Claude, has been mysteriously consumed. The world of urban legends is about to descend. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Listening to the chilling announcement that reverberated across the globe, countless netizens were left speechless. Claude's actions inspired immense respect among them. In that moment, the value of the chosen ones was starkly illuminated. They understood that entering the realm of urban legends meant surrendering one's life to the nation and its people, not knowing whether death or success would arrive first. Through Claude, innumerable netizens seemed to glimpse the inevitable fate of their own chosen ones, even as they recognized the grim reality of being devoured by the inexplicable. Yet, when the moment arrived, they realized how profoundly painful parting could be. This sorrow was akin to the loss of a loved one. Indeed, were not the chosen ones akin to family? At this juncture, as the rules of urban legends were poised to descend upon Paris, it was not the impending arrival of the rules that pained them most, but the irrevocable loss of Claude. With his A-class talent, he had uniquely traversed 2 levels. His contributions to Paris would forever be enshrined in the hearts of its citizens. Farewell, Claude, eternal hero. Your sacrifices will not be forgotten. As Claude was consumed by the inexplicable, Alexander from America and Bart from Australia also fell victim to the same fate. Bart, possessing only B-class talent and having failed to adhere to the rules of the bear world, faced elimination as a matter of course. As for Alexander from the United States, he has been concealing an A-level talent all along. However, the challenges presented by the amusement park have escalated beyond mere talent and intellect. Alexander has discerned that George is a crucial element in this ordeal, but before he could take any action, he was already left with resentment in the Northwest. In the realm of bizarre tales, after all the other chosen ones had been eliminated, only 3 remained. Su Xiao from Longhua, Andre from the Bear Country, and Ali from the Iron Brother Country. At this moment, on Su Xiao's side, he was infuriated because he had been given 2 significant blows by the Black General. The repercussions of his wrath were grave. He sent the Black General flying several meters away. To his astonishment, even after merging with a monstrous bird, the Black General was still struggling. Witnessing the Black General's plight, Su Xiao prepared to summon the mountain god S-Ring. But just then, George, who had been standing behind him, unexpectedly stepped forward. With a peculiar expression and tear-streaked face, George implored, "Brother, it has come for me. Let me go with it." "Stay put, child, and do not cause a ruckus." Su Xiao interrupted him before he could finish. Without hesitation, Su Xiao activated the mountain god S-Ring on the Black General, and shortly thereafter, the Black General transformed into a bizarrely powerful mode once more. "Black General, cleanse your darkened form. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." Upon receiving the command, the empowered Black General let out a fierce roar and lunged valiantly toward the creature in the amusement park. With the might bestowed by the mountain god, the Black General effortlessly pinned the creature to the ground. As the fierce battle unfolded between the Black General and the creature, an eerie darkness began to creep towards Su Xiao. He realized that the creature was cunning enough to recognize that the Black General was outmatched and intended to capture him instead. However, Su Xiao was not one to grant it that opportunity. He disregarded the encroaching darkness, placing his hands on his hips as he continued to direct the Black General. "Yes, precisely like that. Keep at it." Odd, though. After such prolonged friction, why is it still so dark? Could it be a lump of coal? As Su Xiao intended for the Black General to conclude the battle swiftly, he suddenly noticed an additional shadow of darkness beside him. He turned his head and was left astounded. What the hell? How did the puppet become engulfed in darkness? Su Xiao was shocked to observe that the puppet had, unbeknownst to him, taken on the same eerie blackness. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw the puppet darting toward the creature. Watching the puppet's strange behavior, Su Xiao was baffled by its intentions. He meant to intervene, but in the next moment, the puppet had already positioned itself beside the creature. What followed was even more astonishing. The darkness enveloping the creature began to diminish, while the darkness surrounding the puppet deepened. It was as if all the negative emotions from the creature had been transferred to the puppet in that instant. What on earth is the puppet doing? Why is it absorbing that darkness? To be candid, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Might it be that the dolls, akin to the Dark General consuming the monstrous bird, are merging with that ominous darkness? Merging? That eerie blackness does not seem to be a benign entity. What if, upon completion of this fusion, the dolls suddenly develop a rebellious streak? A rebellious streak? What folly! The esteemed Su Xiao possesses a formidable tool specifically designed to quell such insubordination. Indeed, one tool may not suffice. Let us procure two, and if two are inadequate, then three shall suffice. Rest assured, we shall ensure that the dolls are thoroughly satiated. Chapter 89. The amusement park completion. As the negative emotions surrounding the amusement park began to dissipate, the puppet underwent an eerie transformation. Its body morphed entirely into a deep shade of black, the level of strangeness and terror escalating with each passing moment. This appearance bore a resemblance to a miniature version of the Great Mount Luo. Under Su Xiao's curious gaze, a few minutes later, the puppet returned to his side. It was now completely enveloped in an ominous blackness, an unsettling essence permeating from within. The puppet appeared unaffected by the negative emotions, seemingly achieving a perfect fusion with them. Observing the puppet's transformation, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. Was this yet another form of fusion? Just as he was astonished by the puppet's metamorphosis, the entity beneath the foot of the Black General seemed to undergo a peculiar change as well. It transformed from a twisted, blackened toy bear into an adorably naive little white bear. Goodness, is this truly its authentic form? Why does it appear so adorably foolish? Su Xiao marveled at the little white bear. Meanwhile, the individuals who had been transformed into puppets by it began to break free from their enchantment, the bear-shaped puppets gradually reverting to their original states. Simultaneously, whispers of strange tales began to echo in Su Xiao's ears. It was once a simple and kind-hearted toy bear, but alas, negative emotions have shaped it into what it is today. It bears no fault. Perhaps the fault lies with this world and those who indiscriminately vent their emotions upon it. Chosen one, congratulations on flawlessly completing the amusement park. This represents a new and unconventional method of triumph, granting you additional points. Completion rating, 6 stars. Extra points will yield additional rewards. Completion reward, Little White Bear. Source of negative emotion pollution. Eerie resistance 2. Current eerie resistance 10. Little White Bear description. A toy bear that appears endearingly clumsy. Yet do not be deceived by its exterior, for it may darken at any moment. Additional reward. Negative emotion pollution source description. A one-time use item that drives the eerie into utter madness for 3 minutes. Little White Bear? Astonishingly, another form of the eerie. How could this entity from the realm of strange tales be so generous with rewards? Could it be that my stylish completion method has even captured the attention of the world of strange tales? Su Xiao recalled that the last time he received such an eerie reward was during his encounter with the Black General. What exactly is the source of negative emotion pollution? Su Xiao wondered as he gazed at the small black box in his hand, opening it with curiosity. Inside, he discovered what appeared to be substances resembling black sludge. Closing the box, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. This must be the peculiar darkness that previously enveloped the Little White Bear. Anything tainted by it would become a puppet of negative emotions. Though its effects last only 3 minutes, this item might prove to be quite advantageous against the eerie. At that moment, while Su Xiao reveled in his newfound rewards, he noticed George, who had been overlooked, suddenly waving at him. Tears glimmered in George's eyes, expressing a heartfelt reluctance. "Brother, thank you, farewell. Goodbye, Little Black Bear." As she gazed at George, Su Xiao waved at him as well. In truth, Su Xiao had suspected George's true identity from the very beginning. During the labyrinth of mirrors, she had realized that the movements within the reflections were not the work of the Little White Bear, but rather of George. No, to be precise, George's true identity was indeed the Little Black Bear. This indicated that there should be 2 bear mascots within the amusement park, the Little Black Bear and the Little White Bear. Both bears belonged to the peculiarities of the amusement park, yet Little Black Bear, George, remained lucid, in stark contrast to the Little White Bear, who was manipulated by negative emotions. George's masquerade as a human stemmed from his hope that someone could liberate the Little White Bear from the grip of negativity. Now, Su Xiao had accomplished this. She successfully restored the Little White Bear to normalcy, although the cost was that she would take the Little White Bear away. George expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Su Xiao. Of course, George's thanks were not merely for restoring the Little White Bear's normal state. In fact, when the Little White Bear first appeared, George had already intended to use his own body to absorb the negative emotions afflicting the Little White Bear. However, just as George was about to do so, Su Xiao had sensed his intentions prematurely and intervened. Thus, the outcome was rather perfect. The Little White Bear was reborn, and Little Black Bear George was spared from the influence of negative emotions. Oh my, why does Su Xiao refer to George as the Little Black Bear? Could it be that there are indeed 2 bear mascots in this amusement park? Su Xiao has cleared the level again, yet this time I feel a twinge of sorrow. To be honest, that farewell moved me. It turns out that the peculiarities we are familiar with are not always strange. Sometimes, they are compelled to become so for certain reasons. Woohoo! Congratulations to Su Xiao for achieving 6 consecutive clears. I am weary of exclaiming 666. And Longhua is preparing to pop the champagne. Meanwhile, in Bataigua, Ollie was unaware that Su Xiao had cleared the level. At that moment, he was seated in a sightseeing vehicle with George, incessantly going through the same loop. Although Ollie had successfully bypassed the supplementary rules of the amusement park using his talents. Upon entering Bear Paradise, he suddenly realized that he was trapped in a deadlock, unable to find a way out. Ollie began to question why the higher-ups in his country had given him such hints. If the exit truly lay within the bear world, what would he possibly do to escape? At this point, Ollie had exerted all efforts to suppress his emotions. He dared not make any sudden movements. However, after observing from the sightseeing vehicle for quite some time, he discerned that it hardly appeared to have an exit. Could it be that the exit was not here at all? Ollie was on the verge of doubting his very existence. The amusement park's instance had only granted him 2 days. Was he to remain seated on the tour vehicle in endless loops? No, this cannot be a deadlock. There must be alternative methods, and assuredly, there exists a way to unravel this conundrum. Ollie plunged into a frenzied contemplation, and at that moment, he became acutely aware of the peculiar bear-shaped dolls surrounding him. which suddenly reminded him of a particular rule. Rule 4. Do not attempt to seek it out. This will only lead to regret over your choice. If the rule holds true, and this indeed is a realm of infinite loops, then could traversing this space be the key? Ollie furrowed his brow. In such moments, he must maintain his composure. After nearly an hour of calm deliberation, Ollie finally made his choice. Rather than resigning to despair, he would seek out his own salvation. Abruptly, he rose to his feet and shouted at the bear-shaped dolls around him. However, the instant he did so, he was filled with regret. He suddenly noticed that the expressions of the surrounding bear-shaped dolls had transformed into sheer terror, as if they had foreseen some exceedingly dreadful occurrence. Chapter 90. The Strange Tale and the Chosen One's leaderboard under the scrutinizing gaze of Ollie. The surrounding bear-shaped dolls trembled and bowed their heads, seemingly intimidated by its presence. When it finally came into Ollie's view, the eerie darkness it emanated enveloped him in a profound sense of suffocation and dread. Is this it? Ollie stared at it, his complexion pale, his voice quivering. Although he had successfully lured it out, an ominous premonition surged within him at the sight of it. Ollie realized he had made a grave error in judgment. Damn it, this is not the breakthrough point. It cannot be. The rules, those very rules, are misleading me. No one can escape the amusement park. No one can clear it. At this moment, Ollie was on the brink of mental collapse. He had barely managed to showcase the S-rank talent for the nation of Body, yet now he faced the prospect of perishing here. Ollie could not come to terms with it. The amusement park is a dead end. The hints, misleading. We have all been misled. George, no. In the final moment before being consumed by the sinister darkness, Ollie finally realized that George was the key to clearing the game. But it was far too late to voice this revelation. A cry of defiance erupted from Ollie's lips as his live stream gradually faded into obscurity. The chosen one from Body, Ollie, has been ominously devoured. The world of strange tales is about to descend. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the cold notification echoed across the globe once more, the leaders of Body were engulfed in tears. Andre, the hints given by Andre were false. No, that was not Andre at all. Apart from violent methods like Su Zhao's, could it be that the amusement park is truly insurmountable? Ollie mentioned George before being consumed. Could it be that George is the key? But how could they rely on George to clear the game? Must George take the initiative to step forward? I understand now. The pivotal point lies with George. George is the little black bear. To clear the game, they must find a way to have George actively replace the chosen one. The leaders of Body finally comprehended the crux of the matter. It was too late to remedy the situation. Even if they had realized how to clear the game sooner, it would not have salvaged the outcome, for they had no opportunities left for hints. As Su Zhao cleared the game, Ollie faced elimination, leaving Andre as the sole survivor of the amusement park. While the leaders of Body analyzed the key to clearing the game, Andre had already begun his course of action. After a forceful deduction, with his mental threshold nearing collapse, Andre ultimately chose to push open the door leading to Bear Paradise. However, he did not immediately enter, employing some unknown method. He persuaded George to step into Bear Paradise first. Through deduction, Andre naturally understood the role George played in the amusement park. There were only two ways to clear the amusement park. Either find another method to eliminate the negative emotions surrounding Little White Bear. Either let George transfer the negative emotions from the Little White Bear, or endure the cruelty of necessity. For the sake of progress and survival, Andre must take this path. Only if George successfully alleviates the burdens of negativity from the Little White Bear can it return to its normal state. Naturally, this would transform George into another version of the Little White Bear. Standing behind the crimson door, after approximately 20 minutes, Andre sighed and moved towards Bear Paradise. Upon stepping into Bear Paradise, it had already undergone the transformation he had anticipated, acquiring a new master, and at that moment, the announcement of success echoed through the air. Congratulations to Longhua Su Zhao and Huigui Nation Andre for successfully completing the challenge. Both nations will be exempt from the upcoming rule-related horrors. Longhua Su Zhao achieved a 6-star clearance, receiving a special reward, a 20 decrease in the virus infection rate among citizens. with an additional 5 reduction in extra rewards. Huigui Nation S. Andre achieved a 5-star clearance, receiving a special reward, a 10 enhancement in technological advancement. Andre of Huigui Nation received a unique personal reward, a hydrogen balloon shaped like a little frog. To everyone's astonishment, Su Xiao had obtained another peculiar entity, and a little white bear appeared irresistibly adorable. Wonderful news! The virus infection rate in Longhua had diminished, bringing them one step closer to invulnerability. Astonishing! Andre had achieved a 5-star clearance, which was utterly remarkable. Allowing George to remain in the amusement park as a surrogate for the Chosen One seemed to be the sole method for ordinary candidates to clear the challenge. Of course, this excluded Su Xiao, who was anything but ordinary. What a revelation! It was no wonder that the amusement park's facade appeared deceptively mundane. The rigors of the clearance method were unexpectedly stringent, leading even candidates like Ollie and Alexander to fall short. Alas, poor Ollie. Had he not encountered the amusement park, his talent for exploiting rule loopholes would have surely flourished in other horror-themed scenarios. Unfortunately, the challenges posed by the amusement park could not be surmounted by mere intellect alone. Had George been reluctant to step forward, it is likely that only Su Xiao would have emerged unscathed, leaving Andre among the fallen. Let us hope that such a daunting scenario as the amusement park will not recur. As the amusement park chapter drew to a close, nations rejoiced while others mourned. Among the latter was Bawtai Nation. However, Longhua had already provided chip support to Bawtai Nation, rendering the current rule-related horrors less impactful for them. Upon returning to the real world, both Su Xiao and Andre basked in the highest honors befitting heroes. During Su Xiao's return to reality, it came to light that some software development companies in Longhua had, unbeknownst to anyone, created a global ranking for men seeking marriage. Ridiculous. Unsurprisingly, the 18-year-old Su Xiao dominated the list, becoming the most desired groom among women worldwide. Inspired by this matrimonial ranking, certain nations that had not faced rule-related horrors began to devise an alternative ranking software, namely, a leaderboard for horror-themed scenarios and a global performance ranking for chosen ones. Upon the release of the ranking software, it swiftly captivated the globe. The application is bound to mobile devices, providing real-time updates directly on users' phones. Within the software, an array of eerie tales and peculiar analytical videos is available, alongside comprehensive profiles of talents and chosen individuals, all publicly updated on the leaderboard. Naturally, certain classified information remains confidential. The leaderboard for Eerie Tale Scenarios features Mother's Note, Horror Level 99, Mortality, Rate 99. Zoo, Horror Level 100, Mortality, Rate 99. 99. Mount Daluo, Horror Level 100, Mortality, Rate 99. 99. The global leaderboard for chosen individuals showcases. First place, Su Xiao from Longhua, Talent Unknown. 6 consecutive clearances in Eerie Tale Scenarios. Age 18, single. Second place, Andre from Huaxiong Country, SS Level Talent Infinite Deduction. 2 clearances in Eerie Tale Scenarios. Age 27. Third place, Claude from Paris, a Level Talent Masterful Performance. 2 clearances in Eerie Tale Scenarios. Current status, deceased. Chapter 91. The 6-person household, after a brief respite of 3 days in the real world, Su Xiao and Andre, the survivors of the previous horror scenario, were once again transported into the next eerie adventure. The nations randomly selected for this challenge include the Dragon Kingdom, the Bear Nation, the United States, the Zambi Nation, South Africa, Egypt, Argentina, the Pickle Nation, and the East Island Nation. It has been detected that one of the chosen participants has an excessively high win rate. Thus, a special horror realm will be initiated. This challenges Horror Realm, the 6-person household. Some homes serve as blissful havens, the very source of happiness, while others are fraught with peril and strangeness. Perhaps firepower cannot extinguish every inner fear, yet sincerity can. This is the 6-person household, and as a member of this family, you are entitled to shoulder familial responsibilities and care for your loved ones. Though your family may be formidable, if you communicate with them patiently and courteously, you will surely discover a harmonious way to coexist. Reminder, survive for 5 days using any means necessary. Special warning. Your family consists of a grandmother, a father, a mother, a younger brother, and a younger sister. They are quite dangerous, as 3 among them harbor intentions to kill you. Exercise caution in discernment. As the ominous voice faded, Su Xiao found himself standing in a neat and tidy room. To his astonishment, this was indeed a special scenario. What on earth? An excessively high win rate? Is that a direct reference to me? You might as well read my ID card. Su Xiao mused, somewhat at a loss for words. The duration of this scenario was an astonishing 5 days. With no hint opportunities available, and 3 out of 5 of his family members were intent on his demise. This was undeniably exhilarating. The mere thought of being pursued by 3 family members sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Was this not akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep? Whoa, this is an entirely new scenario. Has Su Xiao triggered this peculiar situation intentionally? Is the eerie force conspiring against him? Outside, the other participants trembled with trepidation. Yet Su Xiao seemed not only unafraid, but even somewhat exhilarated. Unfathomable. This confident and charismatic man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. The thoughts of the other participants echoed in their minds. He drags us along in his misfortune, and we are truly grateful. Meanwhile, those who heard the unsettling announcement could not contain their exclamations of outrage, fully aware of who the man with the excessive win rate was. Although the scenario had yet to commence, it was evident that a special scenario would be far more harrowing than the ordinary. At that moment, Su Xiao paid little heed to the thoughts of the other participants. He surveyed the room, only to discover a note on the table. The note displayed blood-red rules. Neatly arranged. Rule 1. Do not leave your room except during designated safe times. Rule 2. Safe times are from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. During these intervals, you may exit your room to enjoy the food prepared by your family. Rule 3. Grandmother cannot be trusted. Her footsteps are typically very light. If you hear her approaching, remain silent, for she will take your life based on sound. Rule 4. Your younger brother may occasionally knock at the door, usually thrice. Before the 3rd knock, ensure you cover your ears. Otherwise, you will descend into madness. Rule 5. Mother exhibits some mental instability and may engage in erratic and indiscriminate acts of violence, though at times, her wrath may not be directed solely at you. Rule 6. Father's footsteps are generally heavy. He is the one who cares for you most in the household and will protect you in critical moments. Rule 7. Your sister is trustworthy. It is imperative to safeguard her. If she were to perish, the rest of the family would spiral into chaos. Rule 8. In the face of an insurmountable threat, the wardrobe in the room may serve as a suitable hiding place. Rule 9. There's a mobile phone in the room that can be used, but regardless of who sends you a message, you must not respond, or the consequences will be dire. Indeed, this is a peculiar scenario, as these rules appear more bizarre than those of typical challenges. From the guidelines, it is evident that 3 out of 5 family members are potential threats to the Chosen One. 1 is a protector, and 1 requires protection from the Chosen One. What an extraordinary family. Merely reading these rules sends shivers down the spine, leaving one to wonder if the selected individuals can endure. Other Chosen Ones, you want me to bear this burden? Easier said than done. What shall I use to bear it? My shoulders or my head? Countless netizens engaged fervently in discussions regarding these rules, which unmistakably convey a sense of eeriness and danger. Surviving 5 days in this uncanny household seems more daunting than scaling a mountain. While countless netizens deliberated on this challenge, Su Xiao had already discovered the mobile phone mentioned in the rules, tucked beneath the bed. The phone was fully charged and of excellent quality. It should suffice for messaging over 5 days. As he picked up the phone, before he could examine it further, he noticed an unread message from his sister. Opening the message, he saw, Time, 9 o'clock a.m. Sister, brother, it's so boring at home. Will you accompany me to go shopping? Shopping? Su Xiao pondered for a moment and resolutely replied, Sure. Rule 9 explicitly stated that one must not respond to any messages. Yet Su Xiao, in his rebellious spirit, chose to defy it. Shortly after, his sister responded, Sister, wow, brother, you're so nice. I'll change my clothes and come find you. You should prepare as well. Playful, Su Xiao. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. After replying to his sister, Su Xiao set the phone aside and instructed his doll to stand quietly behind the door, patiently awaiting his sister's arrival. Rule 1. Please do not leave your room except during safe periods. Rule 7. The sister is to be trusted. Please ensure her protection. Should she meet her demise, the rest of the family will descend into utter chaos. Rule 1 stated that one must not venture outside except during designated safe times, while Rule 7 emphasizes that the sister is an ordinary person. However, for Su Xiao, the validity of these two rules holds little significance. Whether or not the sister can be trusted remains uncertain, but once she arrives, the truth shall be revealed. As Su Xiao sat on the bed, awaiting her sister's arrival, the other selected individuals also discovered notes and phones within their respective rooms. Likewise, they too received messages from the sister. Yet in this moment of uncertainty regarding her true intentions, none chose to respond.